I say it again. On the path of martial arts, talent determines your upper limit, but the sweat you pour forth can elevate your lower limit. The closer you are to the end, the less you can afford to slack off. Li Na, your footwork is too stiff. Wang Hao, your breathing is erratic. Focus. And Yu Zhongwei, don't think I can't see you hiding in the back. Are you practicing the fist technique from the park, Grandpa? Your fists are so weak. Jiangxing no. One middle school martial arts training room. Jiang Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his black training uniform already soaked with sweat. His commanding voice echoed throughout the training room. Though merely an 18-year-old youth, he exuded a calm authority and crushing pressure born of long experience. The students who were called out dared not talk back. They quickly corrected their mistakes and threw themselves into training with even greater vigor. In the corner, Wang Dekai, the actual homeroom teacher of Class 7, leaned against the wall holding a thermos flask and leisurely sipping goji berry tea. Seeing a student cast a pleading glance his way, Wang Dekai cleared his throat, lightly sidled over and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. Jiang Feng, I think the students are tired. Why not let them off 10 minutes early and give them a break? After all, work and rest should be balanced. Jiang Feng turned his head, his gaze icy cold. Wang Dekai's smile froze, and he guiltily averted his eyes. But Jiang Feng had no intention of letting him off easily. Teacher Wang, did I mention you? There are less than half a month until the martial arts examination. Is this the time to rest? If you slack off now and lose a single point in the exam, who can make it up for them? And also, don't be grinning and joking during class. A teacher should act like a teacher. Wang Dekai was scolded into lowering his head like a schoolboy, caught doing wrong, nervously rubbing his thermos flask. Yes, Jiang Feng, you're right. Teacher was wrong, I'll definitely correct it. Wang Dekai nodded repeatedly, his attitude exceedingly sincere. The surrounding students were used to this and continued their training without pause. In this class, the class monitor's word carried more weight than the homeroom teacher's. Jiang Feng opened his mouth to say more, but suddenly faltered, laughing bitterly to himself. Occupational hazard acting up again. He had almost forgotten that he was no longer Jiang Feng, who had served as the disciplinary dean at a university for over 20 years. Instead, he was Jiang Feng, the class monitor of Class 7 Grade 3 Jiangxing No. 1 Martial Arts High School. In his previous life, his heart had stopped, and he collapsed in his office. When he woke again, he had been reborn through pregnancy into this entirely unfamiliar, high martial world. Within this world, mutated, intelligent, ferocious beasts attacked cities, encroaching on humanity's living space. Outside, alien beings from beyond the heavens coveted the potential of this newborn planet, watching menacingly. Fortunately, the sages of the past stumbled upon a method to absorb spiritual energy and strengthen themselves, founding the martial arts system. The powerful could shatter mountains and part seas, traverse the stars, thus preserving humanity's last hope and dignity. In this era, martial arts was everything. The weak could only live in the lowest strata of the city, constantly facing danger, begging for the salvation of the strong. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was an undisputed martial arts prodigy. For 3 years, he had firmly held the top spot in the grade at Jiangxing No. 1 Martial Arts High School. Now at 18, he was already at the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm, only one step away from the martial apprentice peak. He even had the chance to break through to the first rank and become an official martial artist before the martial examination. Because of Jiang Feng's strong sense of responsibility, ever since he was elected class monitor, he had taken on the task of supervising the training of his classmates. Under his leadership, Class 7, which had originally ranked at the bottom in the initial assessment, had climbed to the forefront through 3 years of effort. Wang Dekai, as the homeroom teacher, didn't need to do anything. He could just lie back and rake in a large performance bonus, and had even been rated an excellent teacher. For this reason, Wang Dekai was extremely tolerant of Jiang Feng, even indulgent. Let alone being scolded. Even if Jiang Feng told him to scrub the toilets, he would do it happily. Sorry, Teacher Wang. Jiang Feng's tone softened, and he patted Wang Dekai on the shoulder. I was a bit harsh just now. It's nothing. Wang Dekai quickly waved his hand, not even finding it odd that Jiang Feng was patting him. After 3 years, he was used to it. You're not wrong at all. It's all teacher's fault. I'll be more careful in the future. Wang Dekai paused, then lowered his voice and continued, but Jiang Feng, you need to take care of your health too. The martial exam is coming up, but don't have any issues at the critical moment. Jiang Feng nodded without saying anything more. He turned and continued his rounds. Before long, a short, thin boy walked over. Brother Jiang, I have a question I'd like to ask you. The boy was called Xinyu. He had the lowest grades in the class and was quite introverted. Jiang Feng smiled warmly. What question? Go ahead. Xinyu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. It's the last move, force splitting Mount Hua, in the basic fist technique. I always have trouble mastering the power application. Every time I strike, it feels like the strength is scattered. Zhao Deming's hand froze. The gun was halfway inserted, stuck at his waist, not fully pushed in. The speaker crackled again. The worthless counterattack system has been officially activated. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. A system? He had read novels before. This name was not unfamiliar to him. But A worthless counterattack system. Who was it insulting? Whether in his past life or this one, he was a favored son of heaven living in the spotlight. The word worthless had nothing to do with him. Before Jiang Feng could figure it out, the system's voice sounded again. Reading host situation. Read failed. System is correcting. Correction complete. Host Jiang Feng, originally a promising martial arts prodigy, but was framed by wicked people, resulting in complete loss of talent. For these 18 years he has suffered humiliation and oppression, vowing to defy fate. What the hell? Apart from the name, the person this broken system mentioned had absolutely nothing to do with him. Ding. Detected that the villainous genius Chun Yu is deliberately causing trouble for the host. Villain information: Chun Yu, 5th level of martial apprentice. On the surface, he humbly seeks advice, but in reality, he wants to humiliate the host in public, making the host lose face in front of the whole class. Jiang Feng. He looked at the Chun Yu in front of him, who was lowering his head, so nervous his palms were sweating. Deliberately causing trouble. Public humiliation. What nonsense. This boy Chun Yu was honest and quiet. It was good enough that no one bullied him. Ding. Triggered mission: slap the troublemaker in the face. Mission content: in front of the whole class, slap Chun Yu hard, defeating his plot. Mission difficulty: level. Mission hint: although Chun Yu is only at the 5th level of martial apprentice, he is well prepared with deep research into the basic fist technique. The host, being a useless talent who can't even practice the basic fist technique, well, once unable to answer his question, will be mocked publicly and lose face. Hint: mission rewards are distributed according to the host's completion level DS grade. The higher the completion, the richer the reward. Jiang Feng was speechless. What does it mean that he can't even practice the basic fist technique properly? He had already mastered this basic fist technique by the time he was 15. Was this system stupid? No wonder it took 18 whole years just to load. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Chun Yu asked nervously, seeing Jiang Feng silent for a long time. Could it be that his question was too trivial? To Chun Yu, Jiang Feng was his true idol. Handsome, strong, and noble in character. He was always patient with the underachievers in class. Before meeting Jiang Feng, he thought someone as perfect as him only existed in legends. It's nothing. Jiang Feng shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. Forget it. Leave that stupid system alone for now, and take care of the real business. Jiang Feng gathered his thoughts and began his patient explanation. The move cleaving Mount Hua may seem simple, but it actually emphasizes an integrity of force. As he spoke, he demonstrated himself. He spread his feet shoulder-width apart, bent his knees slightly, and lowered his hips. Then he slowly raised his right hand above his head. Watch closely. Power rises from the soles of the feet, takes the spine as a bow, the tendons as the string, and the arm as the arrow. Finally, in one complete motion, boom, Jiang Feng's fist came down. The fist wind howled, tearing through the air with a piercing crack. Chun Yu, standing nearby, felt a fierce gust rush at him, and involuntarily stepped back. Bang! A loud crash. Jiang Feng's fist struck the sandbag. The sandbag, which could withstand the full force of a normal peak martial apprentice, burst apart instantly. Chun Yu was dumbfounded. Was this still the basic fist art he practiced? The other students training nearby were also drawn and unable to help but murmur in admiration. Brother Jiang is incredible. He turned the basic fist art into something worthy of a yellow-grade martial. I haven't seen Brother Jiang go all out in a while. Do you think he could fight a newly initiated first-grade martial artist? Crossing realms is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? I believe in Brother Jiang. Jiang Feng withdrew his fist and looked at the stunned Chun Yu. Did you understand? This punch of mine used the power of my entire body. That's whole body force. Once he felt the insight had landed, Jiang Feng began correcting Chun Yu's form. Finally, following Jiang Feng's guidance, Chun Yu executed the cleaving Mount Hua again. The power was still not fully connected, but he had clearly found the knack. Taking the final step was only a matter of time. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I'm so grateful. Chun Yu was overwhelmed with emotion. His family was poor, unable to afford extra lessons. This teaching alone, if done at a training hall, would cost at least 1,000 just to get through the door. Jiang Feng waved his hand. All right. Practice well. The martial examination is coming. With your current performance, if you push hard, you have a good chance of entering a second-tier martial university. Once you graduate, your whole family's fate will change because of you. For students like this who came from poor families yet were willing to work hard, he didn't mind investing more energy. Watching Chun Yu leave excitedly, a faint smile curled on Jiang Feng's lips. This feeling of teaching people was somewhat nostalgic. Then the system he had ignored chimed with a notification. Brilliant. The host, with powerful sophistry, deceived the challenger and made them believe wholeheartedly. From now on, that person will cultivate in the wrong way, their advancement will stagnate, and they will never become a threat to the host. Congratulations. Host has completed the quest. Face slap on the challenger. Quest completion grade. Cultivation 1. 2. Yellow grade peak martial skill thunderclap / at perfection level legal purchase trail recorded. What the hell, sophistry? Before Jiang Feng could complain, a warm current rose in his dantian and surged through his whole body. Qi and blood have increased. At least 4 days of tempering saved. Jiang Feng's eyes widened slightly. Then a completely unfamiliar stream of information surged into his mind. As the information was absorbed rapidly, Jiang Feng's hand trembled slightly, as if he had practiced the saber move 1,000,000 times. In an instant he grasped all the essential points of Thunderclap / Yellow Grade Peak Martial Skill. A sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. In this world, copyright related to martial arts was under extremely strict control. Apart from the free human-grade martial arts from compulsory education to learn Yellow Xian Earth or Heaven-grade martial arts, one must obtain the creator's permission. The most common way was to purchase benefiting the creator. Violators would face fines 10 times the cost, have their martial foundation crippled, or be sent directly to prison. If not for this, who would be willing to contribute their own martial skills? Who would rack their brains to innovate? Only profit drives development. On the official martial arts website, the cheapest yellow-grade low-level martial skill started at 100,000. As for yellow-grade peak, it started at 500,000. Jiang Feng's family in this life was neither poor nor wealthy. Because he needed to focus on the martial exam apart from basic cultivation resources, he spent very little on martial skills. So far, aside from the free human-grade martial arts from school, Jiang Feng had only mastered one yellow-grade low-level movement technique, flowing cloud steps. With this system reward, it was equivalent to earning at least 500,000. Not to mention the saved training time and the risks that would have been incurred. While the system may be an idiot, but the rewards are decent. Jiang Feng felt somewhat reassured. Just then the bell for the end of class rang. The classmates said goodbye to Jiang Feng and filed out of the training ground under Wang Dekai's call. Jiang Feng packed his personal belongings ready to leave as well. At that moment, the students from Class 1 to Grade 3 began to stream into the training ground. It's Jiang Feng from Class 7. So handsome. Great physique. Hi, Brother Jiang. As the top student of the grade, he had considerable fame. Many greeted him with smiles. Jiang Feng was approachable and nodded back to everyone who greeted him. Just as he was about to step out the door, a graceful figure blocked his way. Jiang Feng, you must be thirsty after all that sweating. I bought too much water, take one. Jiang Feng looked up. In front of him stood a girl in a white sports outfit. She was tall with delicate features and a high ponytail, looking clean and sharp. In her hand was an iced bottle of mineral water, a sweet smile on her face. Yan Zhixia, the monitor of Class 1 to Grade 3, was the recognized school beauty of the entire school. Not only was she beautiful, but she also consistently ranked in the top 5 of the grade in martial arts. She often asked Jiang Feng for advice on cultivation, and over time, they became friends. Jiang Feng was about to refuse. Suddenly a system notification popped up. Ding. Detected that the antagonist Prodigy, Yan Zhixia, is humiliating the host. Quest triggered, face slap on the giver. Antagonist info, Yan Zhixia, 9th layer martial apprentice. Outwardly gentle and kind, but inwardly extremely proud, despising the host as worthless trash. She gave the host water only to show off her superiority in front of the whole class, making everyone know that the host can't even afford a bottle of water and has to rely on her charity. Quest content: refuse Yan Zixia's charity, slap her face thoroughly, and make her sincerely recognize her mistake. Quest difficulty: grade. Quest hint: Yan Zhixia comes from a prominent family, is stunningly beautiful, and is the goddess of all the boys in school. If the host refuses her kindness, he will be regarded as a public enemy by all male students, facing scorn and attacks. Quest reward distributed according to the host's completion rating DS. Jiang Feng's eyes twitched at the corner. This system, does it have a persecution complex? Despite the absurdity, the task still needs to be done. After all, Jiang Feng initially intended to refuse. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly. No need, Yan classmate. It's not suitable to drink cold water before and after training, as it affects one's bodily awareness. I suggest you refrain from drinking as well. Yan Zhixia nodded. All right. She obediently put the water back in her bag. Several students nearby holding cold water bottles heard this and hurriedly twisted their caps back on. Can't drink cold water before and after training. Is there such a saying? Since it's Brother Jiang who said it, it must be right. Then I won't drink either. Jiang Feng nodded at Yan Zhixia and continued walking towards the door. Yan Zhixia watched Jiang Feng exit until his figure completely vanished. A few girls who were close to Yan Zhixia gathered around. Our Jiang Dawushan is great in every way, but when it comes to emotions, he understands 9 out of 10 things, yet is clueless about one. I heard he works part-time at the martial arts school every day. If he were with us, why would there be any worries? After all, he is the top of the grade and has to maintain his image. Yan Zhixia withdrew her gaze and gently shook her head. He isn't that kind of person. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was unaware of the girls' discussions, focusing entirely on the system prompts. Invincible. The host is truly a natural-born king of words, casually making things up and actually convincing the villainous female Prodigy, cleverly diffusing a potential crisis. Host completed the task, slapping the face of the benefactor. Task completion level S grade. Congratulations, host. You have received the highest completion reward 1. Realm 2-2. Supreme Blood Ignition Potion 1 already stored in system space. A surge of even more violent energy suddenly generated in his dantian, then flowed through his meridians throughout his body. The already condensed chi and blood instantly reached its peak. Martial Disciple 9th Rank Pinnacle. Jiang Feng paused, feeling the surging power within him, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He saved at least a week's worth of effort. Moreover, the Blood Ignition Potion is essential for a martial disciple to break through to the first tier of body refinement. Inferior grade costs 10,000, medium grade 50,000, superior grade 100,000, and supreme grade is priceless. The Supreme Blood Ignition Potion, according to official data, has a success rate for breakthrough that can exceed 90%. Coupled with the solid foundation Jiang Feng has laid, the success rate for his breakthrough is virtually guaranteed to be 100%. Breaking through to the first tier before the martial arts examination is already a certainty. Without returning to the classroom, Jiang Feng directly exited the school gates. He had long applied to the school to only attend morning classes, allowing him to arrange his afternoons freely. This is also a privilege of being the top of the grade. In fact, if it weren't for wanting to teach and enlighten his classmates, he could have skipped the mornings completely during this final period. Getting on the bus, Jiang Feng headed straight to his part-time job at the Laiwen Martial Arts School. The Laiwen Martial Arts School is located on the most bustling street in the southern district of Jiang City. A 3-story standalone building with 2 life-sized fierce beast stone carvings standing at the entrance, exuding a chilling aura. As one of the top 3 private martial arts schools in Jiang City, it not only has the most advanced training equipment, but also boasts more than 5 first-tier martial artists as instructors. The school owner Zhou Lai is a 3rd-tier martial artist, and is considered a somewhat famous figure in the martial arts community of Jiang City. As soon as Jiang Feng stepped through the door, he heard the rhythmic sounds of students striking sandbags. In the main hall on the first floor, over 100 students were sweating profusely, most of whom were middle school and elementary school children, laying the groundwork for martial arts. Hello, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang has arrived. Seeing Jiang Feng enter, many training students stopped their actions, greeting him respectfully, with admiration in their eyes. He is the top of Jiang City now. One middle school. His future achievements will at least match that of the martial arts school owner. For most ordinary people, he is already an unattainable existence. A few middle-aged men dressed in black coaching outfits approached. They were all instructors at the martial arts school. However, when facing Jiang Feng, they showed no arrogance, instead exuding politeness. They understood very well that with Jiang Feng's talent surpassing them was just a matter of time. Jiang Feng, you came early today. The martial arts examination is approaching, so take it easy. Brother Liu, I still want you to look out for me in the future. Jiang Feng responded with a smile. Without further conversation, he walked towards the changing room, putting on the martial school's standard black coaching outfit. The martial arts examination is approaching, so take it easy. Brother Liu, I still want you to look out for me in the future. Jiang Feng responded with a smile. Without further conversation, he walked towards the changing room, putting on the martial school's standard. However, the martial arts school also benefited as Jiang Feng's title of top of Jiang City helped attract many new students. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. After changing his clothes, as soon as Jiang Feng stepped out of the changing room, he saw a burly man striding towards him. This person was none other than Zhou Lai, the owner of the Laiwen Martial Arts School. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Zhou Lai's eyes lit up. Jiang Feng, you're here. Just in time, I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Feng stopped. Owner, what is it? Zhou Lai frowned. A new guest has arrived, and she's a bit difficult to handle. Either she finds our instructor's combat styles too simplistic, or she feels their skills are insufficient to give her a sense of real combat. Right now she's packing to leave. I can't go down, how about you give it a try? Jiang Feng quietly asked, is the guest's identity special? If it were an ordinary guest, they would leave without a fuss. The owner was so concerned, indicating that the person could have a negative impact on the school. Zhou Lai had long known that Jiang Feng was mature and perceptive, so he wasn't surprised by the deduction. He nodded yes. I don't expect you to keep her here, just don't let her look down on our martial arts school. If you can achieve that'll double your pay today. Just as Jiang Feng was about to agree, the system sprang to action first. Ding. Detected that the villain Zhou Lai is scheming against the host. Villain information, Zhou Lai, a 3rd-tier martial artist. On the surface, he appears to highly value the host, but in reality he fears that the host might one day recover his talents. Hence he has arranged for a powerful, mysterious master disguised as a new guest to completely eliminate the host in a real combat scenario. Triggering task, foil the owner's malicious plot. Task content: in real combat, fiercely slap the face of the mysterious master, making her aware of the host's prowess. Task difficulty: B grade. Task hint: the mysterious master's strength far exceeds that of the host. The host must be cautious or he may suffer severe injuries, even lifelong disabilities. Please respond with utmost care. Task rewards will be distributed based on completion level DS grade. The higher the completion level, the more generous the rewards. Jiang Feng's eyes twitched slightly. The system's paranoia is getting worse. If Zhou Lai truly wanted to harm him, there's no way he would offer such good treatment and often guide him in his training. However, doubling the pay and the system's rewards. Why not take advantage of it? Jiang Feng returned to his senses and nodded. Alright, I'll give it a try. This was not only for the reward, but also because Zhou Lai had treated him well on usual days. Zhou Lai smiled and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. Come on, I'll take you there. That girl has a bit of a proud temper, so be patient with her. The two headed towards the VIP training room on the second floor. Upon pushing open the heavy alloy door, Jiang Feng saw the girl standing in the center of the training room. The girl appeared to be about the same age as Jiang Feng, dressed in a tight black training outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her fair skin and delicate features exuded an air of aloofness that kept strangers at bay. Jiang Feng already knew the girl's name from Zhou Lai Mu Huijin. At this moment, she was shouldering a black sports bag, seemingly preparing to leave. Seeing Zhou Lai bring in a boy around her age, Mu Huijin's brows instantly furrowed. Director Zhou, is this the best coach you mentioned? Jiang Feng maintained a calm expression and did not respond. Zhou Lai quickly smiled and said, Miss Mu, Jiang Feng is the top student of Jiang City High School. Moreover, in my personal opinion, excluding the gap in cultivation levels among those of the same age in Jiang City, Jiang Feng is indeed the best. A glimpse of surprise flashed in Mu Huijin's eyes. She understood Zhou Lai's character. He was straightforward and wouldn't exaggerate. After a few seconds of silence, she reluctantly nodded. Alright, let's give it a try. Okay. Zhou Lai quickly nodded and retreated to a corner of the training room, not leaving. He knew very well that both Jiang Feng and Miss Mu were not ordinary individuals. Jiang Feng was a future star he had high hopes for with limitless potential. As for Miss Mu, her background was even more impressive. There had been special instructions from above and absolutely no mishaps were allowed. He had to keep an eye on things here to prevent the two from hurting each other. Jiang Feng and Mu Huijin stood opposite each other in the center of the training ground. You attack first, Mu Huijin said with her still aloof tone. I need to assess your capabilities before deciding how to proceed. The martial arts exam is approaching, and you wouldn't want anything unexpected to happen, right? She had previously sparred with the top student of Jiang City No. 2 High School, and had won very easily. In her view, even if Jiang Feng was stronger, he would definitely have his limits. She only needed to use about 60% of her strength to easily win. Jiang Feng perceived the goodwill hidden beneath her cold words, and smiled slightly. Alright. He was also eager to test the power of his peak yellow-tier martial technique. Without further ado, Jiang Feng's chi and blood surged, unleashing a powerful, imposing aura. Zhou Lai, who was observing on the side, brightened his eyes. He's reached the peak of a martial apprentice. The chi and blood are harmonious, not like it was temporarily boosted by drugs. Zhou Lai felt considerably relieved. Based on his understanding of Jiang Feng, he believed that not only could Jiang Feng hold his own against Miss Mu, but he could also last for dozens of exchanges. In the arena, Jiang Feng raised his right hand fingers together, mimicking a blade with his hand. The essence of the thunder slash rapidly flashed through his mind. Upon seeing Jiang Feng's starting posture, Zhou Lai frowned slightly. What kind of technique is this? Mu Huijin, standing opposite Jiang Feng, remained calm and casually assumed a defensive posture. Then, Jiang Feng moved. Without any warning, he stepped forward, and with the enhancement of his movement technique, he closed several meters in an instant. His right hand slashed down like a bolt of lightning. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted in the training room. The air was torn by the sharp blade, chi creating a visible white wave of energy that swept towards Mu Huijin. Zhou Lai's face changed. No? Miss Mu, be careful. Meanwhile, Mu Huijin, who was facing the attack head-in, was already stunned. At the moment Jiang Feng's palm descended, she had already sensed something was wrong. In her eyes, what came down from Jiang Feng was not a hand blade, but a terrifying heavenly thunder. Her body seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, falling into stagnation, unable to even perform basic blocking. This is momentum. Only through profound-level martial arts, or by perfecting a peak yellow-tier martial technique, could one have a chance to comprehend this martial momentum. But how could a martial arts student from a remote small city achieve that? Surprise and confusion flickered in Mu Huijin's heart. Jiang Feng's attack had already landed. Bang! A muffled sound. Mu Huijin was sent flying. After rolling twice on the ground, darkness enveloped her vision, and she fainted. The entire training room fell into silence. Jiang Feng was taken aback for a moment before awkwardly retracting his hand. Seeing Mu Huijin so confident, coupled with Zhou Lai's indication of her special status, he assumed she was a talented individual from a large province, and did not hold back. He didn't expect her to be so fragile. Jiang Feng looked at Zhou Lai. Director, why didn't you intervene? Zhou Lai opened his mouth, but couldn't find his voice. It wasn't that he, a third-rank martial artist, couldn't stop Jiang Feng. It was that he had never thought Mu Huijin would lose, let alone lose so quickly. He hadn't prepared at all. At that moment, the briefly unconscious Mu Huijin regained consciousness. Expressionless, she sat up from the ground, only her tightly clenched fists revealing her currently unsettled emotions. Mu Huijin looked at Jiang Feng. This doesn't count. I was careless. Upholding the principle of customer first. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. I believe you didn't even dodge. Mu Huijin's pretty face flushed slightly. It wasn't that she didn't dodge, the situation earlier was such that she simply couldn't evade. Meanwhile, in Jiang Feng's mind, a system prompt rang out. Incredible. The host defeated an opponent who seemed insurmountable with a wasted body shattering Zhou Lai's scheme. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, thwarting the director's sinister plot. Task completion level S grade. Rewards 1. Realm 3-2. Full comprehension of the low-grade, profound technique indestructible body with a legitimate purchase record left. Jiang Feng was too exhausted to complain. Wasted body. Despicable means. Who? Me. The next moment, familiar energy generated in his chi and then flowed through his entire meridian. In an instant, Jiang Feng stepped across the threshold from a martial apprentice to the first-grade body refinement realm. It was as smooth as taking a breath. Only the sudden surge of chi and blood in his body reminded Jiang Feng that this was no illusion. Did I just break through to the first grade? Jiang Feng was somewhat dazed. The realm enhancement provided by the system could actually be used to break through. This was terrifying. One must know in martial arts, breaking through each major realm was like walking a tightrope. Any misstep could lead to total failure. But directly enhanced by the system seemed to have no concept of failure. I set this goal just yesterday, and I didn't expect to achieve it today. Jiang Feng had no time to marvel. A vast amount of information poured into his mind once again. It was the full comprehension of indestructible body. Unlike Thunder Slash, the power of the technique did not directly manifest in Jiang Feng's body. This was because cultivating indestructible body required a large supply of chi and blood. Without the nourishment, forcing cultivation would directly harm Jiang Feng's flesh, turning him into a corpse in an instant. But as long as there were sufficient resources relying on the full comprehension of the technique, Jiang Feng could complete the cultivation in a very short time. Mu Huijin's voice rang out, pulling Jiang Feng from his shock. Let's have another match. Jiang Feng looked up. Mu Huijin had already stood up again, rubbing her slightly aching shoulder, her gaze towards Jiang Feng, filled with fighting spirit. As she spoke, an aura far surpassing that of a martial apprentice surged around Mu Huijin. It was the aura fluctuation that only a body refinement realm warrior possessed. Mu Huijin's eyes were filled with confidence. She had lost earlier because she intentionally suppressed her own realm and was caught off guard by the opponent's martial arts momentum. But now it was different. She would shed all her restraints. Come on. Mu Huijin resumed her stance, exuding a fierce aura unlike her previous casual demeanor. However, Jiang Feng shook his head, saying, Miss Mu, I think it's better to call it quits and just stop here. If he hadn't broken through to the first rank, she might still have a chance. But now, unless he held back, there would be no suspense in the outcome. Mu Huijin frowned. What do you mean? Do you look? Seeing this, Jiang Feng realized he could not dissuade her. He could only nod. Since Miss Mu insists, then let's continue. Jiang Feng stood back opposite Mu Huijin. Mu Huijin coldly snorted just as she was about to strike. Her movements suddenly froze. Jiang Feng's body emanated a much more powerful and overwhelming aura of blood energy. A body refining realm warrior. The boy before her was actually an entry-level martial artist. Mu Huijin's eyes widened slightly. Could it be that he had also held back earlier? Beside them, Zhou Lai also wore a look of surprise. When did this kid break through? Could it be he intentionally hid his strength to astound everyone during the martial arts exam? The training room fell into silence once again. Mu Huijin stood still for a good 10 seconds before turning to grab her backpack from the ground. I've thought it over, and it's better to call it a day. She set her back to the two, her voice feigning calmness. I'm not in good shape, and if you win it wouldn't be a fair victory. Let's have a match again when I'm in better condition. Having said that, without waiting for a response from the two, Mu Huijin strode towards the door without looking back. Seeing her somewhat guilty retreating figure, Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't expose her, but calmly said, All right, then we will wait for next time. Mu Huijin did not respond, and only the sound of the alloy door closing was heard. Zhou Lai walked over to Jiang Feng, his eyes filled with admiration. Good job. When did you break through? That last move was at least a top-tier martial art of the yellow grade, right? Jiang Feng smiled. After all, the martial arts exam is coming up. I had to keep something in reserve. Zhou Lai gave him a thumbs up, just as he guessed. He genuinely felt happy for Jiang Feng, saying, An 18-year-old first-rank martial artist, you're the first in Jiang City in nearly a decade. If all goes well, you will undoubtedly be this year's top scholar in the Jiang City martial arts exam. Jiang Feng smiled and shook his head. I'll do my best. He then changed the subject. Master, I don't need the double salary, but can I borrow the training room on the 3rd floor? I just broke through not long ago, and I need to consolidate my realm. It's just that the work this afternoon. Zhou Lai waved his hand, laughing. Don't say such foolish things. You deserve your salary. You can use the training room as you please. After you handle that lady, your work for this afternoon is considered done. No need to worry. Then thank you, master. Jiang Feng didn't act coy and nodded in gratitude. He indeed needed the resources needed to cultivate the indestructible body would cost a rough estimate of no less than After bidding farewell to Zhou Lai, Jiang Feng made his way to the third floor training room alone. After entering the password, the electronic door opened automatically. The entire room was covered with spiritual networks that glimmered with faint fluorescence. This was a basic gathering spirit formation that Zhou Lai had spent millions to have a formation master inscribe. Within it, the concentration of spiritual energy was 10 times that of the outside world. It greatly benefited both cultivation and breaking through realms. Jiang Feng entered the room, and the door closed automatically, the spiritual energy becoming even denser. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged at the center of the formation. With a thought, a bottle of crimson liquid appeared in his hand. It was the top-grade blood-burning potion rewarded by the system. He had already broken through to the body-refining realm and no longer needed this potion to assist in breaking through. However, the vast blood energy contained in the top-grade blood-burning potion was essential for cultivating the indestructible body. Without wasting any time, Jiang Feng pulled out the cork and downed the entire bottle of potion. As the potion went down his throat, it transformed into a scorching current that flowed into his dantian. Immediately, this current exploded in his dantian, surging towards his limbs and bones. An indescribable burning sensation engulfed his entire body. Jiang Feng endured the discomfort and began to operate the indestructible body. With a complete understanding at hand, he felt no sense of awkwardness as the surging blood energy that was like unrooted floating weeds began to circulate in an orderly manner within his body. The surrounding spiritual networks lit up and spiritual energy began to converge wildly around Jiang Feng. His body started to undergo visible changes at an astonishing speed. His bones emitted a series of cracking sounds, and both density and hardness were significantly enhanced. His skin became tighter and tougher, faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen. His muscles became more defined, exuding explosive power. 2 hours later, Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air that formed a white arrow in the air. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and smiled with satisfaction. The indestructible body had successfully reached the minor completion stage. His cultivation had also successfully broken through to the second level of the body refining realm. Jiang Feng's aura had shifted slightly. It was no longer just calm and reserved, but now bore a sense of unyielding weight. He extended his finger and gently pressed against the alloy floor. Crack! The ground immediately responded with the sound of being unable to bear the weight. Jiang Feng quickly withdrew his hand, a flash of brilliance passing through his eyes. Such strong physical power. Now, even without any martial arts, he could easily crush an ordinary second-level body, refining warrior relying solely on his physical strength. If combined with Thunderstrike and Flowing Cloud movement, he should be able to contend with any fifth-level body refining warrior. Of course, this was just his assumption. The reality would have to be tested. After exiting the training room, Jiang Feng returned to the first floor. Just as he changed his clothes and stepped out of the room, his phone vibrated. It was a notification from the bank. Deposit 10800 yuan. The martial arts school was considerate of Jiang Feng. His salary was settled in cash at the end of each day. But an extra 10,000. Jiang Feng's expression turned to one of surprise. At that moment, Zhou Lai walked over with a smile. Jiang Feng, the money has arrived, right? That 800 is your salary for today. The rest is just a little personal gesture from me. Jiang Feng slightly bowed. Thank you, master. Zhou Lai waved his hand, saying, for the next few days, feel free to use the training room at the martial arts school. Work is temporarily on hold, and your salary will still be issued. Without waiting for Jiang Feng to respond, Zhou Lai continued, don't think you're taking advantage. If a top martial scholar emerges from my Laiwen martial arts school, the profit is mine. Good luck. Zhou Lai patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and turned to leave. Jiang Feng watched Zhou Lai's retreating figure, saying nothing more, simply remembering this kindness. Meanwhile, Mu Huijin had returned home. She casually tossed her bag on the floor, used the remote to turn on the television, and then sat down beside the sofa. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes, and the images from earlier at the Laiwen martial arts school unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Her pretty face began to blush visibly. Oh. Mu Huijin flopped onto the sofa, burying her head in the cushion. So embarrassing. What's so embarrassing? A surprised voice came from the second floor of the villa. Mu Huijin threw off the cushion from her head, flipped over, and angrily looked at the elegant man standing at the railing on the second floor. Dad. We were deceived by Grandpa Wang. Let's go. The elegant man looked increasingly puzzled. What do you mean? Mu Huijin sat up from the sofa, crossing her arms again, still looking angry. Didn't Grandpa Wang say there are no geniuses in Jiang City this year? That's why he asked me to come and help maintain the scene, so it wouldn't be too embarrassing on the surface. Right? The elegant man nodded. Didn't you agree, eh? Mu Huijin's face was filled with grievance, but there are clearly geniuses in Jiang City. And they're even stronger than me. Oh. A refined man smiled, leaping down directly from the second floor to sit opposite his daughter. Elaborate. Dad. Mu Huijin stared wide-eyed like a cat, whose fur had bristled in alarm. The refined man's smile gradually faded. Huijin, based on my understanding of Elder Wang, he would never jest about something like this. The refined man was named Yang Qingyun, a peerless 8th-rank sky-soaring realm cultivator, and the marital son-in-law of the prestigious Mu clan of Dong Province. Elder Wang, whom he referenced, was Wang Zhun, a 7th-rank golden body realm master at the apex of his cultivation, and also the governor of Jiang City. Yang Qingyun spoke with solemn earnestness. If you truly wish not to remain in Jiang City, say so plainly, but do not lie. Mu Huijin grew flustered and sprang up from the sofa. Dad, I'm telling the truth, no lies. She glared at Yang Qingyun. Losing to Jiang Feng had already been humiliating enough. Now even her own father refused to believe her. Yang Qingyun raised a hand, gesturing for her to sit. His tone softened. Have you ever considered why I insisted you transfer your academic registration to Jiang City? Mu Huijin turned her face away. Yang Qingyun continued. Our family has received intelligence. Before the standard martial examination, an additional special martial examination will be held. Voluntary enrollment will be followed by city-level screening and selection, then provincial-level contests culminating in a nationwide assembly of prodigies. Layer upon layer of rigorous evaluation. Mu Huijin's ears twitched slightly, though she still refused to turn back. And those who pass the final assessment will gain entry into Longhua's newest elite martial institution. Their both martial resources and faculty expertise far surpass even today's most prestigious martial academies. Mu Huijin could no longer resist. She finally turned to face him. Yang Qingyun gazed at her, voice grave. But this is merely the first step. Only by entering this institution may one vie for an even greater opportunity. What it entails I cannot yet disclose, but should you miss it you will regret it for the rest of your life. Your mother knows this too, otherwise given her temperament would she have allowed you to accompany me here? Mu Huijin froze. She rarely saw her father so solemn. Yang Qingyun sighed softly. My pledge to Elder Wang stems not only from past camaraderie, but from my deepest concern for you. Here the competitive pressure is far gentler. At least during the initial screening you will absolutely not be eliminated. Yet if you remained in Dong Province, Xiaojin, you know better than I do the caliber of those monsters in the provincial capital. Mu Huijin fell silent. Of course she knew. In the provincial capital there were prodigies who attained ranked martial status at 15, there were freaks who had cultivated martial intent, the elusive martial momentum, and others who while still at first rank mastered arcane martial arts far beyond their level. Though she ranked among the elite in the provincial capital, she remained markedly inferior to its absolute vanguard. Jiang City, however, was different. Here she was the undisputed pinnacle. Certainly so, at least until today. But I truly did not lie. Mu Huijin steered the conversation back, her expression woefully indignant. His name is Jiang Feng, the top-ranked student at Jiang City now. One high school. Dad, if you don't believe me, call Grandpa Wang right now and ask him, does Jiang City know? One high school have a student named Jiang Feng. Seeing his daughter's unwavering certainty, Yang Qingyun furrowed his brow and pulled out his phone. The call connected swiftly. Elder Wang, it's me, Yang Qingyun. A robust voice answered from the other end. Qingyun, are you settling in well in Jiang City? Yang Qingyun smiled faintly. Jiang City is my hometown. I feel perfectly at ease here. Elder Wang, I'd like to inquire about someone. Does Jiang City know? One high school have a student named Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng. Elder Wang paused, momentarily taken aback. Yes, he's the top student at Jiang City now. One high school. Remarkable talent. What's the matter? Yang Qingyun glanced at his daughter. Nothing serious. Huijin just told me she fought him and lost. Elder Wang chuckled, incredulous. That's impossible. Last month I inspected Jiang City now. One high school myself. Jiang Feng had only just broken through to 9th rank martial disciple. Even with extraordinary growth, he couldn't possibly defeat Xiaojin within a single month. Yang Qingyun nodded. Understood. He ended the call and looked at Mu Huijin. Is there anything else you wish? Mu Huijin blurted out, agitated. Grandpa Wang must have been deceived by him. Just then a piercing alarm shrieked from the living room television, followed instantly by an urgent local news bulletin. Emergency broadcast. A level 1 ferocious beast, steel-backed gorilla, has escaped its enclosure at Jiang City's South District Beast Park and breached experimental No. 2 elementary school. Residents nearby must evacuate immediately. All ranked martial practitioners in the vicinity are urged to respond immediately. Repeat. On screen the school gate lay shattered, guttural roars and children's terrified cries wove together in chilling dissonance. Mu Huijin's face paled. Dad. Yang Qingyun vanished in a blur, reappearing instantly at the villa's entrance. Stay indoors, do not wander off. Before the words fully faded, he shot skyward like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng stood across the street from Experimental No. 2 Elementary School, eyes narrowed as he surveyed the cordoned-off campus. He had come to pick up his younger brother Jiang Hao. Outside the cordon, a crowd gathered, curious onlookers murmuring amongst themselves. A level 1 ferocious beast. How on earth did it escape the beast park? They say most children evacuated, but one entire class remains trapped inside the teaching building. Tragic beyond words. City defense troops have entered, but their conventional weaponry stands no chance against a ranked ferocious beast. We'll need martial association cultivators before we can mount a real rescue. By the time they arrive, it'll all be over. This thing devours people. Jiang Feng's heart plummeted as the surrounding chatter washed over him. He scanned the crowd. No sign of his brother. Then a little girl with twin braids burst through the throng, tears streaming down her cheeks. Brother Jiang. Jiang Hao is still inside. He stayed behind to retrieve my school bag, and didn't make it out in time. The girl was Lin Mingming, Jiang Hao's classmate and frequent playmate. Jiang Feng knelt beside her. Mingming, don't be afraid. Tell brother where they're trapped. Through sobs, Lin Mingming whispered, 3rd floor, the classroom at the very end. Jiang Feng blurred forward, like a sudden gale, racing straight for the school gates. Hey, student, what are you doing? A city defense soldier lunged to block him, but caught only a fading afterimage. By then 2 martial cultivators had already gathered at the teaching building's entrance. One was Jiang Feng, the squad leader of the city defense troops at 1st rank body tempering realm. The other was Li Wei, a wandering cultivator who happened to be passing by, slightly stronger, but still only at 2nd rank body tempering realm. Both men listened to the monstrous roars echoing from within the building, and their expressions darkened. Li Wei grimaced, Captain Zhang, what do we do? That steelback gorilla is at least 5th rank body tempering realm. Brute strength, unparalleled hide, like reinforced steel. Even combined, we stand no chance against it. Jiang Feng clenched his teeth. No choice. We have dozens of children inside. If we don't go in there, just as they steeled themselves to charge and a figure streaked past them, vanishing up the stairwell. Spotting Jiang Feng's school uniform, the 2 shouted in unison. Hey, stop! But Jiang Feng had already disappeared around the corridor's bend. Li Wei cursed under his breath. Damn fool. Just making things worse. A student. He's signing his own death warrant. Jiang Feng's voice hardened. Move. Follow him. Now. On the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Bang. 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 The heavy impact reverberated continuously, causing the entire building to shake. In the classroom, more than 30 children huddled in the corner, their faces pale, with fear desperately covering their mouths, their shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The head teacher Li Kong stood at the front, facing away from the children, bracing himself against the deformed classroom door. Don't be afraid, students. The city guards and the Martial Arts Association's experts will be here soon. Just hold on a little longer. Li Kong was also very scared. He was just an ordinary cultural teacher, not even a martial apprentice. Yet he still tried to maintain his composure. He was a teacher, an adult, a pillar of support for the children. In the corner, a little boy in a blue school uniform spoke up. What Teacher Li said is right. My brother also said that in times of crisis we must not panic. The boy resembled Jiang Feng to some extent. He was Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao tried hard to mimic his brother's demeanor, straightening his small frame. Jiang Hao, your brother, it's so annoying. A chubby boy nearby cried out, can your brother really fly over to save you? What time is it now, still talking about useless things? We're all going to die here. As he cried, it seemed to flip a switch. The previously restrained children began to cry as well. Teacher Li gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Students, listen to me. When that door is broken down, you must run from the back door down the stairs, and do not look. I will hold it off here to buy you time. The children were stunned, and their cries abruptly stopped. Li Kong forced a smile, and was about to say something. Creak. A sharp cracking sound echoed. Li Kong was thrown back. A massive hole was smashed into the classroom door, and a gigantic fist covered in black steel hair reached in, wildly swinging. Soon after, more cracks spread. Roar. The massive head of the steel-backed gorilla pressed against the window, its crimson eyes fixed on the humans in the classroom, emitting an excited roar. It could have broken into the classroom long ago, but it preferred to watch the expressions of fear and despair on its prey. As that terrifying face appeared, the classroom was instantly filled with screams of terror. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng dashed like lightning, quickly rushing up to the 3rd floor. Jiang Feng and Li Wei followed closely behind. Damn it! Why is this kid so fast? Li Wei cursed while running. Just as they turned the corner of the 3rd floor hallway, they saw the steel-backed gorilla almost breaking into the classroom. Oh no! We have to stop this beast. There's no time to hesitate, just go for it. Their expressions changed drastically, and they no longer cared about Jiang Feng. But Jiang Feng was faster than them. With a single step, he was already behind the steel-backed gorilla. Kid, are you crazy? Come back. Jiang Feng was horrified and could not stop him in time. The steel-backed gorilla sensed someone approaching from behind, abruptly turning its head, its crimson eyes flashing with ferocity. In the next moment it abandoned the door and swung its massive hand like a fan, fiercely slapping down towards Jiang Feng. A terrifying pressure surged. The entire floor seemed to tremble. Jiang Feng's gaze was calm. He did not dodge or evade, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Bang! A dull sound followed. Jiang Feng's upper body was half embedded in the wall. It's hopeless. Li Wei shook his head. Jiang Feng sighed, as well, then tightened his grip on his knife. It's our turn. Just as the two were preparing to rush in recklessly, Jiang Feng slowly extricated himself from the wall. Jiang Feng and Li Wei stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with astonishment. He survived. That kid isn't hurt at all. Nearby, Jiang Feng rubbed his sore neck, secretly praying. As expected of the Xing class martial arts, even at a minor completion stage it possesses such terrifying defensive power. That last strike, if it had been the old him, he would have been severely injured or worse. But now, aside from a slight numbness in his arm, he had suffered no substantial injuries. Moreover, Jiang Feng could clearly feel that while the steel-backed gorilla's strength was formidable, the gap between them was not that large. Jiang Feng looked up at the beast before him. Is that all the strength you have? Haven't you eaten? Just then a system prompt flashed through Jiang Feng's mind. Ding! Detected the conspiracy of a mysterious enemy. Villain information: an unknown mysterious enemy deliberately released a ferocious beast and trapped the host, brother Jiang Hao, in the classroom, setting up a fatal trap to draw the host over, intending to eliminate the host using the beast. Quest triggered: survive against all odds. Quest objective: survive for 10 minutes under the pursuit of the steel-backed gorilla until rescue arrives. Quest difficulty level B. Quest hint: the strength of the steel-backed gorilla is comparable to a 5th-tier martial artist in the body refinement realm. It has tough skin and immense strength. The host must utilize the terrain to evade and must not confront it head-on. Jiang Feng was too lazy to bother with this incompetent system. Through the shattered window, he saw his brother's figure in the crowd, his anxious heart finally settling. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze and looked back at the steel-backed gorilla. The gorilla did not continue its assault. Its crimson eyes flashed with a hint of human-like bewilderment. It did not understand why this tiny human could withstand its strike unharmed. Roar! The steel-backed gorilla pounded its chest, roaring, swinging its arms, and attacked Jiang Feng again. Jiang Feng's eyes grew cold. You're done attacking, now it's my turn. Before his words fell, Jiang Feng slightly bent his knees, and then suddenly straightened up. His whole body shot forward like an arrow, evading the steel-backed gorilla's attack, while suddenly leaping into the air. At that moment, the indestructible body was pushed to its limit by Jiang Feng. He gathered all his strength into his right fist. Get lost! Jiang Feng shouted angrily, his fist carrying a ripping sound as it smashed hard into the steel-backed gorilla's face. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The steel-backed gorilla's massive body was actually sent flying by this punch, flipping over the corridor railing and falling from the 3rd floor. Boom! The ground was smashed into a huge pit, dust rising everywhere. Jiang Feng leaped down, following suit. In the corridor, Jiang Feng and Li Wei remained in a stance with their knives drawn, staring blankly at the empty corridor, their minds blank. Li Wei swallowed hard, his voice dry. Jiang, did I just imagine that? Or are the martial arts students these days really that fierce? Jiang Feng came back to his senses, suppressing the shock in his heart, and quickly ran towards the classroom. Stop talking nonsense. Saving people is the priority. Inside the classroom, Li Kong was already prepared for sacrifice. The children were too frightened to open their eyes. However, in just a moment, the terrifying beast disappeared outside the classroom. Due to the angle, Li Kong did not see Jiang Feng make a move. He only saw the steel-backed gorilla as if it had been struck by something and flew away. But one person saw it. My brother. It's my brother. He came to rescue me. Jiang Hao's face flushed with pride. The children slowly opened their eyes. Realizing the beast was gone, they instantly felt joy. However, no one took Jiang Hao's words seriously. You just keep bragging. The chubby boy wiped his tears and disdainfully said, your brother isn't even a lower-tier martial artist. How could he possibly defeat that beast? It must have been a strong warrior from the Martial Arts Association who came. Exactly. Jiang Hao stopped bragging. The other children echoed. It really is my brother. Jiang Hao was extremely anxious. At that moment, Jiang Feng and Li Wei kicked open the already unstable door and appeared at the entrance. Classmates, quick, hurry and evacuate. The chubby boy looked at Jiang Hao with pride. You see, I told you. It's definitely not your brother. These two warrior uncles saved us. Li Kong organized the students to evacuate while expressing gratitude to Jiang Feng and the others. Thank you, sirs. Thank you for saving the children. No. Jiang Feng waved his hands repeatedly, a faint bitter smile on his face. We don't have that ability. Teacher Li was stunned. If it wasn't these two, who else could it be? Li Wei explained. It was a student wearing the uniform of Jiangxing No, one high school, who just punched the beast down from the 3rd floor and is now holding it back below. It's my brother. My brother Jiang Feng, the top student of Jiangxing now. One high school. Alright, little friend, stop making a fuss. Jiang Feng urged. Time is tight, everyone hurry and follow us. Teacher Li also quickly called out. Students line up and follow your teacher, don't run around. Soon a group of people hurriedly ran out of the teaching building under the escort of Jiang Feng and Li Wei. Suddenly, roar! An angry roar echoed. The children instinctively covered their ears and turned to look. They saw the steel-backed gorilla charging towards them. In an instant it was right in front of them. The steel-backed gorilla opened its bloody mouth and stretched out its arms ready to smash down on the crowd. Help! The children screamed in terror, huddling down with their heads covered. Although Li Kong was frightened and trembling, he instinctively shielded the children behind him. Jiang Feng and Li Wei quickly raised their weapons in front of the crowd. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the steel-backed gorilla, both men trembled with fear. Indeed, they could not possibly be a match for this terrifying beast. At that moment, a single thought remained in their minds. We are going to die, aren't we? At a critical moment, a cold voice sounded from behind the steel-backed gorilla. Where do you think you're going? The gorilla's movement suddenly froze, a flicker of human-like panic flashing in its crimson eyes. In the next moment, Jiang Feng appeared behind the steel-backed gorilla, reaching out to grab the steel hair on its neck. Before the steel-backed gorilla could react, Jiang Feng exerted force from his waist and abdomen, employing his perfected foundational stance, his body akin to a mountain plummeting. Boom! The several-ton beast was thrown over Jiang Feng's shoulder and slammed hard onto the concrete floor. The ground cracked loudly, and the earth trembled. Everyone was dumbfounded, even the children's cries ceased. Li Wei instinctively muttered, "Is this real? It must be a beast clad in human skin." Jiang Hao shouted excitedly, "It's my brother. I told you I wasn't mistaken." The chubby boy who had just mocked Jiang Hao for bragging was rendered speechless at this moment. The other children looked at Jiang Feng in admiration. He really is Jiang Hao's brother. In the past, Jiang Hao always bragged about his brother. Turns out he wasn't lying. I'm so envious of Jiang Hao. I also want such a powerful brother. Jiang Feng nodded at Jiang Hao, and then turned to Jiang Feng. "Excuse me, may I borrow your blade?" Oh, sure." Jiang Feng quickly drew the standard long knife from his waist, and tossed it to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng reached out to catch it, waving his hand. "You all go first." After speaking, Jiang Feng strode towards the steel-backed gorilla, which was already struggling to rise from the pit. "Go. If we stay here it will distract him." Jiang Feng led everyone to evacuate quickly. The steel-backed gorilla was now completely insane, panting heavily, muscles tensed, its crimson eyes fixed on Jiang Feng, exuding a fierce aura. Jiang Feng held the long knife, his gaze increasingly calm. "It's time to end this." Before his words fell, the steel-backed gorilla roared and pounced at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng stepped forward instead of retreating, with his internal energy and blood rapidly circulating. Thunderclap slash. Jiang Feng raised the long knife high. A dazzling blade light burst through the air, accompanied by the sound of thunder, and struck down toward the steel-backed. Sizzle. Blood splattered. The ferocious head of the steel-backed gorilla dropped to the ground, rolling far away. Its massive body crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay still. Jiang Feng casually shook the blood off the knife. Indeed, the sword technique must be executed with a sword. Ding! The host is truly favored by the god of fortune. The powerful beast suddenly fell ill, and was slain by the host's lucky chance. No wonder the system chose this person as the chosen one. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, escaping from death. Task completion, level S rank. Rewards 1. Realm 5-2. High quality treasure, thunder pattern blade stored in system space. Purchase information completed. Jiang Feng's eyes twitched. What does it mean to pick up a bargain? This system just won't end. In the next moment, a familiar warmth surged through his body, and Jiang Feng's cultivation smoothly broke through to the third layer of body refinement. Before he could rejoice in his realm's elevation, Jiang Feng suddenly lifted his head. He saw a refined figure standing in midair like a celestial being. Skyward realm. Jiang Feng's heart was shaken. Riding the wind and standing on air. This is the mark of an 8th grade martial artist. When did Jiangxing produce an 8th grade grandmaster? Yang Qingjian's gaze shifted between the beast's corpse and Jiang Feng, his heart equally filled with shock. This young man before him looked no older than 20. Second layer of body refinement. He comprehended the momentum of martial arts, and has a physique comparable to the 5th layer of body refinement. Compared to those little monsters from the eastern province, he's certainly not inferior. Is there such a prodigy in Jiangxing? Noticing Yang Qingjian's gaze, Jiang Feng clasped his hands in salute. "I am Jiang Feng. Greetings, Grandmaster." Jiang Feng. Yang Qingyan frowned. This name feels somewhat familiar. His gaze fell on the uniform Jiang Feng was wearing. In an instant, Jiang Feng's mind flashed with the image of Mu Huaiqin. Behind her stood an 8th-rank Grandmaster. No wonder the curator, a mere 3rd-rank warrior, treated such a young girl with such courtesy. Jiang Feng clasped his hands and said, I merely got lucky and won a single move against Miss Mu. There's no talk of victory or defeat. Yang Qingyun chuckled, realizing the boy had misunderstood. He waved his hand saying, "Rest assured, I am not here to cause you trouble. I came over after seeing the news report about a fierce beast injuring people just to take a look." Yang Qingyun descended from the sky and pointed to the corpse of the fierce beast nearby. "Since this beast was killed by you, it is your trophy. The most valuable part of a fierce beast is the beast essence core. You should be aware of this, right?" Jiang Feng nodded. The beast essence core is the energy core condensed within a first-rank fierce beast containing the essence of its lifelong accumulation of spiritual energy, which is quite valuable. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng expressed his gratitude and used his knife to extract the beast essence core from the steelback gorilla. The crystal core was about the size of a walnut, dark red, all over emanating a faint heat. After cleaning the crystal core, Jiang Feng put it into his pocket. He once again clasped his hands towards Yang Qingyun, saying, "Grandmaster, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave now." Yang Qingyun waved his hand. "Go ahead." Jiang Feng turned and left. Yang Qingyun stood in place, watching Jiang Feng's departing figure, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. His daughter actually didn't lie. But why would old Wang lie? Yang Qingyun frowned, slightly lost in thought. After a moment, he seemed to come to an understanding, his brow gradually easing. "So that's it. It seems old Wang has significant plans." This newly established special martial arts examination would gather the nation's prodigies with layers of selection. Some students from large provinces would head to various remote cities aiming to pass the preliminary selection. Thus, some true dragons from these cities might be selected by their provinces ahead of time. Old Wang probably intends to have Huaiqin attract attention on the surface, becoming the focus of various parties, thereby concealing the true trump card. A clever ploy of feigning an open path, while secretly moving through a hidden one. Yang Qingyun chuckled and shook his head. If it were someone else being used this way, they would feel quite displeased. But since he had brought his daughter back to Jiang City, he had his own motives and didn't feel angry. Very well. Since old Wang wants to hide, I will help him keep the secret. Yang Qingyun withdrew his gaze and looked at the corpse of the fierce beast on the ground. Let this incident rest on his shoulders for now. On the other side, Jiang Feng exited the school gate, and not seeing Jiang Feng, handed the knife to a city guard soldier for him to deliver before leaving with his younger brother. Along the way, Jiang Hao chattered non-stop. Jiang Feng paid him no mind, his thoughts consumed by two words. Having witnessed the power of the indestructible body, Jiang Feng eagerly anticipated the effects of perfecting this body tempering technique. Upon returning to the community, Jiang Feng raised a hand to press down on his younger brother's head. Jiang Hao looked up. "Brother, what's wrong?" Jiang Feng whispered, "Don't let mom and dad know about today's events. Both parents are ordinary people. Once they find out, they will only worry, nothing else." Jiang Hao replied with an "oh." Though he didn't understand, he did what his brother said. Upon arriving home, as soon as he opened the door, Jiang Hao exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, are you going out?" In the living room, Father Jiang Jiangguo and Mother Chen Xiulan were both sitting on the sofa, dressed in their decent clothes that they only wore on important occasions. Father's hair was neatly combed, and Mother had rarely put on makeup. Jiang Jiangguo stood up with a smile and said, "Your second uncle is back from the provincial city, and he's treating us tonight. Our family is going out to eat." Jiang Feng suddenly realized. His father had three brothers. His father Jiang Jiangguo was the eldest, and like his third uncle Jiang Jianya, neither had any martial talent. The second uncle Jiang Jianjun was the only one among the three brothers with martial talent, though not exceptional. He got into a second-tier martial arts university, stayed in the provincial city after graduation, and married a local wife, having a son. Jiang Hao curiously asked, "Why did the second uncle suddenly come back?" Jiang Jiangguo explained, "Your cousin's student registration has been transferred to Jiang City. Your second uncle said that the competition pressure is smaller here, allowing your cousin to participate in the martial arts examination." Jiang Feng nodded, not asking more. After a brief tidying up, the family went out, took a car, and headed to the reserved hotel. Just as they arrived at the hotel entrance, they ran into the third uncle's family. The third uncle was tall and thin, wearing black-rimmed glasses, working at a logistics company. Aunt Lin Fong was just like him, an ordinary working-class person. Behind them were a pair of twins, Jiang Shui and Jiang Yu. At 16 years old, neither had martial talent and were studying in their second year at Jiang City's ordinary high school. The two younger cousins were close to Jiang Feng. "Brother." The sisters ran up to Jiang Feng as soon as they saw him. "Brother, you've gotten even more handsome. Brother, I heard that your school is holding special training recently. Is it exhausting?" Jiang Feng smiled and nodded at the two. As the eldest son of this generation in the family, combined with his identity as a martial arts genius, Jiang Feng held a high status among the younger generation. His younger brother Jiang Hao admired him, and so did the two younger cousins. The group chatted and laughed as they entered the hotel private room. The second uncle's family of three had already arrived. Eldest brother, third brother. Seeing his brothers enter, Jiang Jianjun smiled and eagerly stepped forward, hugging each one. Aunt Jo-min was seated at the main spot wearing a camel-colored cashmere coat, her face adorned with a polite smile, making no moves, her eyes showing a hint of detachment. Cousin Jiang Chun lounged with his legs crossed looking down at his phone. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Chun raised his head and scanned the room. Upon seeing Jiang Jiangwo's family, he slightly nodded as a greeting. However, when his gaze swept over the third uncle's family, it was as if he saw air, and he resumed looking down at his phone. The smile on the third uncle's face stiffened. Aunt Lin Feng also felt somewhat awkward. Jiang Feng observed this, but said nothing. Aunt Jo-min's family had some influence in the provincial city, and always looked down on their impoverished relatives in Jiang City. Jiang Chun, having been influenced since childhood, naturally developed an attitude of superiority. Their family was fine, but the third uncle's family had no one with martial talent, so they were treated like air. Quickly sit down. Jiang Jianjun warmly welcomed everyone. I've already ordered the dishes, they'll be served shortly. Aunt Jo-min lifted her chin, pointing to the empty seat next to Jiang Chun, and said to Jiang Feng, Jiang Feng, you sit here. You two brothers are both martial artists, so you'll have common topics to discuss. Jiang Chun also put down his phone and looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng shook his head. No need, and I'm fine sitting here. Saying this, he walked to the opposite side and sat in a corner. Then he waved to Jiang Shui and Jiang Yu, come sit next to your brother. Jiang Shui and Jiang Yu, initially a bit shy, immediately ran over happily and sat on either side of Jiang Feng. The expressions of the third uncle and aunt improved a bit. Aunt Jo-min frowned slightly. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, but he said nothing, merely picking up his phone again. The atmosphere in the private room noticeably cooled. Jiang Jianjun hurriedly smiled to lighten the mood. What are you all standing there for? Sit down. Everyone promptly took their seats. During the meal, the adults chatted about recent events. Jiang Jianjun poured a glass of wine for the eldest brother and the third brother, expressing, the main reason for coming back this time is for Xiao Qin's martial arts examination. The competition in the provincial city is too fierce. Although Xiao Qin's grades are decent, it's difficult for him to stand out. Moving to Jiang City will ease the pressure significantly. Looking at Jiang Feng, he smiled. Xiao Feng, you are the top of the first year in your school. Please take care of Xiao Chun after he transfers. If there's anything, keep an eye on him for your second uncle. Jiang Feng nodded. Rest assured, second uncle. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen coldly interjected, no need. If it weren't for that special examination, I wouldn't come to this lousy place. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table changed their expressions. Jiang Jiangguo and Chun Xiulan looked embarrassed, while the third uncle and aunt bowed their heads. Jiang Jianjun's expression darkened, and he sternly chastised Jiang Chun. How can you speak like that? Jiang Chun put down his phone, his face full of impatience. This lousy place has nothing. The concentration of spiritual energy is less than a third of the provincial city, and there isn't even a decent martial arts school on the streets. Shut up. Jiang Jianjun slammed the table. Aunt Jo-min stood up coldly, saying, Jiang Jianjun, why are you yelling? Where did Xiao Chen say anything wrong? It is indeed a lousy place, and can a person say that? Finishing, she grabbed her bag from the chair, pulling Jiang Chun as she headed for the exit. Let's go, Xiao Chen, Mom, we'll take you back to the hotel. Jo-min. Jiang Jianjun's face turned pale. But Jo-min paid him no mind, leaving without looking back. The private room door was slammed shut with a heavy thud. Jiang Jianjun stood there, his face shifting between green and white, finally, sitting down slowly, his voice hoarse. Eldest brother, third brother. I'm sorry. Jiang Jiangguo patted his shoulder, saying nothing, just pouring him another glass of wine. The third uncle quickly raised his glass. Second brother, don't take it to heart. We are all family, there's no need for apologies. Jiang Jianjun tilted his head, pouring the wine into his mouth, his expression finally easing a bit. He looked at Jiang Feng, his eyes filled with regret and expectation. Xiao Feng, your second uncle invited everyone to dinner today, partly to gather together, and partly to tell you something. Jiang Feng's expression grew serious as he set down his chopsticks. Second uncle, please speak. Jiang Jianjun lowered his voice, his tone solemn. Your second aunt's family received news from a significant figure that before this regular martial arts examination, there will be a special martial arts examination. It will filter candidates at the city, provincial, and national levels. As long as you can get selected, the worst case will be starting at a top martial arts university. Recently, your school should also receive a notification and send out registration forms. Although this special martial arts examination may carry certain risks, if you have confidence in yourself, you absolutely should not miss it. Jiang Feng's heart stirred. A special martial arts examination. The news brought back by his second uncle should not be false. I understand, thank you, second uncle. No need to say thanks. Jiang Jianjun waved his hand, a hint of bitterness showing on his face. The reason I brought Xiao Chen back this time is also out of necessity. There are too many prodigies in the provincial city. With Xiao Chen's strength, he probably wouldn't even pass the first round of selection. Jiang City may be small, but at least, there's still a chance. He paused, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and sliding it across the table to Jiang Jiangguo. Eldest brother, this card has 200,000 in it. The password is my birthday. Jiang Jiangwo was taken aback and quickly pushed it back. Jianjun, what are you doing? Jiang Jianjun pressed his hand down his tone, leaving no room for refusal. Eldest brother, listen to me. The last few days are the most critical time. We absolutely cannot spare expenses. Consider this money as me lending it to you. Once Xiao Feng becomes successful, just pay me back then. Jiang Jiangwo opened his mouth looking at Jiang Feng. Chen Xiulan also looked at her son. In this family for big matters, Jiang Feng had always called the shots. Jiang Feng was silent for a moment before nodding. He indeed needed the money and had the confidence to repay it. Only then did Jiang Jiangwo take the bank card and solemnly put it in his pocket. Jiang Jianjun then looked at the third brother, smiling. Third brother, I've also prepared a gift for your family. Today isn't convenient. I'll personally deliver it another day. The third uncle quickly waved his hand. Second brother, you're being too polite. It's only right. Jiang Jianjun interrupted him, his tone sincere. We are all brothers, there's no need to be so formal. This meal lasted for over half an hour. During the meal, Jiang Jianjun had drunk quite a bit of wine. The three brothers helped each other out as they left the hotel and bid farewell at the entrance. Jiang Jiangwo called for a designated driver first, sending the third uncle's family off. Jiang Shui and Jiang Yu poked their heads out of the car window, waving at Jiang Feng. Goodbye, uncle, and aunt. Goodbye, Xiao Hao. Goodbye, brother. Jiang Feng smiled and waved back at them. After watching the third uncle's family leave, Jiang Jianjun was also picked up by the driver sent by Zhou Min. Before leaving, he patted Jiang Feng's shoulder heavily, as if he had many things he wanted to say. But in the end, he only sighed and turned to get into the car. At the hotel entrance, only Jiang Feng's family of four remained. Jiang Hao suddenly sighed dramatically. Second uncle has it tough too. Ooh, I definitely won't marry a wife like second aunt in the future. Jiang Jiangwo raised his hand and gave him a light smack. What nonsense are you talking? Jiang Hao covered his head, dodging behind Jiang Feng, still mumbling, it's true. Jiang Feng laughed and shook his head. Jiang Jiangwo looked at Jiang Feng, falling silent for a moment, then softly said, Xiao Feng, your second uncle treats you rather well. Jiang Feng nodded. I know, I can tell the difference. Second aunt is second aunt, and second uncle is second uncle. Although second uncle has been in the provincial city for years, he has never forgotten his brothers back home, during holidays occasionally sending back cultivation resources. This sentiment he had always kept in mind. Jiang Jiangwo sighed, pulling out 2 bank cards from his pocket and handing them to Jiang Feng. One was the 200,000 from earlier, and the other was secretly given by the third uncle. Your third uncle also gave you 20,000. Jiang Jiangwo's voice was somewhat low. Your third uncle said he's an ordinary person and can't provide much help. He can only gather this little money for you, so don't think it's too little. The fact that this money was carried with them clearly showed it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Jiang Feng took the 2 bank cards, feeling their weight. Jiang Jiangwo hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Xiao Feng, if you achieve success in the future, you should help your third uncle's family a bit. Jiang Feng smiled. Don't worry, Dad, third uncle will always be my third uncle. Jiang Jiangwo smiled, patting his son's shoulder, saying nothing more. The family took a taxi back to the community. The night was deep. After washing up, the parents and younger brother returned to their rooms to rest. Jiang Feng returned to his own room and closed the door. His room was small, only about 10 square meters. There was a single bed, an old wardrobe, a desk, and the walls were plastered with various fierce beast illustrations and human meridian diagrams. Lying on the bed, Jiang Feng pondered over the news his second uncle had brought. Not limited to one city or province, but a duel of the nation's prodigies. Jiang Feng felt a strange excitement. With my current strength, how far can I go? Suddenly, as if recalling something, Jiang Feng quickly sat up. With a thought, a long knife appeared in his hand out of thin air. The blade was about 3 feet long, entirely black with silver patterns etched into it, as if bolts of lightning were solidified within. The end of the knife handle was embedded with a dark red beast core emitting a faint glow. The moment Jiang Feng grasped the handle, the silver patterns on the blade suddenly lit up. Arcs of electricity danced, creating a sizzling sound. This was the high-quality treasure weapon rewarded by the system, the Thunder Pattern Blade. In this world, weapons are divided into ordinary weapons, treasured weapons, spiritual weapons, and heavenly weapons. Ordinary weapons are forged from mundane iron, usable even by ordinary people. Treasured weapons are crafted by weaponsmiths, using special techniques, melding the cores of ferocious beasts with rare minerals, making them not only sharper and tougher, but also capable of drawing upon the warrior's internal chi and blood, enhancing their martial arts. Spiritual weapons are born from spiritual resonance, able to communicate with the wielder's heart, and often possess powerful special abilities. As for heavenly weapons, each heavenly weapon can be regarded as an independent sovereign-level powerhouse, and their rarity needs no further elaboration. The Thunder Pattern knife in Jiang Feng's hand, being a high-grade treasured weapon, can enhance the power of the Thunderclap Slash by at least 30%. A wonderful item. Jiang Feng played with it for a while before placing it by the bedside, preparing to rest. With the special martial arts examination approaching, he needed to seize the time. There were many things to do tomorrow. The next morning, Jiang Feng woke up early as usual. After breakfast, just as he was about to head out, his mother called him. Qin Xiulan took out a bank card from her apron pocket and handed it to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Mom, what is this? Take it. Qin Xiulan pressed the bank card into Jiang Feng's hand, her face adorned with a gentle smile. I discussed it with your dad. Since your second uncle said this special martial arts examination is a rare opportunity, our family cannot fall behind. This is all the family's savings. The password is your birthday, and there should be around 230,000. Jiang Feng's fingers tightened slightly. He knew about this money. His younger brother Jiang Hao had also shown martial arts talent. This money was intended for laying the foundation of his martial path. Chen Xiaolin's voice was gentle, tinged with guilt. With your talent, if you were born into one of those wealthy families, your achievements would surely be higher. Your dad and I are not capable, and we have put you through hardship these years. Just take this money without worry, don't be frugal. When your brother needs money, your dad and I will borrow. We will manage somehow. Jiang Feng fell silent for a moment, accepted the bank card, and then bent down to hug his mother. I am honored to be your child. Qin Xiulan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and patted Jiang Feng's back. This child. All right, hurry to school, don't be late. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, released his mother, and turned to walk out the door. He clenched the 3 bank cards in his pocket, his gaze becoming increasingly determined. Upon arriving at school, as soon as he entered the classroom, the homeroom teacher Wang Dekai walked in holding a stack of documents, his expression much more serious than usual. Everyone sit down. I have an important announcement. Once the students were seated, Wang Dekai spoke in a deep voice. The school has just received news that prior to the regular martial arts examination, the Ministry of Education and the Martial Arts Association will jointly hold a special martial arts examination scheduled for 5 days from now. At this announcement, the classroom erupted in commotion. Special martial arts examination. What is that? Why have we never heard of it before? Does passing it give extra points? Wang Dekai raised his hand to silence the crowd, signaling them to calm down. Everyone quiet down and let me finish. His expression serious. This special martial arts examination is completely different from the regular one. To put it simply, it gathers the nation's elite and conducts a tiered selection process. First at the municipal level, then at the provincial level, and finally, selecting the strongest batch of geniuses nationwide. As long as you pass the municipal level selection, the worst that can happen is being admitted to a top martial arts university. If you can make it to the end, you will gain martial arts resources and legacies beyond your imagination. The students' eyes lit up. However, Wang Dekai's next words doused their enthusiasm. But due to the extreme danger of this special martial arts examination, the school has discussed and decided to impose restrictions. Students below the 9th level of martial apprentice are not allowed to participate. The classroom erupted again. Not allowed to participate if below the 9th level of martial apprentice. How many people in our school can meet that standard? We might not even have 10 people. This threshold is too high. Wang Dekai ignored the complaints, scanning the room, and finally landing his gaze on Jiang Feng, his tone softening. Jiang Feng, do you want to participate? Jiang Feng nodded yes. Wang Dekai was not surprised. Come up and take the registration form. Additionally, all students filling out the registration form will be assembled into a new genius class. Before the special martial arts examination begins, you will need to temporarily leave class 7 and participate in the final training in the genius class. Besides our school students, there will also be some martial arts candidates from other big cities joining the genius class. Jiang Feng stood up and walked to the podium. Wang Dekai handed over the registration form and pen. Jiang Feng quickly filled it out. Wang Dekai smiled. Take the registration form directly to the principal's office. Someone there will take you to the genius class. Wang Dekai patted Jiang Feng's shoulder, his eyes filled with expectations and blessings. Jiang Feng turned to look. His classmates were all staring at him, their eyes full of reluctance. Jiang Feng looked at Wang Dekai. Teacher Wang, I leave the final days to you. Wang Dekai smiled. Don't worry, in these last few days I will keep a close eye on this group of kids, and I won't let them slack off for a moment. Jiang Feng nodded, waved goodbye to his classmates, and walked out of the classroom. Behind him, Wang Dekai's voice suddenly grew stern. What are you looking at? The class leader is going to challenge the special martial arts examination. Aren't you all going to take the exam? The class leader can help you for a moment, but cannot help you for a lifetime. The road ahead ultimately has to be walked by yourselves. Now everyone stand up. To the training room, today's training volume is doubled. Jiang Feng listened to the commotion behind him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Teacher Wang is finally acting like a homeroom teacher. When Jiang Feng arrived at the office, 5 students had already gathered inside. 3 boys and 2 girls, all top students in the school. When they saw Jiang Feng enter, all 5 turned their gazes towards him. Brother Jiang is here. Jiang Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group. Finally, it landed on Yan Jixia. She was still dressed in a white tracksuit today with her hair tied up in a high ponytail. While exuding a gentle beauty, she also possessed the sharp temperament unique to martial practitioners. Jiang Feng nodded at her. Yan Jixia, I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient now. Can you wait for me after school? Yan Jixia showed curiosity, but did not ask further, simply nodding obediently okay. The other four around them immediately ignited their curiosity. Wow. Brother Jiang actually took the initiative to speak to Yan Jixia? What could he possibly want to discuss privately? Could it be a confession? Oh my, how moving. The iron tree is finally going to blossom. I raised the flag for Jiang Xia CP. Shoo. Keep it down. Yan Jixia turned to glare at the group, her ears uncontrollably flushing. Jiang Feng ignored the chatter, silently calculating in his mind. The 3 bank cards totaled 630,000. Adding to the funds he had on hand, Jiang Feng ignored the chatter, silently calculating in his mind. The 3 bank cards totaled 630,000. Adding to the funds he had on hand along with the beast core from the steelback gorilla should bring it to about 700,000. Yan Jixia's family was in the medicine business. If he could get a discount from her, it would save him a considerable amount. There were 5 days left until the special martial arts examination. He needed to seize every opportunity. Soon the office door was pushed open. Principal Fang Jingyuan walked in, followed by Director Zhang Mei. Is everyone here? Fang Jingyuan scanned the group and smiled. Very good, follow me. Jiang Feng and the 6 accompanied the principal to the top floor of the teaching building. This was originally a vacant multifunctional classroom, which had now been redecorated. As they entered the classroom door, a system prompt suddenly rang in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding. Mission triggered, the first step of a genius. Mission difficulty A grade. Mission content: the host, being a mere waste, yet foolishly chooses to enter the genius class, will inevitably provoke dissatisfaction among the other geniuses, leading to violent suppression against the host. I hope the host does not become discouraged, and especially does not give up. Even if it's just surviving, that is also a victory. Mission rewards, given based on the host's completion level. DS grade: the higher the completion level, the more generous the rewards. I hope the host does not become discouraged, and especially does not give up. Even if it's just surviving, that is also a victory. Mission rewards, given based on the host's completion level. DS grade: the higher the completion level, the more generous the rewards. Jiang Feng withdrew his intent and cast his gaze across the classroom. In the center sat 5 figures dispersed to the room's corners, each openly radiating presence. Even the weakest among them stood at the pinnacle of the 9th rank of martial disciple. The strongest of them was an acquaintance of Jiang Feng. Mu Huijin sat by the window in a black training suit, long hair tumbling over his shoulders, his bearing as aloof and imperious as ever. Compared with yesterday, his aura was noticeably denser. He had already broken through to the tempered body realm 2nd level. Seeing Jiang Feng enter, Mu Huijin's gaze flickered briefly before he turned away, as if the other meant nothing to him. In the back row, another familiar face. His younger cousin Jiang Chun was bent over his phone. As Jiang Feng entered, he only glanced up, and then withdrew his gaze with cold indifference. Jiang Feng did not mind. He was delighted. If this was the caliber of an A-level assignment, then failure was simply not an option for him. As expected from the idiotic system, it remained reliably consistent in this regard. Jiang Feng, what are you smiling at? Yan Jixia asked, noting Jiang Feng's grin directed toward the girl by the window. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Nothing. He sat in the center of the classroom with the 5 behind him. Fang Jingyuan walked to the podium and cleared his throat. First, on behalf of Jiangqing One High School, I welcome the 5 students who have journeyed from the major provincial cities. Yan Jixia and the others turned to the 5 prodigies from the provinces with curious looks. The 5 wore indifferent expressions, an innate superiority radiating from them. Fang Jingyuan continued, this prodigy class has been formed, so you may make a final sprint before the special martial examination arrives. The school will spare no effort to provide you with the best training conditions. He paused, then said slowly to that in the school will allocate 5 million in subsidies. 5 million. Jiang Feng's eyes brightened. He was in need of money. Among the 5 behind him, all except Yan Jixia showed a trace of delight. For most families, 5 million was an astronomical sum. As for the 5 provincial prodigies, at the sight of it, they could not suppress expressions of disdain, Mu Huijin being the only exception. From the podium, Fang Jingyuan abruptly changed tack. However, the 5 million will not be distributed evenly. How much you can obtain depends on your own ability. Jiang Feng was quick to ask, Principal, how does one obtain the funds? Fang Jingyuan smiled, simple. There are 5 days until the special martial examination. Each day 1 million in funds will be awarded according to that day's ranking. First place may take 5,000,000. Second, 3,000,000. Third, 1,000,000. Fourth and fifth, 5,000,000 each. There are no resources beyond the top 5. Additionally, each person has only 1 chance per day to challenge the ranking. After speaking, Fang Jingyuan turned and walked out of the classroom, leaving only 1 sentence behind. 30 minutes. Decide your own rankings, then come to my office to collect the funds. Zhang Mei hurried after him, and asked in confusion, "Principal, our school students are not on the same level as those prodigies from the major cities. Doesn't that mean they won't receive any resources at all?" Feng Jingyuan sighed. "With only 5 days left, I cannot offer them more help, nor do I have time to gradually guide. I can only use this most direct and cruel method to let them feel in advance the competitive atmosphere of the special martial examination. If I were to simply have them give up, they would not accept it. Better they see reality sooner and return honestly to their classes to take the regular martial exam." Zhang Mei fell silent. She understood the principal's painstaking intent. This was not abandonment, but another form of protection. After Feng Jingyuan left, the atmosphere grew tense. 500,000. As if that would placate a beggar, sneered a tall, lean provincial prodigy with a stern face. He was Sun Jian from the Nanhua provincial city. On the other side, Zhou Yin from the Beihai provincial city replied with a cold laugh, "If not for the special martial exam, no one in their right mind would come suffer in this backwater." Zheng Kai, a burly man from Changyin provincial city, said impatiently, "This is infuriating. Forcing us into this damn training camp is a waste of time. Why not just convene when the exam starts?" The three of them did not hide their air of superiority. A tall boy behind Jiang Feng could not help but stand. His name was Zhao Wuji, who placed second in the last mock exam and whose strength was only marginally below Jiang Feng's. "If you so disdain us, why stick yourselves here and beg for attention? Are you seeking humiliation?" Though Yan Jixia and the others remained silent, their expressions said it all. They were all prodigies. Who would indulge whom? Sun Jian raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile curling his lips. "Oh, someone's not satisfied, huh?" Zhao Wuji said nothing. He merely stared coldly at Sun Jian as a powerful surge of vital energy erupted from him. Yan Jixia and the three others rose together, eyes icily fixed on Sun Jian. Seeing this, Sun Jian also stood, a casual smile playing on his face. "Fine, we'll play along with you then." Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, "As if I fear you." Just as he was about to strike, a hand suddenly cut across in front of him, blocking him. "Brother Jiang." Zhao Wuji froze and looked toward Jiang Feng. Sun Jian's gaze fell on Jiang Feng, and a playful smile curved his mouth. "Seems there are still those who know when they can't win. A frog in a well should keep its head down." Jiang Feng rose slowly, his voice even too troublesome. Everyone froze. Too troublesome. What did he mean? Jiang Feng's gaze swept over Sun Jian and the others. "My time is valuable. Why don't you all attack at once?" At his words, the classroom fell utterly silent. The smile on Sun Jian's face froze. Zhou Yin and Zheng Kai exchanged a look, wondering if they had misheard. For such a tiny place, it certainly had its share of braggarts. At that moment, Jiang Chun jerked his head up and scolded impatiently Jiang Feng. "Stand down." His mother had long ago shown him the profiles of the provincial prodigies in their class. Except for Mu Huijin, Sun Jian and the other three had volatile temperaments. Once they struck, they paid no heed to balance. He might look down on his impoverished relative, but after all, they shared the same blood. "Stand down." Sun Jian's gaze turned dark. Too late. Men must be accountable for what they say. Jiang Chun opened his mouth to reply. Zheng Kai cast him a cold glance. "If you want to stand up for him, feel free to try." Jiang Chun's face darkened. Among the 5 provincial prodigies, he was the weakest. Stepping forward would not end well. "None of my business." Jiang Chun snorted and fell silent. Jiang Feng said nothing. He simply strode slowly towards Sun Jian. Mu Huijin's voice suddenly sounded, "I will not participate in the rankings." Sun Jian and the others were taken aback. Sun Jian quickly pasted on a fawning smile. Indeed, with Miss Muse standing, she would not deign to care for such meager resources. Mu Huijin stared out the window and wholly ignored him. Sun Jian felt slightly embarrassed. Not daring to confront Mu Huijin, he turned more ferociously to Jiang Feng. "You brat. This is what you asked for." Before he finished, the vital energy of Sun Jian at the martial disciple pinnacle detonated. He thrust his right hand forward, fingers forming a claw. The tips shone metallic as they lunged for Jiang's shoulder. Bone-shattering claw. Even from several meters away, Zhao Wuji and the others could feel the oppressive force of the attack, their faces changing. At least a lower-grade yellow rank martial technique. Its mastery has reached consummate levels. Zhao Wuji ground his teeth, gratitude flickering in his eyes. "Brother Jiang." The aura Sun Jian now displayed far surpassed his own. Had Jiang Feng not intervened this strike, he would not have been able to withstand it. Up ahead, watching the claw descend, Jiang Feng's expression remained calm as he raised his hand and struck out. What seemed a casual blow churned up a terrifying gust. The mockery froze on Sun Jian's face. Before he could react, it felt as though his face had met a speeding truck. Smack! The crisp slap burst through the classroom. Sun Jian was flung across the room, shattering desks and chairs. He lay on the floor, eyes rolling, his body convulsing and twisting as if seized by a violent fit. All but Mu Huijin stood with jaws agape, eyes alight with shock. Next, Jiang Feng's calm voice said. He put one hand in his pocket and leisurely walked toward Zhou Yan. Her expression flickered, but she showed no fear. Arrogant. Her vital energy thundered within her, releasing a sharp and fierce aura. She pushed off on her toes and leapt with the lightness of a swallow. This was Zhou Yan's specialty, a mid-grade yellow rank agility technique, honed nearly to consummation. She admitted his speed was no slouch, yet she was confident she could outpace him. Zhou Yan traced an eerie arc in midair and in a blink appeared at Jiang Feng's side. Boom. She launched herself, twisting her waist. Her right leg became like a steel whip wrapped in howling wind as it savaged toward Jiang Feng's chest. She intended with that kick to teach this insolent brat the price of arrogance. Then, smack. Another crisp sound rang out. Zhou Yan still had no idea how Jiang Feng had struck before a stabbing pain bloomed across her cheek. Thud. Her body was hurled through the air, smashing the window glass and crashing out into the corridor. Jiang Feng's expression was composed, as if head casually swatted an annoying fly. He did not pause, continuing toward Zheng Kai. Zheng Kai's pupils constricted, cold sweat beaded on his brow. The first time might have been an accident. The second. What on earth was this fellow? Jiang Feng's voice came. You can admit defeat. Zheng Kai faltered, then anger flared across his face. What a joke. I concede you have some skill. But understand this, you are martial disciples. Because your level ends here, I am different. As he spoke, Zheng Kai pulled a crimson potion from his pocket and tossed it down his throat. As the potion slid down, Zheng Kai's vital energy surged violently. The bottleneck at the martial disciple pinnacle shattered under the potion's impact. An aura far beyond that of a martial disciple exploded from him. Tempered body realm, first level. Feeling the tumultuous power within, a feral grin split Zheng Kai's face. Boy, are you ready? He did not finish the sentence. A phantom afterimage flashed. Zheng Kai's pupils shrank. He had no time to block before a hand pressed against his face. The next instant, boom. Stone splintered. Zheng Kai was driven face first into the wall. Jiang Feng slowly retracted his hand and shook his head faintly. Seems there's not much difference, he said, then cast his gaze at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun froze in place. His phone slipped from his palm and clattered to the floor unnoticed. 3 slaps. He toppled 3 provincial prodigies. One of them even broke through to the tempered body realm. Was he dreaming? Or had this world gone mad? What did you call me just now? Jiang Feng's calm voice came. Jiang Chun felt his heart lurch. Jiang Feng's tone was plain, even gentle. But the overwhelming pressure that washed over him made it hard to breathe. Jiang Chun forced a smile and obediently called out, brother. Jiang Feng's brow lifted slightly as he pointed at Jiang Chun. This time I'll let it pass. Next time you act so disrespectfully, I'll have the second uncle give you a beating instead. Jiang Chun couldn't help but shiver. His arrogance completely vanished. Got it, brother. I want dare again. He didn't want to be treated like a fly, as the pain was not the main concern. The key point was that it was too embarrassing. At that moment, a system notification flashed in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding. Impressive. No wonder the host dared to step into the genius class. It turns out he had already drugged this group of talents yesterday, preventing them from exerting even 10% of their strength. Although the host won unfairly, he has also planted the seeds of fear in the hearts of these true geniuses. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Step 1 for geniuses. Task completion, level S grade. Rewards 1. Realm 5-2. S grade blood contract, battle pet species random, visible at the time of collection, stored in system space. Battle pets cannot be sold. Purchase records are complete. Who the hell drugged them? This system is really crazy. A familiar warmth surged from his dantian, and Jiang Feng's blood and energy surged again, now only a step away from the 4th level of body refinement realm. But the most important thing was still the second reward. S grade blood contract, battle pet. In this world, human warriors can form a soul contract with the cubs of fierce beasts through blood contracts. Once the blood contract is established, the battle pet will never betray, sharing a deep connection with its master, living and dying together. Moreover, the warrior can also share some of the battle pet's innate abilities. For example, a battle pet with flying talent can grant the warrior the ability to fly briefly before reaching the air control realm. A battle pet with healing talent can significantly enhance the warrior's self-healing speed. However, the fierce beast cubs that can become battle pets are extremely rare, almost 1 in a million. Even the lowest D grade would easily fetch millions at the martial arts auction house. As for S grade battle pets, the minimum growth potential is at least of the 9th grade. Don't mention Jiang City, or perhaps the entire eastern province would have trouble finding a second one. Jiang Feng didn't rush to collect it. There were too many people around, and it would be hard to explain if someone saw. He gathered his thoughts and turned to Zhao Wuji and the other 4. He'll decide the rankings. Zhao Wuji 2nd, Li Feng 3rd, Yan Zhixiao 4th, Wang Siki 5th. Finally, Jiang Feng looked at Luo Sun, who had not been called. This is based on the rankings from the last mock exam. Let's leave it at that for today. If you have confidence, tomorrow you can. As for the 5 great province geniuses, he directly excluded them. Since they were looked down upon, it was better not to involve them. Luo Sun nodded, having no objections. After all, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have any chance at all. Now at least there was a possibility of fighting back. Zhao Wuji and the others were immensely grateful to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng. Yan Jixia suddenly spoke up. I don't need this little resource, so I want participate in the rankings. Let it go to those who need it more. Jiang Feng glanced at her and replied, all right then, Wang Siki is 4th and Luo Sun is 5th. The final rankings were thus established. Jiang Feng didn't linger and led the others out of the classroom toward the principal's office. Yan Jixia didn't want to stay in the classroom either, so she left with him. In the classroom, only the 5 out-of-province geniuses remained. Mu Huijin suddenly spoke up. All right, they're gonna stop playing dead. He was measured in his actions. Zheng Kai and Sun Jian silently climbed up from the ground. Zhou Yin also crawled back through the broken window with a red palm print still visible on her face. Sun Jian rubbed his cheek, his tone somewhat questioning existence. How could there be such a terrifying prodigy in Jiang City? The top talents from our provincial capital have never put this much pressure on me. Zhou Yin looked at Mu Huijin, gritting her teeth. You knew already, didn't you? Mu Huijin ignored her. The words her father said last night flashed through her mind. One slash killed a steel-backed gorilla equivalent to a 5th-level body refinement realm warrior. At that time she didn't believe it. Looking at it today, her father probably understated it. That bastard. How much strength did he use when sparring with me? Zheng Kai looked at Jiang Chen somewhat annoyed. He's so strong, why do you still act worried? Are you two brothers trying to set us up? Jiang Chen wanted to cry, but had no tears. I just returned to Jiang City. I don't have much contact with this cousin, I really don't know. If I had known Jiang Feng was this impressive, I wouldn't have acted so aloof yesterday. On the other side in the principal's office, Feng Jinyuan sat behind his desk frowning. Director Zhang Mei stood beside him looking dejected. Principal, does our school's genius have no opportunity? Feng Jinyuan pondered for a moment before slowly saying, Jiang Feng should have some chance. His practical combat ability is strong and might compensate for the gap in realm. Zhang Mei sighed. She knew this was merely psychological comfort. Just then a knock on the door sounded. Feng Jinyuan looked up. Come in. The office door was pushed open. Yan Jixia waited outside, while Jiang Feng entered with Zhao Wuji and the other 4. Feng Jinyuan and Zhang Mei were both taken aback. Why are there only these 5? What about the geniuses from the large provinces? Principal, we are here to collect today's resource rewards. Jiang Feng stepped forward, his tone calm. Feng Jinyuan asked in confusion, you guys? What about the students who came from the provincial capital? They chose to voluntarily give up, so the top 5 are just the 5 of us. Jiang Feng said calmly. If the principal doesn't believe it, he can send someone to ask. Feng Jinyuan and Zhang Mei exchanged a glance, both incredulous. Voluntarily giving up. Even if they are arrogant, wouldn't they still want free benefits? Feng Jinyuan signaled Zhang Mei with his eyes. Zhang Mei understood and quickly left the office. Moments later she returned, her expression remarkably vivid. Principal. Zhang Mei walked over to Feng Jingyuan, lowering her voice. They indeed all expressed the intention to give up their rankings. Feng Jingyuan, though puzzled, said nothing further. He took out 5 already prepared anonymous funding cards from his drawer and distributed them to Jiang Feng and the others according to their rankings. Then he added a few words. The training camp officially starts tomorrow. For today, everyone should go back and prepare. Gather in the classroom at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jiang Feng and the others acknowledged and left. Feng Jinyuan looked at Zhang Mei and asked solemnly, what's going on? Why are those great province geniuses so easy to talk to? Zhang Mei smiled bitterly. It's not that they're easy to talk to. When I went in, there were obvious signs of a fight in the classroom. And Zheng Kai's son, Jian Zhouyan, all got injured. Zhang Mei furrowed her brows, her eyes reflecting confusion. But when I asked them how they lost, none of them would say. Feng Jinyuan suddenly stood up. Let's go to the monitoring room. The two arrived at the monitoring room and pulled up the surveillance footage from the genius classroom. After watching, they fell into silence. 3 slaps. Defeated 3 geniuses from the large provinces. No wonder they wouldn't say. Zhang Mei spoke with shock, holding back a hint of laughter. Feng Jinyuan stared intently at Jiang Feng on the screen, his face filled with astonishment. Is this really Jiang Feng? Zhang Mei also expressed confusion. It seems this kid has been hiding his true strength. Feng Jinyuan slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, a glimmer of undeniable brilliance flashed in his eyes. No matter what, Jiang City, our first high school, is about to produce a true dragon. Outside the school gate, Jiang Feng and Yan Jixia walked side by side, sunlight casting their intertwined. Yan Jixia lowered her head, her heart racing. She stole a glance at the side profile of the boy beside her. With sharp features and a focused expression, he seemed to be contemplating something important. Could it be that he really intends to confess? Yan Jixia felt her cheeks flush. Eventually the two arrived at a secluded corner of the shaded path. Yan Jixia stopped, turned around, took a deep breath, and tried to make her voice sound calmer. Jiang Feng, there's no one here anymore. If you have something to say, just say it here. The mottled shadows fell upon the shoulders of the two. Jiang Feng did not beat around the bush. Yan classmate, I would like to buy a batch of body-nourishing alchemical potions. I remember your family is in the potion business, so I wanted to ask if you have the authority to give me a discount. Yan Jixia was taken aback for a moment. She blinked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Is that all? Jiang Feng nodded. There were too many people just now, and I was afraid others would find out and come to ask you for help, making it hard for you to refuse. Of course, if you feel troubled, it's also fine. Yan Jixia collected herself, revealing a smile, her tone light. It's no problem. When do you need the potions? They'll give you the highest discount. Jiang Feng smiled. The sooner the better. Yan Jixia nodded. Then let's go to the store now. After finishing her sentence, Yan Jixia turned and walked towards the school gate. Jiang Feng took a step to catch up. The two walked out of the school side by side, where a black luxury sedan was already parked by the roadside waiting. A driver in a black uniform got out of the driver's seat and opened the back door for Yan Jixia. Miss, please get in the car. Yan Jixia turned to Jiang Feng. Get in the car. Jiang Feng did not hesitate, bending down to sit inside the car. The leather seats were soft and comfortable, and the interior was filled with a sense of technology, clearly worth a lot. Yan Jixia sat quietly beside Jiang Feng, her hands folded on her knees. She looked at the rapidly passing street scenes outside the window, and suddenly spoke. Jiang Feng, do you know the girl who was sitting by the window just now? Jiang Feng was taken aback, then quickly realized Yan Jixia was talking about Mu Huijing. I know her, he nodded. I work part-time at the Lifeng Martial Arts School, and she is considered my client. Yan Jixia turned her head, her smile growing deeper. She is very beautiful. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite beautiful. Yan Zixia's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she pressed further. Who is prettier, me or her? He turned his head, his gaze landing on Yan Zixia's face. The girl's profile was soft, her skin fair and delicate, her eyelashes long and thick, and the sunlight streaming through the car window cast a light golden glow on her side profile. After a few seconds, Jiang Feng gave a serious answer. In terms of my aesthetic preference, I believe Yan classmate is a bit more beautiful. This was not flattery. Compared to Mu Huijin's aloof and unapproachable demeanor, he preferred the gentle and generous type, like Yan Jixia. Of course, in Jiang Feng's eyes, both were still young girls. Yan Zixia's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away, saying nothing more. However, the subtle curve at the corner of her mouth was impossible to suppress. The car fell silent. The driver stared straight ahead, as if he had heard nothing. The vehicle soon drove into the most prosperous commercial area in the southern part of the city, finally stopping in front of a 5-story standalone building. Jiang Feng followed Yan Jixia out of the car and into the building's lobby. The first floor was the retail area, where shelves were stocked with various common cultivation potions. Several salespeople saw Yan Jixia enter and immediately stopped what they were doing, respectfully calling out Miss. Yan Jixia nodded at them, her steps unbroken, leading Jiang Feng through the lobby into the elevator and directly to the 4th floor. This area was designated for receiving important clients. The corridor was covered with dark carpets, and several ink paintings with profound meanings hung on the walls, filling the air with a refreshing scent of tea. Yan Jixia led Jiang Feng into the innermost tea room. In the center of the tea room stood a long redwood table at which an elderly man with gray hair and dressed in a Tang suit was brewing tea. Hearing the footsteps, the old man looked up, revealing a kind face. Seeing Yan Jixia, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Miss, what brings you here today? His gaze then landed on Jiang Feng, sizing him up from head to toe, a flicker of sharpness passing through his eyes. And who might this be? Grandpa Lin, this is my classmate Jiang Feng. Yan Jixia smiled at the old man. He wants to buy a batch of body-nourishing alchemical potions. Could you help see which type is suitable? Jiang Feng stepped forward and briefly explained his needs. Elder Lin nodded, took out a product catalog from the drawer, flipped to the middle page, and pushed it in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang classmate, if it's specifically for nourishing qi and blood, and assisting in physical training, I recommend this blood marrow refining potion. He pointed at the picture in the catalog. This is made primarily from the blood of a second-tier ferocious beast, supplemented with 13 types of spiritual herbs. The ones we sell here are all of high quality and offer good value for money, making it very suitable for you. Jiang Feng looked at the price listed in the catalog and couldn't help but gasp. One bottle costs 200,000. He currently had a total of 1,200,000, and even if he spent it all, he could only afford 6 bottles. Suppressing the pain in his heart, Jiang Feng nodded. Then he'll take this one. Yan Jixia added, Grandpa Lin, I told him it would be calculated at half price. Elder Lin's eyelid twitched. Half price? That's going to be a loss. But since the young lady rarely comes by. Elder Lin nodded with a smile. All right. Then we'll calculate it at half price. How many does Jiang classmate want? Jiang Feng pulled out 3 bank cards and the unnamed fund card given by the principal. They'll take 12 bottles for now. Oh, if that's not enough, he'll come back to buy more. Elder Lin took the bank cards, his gaze lingering for a moment on Jiang Feng's face, without saying much, and stood up to handle the paperwork. Soon a delicate silver metal box was brought over. The box opened to reveal 12 crystal tubes, each the thickness of a thumb, neatly arranged inside, containing a deep red liquid that was thick as mercury, glowing faintly under the light. Jiang Feng picked one up and opened the stopper to take a whiff. A rich medicinal fragrance mixed with a faint bloody scent rushed into his nose. Just by smelling it, Jiang Feng felt a subtle stirring of qi and blood within him. Good stuff. Jiang Feng closed the box, stood up, and earnestly thanked Yin Zhixia. Thank you very much, Yin classmate. That one sentence saved him 120,000. This was no small favor. Yin Zhixia shook her head and smiled. No need to be polite. Jiang Feng was eager to go cultivate, and Yin Zhixia escorted him to the main entrance. Then I'll take my leave. Jiang Feng waved his hand ready to leave. Suddenly Yin Zhixia called out to him. Jiang Feng, are you short on money? Jiang Feng stopped, turned around, and nodded candidly. I am indeed short on money. Yin Zhixia said seriously. I have some savings here, and I can lend it to you. Jiang Feng's eyes brightened. How much can you lend? 356,145 yuan, Yin Zhixia stated in one breath. Jiang Feng was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Why is it such a precise amount? Yin Zhixia, a bit embarrassed, pursed her lips. This is my pocket money saved over the years. This money was saved by me, and even if I lend it out, my family won't question it. She paused and added, don't worry, there are no additional conditions. Jiang Feng saw that Yin Zhixia did not seem to be joking, and his expression became more serious. If it's possible, that's great. They'll calculate the interest. With the special martial arts exam approaching, the more money he had on hand, the better. Others did not care. What did he have to be picky about? Yin Zhixia waved her hand, her tone relaxed. No interest anyway, this money is of no use sitting here. If it can help you, then that would be wonderful. Jiang Feng chuckled. Money is of no use. Is this the worldview of the wealthy? Jiang Feng shook his head, his tone serious. Interest must be calculated. You've helped me so much, I can't let you suffer a loss. Yin Zhixia smiled and relented. All right, just give me your card number first. Jiang Feng took out his phone and sent her the card number. Yin Zhixia glanced at her phone, her smile bright. Got it, I'll transfer it to you as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Jiang Feng picked up the potion box again and said goodbye as he left. Yin Zhixia smiled and watched as Jiang Feng got into the car. Elder Lin had appeared behind Yin Zhixia at some point. The old man clasped his hands inside his sleeves, his tone contemplative. Miss, who exactly is this young man? Yin Zhixia came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly flushed, pretending to be casual. He's just an ordinary classmate. All right, Grandpa Lin, don't ask too much, or I need to transfer money to him now. Yin Zhixia turned and left, her steps light, her ponytail swaying gently behind her. Elder Lin watched the young lattice departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. They say women in love lose their intelligence. It seems the young lady is no exception. He shook his head, muttering to himself. She's given away her secretly saved dowry and still claims he's just an ordinary classmate. With that thought, the old man's expression turned serious. No, I must report this to the lady of the house as soon as possible. The cultivation chamber on the 3rd floor of Lai Feng Martial Arts Academy. The heavy alloy door slid shut with a low hum, instantly enveloping Jiang Feng in dense spiritual energy. Jiang Feng placed the silver metal case on the floor and lifted its lid. 12 vials of blood marrow body refinement serum lay neatly arranged. Deep crimson liquid shimmering alluringly under the chamber's soft light. He did not rush to consume it. Instead, he closed his eyes and entered deep meditation, harmonizing his breath and refining his state until perfection. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, picked up the first vial, uncorked it, and drank it down in one smooth motion. Scorching medicinal force erupted within his stomach, then fractured into countless searing streams that surged violently through his limbs and meridians. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng began circulating the diamond indestructible body art. Under the guidance of the cultivation technique, the raging medicinal energy transformed instantly, like wild stallions tamed by a master's hand, flowing with disciplined precision along prescribed meridian pathways. Within the chamber, spiritual energy coalesced around Jiang Feng, spiraling inward in a visible vortex drawn inexorably into his body. His skin was the first to change. A faint golden aura shimmered across his surface, then thickened, deepened, intensifying with each passing breath. His muscles rippled beneath his skin, his bones groaned and shifted with resonant rhythmic cracks. Every inch of his flesh, blood, and bone was torn apart and remade, again and again, until final reinforcement was complete. An hour passed before the first vial's potency fully dissipated. His cultivation realm ascended seamlessly to body refinement realm 4th tier. Yet he paused not even for breath, reaching for the second vial, drinking it down. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Vial after vial of blood marrow serum vanished down his throat, transmuting into ceaseless torrents of energy that nourished and forged his physical vessel. As his body underwent profound reconstruction, his aura swelled visibly, surging past 4th tier midstage, 4th tier peak, and breaking through into 5th tier. 6 hours later, the 11th vial's essence had been fully absorbed. Jiang Feng's body jolted violently. A torrent of solid gold radiance burst forth from within him, blazing fiercely for an instant, before collapsing inward, vanishing beneath his skin. Then an aura of unshakable, impenetrable solidity emanated from his frame. Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, twin currents of molten gold flickered like living embers. He lowered his gaze to his hands and clenched his fists. An indescribable surge of raw power flooded every fiber of his being. The diamond indestructible body had reached consummate perfection. His cultivation level stabilized at body refinement realm 7th tier. Such speed of advancement, if revealed, would send shockwaves across the entire martial world. Yet this was Jiang Feng's singular, irreplicable myth. The perfected insight of the diamond indestructible body was akin to having built a vast reservoir in advance. Jiang Feng needed only to fill it. Jiang Feng carefully observed his transformation. At consummate mastery, the art amplified both qi absorption and blood qi refinement efficiency by over tenfold compared to foundational cultivation methods. Henceforth, his cultivation pace would eclipse that of his peers by a wide margin, and his physical strength, at least tripled, perhaps more. With a casual punch, thunderous concussive bursts cracked the air. Even without martial techniques, my bare body strength alone could effortlessly crush ordinary cultivators at body refinement 9th tier. But I wonder, against a newly ascended second-rank expert, could I truly stand my ground at full power? He drew a slow, steadying breath and calmed his mind. Suddenly, he recalled the Shrank blood-packed spirit beast awarded by the system, still unclaimed. A subtle thought stirred within him. Yet no spirit beast appeared. Instead, a simple ancient black ring materialized in his palm, forged from an unknown obsidian metal, its surface etched with intricate esoteric patterns. A spirit-taming ring. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Feng's eyes. Such rings were spatial artifacts designed exclusively for housing blood-packed spirit beasts. Within their sanctum, spirit beasts healed wounds gradually and matured at accelerated rates, their efficacy scaling directly with the ring's rank. The ring in Jiang Feng's hand was the pinnacle among them, a supreme-grade artifact. So the reward includes not just the spirit beast, but also a top-tier spirit-taming ring. The system is generous indeed. For once, Jiang Feng genuinely praised the seemingly erratic system. He had earlier worried how to transport his spirit beast, only to find the system had already anticipated his need. Jiang Feng slipped the spirit-taming ring onto his right index finger. It fit perfectly, yet the moment it settled into place, a sharp, piercing pain lanced through his fingertip. Startled, he glanced down. The ring's black engravings flared crimson, vivid, pulsing, as he distinctly felt his blood draining from his finger into the artifact. A soft hum resonated through the ring. Its crimson glow receded, fading back into solemn, ageless black. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng sensed a profound, soul-deep bond forming between himself and the ring. At that instant, a vision unfolded within his mind, an endless, desolate snowfield stretching beneath a leaden sky. Upon its highest peak stood a colossal white tiger, head raised high, roaring toward the heavens. Its form towered like a mountain, radiating sovereign dominance. Twin golden eyes blazed like miniature suns. Its roar shook the firmament itself. In that single instant, clouds shattered and skies split. The entire snowfield trembled beneath its voice. Then, silence. The vision dissolved. Jiang Feng's consciousness returned to reality. A wave of warm, vital energy surged from the ring, racing up his arm and flooding his entire body. His physique underwent yet another profound enhancement. His already imposing frame swelled further, broadening, densifying, imbuing him with an aura of untamable, heaven-defying authority. Is this the resonance of the blood pact? Awe surged through Jiang Feng as he felt the surging might coursing through his veins. Yet what thrilled him even more was the shared innate talent granted by his spirit beast, a flood of information pouring into his spiritual consciousness. Tiger's Wrath Godslaying ignores all energy-based defenses, inflicting true damage. True damage potency scales with the spirit beast's tier. True damage. This ability was nothing short of transcendent. No wonder it bears the name Godslaying. Break the defense. Even God shall fall before its edge. Jiang Feng's anticipation for his spirit beast soared. Step forth. I wish to behold you. As the thought crystallized, a dazzling white light erupted from the ring, projecting vividly before him. In the center of the training room, a colossal creature appeared out of nowhere. It measured over 3 meters in length, with shoulders standing at a height of at least 1.5 meters. Its sturdy limbs resembled iron pillars supporting a streamlined and agile beastly body. The gigantic beast was entirely snow white, with a black king symbol etched in the center of its forehead. Its white tiger eyes scanned the training room, exuding a mix of curiosity and laziness. The aura irradiating from it exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Jiang Feng felt a tremor within him. The white tiger before him was at least a tier stronger than the steel-backed gorilla he had slain, comparable to a pinnacle warrior in the body refinement stage. The aura radiating from it exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Jiang Feng felt a tremor within him. The white tiger before him was at least a tier stronger than the steel-backed gorilla he had slain. Then the white tiger let out a low growl, striding over to Jiang Feng with its sturdy limbs. It lowered its massive head, rubbing its forehead against Jiang Feng's hand, conveying an instinctive affection. Jiang Feng reached out and gently stroked the king symbol on the white tiger's forehead. Its fur was soft and warm to the touch. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng spoke. From now on you shall be called White Tiger. This world did not recognize the four sacred beasts. However, Jiang Feng hoped that one day his battle companion would grow to match the legendary Western White Tiger from myth. The White Tiger let out a low growl in response. Jiang Feng could sense its emotions through their blood pact. It was quite pleased with its new name. Suddenly, a strong feeling of hunger surged through the blood pact. Jiang Feng chuckled. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? The white tiger turned its head, glancing at the empty potion bottle on the ground, then back at Jiang Feng, its golden eyes filled with anticipation. It wanted to drink that red liquid. The white tiger turned its head, glancing at the empty potion bottle on the ground, then back at Jiang Feng, its golden eyes filled with anticipation. The white tiger excitedly spun around and nodded. Jiang Feng inquired, how much do you want to drink? The white tiger stuck out its tongue and licked its lips, conveying a single thought. All of it. Drinking this means you won't need to eat for the day. Jiang Feng's smile vanished. All of it. That would only last one day. One blood essence refining potion, even at half price, would cost 100,000. 100,000 for a day. 3 million for a month. 36 million for a year. This was not raising a battle companion. It was clearly raising a gold-devouring beast. Noticing Jiang Feng's emotions, the white tiger lowered its head, its golden eyes filled with grievance. It rubbed its head against Jiang Feng's leg, conveying a thought. It could eat a little less. Jiang Feng looked at its pitiful expression, forcing himself to suppress his heartache. He pulled the cork and brought the potion to the white tiger's mouth. Fine, here you go. The white tiger directly swallowed the entire potion along with the glass bottle. After drinking, it lay down contentedly on the ground, slowly closing its eyes. Jiang Feng looked at the white tiger before him and sighed helplessly. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He took it out to check and saw a bank deposit notification. Deposit 3561445 yuan. It was the money sent by Yan Jixia. There were no spare coins. The girl had left him not a single penny. Looking at this substantial sum of money, Jiang Feng couldn't bring himself to smile. Over 3 million was just enough for the white tiger's food for a little over a month. There must be other ways. Jiang Feng frowned. I can't really feed it one blood essence refining potion a day. He decided that after returning, he would search diligently for a guide on raising battle companions to see if there were any affordable yet effective feeding methods. Let's head home first. With a thought, Jiang Feng recalled the white tiger into the beast tamer's ring. After tidying up the training room, he finally opened the door and walked downstairs. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Fierce Wind Martial Arts Hall, several young individuals streamed in their auras, indicating they were all martial artists at the 9th level or above. In the center, one person was surrounded by others akin to a star, surrounded by admirers. This individual appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old, with a handsome face and an air of arrogance about him. His aura was restrained, yet emitted an extreme sense of danger, clearly indicating he was a first-grade martial artist. To his left, a boy was being particularly courteous, speaking animatedly. In the hall, a few martial arts students still training recognized the courteous boy and couldn't help but show surprise. Isn't that Lu Ming? The top student from the 3rd year of Wu Gao? No. To high school. No way. Who could make him act so humble? Lu Ming seemed oblivious to the murmurs around him, or perhaps he simply didn't care. He wore a broad smile and complimented the young man in the center, saying, Brother Qin, for this special martial arts examination in the entire Jiang city, only Mu Huaijin can compete with you, right? Last time Mu Huaijin came to our school, I fought her, but I couldn't even last 3 moves. It was terrifying. The boy, called Brother Qin, was named Qin Hao, hailing from the prestigious Qin family of the Eastern Province. In response, he smiled indifferently, saying, Mu Huaijin comes from the Mu family, which has deep roots. If it were in the past, I would only have a 50% chance against her. As he spoke, Qin Hao lifted his left hand. Everyone turned to look at his hand. On his left index finger, he wore a silver ring set with a light blue gemstone. This was a low-grade beast tamer ring. Qin Hao's smile carried a hint of pride and confidence as he declared, My family used connections to acquire a Crade blood-packed battle companion for me, which is nearing maturity and possesses strength comparable to a pinnacle warrior in the body refinement stage. Now, Mu Huaijin won't even have the chance to approach me. The people around Qin Hao immediately gasped in astonishment. Wow, a Crade battle companion. Qin Xiao is impressive. With this battle companion, Qin Xiao will definitely claim the top spot in Jiang City. Lu Ming expressed envy, saying, Brother Qin, let me have a look. The others chimed in to cheer him on. Qin Hao waved his hand, dismissively feigning reluctance. Alright, then let you all see it. He raised his left hand and commanded, "Come forth." Moonwolf. A flash of silver light appeared. A lithe and agile silver wolf manifested before everyone. Its body was covered in silver gray fur shimmering with a metallic sheen under the lights. With long limbs and a pair of emerald green beastly eyes, it radiated a cold and fierce aura. The terrifying aura of a pinnacle beast surged from it. So strong. Is this really a Kraid battle companion? It's too imposing. The crowd was intimidated by the presence of the moon wolf and involuntarily took a few steps back, expressing their amazement. The pride on Qin Hao's face grew even more pronounced. He had no bad habits. He just loved to show off. At that moment, the moon wolf suddenly turned its head to a little girl nearby who was sweeping the floor. The little girl appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. She was the daughter of a cleaning lady in the martial arts hall, obedient and sensible, often coming to help her mother. Gore. The moon wolf let out a low growl, baring its teeth. The little girl, frightened, screamed and dropped the broom in her hand. Oh, whoa. The moon wolf seemed provoked, howling loudly, its limbs pushing off the ground as it transformed into a silver flash, pouncing towards the little girl. Not good. Brother Qin, stop it. The young men were suddenly flustered, shouting loudly. Qin Hao, moon wolf, come back. Qin Hao shouted loudly, but the moon wolf ignored his command. He had only recently formed a blood pact with it and couldn't control it yet. In the distance, the little girl closed her eyes in fear. Further away, the cleaning lady screamed, rushing over frantically. Nearby martial arts instructors saw this and attempted to intervene, but were paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of the silver wolf. At this moment, Jiang Feng happened to walk down the stairs, catching sight of the scene from afar. Without a moment to think, his body instinctively reacted. Boom. The floor exploded. Jiang Feng used the ground for leverage, his figure resembling a cannonball, as he instantly landed in front of the little girl. At that moment, the beast tamer's ring on Jiang Feng's finger flashed with a crimson glow. Jiang Feng looked at the pouncing moon wolf, a surge of rage inexplicably rising within him. His pupils instantly transformed into golden vertical slits identical to the white tigers from earlier. Get lost. Jiang Feng let out a low growl. The moon wolf midleap had its pupils suddenly constrict, as if it had seen some terrifying presence. Its body froze midair, limbs flailing wildly, emitting a terrified whimper from its throat. Boom. The silver wolf, with its tail tucked, abruptly halted its attack midair and fell to the ground. It then scrambled back to hide behind Qin Hao, curling up and trembling. The hall was shrouded in silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before them. That was a fierce beast that could rival the peak of the first rank in body refinement. Did Jiang Feng just scare it back with a single shout? Qin Hao was equally shocked. Through their blood contract, he could clearly sense the fear emanating from the moon wolf. Of course, he didn't think that a young man of similar age could possess such power. There must be something about this person that made even a first-rank fierce beast tremble. Qin Hao's gaze fell on Jiang Feng, his tone serious. Who are you? Beside him, Lu Ming, regaining his senses, exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Feng, what are you doing here? The first and second schools were not far apart. As the top students of their respective grades, even if they hadn't crossed paths, they recognized each other. Jiang Feng ignored them. He turned around, squatting down. Are you alright? The little girl with 2 pigtails had tears on her cheeks, and her petite, frail body was trembling incessantly. The little girl sniffled, looking at Jiang Feng, timidly shaking her head. Xiaoya is fine, thank you, brother Jiang. At that moment, the cleaning lady finally arrived and pulled her daughter into her arms. Xiaoya, are you okay? You scared your mother to death. She was also trembling, her voice choked with sobs as she checked her daughter from head to toe, confirming she was unharmed before sighing in relief. The cleaning lady looked at Jiang Feng, her face filled with gratitude. Jiang Feng, thank you. Really, thank you so much. Jiang Feng waved his hand. The cleaning lady bowed repeatedly to Jiang Feng, picking up her daughter, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. Jiang Feng called out to stop them. The cleaning lady turned back in confusion. Jiang Feng spoke, gently, wait for me a moment. After saying this, Jiang Feng turned and walked straight towards Qin Hao and the others. His steps were slow but carried an invisible sense of pressure. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he stepped in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, what do you want to do? Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to respond to him, his gaze passing Lu Ming and landing on Qin Hao. He spoke softly, mental distress compensation. Lu Ming frowned. There's nothing wrong with her. What mental distress compensation? Jiang Feng, are you making a big deal out of nothing? Lu Ming felt secretly pleased. His family had always wanted to expand their business to the provincial city, so he was trying to ingratiate himself with Qin Hao, hoping to climb the web of relationships in the Qin family. He was worried he wouldn't have the chance to show off in front of Qin Hao, but now Jiang Feng had delivered himself right into his hands, a perfect opportunity. Qin Hao suddenly spoke, it is indeed my fault. Lu Ming's expression froze, having no choice but to step back reluctantly. Qin Hao looked at Jiang Feng, his tone somewhat sincere. How about 100,000? I will apologize to that mother and daughter. He is not a playboy. He admits his mistake. Jiang Feng nodded. The money goes to the martial arts school, and they will pass it on to them. After saying this, Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the moon wolf behind Qin Hao. If you can't control it, then don't let it out. If there's a next time, I will directly kill it. Arrogant. A young man beside Qin Hao couldn't help but exclaimed, do you know that Brother Qin's moon wolf is comparable to a peak first-rank martial artist? If Brother Qin hadn't spoken just now, do you really think you could have stopped it? This was also the thought of most people present. Qin Hao's expression darkened slightly. He voluntarily admitted his mistake because he was indeed at fault. However, Jiang Feng's attitude was somewhat disrespectful. Lu Ming, observing the situation, immediately began to calculate in his mind. Jiang Feng, are you not done yet? You think you're something special? Lu Ming roared angrily, unleashing the aura of a peak 9th rank martial artist as he threw a punch towards Jiang Feng's face. His attack was swift and decisive, clearly meant to catch Jiang Feng off guard. Be careful. A martial arts instructor nearby couldn't help but shout out. Jiang Feng merely raised his hand casually. His aura was completely concealed. Slap. Lu Ming didn't even see how Jiang Feng made his move, and he was already sent flying, crashing to the ground, his head tilting as he fainted. Hiss. The sound of cold gasps echoed. What the hell? They're both top of the grade. How could Lu Ming be so useless? It's not that Lu Ming is useless, it's that Jiang Feng is too strong. Jiang Feng must have broken through to become an official martial artist. No wonder he has been going to the master's training room these past 2 days. Qin Hao's pupils constricted. He too hadn't seen how Jiang Feng made his move. Moreover, when the other party struck, there wasn't even a hint of blood energy fluctuation. Could it be pure physical strength? If that's the case, it would be quite terrifying. Qin Hao first retrieved the moon wolf into the beast control ring, then looked at his companions. Beside him, you go to the front desk to pay. Then he pointed at Lu Ming, who was unconscious on the ground. You guys carry him up. After arranging all this, he turned back to Jiang Feng, clasped his hands. I've learned a lot, farewell. After saying this, he quickly led his companions away. The cleaning lady holding her daughter bowed once more to Jiang Feng. 100,000 was a lot for her, but if it weren't for Jiang Feng, she definitely wouldn't have received that money. The little girl gazed at Jiang Feng with wide eyes filled with admiration. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Feng smiled and waved his hand. He then picked up his belongings and turned to leave the martial arts school. By the time he returned home, the sky had already darkened. Xiao Feng, you're back. Chun Xiaolan walked over, pointing to a package at the entrance. A delivery arrived this afternoon. It should be what you ordered. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Feng picked up the package and returned to his room. Upon opening it, he found a finely crafted black leather sheath for his sword. This was something he had specifically ordered from the martial artist's official website yesterday. Jiang Feng took out the thunder pattern blade and slowly inserted it into the sheath. It fit perfectly. With it strapped to his back, it wouldn't hinder his movements. After securing the thunder pattern blade, Jiang Feng sat down at his computer and opened the martial artist forum. What troubled him the most right now was the issue of feeding the white tiger. At 10,000 a day for the blood essence body refinement potion, he couldn't afford it. He had to find a more economical way to feed it. After browsing a wealth of guides, Jiang Feng had a plan in mind. There were specialized beast food pills available on the market made from fierce beast meat mixed with various herbs. A single high-grade beast food pill only costs 1,000. Even if the white tiger had a big appetite and ate 10 pills a day, that would only be 10,000, 10 times cheaper than the blood essence body refinement potion. In addition, there was an even more cost-effective method: let the battle pet hunt for itself. The wilderness on the outskirts of the city was filled with fierce beasts. Allowing the battle pet to hunt on its own would not only solve the food problem, but also hone its combat abilities. However, this method also carried significant risks. If it encountered a powerful fierce beast, the battle pet could be injured or even killed. The combination of beast food pills and hunting should barely be enough. Jiang Feng sighed in relief. He placed an order on the local official website, and within 2 hours the beast food pills were delivered. Jiang Feng fed one pill to the white tiger. Delicious, better than the red liquid. Sensing the feedback from the white tiger, Jiang Feng smiled. As long as it wasn't rejecting it, that was good. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxing International Hotel, Jiang Chun returned to the top-floor suite. Zhou Min was applying a facial mask, and upon seeing Jiang Chun return, she quickly asked, Xiao Chun, how did you feel today? Were the other prodigies from the provincial city easy to get along with? Especially that Mu Huijin. Oh, if you can build a good relationship with her, it will be very beneficial for your future development. As for those poor students from Jiangxing, don't waste your energy on them. They're just a bunch of no-hopers. Getting too close to them will only lower your status. Hearing Zhou Min's insinuating words, Jiang Jianjun's expression darkened. What are you talking about? No outsider can be more reliable than family. Family? Zhou Min scoffed. Only those who can mutually support each other can be called family. What can your family do? Jiang Jianjun's eyes flashed with a hint of weariness. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Zhou Min laughed derisively. You're not too lazy to argue, you know I'm right. At that moment, Jiang Chun, who usually took Zhou Min's opinions as paramount, suddenly spoke up. Mom, maybe you should say less. Zhou Min was taken aback. Jiang Jianjun also cast a surprised glance at Jiang Chun. This kid, has he been possessed? Jiang Chun walked towards his room. Before closing the door, he turned to look at the rising anger in his mother's eyes, and softly said, "Mom, cousin is far more capable than those prodigies you speak of." After saying this, Jiang Chun closed the door, leaving Zhou Min and Jiang Jianjun staring at each other in the living room. Early the next morning, Jiang Feng strapped on his thunder pattern blade and headed straight for the genius class at school. Most of the students were already present in the classroom, and as Jiang Feng scanned the room, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Aside from Zheng Kai, both Sun Jian and Zhou Yin had also broken through to the body refinement realm. Even Jiang Chun was only one step away from becoming an official martial artist. It seemed that the recent events had spurred them on, as they had all taken potent stimulants overnight. "Brother." Jiang Chun stood up from his seat and approached with a smile. This time the word brother felt much more natural than yesterday. Jiang Feng glanced at him and nodded, saying, "Don't rush your breakthrough, you still have a few days. Lay a solid foundation first, otherwise a weak base will lead to trouble later on." Jiang Chun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded eagerly, "Sure, brother. I'll listen to you." With that, he followed Jiang Feng and sat down in the seat behind him. A moment later, the classroom door was pushed open again. Zhang Mei walked in, and without any small talk, she directly announced, "Let me go over the arrangements for the upcoming training session. The next 3 days of intensive training will take place at the ruins of the steel factory outside Jiang City." "What?" Zhao Wujin's expression changed, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "That place has long become a lair for ferocious beasts. There are at least 1,000 inferior-grade ferocious beasts lurking within, and even some above third-grade beasts occasionally appear." Li Feng and the others also looked quite grim. Yan Jixia instinctively looked towards Jiang Feng. Zhang Mei remained composed and calmly spoke, "The special martial examination you will participate in later will be even more dangerous than this. If you are afraid of this, you can withdraw now. Oh, it's not too late." The classroom fell silent for a moment. Zhao Wujin opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. At that moment, a scoff came from the back row. Sun Jian wore a cold smirk and was about to say something when Jiang Feng's calm gaze swept over. Sun Jian's smile instantly froze, and the mockery he was about to spit out was swallowed back down. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze and turned to Zhao Wujin and the others, his tone serious. "At the right moment, one must do the right thing. In the face of danger, do not act impulsively." Zhao Wujin remained silent for a moment before resolutely stating, "I'll go." Yan Jixia followed suit, saying, "I'll go too." The remaining three, including Li Feng, showed expressions of struggle. In the end, the three lowered their heads. Their families were all quite ordinary, bearing the hopes of their entire households. They couldn't afford to gamble. Nor did they dare to gamble. Jiang Feng stood up and walked over to the three, smiling gently. Knowing when to give up is also a form of courage. "Don't feel ashamed, go back to class, and prepare well for the regular martial examination." If it weren't for the system that had dramatically boosted his strength, Jiang Feng would likely make the same choice as them. The three forced smiles and nodded at Jiang Feng before turning to walk out of the classroom. Once the three left, Zhang Mei spoke up again. "Is there anyone who wants to challenge the rankings today?" Jiang Feng directly stated, "I'm first, Zhao Wujin is second, Yan Jixia is third, Mu Huaijin is fourth, and Jiang Shen is fifth." The excluded trio of Sun Jian didn't dare to voice their anger. Seeing that no one objected, Zhang Mei promptly recorded it. Yan Jixia leaned closer to Jiang Feng and whispered, "Jiang Feng, you can have my share." Jiang Feng shook his head, saying, "You can lend it to me." Yan Jixia smiled with her eyes narrowed, saying, "Then I'll lend it." Behind them, Jiang Shen quickly followed suit, saying, "Brother, I'll lend you mine too." "All right." Jiang Feng nodded without being pretentious. With a devouring gold beast by his side, the more money. Zhang Mei clapped her hands on the desk and continued, "Since you're ready, let's set off. The school will notify your... The principal has already gone ahead to prepare, so follow me." The group followed Zhang Mei out of the teaching building. At the school gate, a military green jeep was already waiting. After everyone got in the car, the jeep drove out of the school gate, passing through the city and heading towards the outskirts. The scenery outside the window gradually became unfamiliar. The rolling wasteland was overgrown with weeds, and some remnants of walls could be seen in the distance. This was the buffer zone on the outskirts of the city and the battlefield where humans fought against ferocious beasts. After several hours, the jeep entered a military-guarded area. The vehicle stopped in front of a tent where Fang Jingyuan was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing that a few were missing, Fang Jingyuan was not surprised. He didn't waste words and waved for a nearby city guard soldier to bring over several silver electronic wristbands, distributing them out. Fang Jingyuan explained, "This is a signal device, one for each person. Wear them properly. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, press the red button on the side of the wristband, and the military will immediately dispatch a rescue team. But you must remember, even if the distance is short, rescue still takes time, so risks will still be present." He looked at the group, his tone serious. "This training is a simulation for the special martial examination. Your task is to survive for 3 days in the steel factory ruins. The military will drop you in separate locations, and if you can reunite based on your own abilities, the survival pressure will lessen. However, because you need to move, the probability of encountering risks will also increase. How to choose will be up to you. After Feng Jingyuan finished speaking, he looked up at the sky. Since it's not dark yet, let's set off now. The group got back into the jeep. This time the vehicle left the guarded area and drove deeper into the wasteland towards the steel factory ruins. The color of the earth shifted from gray-green to rust-red. The air was filled with a mixed odor of rust and decay. Everywhere one looked, there were collapsed factories and mountains of steel scrap. The broken concrete ground was littered with dried, dark red bloodstains. Occasionally one could see animal bones that had been picked clean. This place was once the industrial heart of Jiang City. Now it was left with only death and desolation. After formally entering the area of the steel ruins, the jeep began to drop off individuals at intervals. Jiang Feng was the third to be dropped off. He watched as the military jeep drove away. Only then did Jiang Feng turn around to survey his surroundings. This area was supposed to be a factory, but most of the structure had collapsed with rebar protruding everywhere. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of rot. Just as Jiang Feng was about to choose a direction to move forward, a gust of wind suddenly swept in from behind. Without looking back, Jiang Feng reached back and precisely grabbed the throat of a black-patterned leopard that had pounced out from the hidden ruins. The black-patterned leopard was a first-grade ferocious beast, its strength equivalent to that of a martial artist who had just entered the body refinement realm. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The black-patterned leopard didn't even have time to struggle before its throat was crushed, and it fell motionless. The black-patterned leopard was a first-grade ferocious beast, its strength equivalent to that of a martial artist who had just entered the body refinement realm. Crack! In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared. The massive figure of the white tiger emerged amidst the ruins. It shook its snowy fur, its golden tiger eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings, letting out a low tiger roar. A spark of contemplation flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. At the outskirts of the steel factory ruins, the strongest are merely first-grade ferocious beasts, which cannot truly. A spark of contemplation flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. At the outskirts of the steel factory ruins, the strongest are merely first-grade ferocious beasts, which cannot truly test my limits. 3 days can't be wasted like this. Jiang Feng shifted his gaze towards the depths of the ruins. Not long after, the white tiger stopped eating, carrying the beast's essence core of the black-patterned leopard to Jiang Feng's side and nudging him with its head. This was left intentionally for him. Seeing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile. Are you full? Oh, whoa. The white tiger responded with a whimper, conveying a sense of satisfaction. Compared to beast food pellets, it preferred real blood and flesh. That's good. Jiang Feng took the beast's essence core meant for the black-patterned leopard, cleaned it, and stowed it in his backpack. Let's explore a bit inside. Places where ferocious beasts gather often nurture quite a few spiritual materials. The issue of Xiao Bei's food supply for the past few days has been resolved. If we can find some valuable spiritual materials, this trip won't be in vain. Let's go. Jiang Feng mounted the back of the white tiger. The white tiger's back was broad, its fur thick and soft, making it surprisingly comfortable to sit on. With a low growl, the white tiger exerted its limbs and dashed into the depths of the ruins like a flash of white lightning. The remnants of walls on both sides began to rapidly retreat from Jiang Feng's view. Meanwhile, at the military defense zone camp, a military off-road vehicle rushed in, suddenly halting in front of the tents. The car door opened, and a burly middle-aged man in city guard uniform stepped down. His name was Zhou Tai, a fifth-tier martial artist of the second-grade bone refinement realm and the highest officer in this defensive area. Zhou Tai's expression was grave as he threw aside the tent flap and called out urgently, "Old Feng, the training hasn't started yet, right? Hurry and stop." Inside the tent, Feng Jingyuan was handling official business. Upon hearing this, Feng raised his head and, seeing his old friend's anxious expression, was momentarily taken aback. "Old Zhou, what's wrong? Is something happening?" Zhou Tai replied in a deep voice, "I just received news that a group of wanted martial artists from the provincial city has infiltrated the outskirts of Jiang City and is now hiding in the steel mill ruins." Feng Jingyuan's expression slightly changed. "Wanted martial artists?" "Yes." Zhou Tai's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "Each of these individuals has blood on their hands. The weakest among them is at the 7th tier of the body refinement realm, and their leader is a formidable character at the 4th tier of the second gray bone refinement realm. The Martial Arts Association is currently tracking them down. I didn't expect they would hide in the steel mill ruins." Feng Jingyuan abruptly stood up. "Why didn't you say so earlier? They've already gone in." "What?" Zhou Tai's expression changed drastically, but he quickly calmed down. "Did you give them the locator?" Feng Jingyuan nodded. Zhou Tai didn't waste any more words, turning to walk out of the tent, while shouting sternly, "Come here." A city guard soldier ran over quickly. "Commander," Zhou Tai ordered in a deep voice, "immediately send 2 convoys with locators into the ruins to bring all the students back. Be quick." "Yes." The city guard soldier hurriedly complied. Feng Jingyuan stepped outside the tent looking at the increasingly dark sky, his brows tightly furrowed. Zhou Tai patted his shoulder. Don't worry too much. Those wanted criminals are hiding deep in the ruins, we should be safe from them. A few hours later the sky was completely dark. Several military jeeps returned to the camp in succession. Upon seeing the vehicles arrive, Feng Jingyuan quickly went to greet them. The car doors opened and students got out one after another. Feng Jingyuan looked over each one, silently counting in his heart. Soon his expression froze. Something was wrong. One was still missing. Yan Zhixia got out of the car, glanced around, and couldn't help but ask, where's Jiang Feng? Mu Huijin frowned, looking at the nearby city guard soldier. What's going on? Why did you suddenly bring us back? The city guard soldier, aware of Mu Huijin's identity, quickly explained in a low voice. Feng Jingyuan turned to Zhou Tai. One is still missing. Jiang Feng is not here. Zhou Tai then turned to the leading soldier. What happened? The leading soldier explained, Commander, according to the tracker, the student, named Jiang Feng, has already gone deep into the ruins. It's night now, and we are not prepared, plus we have so many students in the vehicle we can't take risks, and had to retreat. What? Feng Jingyuan's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. This is bad. Zhou Tai's brow furrowed. Just what we were afraid of. At this moment the other students had already realized the reason for their return. Even Sun Jian and the others couldn't help but show worry. Although they had conflicts with Jiang Feng, they didn't harbor thoughts of wanting him dead. Jiang Chen anxiously said, what do we do now? My brother won't run into those wanted criminals, right? There are even second-grade powerhouses among them. Yan Zhixiao looked at Feng Jingyuan. Principal, you must think of a way. Feng Jingyuan spoke in a deep voice. Old Zhou. Zhou Tai's gaze fell on the nearby city guard soldier. Give me the tracker. The city guard soldier quickly handed over a portable tracker. I will go personally. Zhou Tai tucked the tracker into his pocket and turned towards the off-road vehicle. Feng Jingyuan caught up, his voice low. Old Zhou, you must bring him back. That kid is a native of Jiang City, but his strength surpasses that of those top talents from the big provinces. You should understand what this means. Zhou Tai paused, nodding. I will do my best. He opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and started the engine. The off-road vehicle's taillights turned into two red dots in the night, quickly disappearing at the edge of the wasteland. Mu Huijin looked towards the direction where the off-road vehicle vanished, and suddenly turned to Feng Jingyuan. Principal, I want to make a phone call. Her father had instructed her to keep an eye on Jiang Feng's situation. Regardless of whether it would be too late, she had to at least try. Beside her, Yan Zhixia also spoke. Principal, I want to make a phone call as well. Feng Jingyuan didn't think much and waved his hand. A city guard soldier took the two of them into the tent. Deep in the ruins. The night was as dark as ink. A waning moon hung in the sky, casting a faint light. The abandoned steel factory loomed under the moonlight, casting menacing silhouettes akin to lurking giant beasts. The howls of ferocious beasts occasionally echoed throughout the ruins, sounding particularly eerie. Jiang Feng jumped down from the back of the white tiger, standing atop a half-collapsed blast furnace and gazing into the distance. It's time to find a place to rest. Although he had some confidence in his strength, he wasn't arrogant enough to wander recklessly in the ruins at night. Just as he was about to descend from the blast furnace, Jiang Feng suddenly paused. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of flickering firelight in the northwest direction. Is someone there? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. However, upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. Although the steel mill ruins were dangerous, many martial artists dared to venture in for hunting, often staying for several days. Jiang Feng thought for a moment, climbed down from the blast furnace, and prepared to investigate. He raised his right hand, and the beast tamer ring flashed with a faint light, retracting the white tiger. The white tiger was too conspicuous. It was better to hide it for now, since he wasn't clear on the other party's details. Jiang Feng concealed his aura, moving quietly towards the direction of the firelight. The night wind swept through the ruins, creating a howling sound that masked his footsteps. The firelight grew closer. He could already see two figures sitting by the fire, faint voices drifting his way. Jiang Feng did not approach any further. If he were mistaken for someone with ill intentions, it would be troublesome. Just as he was about to call out, a hand suddenly landed silently on his shoulder. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. Kid, who are you? What do you want? A sinister voice rang in his ear, laced with a strong intent to kill. Jiang Feng turned his head, using the moonlight to catch a glimpse of a gaunt face. It belonged to a tall, skinny, middle-aged man, bare-chested, with a menacing green python tattoo winding from his chest to his neck. He grinned, but his eyes were as cold as a snake. The aura emanating from him was indeed above Jiang Feng's. 8th tier of the body refinement realm. Uncle, I'm just passing by, no offense intended. Jiang Feng spoke calmly, maintaining a relaxed posture, showing no hostility. Passing by. The tattooed man sneered. Do you think I believe that? The muscular aura of the 8th tier of the body refinement realm erupted violently, and the 5 fingers gripping Jiang Feng's shoulder suddenly tightened like steel pincers. He intended to teach this kid a lesson. But soon the sinister smile on the tattooed man's face froze. He felt that he was not gripping a shoulder, but a piece of tempered steel. No way. Even steel should leave a mark under his strength. What kind of monster is this? Before the tattooed man could regain his senses, a hand had already locked his hand. Jiang Feng slowly turned around, a hint of coldness on his face. His eyes glimmered with a chilling light under the moon, resembling two deep, bottomless ancient wells. What were you trying to do just now? Jiang Feng's voice was soft, yet carried an overwhelming pressure that made one's scalp tingle. The tattooed man was startled, and amidst the surge of blood energy, he tried to retract his hand. Yet he found Jiang Feng's fingers felt like iron hoops. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge even a bit. The tattooed man's pupils constricted. Although he wasn't known for his strength, he was still at the 8th tier of the body refinement realm. This kid's strength was even greater than his. What's going on, fourth brother? From not far away, two men seated by the campfire rose and strode toward the Jiang Feng's peripheral vision swept over them. One a bald, broad-shouldered giant gripping a mountain-splitting axe. The other of average build, unremarkable in appearance, yet with sharp predatory eyes twirling twin daggers in his palms. The spiritual pressure radiating from both men rivaled, and in the bald giant's case subtly surpassed that of the tattooed man, clearly a 9th-rank body tempering cultivator. Jiang Feng's gaze returned to the tattooed man. Seeing his allies draw near, the tattooed man relaxed slightly. Brat, release me now. A faint arch of Jiang Feng's brow, no reply. In the next breath, his vital energy surged like tidal currents, emitting a low, resonant roar. The tattooed man's face paled instantly. Tidal chi. This rare physiological phenomenon only manifested when one's physical body had been refined to its absolute limit within the body-tempering realm. Every movement stirred torrents of vital energy. 10 units of force amplified into 12. And this youth's cultivation level. He looked barely 20 yet stood at 7th-rank body tempering. Even in the provincial capital, such prodigies were Wait! Sensing a flash of lethal intent in Jiang Feng's eyes, the tattooed man faltered. But it was already too late. Crack! His hand shattered under Jiang Feng's crushing grip, reduced to pulp in an instant. Excruciating agony tore from his throat in a guttural wail. Jiang Feng did not pause. 2 swift kicks followed. Both legs snapped backward at grotesque angles. Only then did he release his hold, and delivered a thunderous slap. The tattooed man flew sideways like a discarded rag, tumbling straight before his 2 rushing comrades. Unconscious before he even struck the ground. The bald man and the sullen-eyed man stared at the mangled figure, fury blazing in their eyes. Jiang Feng met their gaze, calm, unruffled. The tattooed man had attacked without provocation, no righteous soul and his silent approach from behind betrayed exceptional mastery of footwork. Neutralizing him first was only prudent. You strike hard, boy, rumbled the bald man, voice gravelly. He advanced step by step, each footfall carving a shallow crater into the earth. Clearly a hardened martial artist. The sullen-eyed man remained silent, circling stealthily to Jiang Feng's flank and rear, his daggers spinning lazily in his palm, blades gleaming with cold, venomous light. Flanked front and back, Jiang Feng's retreat was sealed. His tone remained detached. He drew first blood. Let me reiterate. I am merely passing through. No offense intended. Step aside now, and we part as strangers. No grudges, no debts. The bald man sneered. Truth or lie, I care not. But having seen our faces, you must die. The moment the words left his lips, he exploded forward. A human cannonball hurtling with crushing momentum straight at Jiang Feng. His mountain-splitting axe rose high, tracing a deathly arc beneath the moonlight. Gale Cleaver strike. Having witnessed his comrades ruin, the bald man held nothing back, channeling his full 9th-rank body-tempering power. Jiang Feng stood motionless, not a step evaded. Raising his right hand, he curled his fingers inward, golden luminescence shimmering faintly across his skin. Indomitable golden body. Clang. 1,000 gene blows struck Jiang Feng's palm, ringing like clashing metal sparks erupting violently. The bald man's expression twisted in shock. He felt not flesh and bone, but an immovable iron mountain. Recoil surged up the axe handle, numbing his palms and searing his forearms. Impossible. His pupils contracted sharply, disbelief flooding his features. As a hardened martial artist himself, he'd nearly perfected a mid-tier, yellow-rank body-hardening art. And his cultivation rank exceeded this youth's by 2 sublevels. How could this boy surpass him so utterly? Jiang Feng granted him no time to process it. Fingers clenched, gripping the axe blade. Then with brutal torque he wrenched downward. The bald man felt an irresistible force surge through the haft, his body wrenching forward helpless against the pull. Thud! Jiang Feng's knee drove upward, crushing the bald man's face. Blood and shattered teeth erupted from his mouth as he launched backward, limp and broken. Second brother. A flicker of shock and rage lit the sullen-eyed man's gaze. He blurred, appearing behind Jiang Feng, daggers striking like viper fangs toward his heart. 2 allies fallen in rapid succession. He grasped the youth's terrifying lethality. Direct confrontation was suicide. Yet fortune smiled. The bald man had unwittingly created the perfect opening for ambush. Jiang Feng did not turn. Got him. Triumph blazed in the sullen-eyed man's eyes, utterly unaware that beside him, without warning, loomed a colossal beast. Roar. No time to react. The white tiger lunged, slamming him to the ground, massive paws pinning his chest into the dirt. Its maw exhaled hot, copper-scented breath, filling his vision, swelling larger, darker. No. No scream escaped. The tiger's jaws closed. Crack. His neck snapped clean, head lolling at a grotesque angle, eyes frozen wide with primal terror. The corpse twitched twice, then stilled. The white tiger released its grip and bounded to Jiang Feng, tail wagging eagerly. Jiang Feng stroked its massive head, gaze lingering on the corpse. His first kill, yet no revulsion stirred within him. Only a strange, fierce exhilaration. Indeed, martial cultivators bred violence in their veins. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. One truth now stood irrefutable. Below second rank few could 2 8th rank body tempering cultivators. 1 9th rank. None had even drawn his blade. Cough cough. The bald man lifted his head with agonizing effort, eyes drowned in pure dread. Who are you? They slaughtered freely, but never crossed noble clans. Such a peerless young genius must hail from a great lineage. Yet why would such a scion descend upon this desolate wasteland, pursuing them? It made no sense. Jiang Feng vanished, reappearing before the bald man in a single blink. In the same instant, the white tiger materialized beside him, its paw descending onto the bald man's chest. A mountain's weight crushed his ribs, blood gushed from his mouth. Jiang Feng loomed above him, voice glacial. You hold no right to ask questions. Now you answer. I ask. Meanwhile, Zhou Tai had plunged deep into the ruins of the steel mill. On his tracker, Jiang Feng's red dot drew steadily closer. It's been stationary for some time. Zhou Tai pocketed the device, brow furrowed. Faint sounds of combat had reached him moments earlier. I hope I'm not too late. With a quiet sigh, Zhou Tai quickened his pace, racing toward the source of the disturbance. Zhou Tai pressed against the broken wall, moving slowly and cautiously to avoid making any noise. After the earlier sounds of combat faded away, the entire area plunged into a deathly silence, with not even the howls of fierce beasts to be heard. This unusual tranquility weighed heavily on his mind. As he passed through a collapsed factory, a few crooked dead trees appeared ahead. Moonlight spilled down, and Zhou Tai looked up, his pupils involuntarily contracting. 3 figures hung from the trees, swaying in the wind like rain dolls. A heaviness settled in Zhou Tai's heart. Ignoring the risk of exposure, he quickly rushed forward. Please don't let it be that brat. As he got closer, he finally saw the faces of the 3 individuals. One was bald, another was thin, and the last was a tattooed man who had lost his hands and feet. The bald man was still breathing, while the other 2 had blank, pale eyes and ashen faces, clearly long dead. As he let out a sigh of relief, a look of confusion flickered in Zhou Tai's eyes. These 3 were notorious fugitives listed on the Martial Arts Association's wanted poster. There were 4 in total, but only the leader was missing. These 3 were ruthless characters, having taken many lives. How could they end up hanging here? Could it be that they had turned against each other? Suddenly a cold voice echoed from above him. Who are you? Zhou Tai stiffened and quickly looked up. He saw another figure clad in a school uniform standing on the branches of a taller poplar tree. The young man carried a black long sword, his eyes glinting with a mysterious light in the darkness like a lurking beast. It was Jiang Feng. He had just extracted all the information from the bald man. He knew that this group had 4 members, and that one second-tier bone refinement expert was out hunting. Jiang Feng believed that even if he couldn't defeat them, he had the ability to escape, so he set a trap hoping to catch them all when that brother returned. After all, when dealing with weeds, one must uproot them completely. This group was extremely vicious, and while he was not afraid of death, he had to consider his family. However, Jiang Feng did not expect that the one who would arrive was a stranger in a city guard uniform. If it weren't for the uniform and the lack of murderous intent, he would have attacked right away. As Zhou Tai recognized the young man's face, he was momentarily stunned, then incredulity washed over him. You are Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not answer, but kept a watchful gaze on Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai pulled out his credentials and waved them, explaining, I am Zhou Tai, the highest officer of this defense area. Your principal Fang Jingyuan sent me to pick you up. A group of wanted martial artists has infiltrated the steel mill ruins, and the training has ended early. After hastily relaying this, Zhou Tai pointed to the 3 hanging figures, his voice laced with shock. Did you do this? Jiang Feng observed that the credentials seemed genuine. The other party knew his name and was aware of the training session. The likelihood of him lying was low. Jiang Feng jumped down from the tree and nodded, saying, Yes, but they attacked me first, and I was forced to retaliate. This shouldn't be illegal, right? Zhou Tai opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. One at the 8th level of body refinement, another at the peak of the 8th level, and one at the 9th level. All taken down by an 18-year-old high school student. Zhou Tai swallowed hard, and as he looked at Jiang Feng again, his gaze had completely changed. Fang Jingyuan was too conservative. Jiang City is about to produce a true dragon. Zhou Tai suppressed the shock within him and smiled broadly. These individuals were already wanted criminals, their hands stained with blood. You caught them, and not only is it not illegal, but there's a bounty as well. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. How much? Zhou Tai replied with a smile. The three of them combined amount to 5 million. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Tai's expression turned serious as he said, now is not the time to discuss this. There are still 4 of them, and one leader has yet to show up. That guy is called Han Bao, a 4th-level bone refinement expert, a ruthless character, who has killed a member of the Martial Arts Association trying to capture him. Moreover, there are 3rd-tier fierce beasts roaming in the depths of these ruins. We should leave immediately. As for Han Bao, the Martial Arts Association is already sending people to encircle him. He won't escape. Seeing Zhou Tai's demeanor, Jiang Feng decided not to act tough. The 2 of them untied the 3 wanted criminals from the trees. The 2 dead ones were bound together, while the living bald man was tied up separately, preparing to drag them back to Zhou Tai's hidden vehicle. The night deepened. From time to time the howls of fierce beasts echoed through the ruins. Zhou Tai led the way with Jiang Feng closely following behind. The 2 moved quickly, and within half an hour they could see the abandoned factory where Zhou Tai's vehicle was hidden. Wait here while I go get the vehicle, Zhou Tai instructed before heading towards the vehicle. Just as he approached the door, Zhou Tai suddenly stopped, his expression turning vigilant as he looked up. Years of combat experience had honed his instincts, allowing him to sense a strong, murderous intent approaching from the darkness. Who? Come out. Zhou Tai had not finished his words. A figure moving like a leopard suddenly shot out from the other side of the vehicle. The attacker was a muscular man wearing a tattered leather jacket, his face marred by 3 gruesome scars that rendered his once handsome features terrifying. Han Bao. Zhou Tai immediately recognized the man's identity. Han Bao wore a pair of soft iron gloves that gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Han Bao struck down at Zhou Tai with a palm. Boom. The palm unleashed a fierce gust of wind like a storm sweeping towards Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai's expression sharpened. He remained calm and did not choose to retreat. Swish. The battle knife at his waist was drawn, creating a blood-red arc as he fiercely struck upward. The knife light descended first, and it seemed like it would strike Han Bao. However, Zhou Tai's expression suddenly changed. Han Bao's face showed not a trace of panic, but rather a triumphant smile. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Clang. Zhou Tai's battle knife struck Han Bao's shoulder, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Immediately afterward, Zhou Tai felt the force of his strike dissipate, scattered by a peculiar energy, until it completely vanished. You fell for it. Han Bao's voice dripped with mockery as his falling palm accelerated dramatically. Zhou Tai's attack was still ongoing, leaving him no time to evade, forcing him to awkwardly tilt his body to avoid a fatal blow. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhou Tai was sent flying, crashing heavily into a pile of scrap metal. Uff! Zhou Tai spat out a mouthful of blood, his left arm twisted in an unnatural position, clearly rendered useless. Not only that, but the force from Han Bao's palm surged through his body, crashing against his internal organs. He likely no longer had the ability to fight. Zhou Tai finally understood why that 5th-level bone refinement expert who had tracked Han Bao had died at his hand. At this moment, Jiang Feng had just approached. Zhou Tai, disregarding his own condition, shouted at Jiang Feng, "Run!" Han Bao also noticed the 3 companions being dragged by Jiang Feng. 2 dead, 1 injured. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, but he paid no attention to Jiang Feng, instead focusing on Zhou Tai, who was struggling to rise from the scrap. Seeing this vehicle, I knew your persistent official dogs had chased us down again. Those who dare to kill me won't die easily. As he spoke, Han Bao strode toward Zhou Tai, intending to finish off this city guard before going after that student. He was indiscriminate as long as they were young. At this moment, the bound bald man was slowly regaining consciousness. Seeing Han Bao, he first revealed joy, then terror, weakly calling out, "Big brother. Be careful of that brat." "What brat?" Han Bao initially did not react. Then he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils shrank. The student who had been standing in the distance was gone. "Big brother. The brat is behind you." The bald man. Han Bao suddenly turned around. Indeed, Jiang Feng had appeared behind him, having arrived in an instant. What incredible speed! A trace of astonishment flickered in Han Bao's eyes. And the aura emanating from this kid. 7th level of body refinement. Incredible. He's actually a genius. Instead of being surprised, Han Bao was delighted, a deranged smile spreading across his face as he licked his lips. I love dealing with geniuses. He did not regard Jiang Feng as a threat at all. No matter how talented he was still just a 1st tier. Seeing that a surprise attack was impossible, Jiang Feng did not rush to attack. He slightly bent his waist, gripping the knife handle, adopting a stance to draw his sword. At the same time, a prompt suddenly popped up in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding! The host has been targeted by the officials driving the wanted martial artist to set a lethal trap. Villain information: Han Bao, 4th level of bone refinement. Wearing high-quality defensive treasure diamond armor. Cruel personality, rich combat experience. Mission triggered survive for 3 seconds. Mission details survive for 3 seconds under Han Bao's attack. Mission difficulty a grade. Mission hint Han Bao's strength far exceeds that of the useless host, and he possesses a high-quality treasure for protection. Killing the host is as easy as killing a chicken. It is suggested that the host immediately kneel and plead for mercy. Mission rewards based on completion DS grade. Jiang Feng ignored the foolish system, focusing entirely on Han Bao. Jiang Feng lacked absolute confidence in victory, yet he resolved to try, lest his retreat seal Zhou Tai's doom. Indeed, this decision stemmed from his firm belief that he could survive even under Han Bao's assault. Han Bao's gaze fell upon the thunder-patterned blade in Jiang Feng's hand, and astonishment flickered once more in his eyes. A treasure-grade weapon. A fine prize indeed. Soon it shall be mine. A rapacious smile curled across Han Bao's lips as he dismissed Jiang Feng entirely. Even with such a weapon, the chasm between their cultivation realms rendered any advantage meaningless. Han Bao made no haste to strike. He savored the spectacle of desperate feudal struggle. A flicker of surprise flashed across Jiang Feng's eyes. Han Bao had ambushed Zhou Tai from behind a carriage and manipulated his psyche with a treasure-grade armor. Jiang Feng had assumed him cautious by nature. Yet unexpectedly Han Bao appeared utterly unprepared for defense. Was it blind faith in his own armor? Or did he truly deem Jiang Feng too weak to warrant caution? No matter, since his opponent willingly offered an opening, Jiang Feng would not hesitate. Thunderclap severance. The thunder-patterned blade descended. It struck like heaven's wrath, rolling forth in thunderous fury. Goose flesh erupted across Han Bao's skin, an ominous premonition prickled his spine. This is the momentum of martial intent. But the assault was far from over. A faint golden aura shimmered around Jiang Feng as the unyielding golden body art surged to its peak, imbuing his already fierce blade strike with profound weight and invincibility. Ki-blood surging like tidal waves. Cultivation at the absolute limit of body refinement. Han Bao's pupils trembled, his own ki-blood involuntarily roiled. Then came humiliation. Damn it! He, a seasoned warrior, had just flinched before a mere body refinement novice. Rage flared in his eyes. I refuse to believe it. You cannot pierce my defense. He raised his arm to block the descending blade, while his other hand shot forward like a striking serpent aimed straight at Jiang Feng's throat. Futile effort. Han Bao snarled with cruel amusement. Jiang Feng's expression grew ever calmer. Yet at the final instant before impact, his form underwent another subtle transformation. A crimson gleam flashed from his beast-taming ring. In the next breath, Jiang Feng's eyes blazed into golden vertical slits, and an overwhelming sovereign aura erupted from the youth, shaking the very air. The silver-white arcs along the thunder-patterned blade deepened into blood red. The blade itself resonated with a low, guttural tiger's roar. Talent tiger slaughtering divine fury. Han Bao stared at Jiang Feng's transformed irises, and every hair on his body stood rigid. Illusions and trickery. Han Bao forcibly suppressed the irrational dread rising within him. He was a second-rank bone-forging cultivator, clad in the peerless treasure-grade Vajra armor. Even peers of equal rank struggled to breach his defense. How could a first-rank cultivator possibly succeed? Yet despite this conviction, his attack grew markedly more frenzied. Boom. The thunder-patterned blade finally struck home. Crack. Amidst splintering sound, Han Bao's ferocious grin froze into stunned disbelief. He watched helpless as the sacred runes of his Vajra inner armor shattered instantly beneath Jiang Feng's blade. Schlit. Flesh tore open. The severed arm soared skyward, its clean-cut stump revealing gleaming bone beneath smooth mirror-like edges. Instantly, arterial blood erupted, bursting midair into a scarlet mist. Thud. The limb struck the ground. Agony seared through Han Bao, so intense he nearly screamed aloud. Yet Jiang Feng's blade did not pause. It continued its lethal arc toward Han Bao's skull. Facing imminent death, Han Bao choked back the pain and twisted his torso backward in a desperate evasion. Swish. The blade sliced effortlessly through the hidden Vajra inner armor beneath Han Bao's outer robe, carving a deep bone-exposing gash across his torso. Brushing against death did not break Han Bao. It ignited his primal ferocity. You wish me dead, oi? Then you shall not live either. This boy was terrifying. Unthinkable despair. Han Bao steadied himself, eyes blazing with murderous intent, channeling half his strength into a palm strike, shifting from claw to crushing blow aimed squarely at Jiang Feng's chest. Heart-shattering palm died. Han Bao roared, pouring lethal intent into the strike. Though not delivered at full power, this blow would rupture the heart meridians of even a peak body refinement cultivator, unless they wore treasure-grade armor. Thud. Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming force crash into him. Planting his feet, he braced with every ounce of strength, yet still skidded backwards several zhang, his soles carving 2 deep furrows into the earth. Jiang Feng remained upright. He wore no treasure-grade armor, but his perfected, unyielding golden body art surpassed even top-tier treasure-grade protection in sheer defensive might. Jiang Feng straightened slowly, lifting his head. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his aura burned no less fiercely. His gaze locked on a Han Bao's stunned face. Mimicking Han Bao's earlier sneer, Jiang Feng raised his blade high, its tip pointed directly at him. Was that last strike meant to scratch me? 4th rank bone forging. Hardly impressive. Behind him, Zhou Tai, who had staggered forward in desperate support, stood frozen like a statue. A 1st rank cultivator defeating a 2nd rank. Such a feat was truly possible. Farther away, the bald man bound in ropes collapsed into despair, whispering hoarsely, "Monster." A monster indeed. Jiang Feng strode forward, thunder-patterned blade in hand. The crimson arcs still dancing along its edge, trailing a vivid luminous arc through the night. Han Bao finally panicked. He turned to flee, only to wrench his chest wound. Spurt. Blood gushed from his mouth as he stumbled and collapsed. As Jiang Feng drew nearer, Han Bao cried out in terror, "Wait, don't kill me. I've hidden 50 million in cash, and countless cultivation resources. All of it is yours." Jiang Feng paused mid-step. Han Bao's eyes lit up. He forced a servile smile. "More than that. I swear upon my life, if you spare me, I will serve you as ox or horse, never betraying you. And fear not the city garrison. They'll never trace you. Simply kill that official dog, and I'll take full blame. I'll reveal where everything is hidden, and divert all official attention away from you." Zhou Tai's expression darkened. Jiang Feng. Before Zhou Tai could finish, Jiang Feng moved, vanishing like a phantom, reappearing instantly before Han Bao. Swish. Blade light flashed. Han Bao's voice cut off mid-scream. His eyes bulged wide, a razor-thin crimson line appeared across his throat. In the next heartbeat, the line burst open. His jaw still twitched, yet no sound emerged. Thump. His head rolled free. Then his headless body crashed backward, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Feng flicked blood from his blade and sheathed the thunder-patterned blade. He gazed upon Han Bao's unblinking, lifeless face. Too many words. Jiang Feng needed money, and coveted it, but never at the cost of his principles. Meanwhile, a system notification shimmered in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully seized victory amid the internal conflict between a wanted cultivator and an official enforcer, emerging as the sole survivor. Quest completed, 3 seconds of life and death. Completion rank S-class. Rewards granted 1. Cultivation realm, 8-2. Profound insight into the Azure tier lower grade mental art, Vajra mantra. At perfection level, legally purchased, trace embedded. Jiang Feng had long grown indifferent to the system's commentary. A familiar warmth spread through his limbs. He now stood merely 1 step away from body refinement 8th rank. As for the mental art, the system indicated it would only manifest once certain conditions were met, so Jiang Feng set it aside for now. Turning to Zhou Tai, he asked, "Senior brother Zhou, are you well?" Zhou Tai masked his awe with a smile, then suddenly stiffened, eyes widening in sheer horror. Jiang Feng froze. An unprecedented sense of peril flooded his being. He whirled around. Beneath the moonlight, a figure stood poised atop a treetop branch, hovering almost weightlessly. Clad in pristine white robes, the figure wore a blackened white mask. Masculine in build, yet utter. Jiang Feng felt as though invisible chains had bound him, his body locked rigid. The masked figure clapped slowly, emitting a voice, neither wholly male nor female. "Fascinating. Truly fascinating." Zhou Tai's trembling voice echoed behind Jiang Feng. "Jiang Feng, if my instincts are correct, he must be number 19 on the Dragon Nation's S-class criminal cultivator list. The black and white ghost executioner." Jiang Feng's heart plummeted into icy abyss. Every name on the S-class list belonged to 9th rank cultivators. "Little ghost, to thank you for allowing me to witness such a splendid show. I have decided to make you my first 100th collection." The black and white mask of the ghostly figure completely transformed into white. The originally blank surface of the mask revealed a smiling visage. The androgynous voice transformed into a gentle female tone. He raised his right hand, gently slicing through the air with his fingers. Instantly, ripples spread through the void and faces flew out from his sleeves, hovering under the moonlight. Those faces were as thin as cicada wings, their edges shimmering with a faint glow, each maintaining the last expression they wore in life: fear, despair, and confusion. They floated up and down in the air, resembling flags fluttering in the wind. "Do you see, Oi?" The black and white ghost tilted its head, the smile on the mask growing increasingly radiant. "These are my most prized collections. Each face represents a peerless talent. And your face will become my most perfect masterpiece to date." Zhou Tai gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear as he shouted, "The strong from the Martial Arts Association will arrive soon. You can still escape now." The black and white ghost looked at Zhou Tai and chuckled lightly. "The Martial Arts Association. Then let them come, one by one I shall slay them." Zhou Tai's face instantly went pale. He knew the other party spoke the truth. In Jiang City, there were no forces capable of contending against a ninth-grade powerhouse. The black and white ghost ignored Zhou Tai, turning its gaze back to Jiang Feng, curiosity lacing its tone. Little ghost, are you not afraid of death? He was different from the talented individuals he had previously slain. Jiang Feng remained remarkably calm. He replied nonchalantly, if I were afraid, would I not die? The black and white ghost chuckled, of course it doesn't work that way. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Then why waste words? He paused, a hint of disdain curving his lips. Dead yin-yang person. The air suddenly froze. The white began to fade from the ghost's mask. From the edges of the mask, thick darkness spread out, consuming all the white. The smiling visage vanished, replaced by a fierce, wrathful countenance. You seek death. The voice of the black and white ghost turned low and hoarse. He raised his right hand, pointing his finger at Jiang Feng across the void. A black ray shot forth from the ghost's fingertip, aimed straight at Jiang Feng. Wherever the black ray passed, ripples formed in the space, as if erased by this power. This was the ninth-grade enlightenment realm. With a casual strike, it possessed the power to shatter space. Jiang Feng struggled to mobilize his inner chi, knowing it was futile, yet adhering to his life principle of fighting until the last moment. To fight until the very end. Whether in life or death. Regret-free. Zhou Tai, meanwhile, had long succumbed to despair. The gap was too vast. So immense that they had no qualifications to struggle. The black ray drew closer. It was about to reach Jiang Feng's brow. Jiang Feng could even feel the breath of death. Suddenly, a streak of azure sword light descended from the heavens. The sword light, like a rainbow, precisely struck the black ray. Boom. A tempest erupted from the impact point, sweeping outwards, producing a deafening roar. Jiang Feng instantly felt a lightness on his body. The invisible binding force had vanished. He looked up to see a refined figure descending from the sky, placing itself between him and the black and white ghost. The newcomer wore a blue outfit surrounded by a faint azure glow, wielding a blue long sword emanating an air of elegance. It was Yang Qingyun. Kid, just run straight ahead, don't look back. Yang Qingyun's voice rang out. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng turned around and hoisted the still dazed Zhou Tai onto his shoulder. He pushed his movement technique to the extreme, transforming into a fleeting shadow racing towards the outskirts of the ruins. Seeing Jiang Feng's decisiveness, Yang Qingyun couldn't help but be astonished. This kid is indeed decisive. However, overcoming fear and making the right judgment in the face of life and death is also a rare talent. An 8th grade dares to block me. The voice of the black and white ghost returned, the mask shifting back to white. Yang Qingyun shifted his gaze calmly, regarding the black and white ghost, a lonely soul who can't even enter the city. He raised the long sword in his hand, pointing the tip at the black and white ghost. I think I can give it a try. The mask of the black and white ghost instantly turned black, its furious expression reappearing. Then died. With a low, hoarse voice, the black and white ghost vanished from its location. Yang Qingyun's pupils constricted, the blue long sword crossing defensively before his chest. Bang! With a deafening blast, Yang Qingyun was sent flying, crashing into a dilapidated furnace. The furnace collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground uncontrollably. Pooh! Yang Qingyun crawled up from the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a ghost. Between the 8th grade and 9th grade there existed an insurmountable chasm. With just one strike, he had sustained serious internal injuries. Yang Qingyun gripped his long sword tightly, refusing to flee. He had to buy Jiang Feng enough time to escape. The black and white ghost descended from the sky, slowly approaching Yang Qingyun, the black visage on the mask taking on an increasingly ferocious appearance. You cannot stop me. Both you and that kid must die. The black and white ghost reached out its hand towards Yang Qingyun, terrifying energy gathering between its palms. Just as it was about to strike down, it suddenly halted its movement. A lazy yet somewhat irritable female voice rang out from behind the black and white ghost. I absolutely detest emotionally unstable men, especially those who can change their expressions at the drop of a hat. The black and white ghost abruptly turned the power it intended to unleash on Yang Qingyun, now surging backwards. In response, a blazing red blade of light met him. The blade of light, like a great sun across the sky, illuminated half the heavens, warping and distorting the very space itself. Boom. The black and white ghost was directly slashed away, crashing through an entire section of abandoned factory. Wherever the blade of light passed, the earth was nearly cleaved in two. A figure slowly descended from midair. It was a woman clad in red martial attire, her figure graceful, her beauty stunning, appearing to be around 30 years old. The woman bore an air of battle-hardened heroism, gripping a completely red long knife, radiating a score. Yang Qingyun recognized the newcomer, initially stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, Crimson Flame Blade Empress. The woman's name was Lu Hanyan, one of the peak 9th grade powerhouses stationed in the Star Realm battlefield. Her title was built upon the corpses of countless alien strongmen. The black and white ghost burst forth from the dust, floating once more in the air. His white robe was torn in many places, revealing a body wrapped in bandages. Crimson Flame Blade Empress. A hint of seriousness crept into the voice of the black and white ghost. Shouldn't you be in the star battlefield? How could you appear here? Lu Hanyan yawned. My precious daughter finally asked me for a favor, so as her mother, I naturally had to activate the spatial transport to come over. Yang Qingjian's lips twitched. The black and white ghost appeared momentarily stunned. Non-king level experts activating long-distance teleportation carried the risk of being torn apart by space if anything went awry. They say this woman is crazy. Now it seems she truly lives up to her reputation. The black and white ghost couldn't help but laugh in anger. Crazy woman. To risk her life, to activate spatial transport, for some inexplicable reason. This person must be sick. You just realized? Lu Hanyan's smile grew increasingly radiant. Unfortunately, you learned too late. Before her words had faded, she had already vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, it was right before the black and white ghost. She raised her long knife, flames igniting along its blade. The flames were not ordinary red, but a nearly pure white golden color, illuminating Lu Hanyan as if she were a deity. Crimson flame, burn the heavens. The black and white ghost was once again sent flying. This time, however, a charred blade mark appeared on his body, blood dripping down from the wound. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Feng was sprinting through the ruins at breakneck speed, carrying Zhou Tai on his shoulder. The intense pain from Zhou Tai's severed arm made his face pale, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. He knew he was a burden now. Yet Jiang Feng did not abandon him. This kid had not hesitated from the beginning. A complex array of emotions surged within Zhou Tai. What a disgrace. But also touching. Suddenly several figures emerged ahead. Jiang Feng's steps halted as he instantly entered a combat stance. Soon 4 men dressed in black uniforms, each bearing the badge of the Martial Arts Association, appeared before Jiang Feng and Zhou Tai. They were members of the Martial Arts Association. Jiang Feng and Zhou Tai sighed in relief, waiting for the other party to approach. Who goes there? The leader was a middle-aged man of 2nd grade 8th level. Jiang Feng set Zhou Tai down and briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing about the wanted criminal, expressions of horror flashed across their faces. Only when they heard that a grandmaster was holding the line did their expressions ease slightly. The middle-aged man decisively said, "Let's go." Facing an criminal, even a grandmaster can't hold them off for long. Just then a flash of azure light descended from the sky. All is well now. Yang Qingyun appeared slightly unsteady upon landing. The members of the Martial Arts Association clearly recognized Yang Qingyun and hurriedly bowed. "We greet you, Mr. Yang." Jiang Feng also respectfully cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your timely rescue, senior." Yang Qingyun waved his hand, his face somewhat pale, yet his tone remained gentle. "No need to thank me, I am not a match for that black and white ghost." As soon as Yang Qingyun finished speaking, Jiang Feng felt a blur before his eyes. A figure appeared before him out of nowhere, too fast for him to react. A hand that looked delicate yet was covered in calluses reached out and pinched Jiang Feng's cheek. Jiang Feng was startled, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to find himself unable to move. It felt just like when facing the black and white ghost earlier. However, this time Jiang Feng did not sense any murderous intent. The hand pinching his cheek twisted left and right as if inspecting something. Jiang Feng finally got a clear look at the person before him. She was a very beautiful woman. Her features were exquisite, and there was a spirited vigor in her eyes, though dark circles suggested she hadn't slept in days. Jiang Feng finally got a clear look at the person before him. She was a very beautiful woman. Her features were exquisite, and there was a spirited vigor in her eyes. No wonder my daughter has such good taste. Jiang Feng was left bewildered. What taste? What daughter? Several members of the Martial Arts Association gasped in shock. It's the Crimson Flame Blade Empress. They trembled, hastily bowing. We greet you, Crimson Flame Blade Empress. Several members of the Martial Arts Association gasped in shock. It's the Crimson Flame Blade Empress. They trembled, hastily bowing. She lowered her voice, her tone laced with an unmistakable threat. I have agreed to this marriage. But if you dare to let my daughter down, I will surely slay you. Marriage? What marriage? Jiang Feng was increasingly confused. Senior, is there some misunderstanding? Lu Hanyan's gaze turned dangerously sharp. The dowry has already been accepted. Are you trying to back out now? Dowry? When did I ever provide a dowry? Jiang Feng opened his mouth, but swallowed his words back down, because the woman's gaze was truly perilous. Jiang Feng forced a smile. Lu Hanyan then withdrew her gaze, her tone becoming casual again. All right. That young person may have escaped, but he has lost half his life, and should not be able to trouble you for a while. Lu Hanyan flipped her wrist, revealing a silver array plate in her palm. I still have a fool over there who needs to be dealt with, so I must return to continue that. Good son-in-law. I'm off. Saying this, Lu Hanyan tossed the array plate into the air. Buzz. The array plate spun in the air, emitting radiant patterns. Following this, the void was torn open, revealing a pitch-black rift. Lu Hanyin directly leaped into the rift. In the next moment her figure disappeared along with the rift. Jiang Feng looked towards Yang Qingyun Sr. What did that senior's words mean? I don't know her at all. Yang Qingyun remained silent, his expression complex, appearing somewhat vexed. Damn it. That crazy woman got ahead of me. I was the one who had my eye on this kid first. Just then the sound of an engine roared. A military jeep sped into view, coming to a halt beside them. The door opened, and Fang Jingyuan was He rushed up to Jiang Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Only then did he exhale in relief. It's good that you're fine. Behind him 2 figures also hurried over. Mu Huijin saw his father's pale face and couldn't help but exclaim, Dad, were you injured? An 8th grade wanted criminal could injure his dad. Yang Qingyun shook his head. Meanwhile, Yan Zhixiao rushed up to Jiang Feng, her eyes filled with concern. Jiang Feng, are you okay? Her voice was still as gentle as ever. Jiang Feng smiled. I'm fine, and you? Before he could finish, Jiang Feng suddenly froze. Under the moonlight, the girl's gentle brow and eyes, her captivating beauty. They were so similar. Too similar. Though their auras were completely different. But Yan Zixia's face was without a doubt too alike that fierce woman from earlier. Yan Zhixia felt a bit embarrassed under Jiang Feng's gaze, her cheeks turning slightly red. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Nothing. Upon hearing this, Yan Zixia's face turned crimson, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes as she slightly lowered her head. Don't take it to heart, my mother just likes to talk nonsense. Jiang Feng was taken aback. It turned out to be true. The whole school knew that Yan Zixia's family was exceptionally wealthy. But no one would have guessed that Yan Zixia's mother was actually a peak 9th grade powerhouse. But with such a background, why would she stay in this small Jiang city? Jiang Feng's expression turned grave. Yan, you can rest assured, I will return the money to you as soon as possible. Oh, I already said you don't need to worry about it. Yan Zhixiao raised her head, her eyes clear. That money was just what I saved up when I had nothing else to do. It was just sitting in the bank, so I'm very happy to help you. At this moment, Yang Qingyun's voice came through. All right, let's head back to the base. Everyone began to board the vehicles. By the time they returned to the defense camp, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Zhao Wuji and Jiang Chun waited at the entrance of the tent, and upon seeing Jiang Feng return safely, they breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Feng exchanged a few pleasantries with the two before pulling Zhao Wuji aside. Noticing Jiang Feng's mysterious and serious demeanor, Zhao Wuji was very curious. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Feng sighed. There's something I'm not quite sure about. I think Yan Zhixiao might like me. The air fell silent. Zhao Wuji's mouth fell open, his expression shifting from serious to astonished, and then from astonishment to disbelief. He stared at Jiang Feng as if he were an alien. No way. Zhao Wuji's voice carried a hint of surprise. Brother Jiang, you just realized this. What do you mean? Jiang Feng was taken aback. Zhao Wuji appeared somewhat excited. The fact that Yan Zhixiao likes you, everyone in our senior year basically knows about it. Jiang Feng fell silent. How had he not sensed it? Zhao Wuji looked at Jiang Feng, his expression becoming somewhat strange. It turned out that this top student, recognized throughout the school as having no shortcomings in martial arts, was indeed lacking. At least in matters of affection, he was astonishingly obtuse. Brother Jiang. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, his tone becoming serious. Have you ever been in a relationship? Jiang Feng nodded. To be precise, not in both of his lifetimes combined. In his past life, he was engrossed in academia and education, and in this life, he was obsessed with martial arts. Romance was outside his realm of knowledge. Zhao Wuji sighed. Brother Jiang, listen to my advice. If you don't have feelings for the campus flower, you should find an opportunity to clarify things with her. Many people in our school are spreading rumors that you're pretending to be aloof while stringing along the campus flower. Jiang Feng nodded and said earnestly, I understand. Thank you. He indeed needed to find a time to clarify things with Yan Zhixiao. The next few days the training camp was cancelled. Fang Jinyuan specifically instructed Jiang Feng not to leave the city before the martial arts exam to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. The remaining funds from the school's subsidies were directly advanced to Jiang Feng by Fang Jinyuan. Additionally, under Zhou Tai's guarantee, the official reward for the 4 wanted criminals was also paid out to Jiang Feng in advance. Adding to what Jiang Feng already had on hand, his total funds directly soared to 15 million. However, Jiang Feng felt no happiness whatsoever. At the Liwen Martial Arts Hall in the training room, Jiang Feng stared at his phone, watching the balance nearly drop to 0, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. To receive the system reward for the mysterious level spiritual technique, Vajra Mantra, a special treasure was required. The Spirit Source Crystal. The official price was exactly 15 million. Jiang Feng had already placed an order yesterday, and it should arrive soon. Though it pained him, Jiang Feng did not regret it. Spiritual power was a force that could only be first accessed at the 3rd grade level in martial arts. According to the system's explanation, as long as Jiang Feng comprehended the insights of Vajra Mantra, he could open the spiritual gate ahead of time and refine his spiritual power. Thus, when he officially stepped into the 3rd grade, his spiritual power would far surpass that of others at the same level. This doesn't even account for the enhancement in combat power from mastering a mysterious level spiritual technique. Once successful against opponents below the 3rd grade, Jiang Feng could essentially perform a dimensional strike. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Jiang Feng got up to open the door. Zhou Lai stood outside, holding a black box, the box sealed with a sticker bearing the insignia of the Martial Arts Association's official website. Jiang Feng, your package. After thanking him, Jiang Feng reached out to take it. Zhou Lai did not linger, reminding Jiang Feng that he could always find him if needed before turning to leave. Jiang Feng held the box and sat cross-legged in the center of the training room. He opened the wooden box. A fist-sized transparent crystal came into view. Inside the crystal, countless golden light points swirled, as if possessing life. This was the Spirit Source Crystal. For a moment, Jiang Feng felt somewhat dazed. 15 million. Just like that, it was spent. I must say I owe my current situation to the incompetent system. What is labeled as a mission is actually just a roundabout way for me to receive benefits. The only downside is that the system's mission triggering mechanism is as unreliable as its name, completely random, with no discernible pattern. This meant he couldn't actively pursue missions, but had to wait for the system to randomly trigger. Forget it, contentment brings happiness. Jiang Feng shook his head and stopped overthinking. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and aimed to reach his optimal state. Then he picked up the Spirit Source Crystal, holding it in the palm of his hand. With a thought, he declared, receive reward. A torrent of vast information surged into Jiang Feng's sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, the Spirit Source Crystal in his hand began to radiate light. Golden streams of light overflowed from the crystal, transforming into golden threads, as if drawn by some unknown force, flowing into Jiang Feng's sea of consciousness through his 3rd eye. Vajra Mantra primarily focuses on defense. Once mastered, it not only stabilizes the mind and resists mental attacks and illusions, but also refines spiritual power, making it purer and stronger. In its perfected state, Vajra Mantra can condense a Vajra phantom in the sea of consciousness, greatly enhancing mental defense, while also enabling the Vajra illusion to strike at enemy spirits. Generally, to open the spiritual gate before reaching the 3rd grade, one needs a large number of spiritual treasures and must bear numerous risks. However, Jiang Feng possessed the insights of the perfected Vajra Mantra. Thus, he could directly eliminate those risks, only needing to follow a fixed process step by step. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jiang Feng successfully opened the spiritual gate. A glimmer of spiritual light gathered at his 3rd eye before slowly retracting. Jiang Feng felt a sharp pain in his head, as if it were being torn apart. But at this moment he felt as if he had grown new hands and feet, and the previously uncontrollable spiritual power could now be directed according to his intent. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he controlled the spiritual power, beginning to condense the Vajra manifestation. Within the sea of consciousness, countless golden streams of light rapidly gathered under the guidance of the insights from Vajra Mantra, gradually outlining a vague silhouette of the Vajra manifestation. As the energy from the Spirit Source Crystal continuously flowed, and the silhouette became increasingly clear, eventually transforming into a fully golden Vajra phantom, with its eyes wide open in anger. The Vajra phantom sat cross-legged, forming hand seals surrounded by golden Sanskrit, exuding a solemn and majestic aura that was impervious to all forms of attack. The Spirit Source Crystal was completely consumed, turning into a pile of white powder. Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light flashing from his depths. The previously ethereal spiritual power had now transformed into a substance he could control, flowing gently within his sea of consciousness. With a thought, the spiritual power spread out like a tide, easily covering the entire Liwind Martial Arts Hall. He was able to see the students in the hall below sweating profusely, and could clearly sense an ant crawling in the corner of the corridor. Is this what spiritual power is like? Jiang Feng was filled with delight. Not only that, but as the spiritual gate opened, his own realm also effortlessly broke through to the 8th layer of body refinement. Body, blood, and spirit, the 3 cultivated together. The current Jiang Feng experienced another qualitative leap in combat power. Now facing Han Bao, even if the latter was not careful, Jiang Feng had confidence in overpowering him. Even against a 3rd grade opponent. Jiang Feng was surely not the opponent, but he at least had a chance to escape. After tidying up the training room, Jiang Feng opened the door and walked downstairs. Just as he reached the lobby on the 1st floor, he encountered Zhou Lai. Jiang Feng smiled, saying, "Master, I'm heading back now." Zhou Lai nodded, about to speak, but suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened in shock. Jiang Feng exchanged greetings before passing by Zhou Lai, unaware of the latter's unusual demeanor. Zhou Lai, however, stared at Jiang Feng's retreating figure, lost in thought for a long time. He was a 3rd-tier warrior who had opened the Gate of Spirit 3 years ago. As a 3rd-tier warrior, he felt a natural sense of control over warriors below his rank. Yet at this moment facing Jiang Feng, that sense of control vanished. His spiritual power was repelled the moment it approached within 3 feet of Jiang Feng. He had only felt this sensation with other third-tier warriors who had also opened the gate of spirit. This kid. Zhou Lai swallowed hard. Could it be that he has already broken through to the 3rd tier? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, just as dawn broke, a black bus stopped at the entrance of Jiangxing No. 1 high school. Jiang Feng stood at the school gate with the Leiwen blade on his back, accompanied by Yan Jixia and others. Zhao Wuji squatted on the steps, chewing on an energy bar, looking somewhat anxious. What exactly is this special martial examination about? With the exam starting today, they hadn't released any information. And the school teachers were not allowed to accompany us. At this moment, Feng Jingyuan approached. He glanced over Jiang Feng and the others, his expression serious. Everything that needs to be said has already been said. The specific content and rules of this special martial examination preliminary selection will only be announced at the examination site. I will remind you of one thing. No matter what, your life is the most important. When it's time to give up, just give up and don't push yourselves. Then Feng Jingyuan began to offer individual instructions. When it came to Jiang Feng, he opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Given this kid's strength, it was the other candidates he should be worried about. In the end, Feng Jingyuan patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and simply said with a smile, "Good luck." At that moment, a man stepped down from the bus. He appeared to be around 30, dressed in a gray martial outfit of average build and appearance. He had an unlit cigarette in his mouth, his eyelids drooping as if he hadn't fully woken up. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. After awakening his spiritual power, his perception abilities far exceeded those of his peers. Even with a 3rd-tier warrior, he could vaguely sense the fluctuations of their vital energy. However, this man before him was like a lifeless stone. Jiang Feng could not see through him. This indicated that the man's realm was at least above the 3rd tier of martial arts. "Kids, it's time, get on the bus." The man's tone was indifferent as his gaze swiftly swept over the crowd. When it landed on Jiang Feng, it paused slightly. But it was just for an instant. The man withdrew his gaze and returned to the driver's seat. The others boarded the bus one after another. The atmosphere inside was somewhat tense. They traveled in silence. Only the roar of the bus engine could be heard. 2 hours later, the vehicle exited. Jiang Shen sat by the window watching the increasingly desolate scenery outside, unable to help but whisper, could it be that this examination involves hunting ferocious beasts? Zhao Wuji chimed in, if that's the case, it would be simple. It's just a matter of killing a few ferocious beasts. Oh, we've done it before. Over these few days, with ample resources, Zhao Wuji, Jiang Chun, and Yan Jixia had all broken through to the 1st tier of warriors. Sun Jian and the others had also each broken through to the 2nd tier of warriors. Meanwhile, Mu Huaijin had advanced to the 4th tier of warriors. Suddenly the bus shook violently, emitting a harsh metallic screech before stalling. What happened? The group looked towards the driver's seat. The man clicked his tongue, his tone still flat. The vehicle. Before anyone could react, Zhao Wuji's slightly panicked voice rang out, "Look outside. Ferocious beasts. So many ferocious beasts." The crowd turned to look out the bus window. They saw more than 20 gray figures stealthily encroaching from the overgrown grass on both sides of the road. They were a whole size larger than ordinary wild wolves, with ragged gray, fur-bared fangs, and their dark yellow beastly eyes filled with a bloodthirsty hunger. Zhou Yan spoke in a low voice, "They are 1st-tier ferocious beasts, the wild gray wolves. They prefer to live in packs and excel at hunting with individual strength equivalent to that of a 2nd to 3rd-tier warrior in the body-refining realm." At the driver's seat, the man took out a lighter from his pocket, leisurely lit his cigarette, took a puff, and then turned back. "Kids, you will have to find your way to the examination site on your own." He casually tossed a map onto the aisle of the bus. The map marks the location of the examination site. "Let me remind you, if you can't make it within an hour, you will automatically forfeit." With that, he directly opened the bus door and stepped out. The wild gray wolves surrounding the entrance immediately crouched down, baring their fangs and growling threateningly. The man merely glanced at them. The ferocious wolves, which had just been menacing, suddenly looked as if their bones had been pulled out, tucking their tails between their legs, trembling on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. The man took a step forward and walked away without looking back, quickly disappearing from the crowd's sight. The bus fell silent for 2 seconds. "What the hell? This is too irresponsible." Sun Jian couldn't help but curse. "Stop shouting." Mu Huaijin unsheathed the long sword at his waist and stood up. "Haven't you all realized yet? The special martial examination has already begun from this moment." As he spoke, Mu Huaijin picked up the map from the ground, glanced at it, and then tossed it back down. "I'm leaving." After he spoke, Mu Huaijin headed straight for the bus door. A wild gray wolf roared and lunged at him from the side. Mu Huaijin did not even turn his head. With a sideways slash of his sword, the sword light poured down like moonlight. Slash! The blade precisely cut through the wolf's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. The massive body of the wolf flipped twice in the air before crashing to the ground, no longer moving. A swift kill. Mu Huijin did not slow down and quickly broke out of the encirclement, his figure disappearing into the wilderness. On the bus, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the pride of the Mu family from the eastern province, he can actually achieve a one-hit kill on a ferocious beast of the same rank. Zhao Wuji swallowed hard. Shouldn't we be worried about ourselves right now? In an unknown, I still have some confidence, but facing a group attack, I fear there is only one way out for me. Jiang Chen nonchalantly replied, with my brother, here, what is there to fear? Jiang Feng stood up, picked up the map that Mu Huijin had dropped, took a glance, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Let's go, stay close to me, and don't fall behind. With that, he also headed towards the bus exit. Jiang Chen, Zhao Wuji, and Yin Jixia didn't hesitate and directly followed him. Sun Jian and the others exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow. Outside the bus, an aggressive, ferocious wolf seemed impatient. It roared and charged directly into the bus. Jiang Chen and Zhao Wuji couldn't help but shout, Jiang, go brother. Be careful. Yin Zixia's eyes flashed with a cold light as she grasped the hilt of her knife, ready to step forward. But before she could act, Jiang Feng reached out to stop her. It's fine. Jiang Feng looked at the wild gray wolf that had already leaped close, his tone calm. Just follow. Gazing at the nearby wild gray wolf, Jiang Feng seemed to have no intention of making a move. Except for Yin Jixia, Zhao Wuji, and the others became tense. They did not understand what Jiang Feng was planning to do. Meanwhile, within Jiang Feng's sea of consciousness, the golden figure, sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened its eyes. An invisible mental force surged forth. The wild gray wolf that pounced forward was instantly struck, as if by an invisible heavy hammer. Its body stiffened in midair before crashing to the ground. Only then did Jiang Feng draw his sword and end the beast's life. Behind him, Zhao Wuji and the others were in shock. What the hell? Did I just miss something? What happened to this beast? It just fell over. Is there some hidden weapon? Jiang Feng ignored them and turned to Jiang Chen, saying, help me out and dig out the beast's core. Jiang Chen came to his senses and was about to agree. He'll do it. Yin Jixia had already taken action, extracting the beast's core. Jiang Feng walked towards the vehicle. The wild gray wolf roared as it lunged at Jiang Feng. However, around Jiang Feng, it was as if an invisible barrier existed. Any wolf that came within a meter of him would collapse and be easily harvested by Jiang Feng. In less than 3 minutes, over 20 ferocious beasts lay dead. Originally, a few had tried to escape, but were caught and slain by Jiang Feng. Yin Jixia was not slow either, wrapping the collected beast cores in her coat and handing them to Jiang Feng. Here you go. Thanks. Jiang Feng smiled. This is worth over 200,000. If it weren't inconvenient and time didn't permit, I wouldn't let the wolf pelts go either. Alright, it's time to go. Jiang Feng packed up and waved to Jiang Chen and the others. Zhao Wuji and Jiang Chen, shaking off their shock, quickly followed. Sun Jian and the others exchanged glances, seeing not only shock, but also bitterness in each other's eyes. They had originally harbored a desire to get back at Jiang Feng. But why was the gap between them growing wider? One person slaughtering over 21st grade ferocious, even a newly advanced 2nd grade warrior couldn't appear so relaxed, right? Forget it. I accept my fate. This is just an otherworldly monster. I dare bet that if this kid were in the provincial capital, he would also be at the top of the pyramid. The three took a deep breath and quickened their pace to catch up with Jiang Feng. Further away on a small hillside, the driver with a cigarette returned, observing Jiang Feng and the others. He flicked ash from his cigarette, a glint of light appearing in his eyes. I was right. That kid actually opened the door to the spiritual realm in the body refinement stage and uses mental powers so skillfully. This assessment is getting interesting. The man extinguished his cigarette, but his figure flickering, disappearing once more. Half an hour later, a vast expanse of Gobi appeared before Jiang Feng and the others. In the center of the Gobi, there were over a dozen military tents, and besides the station city guards, there were also about 10 examiners in black uniforms gathered. Many examinees had already gathered on the Gobi. A rough glance revealed at least 70 or 80 people. Some were injured, looking pale as they took medicine to recuperate. Jiang Feng's group arrived last. Jiang Feng's gaze swept across the scene. This batch of examinees was clearly divided into two parts. The local examinees from Jiang City huddled together, while those transferred from various provincial capitals gathered on the other side. The distinction was also easy to see. The latter group had basically no injuries, and their auras were clearly stronger than the former. It's Mu Huijin, but seems she is in trouble. Zhao Wuji's low voice came through. Jiang Feng looked up and saw Mu Huijin surrounded by a group of people, with Qin Hao, whom Jiang Feng had seen at the Lai Feng Martial Arts Hall, leading them. Qin Hao wore a confident smile. Miss Mu, we're all here to pass the assessment. Why not join forces? I guarantee you will pass smoothly. The young prodigies beside him immediately echoed. That's right. Miss Mu, young Master Qin has a 2nd grade battle pet. Sticking with young Master Qin is the best choice. Mu Huijin's expression was cold. No need. After saying this, she turned around directly, clearly not wanting to acknowledge Qin Hao. As Qin Hao was about to chase after her, a figure suddenly stepped between him and Mu Huijin. "It's you again." Qin Hao's face darkened upon seeing Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng completely ignored him, taking out a gray wolf core and turning to say, "Mu Huijin, do you want this beast core?" "No." "All right." Jiang Feng happily accepted it. Only then did his gaze settle on Qin Hao. "Since she doesn't want to acknowledge you, why bother with the humiliation?" Qin Hao frowned. "What does it have to do with you?" Jiang Feng replied indifferently, "It wasn't my business, but I owe her a favor. If you want to trouble her, he'll take it on." When he encountered the black and white ghostly apparition, if not for Yang Qingyun arriving in time, he would have already died. That life-saving grace must be repaid. Qin Hao sneered, "Are you worthy?" This kid was somewhat odd, but now that his moon wolf had advanced to the second grade, he was not afraid. Behind him, several companions stepped up, radiating the aura of first-grade warriors. Especially Lu Ming, who had been knocked out by Jiang Feng not long ago, looked at Jiang Feng with a hint of hatred in his gaze. "Hey, what do you all want?" Jiang Chun shouted as he ran over with Zhao Wujia and Yin Jixia closely following behind. Yin Jixia in particular had her hand on her sword hilt, clearly ready for a fight. Sun Jian and the others were a beat late, but also stood behind Jiang Feng. Qin Hao squinted. No matter how many waste there are together, they are still waste. "What? Do you want to lose your chance at the assessment now?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Mu Huijin, who had already retreated, furrowed her brow upon witnessing this scene, gripping her sword hilt as she prepared to step forward. Suddenly a solemn voice rang out. "Silence." A middle-aged man in a black trench coat flashed to the center of the ground, drawing all eyes to him. "I am Li Mo, the chief examiner for this special martial arts assessment. I will now announce the assessment content. Your target is to cross this black wind wasteland ahead. The wasteland is 100 kilometers long, and we have already cleared it beforehand. The strongest ferocious beasts inside will not exceed the pinnacle of second grade. However, the weakest will still be first grade. As long as you can reach the end point on the other side of the wasteland within a day, you will pass the assessment. There is no limit on the number of passes." Upon hearing this, the examinees erupted in an uproar. 100 kilometers. And we have a day. That's too easy. Let's just go together. With so many of us, even if we encounter second-grade ferocious beasts, we can definitely fight back. Li Mo remained expressionless, waiting for the discussions to gradually quiet down before continuing. "I haven't finished yet. Before setting out, each of you will receive a sound wave lure. Once activated, the lure will continuously emit special sound waves, attracting nearby ferocious beasts. The more that gather, the stronger the effect." Upon hearing this, the examinees' expressions changed. "So that means the more people there are, the more dangerous it is. Isn't this forcing us to act alone? This is a bit troublesome." Li Mo waved his hand, and several examiners carrying a box of watch-like lures and maps walked over to begin distribution. "Let me remind you one last time." Li Mo's voice echoed again. "If you feel danger, you can take off the lure. But as soon as the lure leaves your wrist, you will fail the assessment. There are still half an hour until the assessment starts, so you can make your final preparations." On Qin Hao's side, a companion behind him whispered, "Young Master Qin, time is of the essence. There's no need to waste it on a bunch of trash." Qin Hao took the hint and snorted coldly. "Consider yourselves lucky." He turned with his people, heading straight to the center of the venue. Qin Hao spoke loudly, "Everyone, listen to me." The crowd looked towards him. Qin Hao enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention, a smile adding to his face. Because of the lure's presence, we cannot have too many people acting together. But acting alone is too limited. If ambushed by ferocious beasts, there can even be a risk of death. I want to select 4 of the strongest to join my team. The only requirement is to obey. At this moment, a burly youth stepped out from the group of 5. The burly youth radiated the aura of a 4th-grade body refinement warrior, his expression arrogant. "Cooperation is fine, but why should it be your decision?" Hearing the challenge, Qin Hao wasted no words and directly raised his left hand. "Come out, Moonwolf." A silver light flashed, and a moonwolf now larger than before appeared before everyone. The terrifying aura of the second-grade ferocious beast instantly spread out. "Awoo!" The moonwolf howled at the sky, its crimson beast eyes fixated on the burly youth bearing its sharp fangs. The man's face changed dramatically as he could not help but take a few steps back. Qin Hao smiled proudly, surveying the crowd. "Now do you see why?" Everyone exchanged glances, no one daring to speak. With a second-grade battle pet in hand, Qin Hao indeed qualified as a leader. "All right then, let's listen to young Master Qin. I join too." Soon 4 powerful prodigies joined Qin Hao's team. The pride on Qin Hao's face deepened. He glanced at Mu Huijin again, his tone arrogant. "Mu Huijin, I can give you another chance." Mu Huijin didn't even look at him, coldly uttering 2 words, "Idiot." Qin Hao's face instantly turned extremely ugly. This woman really didn't know how to appreciate kindness. Far away, a group of examiners gathered together. Chief Examiner Li Mo spoke in a low voice. "So have you found any good talents?" The examiner on the left shook his head, They're all average. Oh, what kind of genius can come from such a small place? Yeah, and those transferred from the provincial capitals are even less impressive. They're all people who couldn't make it back there. That Xin Hao is not bad having a second-grade battle pet. His strength is among the top in this group. At this moment the man with the cigarette suddenly spoke. I think not necessarily. The man was the driver who had come to pick up the students from the first high school. Everyone looked at him. Liu Mo asked in surprise, Wang Lei, what have you discovered? Wang Lei pointed in Jiang Feng's direction. That kid, if placed in the current provincial capital, could at least rank in the top 3. Upon hearing this, the examiners revealed surprised expressions, all turning to look at Jiang Feng. They quickly noticed that Jiang Feng was unusual. This kid opened the door to the spiritual realm. The expressions of the crowd shifted from surprise to shock. At this time Jiang Feng had also stepped to the center of the venue. Young Master Qin, what does that kid want to do? He can't be trying to imitate you, can he? Lu Ming whispered behind Xin Hao. Several newly joined prodigies curiously asked, who is this guy? How dare he provoke young Master Qin? Xin Hao looked back, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, just a clown. The next moment Jiang Feng's voice echoed across the venue. 1 million per person, guaranteed to pass the assessment. Interested parties can come consult, but with double compensation. Limited slots available, first come first served. The entire examination venue fell into silence in an instant. Soon laughter erupted from all directions. 1 million, guaranteed to pass the assessment. Has this guy's brain been kicked by a ferocious beast? Is there no one left in the first high school? How did a madman get sent over? Even Xin Hao wouldn't dare to guarantee passing. What right does he have? Even Jiang Chun and the others felt a bit awkward at this moment. Zhao Wujia lowered his voice. Did Jiang Gu experience some shock? Jiang Chun shook his head, unable to fathom his cousin's thoughts. Mu Huijin looked at Jiang Feng, her expression complex. Yan Zhixiao remained quite calm. The incident where Jiang Feng killed 4 wanted martial artists was deliberately suppressed by Yang Qingyun. Among the people present besides Jiang Feng, only the 2 of them knew that Jiang Feng possessed the strength to kill second-grade warriors. In the distance the examiners were also silent. Liu Mo narrowed his eyes looking at Wang Lei. Wang Lei, smoking a cigarette, had a somewhat stiff expression. He indeed had high hopes for Jiang Feng, but guarantee passing the assessment. That was a bit too big of a claim. Even if mental power could easily suppress most first-grade ferocious beasts, there were still many second-grade pinnacle ferocious beasts in the wilderness. A body refinement warrior, what right did he have to guarantee passing? Young man, don't get carried away just because you have some skills. One of the examiners shook his head, disappointment evident in his tone. Talent is good, but with this temperament, he will inevitably fall. In the center of the venue, Qin Hao's expression had already darkened. This bastard, why did he always like to steal his thunder? Such big words. Qin Hao laughed coldly, drawing all eyes once more. Then I will see if you really have. Without waiting for his words to finish, he waved his left hand. Moonwolf, go. The silver wolf howled to the sky, its limbs bursting with power, rushing towards Jiang Feng like a silver lightning bolt. The aura of the second-grade ferocious beast stirred, causing the onlooking examinees to change their expressions, drastically retreating in all directions. Quick dodge. This beast has gone mad. That kid is doomed. He deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant? Qin Hao looked coldly at Jiang Feng. He wouldn't take Jiang Feng's life, but he would definitely make him suffer. He also wanted everyone present to be clear. Who was the real protagonist here? Watching the charging moon wolf, Jiang Feng's expression remained calm. The blood and energy within him surged suddenly. The indestructible body began to operate at full force. Boom. The sound of the tide crashing against the shore roared like thunder. Nearby examinees displayed puzzled expressions. Hey, did you hear something? Yeah, it sounded. In the distance, the examiners who were ready to take action were momentarily stunned. Liu Mo's eyes lit up. The blood and energy is like a tide. Reached the limit of body refinement. This kid not only opened the door to the spiritual realm early, but his physical body was also so formidable. In the arena, the silver wolf had already leapt at him. Jiang Feng merely tilted his body slightly to evade the moon wolf's claws. Then he simultaneously extended his arms, grabbing the moon wolf's neck and pinning it under his armpit. Bang! The moon wolf and Jiang Feng fell to the ground simultaneously. The moon wolf began to struggle. It kicked out with its limbs, its sharp claws scratching Jiang Feng's body, easily tearing his outer garments, but unable to breach Jiang Feng's physique, leaving only white marks behind. Jiang Feng tightened his arm ever more firmly. The moon wolf's struggles grew weaker, its emerald green, beastly eyes beginning to glaze over. Stop! Qin Hao panicked. This moon wolf had cost his father over 30 million coins, and countless personal favors, to acquire. If it died here by strangulation, he would have no way to explain himself. Jiang Feng lifted his gaze toward him, voice calm. I warned you at the martial arts hall last time. If you cannot control it, do not unleash it. Otherwise I'll kill it outright. Qin Hao paled and hastily replied. I can control it. Just now I merely what? Jiang Feng's eyes turned icy. So you claim you can control it, yet deliberately set it upon me. Then the matter grows far graver. Candidates surrounding them erupted into murmurs. Deliberately commanding a battle pet to attack another person changed everything. This was no mere incident, it was premeditated assault. Xin Hao blanched further and denied vehemently, "No, I didn't. It just refused to obey." "Oh." Jiang Feng arched a brow. "If it is an unruly beast, then best to put it down for good." His arm tightened again. A mournful whine escaped the moon wolf's throat. "No, don't kill it." Xin Hao was nearly in tears. Never in his life had he been so utterly cornered. Never humiliated like this. Yet he could not muster defiance. Not when justice was not on his side nor strength. What else remained? Gritting his teeth, Xin Hao demanded, "Say plainly, what do you want?" Jiang Feng paused mid-motion. "Compensation for emotional distress, 1,000,000 coins. Xin Hao's eyes widened. "I don't carry that much on me." "No matter," Jiang Feng smiled faintly. "An IOU suffices. The Qin family of Dong province is vast and wealthy. It surely won't begrudge me a mere 1,000,000. And there are numerous examiners bearing witness." Xin Hao drew a deep breath. "Fine, I accept. Now loosen your grip." Jiang Feng did not move. With a dark scowl, Xin Hao ordered a companion to borrow paper and ink from the city guards. He drafted the promissory note, signed it with his own name, and pressed his thumbprint firmly upon it. Only then did Jiang Feng release his grip. The moon wolf staggered upright from the ground, tail tucked low as it slunk behind Xin Hao. Jiang Feng accepted the note and nodded approvingly. "Young Master Qin, magnanimous indeed." Xin Hao's face turned ashen. Without uttering a word, he spun on his heel and strode away. His entourage exchanged uneasy glances before hurrying after him. Lu Ming sidled up beside him, lowering his voice to incite. "Young Master Qin, will you truly let this slide?" Xin Hao halted mid-step and fixed him with a frigid stare. "If even the moon wolf failed against him, tell me, what would you do?" Lu Ming forced a smile. "With the Qin family's influence, eliminating a penniless student is effortless. Just say the word." Before he could finish, slap, Xin Hao struck him across the face. "Have your wits been kicked out by a mule?" Xin Hao snarled furiously. He suppressed a second-tier battle pet with merely first-tier cultivation. "Do you grasp what that implies? Did you not see how the examiners looked at him? This youth has all but secured passage into the second round. Were it not for my pride, I'd already be rushing over to forge rapport." Lu Ming clutched his burning cheek, seething yet too afraid to speak. Xin Hao glared at him, growing angrier still. "Time and again you've fanned the flames, dragging me into disgrace. From this moment onward, you this ill-omened stay far from me." Lu Ming panicked. "Young Master Qin, what about this examination?" Xin Hao kicked him hard to the ground. "Figure it out yourself. Come near me again, and I'll command the moon wolf to tear you apart." With that he walked away without looking back. Lu Ming lay sprawled on the ground, dust-covered and humiliated. Far off, Zhao Wuji watched the scene unfold, and burst into laughter. He got exactly what he deserved. Lu Ming's gaze toward brother Jiang has always been unsettling. Now at last retribution has found him. Jiang Feng shook his head, dismissing the affair entirely. He brushed his palms together and declared aloud, "The examination begins shortly. Those wishing to join must act swiftly. But payment first, no credit extended." A heavy silence fell over the field. Then gradually figures stepped forward. Brother Jiang." A slightly plump young man hesitated before speaking. "Is it guaranteed you'll pass us?" Jiang Feng nodded firmly. "Guaranteed. If you fail, double compensation. Moreover, no combat is required of you. Only strict obedience to my commands. Of course, should you disobey, injury or death shall be your own doing. All terms may be witnessed and formalized by the examiners themselves." Hearing this, several others reconsidered. 1,000,000 coins was astronomical for most, but among those present wealth was no rarity. If success were assured, families would gladly pay. And with double compensation on the line, there was no risk, only reward. "I'm in. Count me in." "Me too." Soon 15 candidates gathered around him. Mostly local examinees whose cultivation fell short, yet whose families possessed considerable means. Each called home to confirm arrangements, receiving approval before nodding resolutely. Jiang Feng turned to those beside him. "Yin Jixia Jiang Chun Zhao Wuji, you owe nothing." The three blinked in surprise. Jiang Chun hurriedly protested, "Brother, that's unacceptable." Jiang Feng waved it aside. "Family need not keep accounts." He then glanced at Sun Jian and his two companions. "If you wish to join, half price suffices." Sun Jian exchanged a glance with Zhou Yin and Zheng Kai. Their expressions flickered with complexity. Sun Jian spoke first. "Thank you." Zhou Yin and Zheng Kai likewise nodded. Jiang Feng then turned toward Mu Huijin, who stood quietly at a distance. "Brother Mu, would you join us?" "No fee required." Mu Huijin met his gaze briefly, then shook his head. "No need. I'll proceed alone." Jiang Feng offered no insistence. "Very well. Take care of yourself." Finally, he led the entire group forward in a confident, imposing procession toward the examiners. Examiner Cencius, we request your witness while drafting formal agreements. The examiners exchanged wary glances. One frowned, this violates protocol, does it not? Wang Lei smiled faintly. The higher authorities never forbade such arrangements. Liemo paused, then declared decisively, very well, we shall bear witness. But let it be clear we assume no responsibility for any incident occurring during the examination. Jiang Feng nodded, agreed. Formal agreements were signed. Transfers flowed instantly. Jiang Feng pulled out his phone. Bank notification lit the screen. 5 million coins, confirmed. Funds received. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Feng's face. At last, his purse swelled once more. Behind him, Jiang Qin muttered softly, brother, that smile looks downright lecherous. Jiang Feng's grin froze. He turned eyes sharp. Jiang Qin snapped his mouth shut. At that moment, the signal marking the start of the examination rang out. Qin Hao led his group, charging headlong into the wilderness. Mu Huijin moved alone, graceful, swift, vanishing from sight in moments. Other examinees formed small clusters and dispersed rapidly until none remained. Only Jiang Feng's party lingered at the examination entrance, over 20 strong. A paying candidate edged forward asking Jiang Feng, how shall we proceed? Jiang Feng unfurled a map and studied it closely. Beyond marked routes, it indicated approximate territories inhabited by fierce beasts. He pointed directly to a straight-line path. Take the shortest route. They leaned in, eyes widening. That line cut straight through a zone marked with crimson skull symbols, a signifier of extreme peril. Someone dared to protest. Yes, it's the shortest, but also teeming with beasts. Jiang Feng rolled the map, closed, and nodded, precisely because it's teeming. Fewer beasts. I wouldn't bother walking it at all. They stared at one another stunned. Was Jiang Feng truly mad? Just then a system prompt echoed sharply within his mind. Ding. Host detected entering special martial examination. Quest triggered life embracing death. Objective: the host must shed the mantle of mediocrity and secure greater resources. The special martial examination stands paramount. Without the courage to walk the razor's edge between life and death, true ascension remains forever beyond reach. Difficulty rating S-class. Warning: host's current cultivation is critically inadequate. This examination brims with lethal hazards. After rigorous calculation, survival probability stands at a mere 0.001. Recommendation: trail closely behind stronger cultivators. Survive, however, reward scaled by completion, grade DS, increasing exponentially with achievement level. Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed. S-class. 2 prior A-class quests had yielded extraordinary rewards. What transformation might an S-class reward bestow? Suppressing his excitement, he swept his gaze across his assembled cohort and declared, voice ringing clear. Forward. Although it felt somewhat unreliable, the payment had been made, and the group could only grit their teeth and follow. At the entrance, a group of examiners wore various expressions. One examiner shook his head and sighed. With so many people gathered, the effect of the soundwave trap will be maximized. And they are taking the most dangerous route. Isn't that seeking death? Liemo squinted. What on earth is this kid trying to do? Wang Lei, smoking a cigarette, stared in the direction the group had gone. Li Gu, I remember you said something last time. Liemo looked at him. Wang Lei exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly, geniuses are always different from the rest. In the Black Wind Wilderness, Jiang Feng led the way at the forefront. Behind him, a group of over 20 people followed closely, each looking tense and glancing around. The soundwave trap on his wrist flickered red, continuously emitting sound waves that ordinary people found hard to capture. With over 20 traps stacked together, the effect was unimaginable. In less than 10 minutes, rustling sounds came from the ahead overgrown grass. A wild beast is coming. It's an iron-spined sabertooth. A peak-level fierce beast. Someone shouted nervously. In the next moment, 3 iron-spined sabertooths sprang out from the grass, their size comparable to calves, with a row of backward-facing bony plates on their backs. Their eyes gleamed with cunning and bloodthirsty ferocity as they slowly approached the group of examinees. A few candidates with slightly weaker strength had already begun to tremble. What should we do? We just entered and already encountered 3 peak-level fierce beasts. How are we supposed to fight the rest? Jiang Qin spoke up unhappily. With my brother here, what is there to panic about? Jiang Feng had already stepped forward towards the 3 iron-spined sabertooths. His pace was slow, exuding an air of calm. Seeing the human approaching, the lead iron-spined sabertooth let out a low growl, suddenly exerting force in its hind legs, its massive jaws wide open as it lunged at Jiang Feng. A gust of foul wind rushed towards him. Jiang Feng sidestepped half a step, dodging the attack, while his right arm's muscles tensed explosively and his fist came crashing down. Bang! With a muffled sound, the iron-spined sabertooth's head caved in, its massive body crashing to the ground, twitching a couple of times before falling still. One punch, and it was killed instantly. The remaining two saber-tooths had not yet reacted when Jiang Feng took a step forward, his figure turning into an afterimage as he appeared next to the left one. Crack! Another punch. The left iron spine saber-tooth's jaw was shattered, its massive body flying away and lifeless upon hitting the ground. The last iron spine saber-tooth finally reacted, a hint of human-like fear flickering in its eyes as it tucked its tail and turned to flee. But in the next moment, Jiang Feng had already blocked its path, raising his right foot and bringing it down like a war axe. Boom. The iron spine saber-tooth's head was stomped into the ground, its blood seeping through the soft mud. 2 punches and 1 kick. The 3 peak-level fierce beasts were wiped out. The entire process took no more than half a minute. Behind him, a group of people stared with their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long while. Is that it? Those were 3 peak-level beasts. Jiang Feng didn't use any martial techniques, relying solely on his physical strength, and he killed them all. Is this guy even human? Jiang Feng turned back, just about to call Jiang Chun. A figure rushed past him. Yan Zhixia had drawn her long knife from her waist, nimbly starting to excavate the beast cores. Her techniques were skillful, and soon she had excavated 3 yellowish-brown crystals. After cleaning them, she quickly ran to Jiang Feng. Here you go. The girl wore a sweet smile. Jiang Feng accepted the crystals, a glint of approval flashing in his eyes. You're quite nimble. Yan Zhixia smiled shyly and said no more, quietly retreating back into the group. Zhao Wuji glanced at Yan Zhixia, unable to help but mutter, I was wondering why Yan the great class flower rushed in so quickly. Turns out she went to dig for cores. This collaboration is too taciturn. Jiang Chun shot him a sideways glance. What do you know? This is called a virtuous assistant. Jiang Chun. Jiang Feng's voice floated from the front. Jiang Chun immediately shut his mouth, standing upright. Brother, I didn't say anything. A few candidates who had paid were clustered together, their previous tension completely dissipated, replaced by uncontrollable excitement. 3 peak-level beasts. 1 punch each. This is too fierce. 1 million. Totally worth it. I knew I didn't misjudge him. Come on, who was trembling like a leaf just now? Was I trembling? I was clearly excited. If I hadn't paid, I would have jumped in myself. Everyone burst into laughter, the previously tense atmosphere completely dissipated. Jiang Feng ignored the commotion behind him and stored the 3 beast cores. Don't dawdle, keep moving. He took a step forward, continuing deeper into the wilderness. The frequency of fierce beasts appearing along the way had noticeably increased. But no matter how many appeared, once they did, they would be swiftly and cleanly taken down by Jiang Feng. How does Jiang Feng manage to detect those beasts hidden in the shadows? It's like he has opened his third eye. So amazing. What a sense of security. The atmosphere in the group became increasingly relaxed. Several hours passed. The group had already ventured deep into the heart of the Black Wind Wilderness, with only half the distance left to their destination. The sky darkened, and the setting sun painted the entire wilderness a dark red. At this moment, someone in the group spoke up. Since we still have time, there's a patch of wild forest ahead. How about we take a break? Although they had not yet engaged, they had been straining to keep up with Jiang Feng's pace. They were indeed somewhat tired. In contrast, Jiang Feng, while scouting, fighting, and moving, appeared as if nothing affected him. But everyone had grown accustomed to it. This guy just wasn't a normal human. Jiang Feng nodded. That works. He led the group into the wild forest, finding an open area. Just as he was about to call everyone to sit down, Jiang Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened. He raised his right hand, signaling the group to be silent. What's wrong? The others followed Jiang Feng's gaze. Before they could see anything, a series of barks started to echo. It sounds like iron spine saber-tooths. From the sound, there are quite a few of them. The group quickly gathered together, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. In the next moment, over 20 iron spine saber-tooths emerged from the depths of the wild forest. So many. The pupils of the group contracted sharply. But Jiang Feng's gaze was not on these iron spine saber-tooths. His eyes were focused deeper within. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the wild forest. The iron spine saber-tooths automatically parted to the sides, as if welcoming a king, creating a path. A beast far larger than its kind slowly walked out. It was a giant tiger covered in dark red fur, standing over 2 meters tall and measuring over 5 meters long. On its forehead was a curved horn wrapped in strands of black mist that exuded a chilling aura. A candidate in the group gasped, it's a peak-level 2nd-grade fierce beast. The one-horned demon tiger. Someone's face turned pale. With so many iron spine saber-tooths already troublesome, now we have a peak-level 2nd-grade beast. In an instant, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to Jiang Feng. This time, could he still hold up? Jiang Feng stood at the forefront of the group, his expression calm. The pressure from the one-horned demon tiger was considerable, but that was all there was to it. This calmness inexplicably settled the originally panicking crowd. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Jiang Feng, are you really going to fight this demon tiger? A boy beside him hurriedly advised, Jiang Feng, don't be impulsive. This creature is not like Qin Hao's moonwolf. One is a novice in the 2nd rank while the other is at the peak of the 2nd rank. The difference is like heaven and earth. Someone anxiously said. Even if Jiang Feng can hold off that demon tiger, what about the 20 or so iron-spined hounds left? They are all at the peak of the first rank. With our numbers, we might not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. How about we split up and run? If one of us can escape, it's worth it. This last statement ignited the fear in everyone's hearts, and they instantly fell into disarray. A few of the more timid ones were already preparing to flee. Don't move. Jiang Feng's icy voice rang out. He did not turn back. Stay where you are. I will ensure your safety. If you run around recklessly, you deserve to die. Zhao Wujia stepped forward. Jiang Ge, we are also first-rank warriors. We can't just watch you fight alone. If we all attack together, we can at least help you hold off those iron-spined hounds. Jiang Feng shook his head. I appreciate the sentiment. However, this is a paid job. Oh, I said you don't have to interfere, so I must keep my word. As his words fell, Jiang Feng raised his right hand. A dazzling white light flashed from the beast-controlling ring. Come forth, white tiger. In the next moment, a powerful pressure swept across the area as a giant snow-white tiger appeared amidst the blossoming white light. The white tiger's golden eyes swept over the ferocious beasts ahead, filled with an innate disdain. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed like thunder, causing the leaves in the desolate forest to tremble and fall. The group of iron-spined hounds in front immediately tucked their tails, whimpering in fear as they crouched to the ground. Even the peak of the second-rank one-horned demon tiger took a step back at the sound of the tiger's roar. The one-horned demon tiger's dark red eyes stared intently at the white tiger, letting out a low growl. Behind Jiang Feng, a group of people widened their eyes, staring dumbfounded at the imposing white giant tiger. A battle pet. Jiang Feng actually has a battle pet. What breed is this battle pet? It's too impressive. Just its roar has scared all the first-rank ferocious beasts into submission. Compared to this white tiger, Qin Hao's moon wolf is simply a little lapdog. No wonder Jiang Feng is so It turns out he has a hidden trump card. Jiang Feng ignored the commotion behind him and strode directly toward the one-horned demon tiger. White tiger, that big fellow is mine. The rest is up to you. The white tiger let out a low growl, excitement flickering in its golden eyes. In the next moment, it powered up its limbs, and like a streak of white lightning charged directly into the group of iron-spined hounds. Its claws swung, glinting with cold light. The iron-spined hound's proud hard spines were as weak as tofu under the white tiger's claws. Amidst the cries of agony, blood splattered everywhere. In just a few seconds, 3 or 4 iron-spined hounds fell into a pool of blood without even a chance to struggle. The remaining iron-spined hounds completely lost their fighting spirit and turned to flee. The white tiger leaped and blocked their escape route. It opened its massive mouth and unleashed another earth-shattering roar. The might of the tiger surged forth. The few iron-spined hounds at the front were directly shaken into a state of bleeding from their orifices, dying on the spot. So strong. A candidate murmured to himself, his eyes filled with shock. This is not a battle pet, it's clearly a killing machine. Though they are both at the peak of the first rank, the power difference is as vast as heaven and earth. On the other side, the one-horned demon tiger watched its subordinates being slaughtered, its eyes filled with fierce light, tinged with a hint of greed. It realized that the white tiger had immense potential far beyond its own. But the opponent is still not at the second rank. It has every reason to fight. If it could devour the opponent's beast core, it would have a great chance of breaking through the limits of its own talent. As for the human approaching it, the one-horned demon tiger was unconcerned. Roar! The one-horned demon tiger let out a thunderous roar, its limbs exerting force as its massive body charged towards Jiang Feng like an out-of-control tank. The ground shook violently. Be careful. Yan Zhixia couldn't help but remind him. Jiang Feng remained unfazed, taking a step forward, advancing rather than retreating. Indestructible body. His internal blood and qi surged, enveloping him in a layer of golden radiance. Jiang Feng transformed into an invincible golden figure, swinging his arms to strike the one-horned demon tiger's head. Bang! His fist collided with the tiger's head, producing a deep, resounding sound. The massive body of the one-horned demon tiger trembled, halting its forward momentum with a hint of human-like astonishment flashing in its eyes. Jiang Feng was directly knocked back, twisting in midair before landing steadily. However, he appeared to have sustained no injuries. Jiang Feng's expression remained calm. He had anticipated that he would be weaker than the demon tiger before him. Come again. Jiang Feng stepped forward, charging out once more. Roar! The one-horned demon tiger let out a roar, its fierce light intensifying as it lunged forward as well. Jiang Feng first dodged the tiger's claw that came crashing down, then leapt up, his right hand already gripping the hilt of the sword behind him. Thunderclap slash. The thunder-patterned blade was drawn. Silver arcs of electricity danced wildly along the blade, emitting a tearing explosion. He unsheathed the sword. He slashed down. It was seamless. The blade light cut through the air, fiercely slashing towards the demon tiger's neck. Clang. Sparks flew. Jiang Feng's strike only left a shallow white mark on the tiger's neck. Hiss! A gasp of cold air came from behind. It's over. This demon tiger's defense is also incredibly strong. It's impossible to damage it at all. The one-horned demon tiger was enraged by Jiang Feng's strike, roaring fiercely as it suddenly turned. Its thick tail whipped like a steel whip, sweeping towards Jiang Feng's midsection. Jiang Feng sheathed his sword in defense, blocking in front of him. Bang! The tiger's tail crashed against the blade, sending an overwhelming force surging through. Jiang Feng was sent flying, smashing through 2 withered trees before finally stabilizing his form. As everyone was worried, Jiang Feng slowly stood up from the broken wood. He shook off the wood chips on his shoulders. The peak of the second rank is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Feng's eyes showed no fear. Instead, a burning fighting spirit ignited within him. But the warm-up is over. Jiang Feng took a deep breath. The blood and qi within him flowed, creating a tidal sound. The indestructible body was operating at full force. A visible golden radiance erupted from his body, making his already tall figure seem to swell further, his muscles appearing as if forged from steel, exuding an unshakable heaviness. Jiang Feng stepped forward, and the ground exploded beneath him. He soared like a golden meteor, crashing towards the one-horned demon tiger. The demon tiger let out a roar, lunging in response. However, before it could get close, the tiger seemed to sense something terrifying, its body suddenly stiffening. In the distance, the white tiger let out a thunderous roar, its eyes gleaming with golden light, a sharp aura surging around it. At that moment, Jiang Feng's eyes transformed into golden tiger pupils. An overwhelmingly domineering aura erupted from Jiang Feng, his innate talent activated. Tiger Slaughter God. Activate. Taking advantage of the fleeting moment when the unicorn demon tiger was lost in thought, Jiang Feng swiftly appeared before it and leaped into the air. In the next instant, his right leg descended like a battle axe enveloped in crimson energy, crashing down heavily upon the tiger's head. Crack! The demon tiger's limbs went soft, its massive body crashing to the ground. Its enormous head was directly smashed into the earth, creating a deep pit. Roar! The sense of impending death sent the unicorn demon tiger into a frenzy. But in the next moment, Jiang Feng's pupils constricted as an invisible mental force radiated outward. Diamond Incantation. In his sea of consciousness, the diamond Dharma form glared fiercely. Boom! The unicorn demon tiger felt itself suppressed by an invisible force, its eyes momentarily glazing over. At this moment, Jiang Feng's figure had already descended, gripping the hilt of his blade, the thunder pattern blade, raised high. On the blade's silver arcs of electricity transformed into crimson, emitting a series of tiger roars. The power of the diamond body, the enhancement of the tiger slayer, and the momentum of the thunder slashing. All 3 forces converged upon the blade's edge in an instant. Whoosh! The crimson blade light descended like heavenly thunder, ruthlessly slicing into the demon tiger's neck. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. A grotesque tiger head shot up into the sky, tumbling several times before crashing heavily to the ground. The headless tiger body suddenly rose, shook a few times, and then collapsed. Blood gushed from the severed neck, instantly filling the small pit on the ground. The stench spread. Jiang Feng sheathed his blade. Behind him, the white tiger had also finished its battle, leisurely crawling up to Jiang Feng and lying down. At this moment, the last rays of the sunset filtered through the twisted shadows of the trees, casting a golden glow upon the man and the tiger. A group of candidates stared at this scene, unable to speak for a long time. Only one thought surfaced in their minds. Like a deity, Jiang Feng's golden pupils gradually faded as he turned to look at his team. Could you help me out? Before Jiang Feng could finish, Yan Jixia, the first to regain her senses, had already walked over to an iron spine hound, starting to extract its beast element core. The second to snap back was Zhao Wuji. Quick, help out. Jiang Chun followed closely behind. Even Sun Jian and the others quickly joined the team, extracting the beast element cores. The remaining candidates also gradually regained their composure, their gazes towards Jiang Feng filled with shock and reverence. He really just killed a peak 2nd grade ferocious beast. It looks like he didn't even expend much effort. Is he already 2nd grade? No. The manifestation of 1st and 2nd grades is completely different. He is definitely 1st grade. 1st grade killing peak 2nd grade. What kind of monster is this guy? The murmurs continued. Jiang Feng paid them no mind, his gaze falling upon the severed, grotesque tiger head. This unicorn demon tiger is a treasure trove, especially its fur comparable to an ordinary precious artifact, and that horn which contains its essence can be used to forge artifacts. Jiang Feng calculated its value in his heart, growing more excited. In the distance, noticing Jiang Feng's increasingly abnormal smile, Jiang Qin's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Zhao Wuji beside him and whispered, "Do you think my brother not letting us take action is because he's worried we'll snatch his loot?" Zhao Wuji was taken aback. That could really be a possibility. At this moment, Yin Jixia had already collected the beast element cores from Sun Jian and the others and approached the two. Hand it over. The beautiful girl held out her coat, filled with blood-stained cores inside. All right, sister-in-law. Jiang Chun hurriedly placed the beast element core he extracted into it. The girl who had originally been expressionless now bore a hint of a smile. Jiang Feng, this is for you. Yin Jixia approached Jiang Feng, presenting the coat, filled with beast element cores like a treasure. Jiang Feng glanced at it and apologetically said, "Could you help me keep this for now?" There was too much to carry out. It wasn't convenient for him. Sure. The girl smiled gently. In the next moment, the items in her hand vanished into thin air. Jiang Feng's eyes widened slightly. You have spatial equipment. Yin Jixia nodded slightly, raising her right hand to reveal a silver bracelet on her wrist. Yin Jixia smiled and said, "Do you want it? I have a spare at home that I can lend you." Jiang Feng chuckled bitterly. No need. Spatial storage equipment is rare, and it's something that money can't buy. He still hadn't returned the dowry he borrowed, so how could he ask for this? For a moment, Jiang Feng felt an impulse to yield. Roar. The white tiger suddenly let out a low growl. Jiang Feng turned around to see the white tiger, which had been lying on the ground, had stood up at some point, its massive body trembling slightly, its golden eyes misted with tears, emitting a low, pained whimper from its throat. Jiang Feng's heart tightened as he reached out to stroke the white tiger's snowy fur. What's wrong? The white tiger's thoughts were conveyed through their blood bond. Hungry. So hungry. Hungry. Jiang Feng frowned. Yin Jixia's voice came. Jiang Feng, it seems like it wants to advance. Jiang Feng's expression hardened. For ferocious beasts to advance, a substantial amount of energy is needed, and if it fails it could damage its origin. And the only thing he had that met the requirement. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng said to Yin Jixia, "Give me all the beast element cores we collected just now." Okay. A glimmer passed through the silver bracelet, and all the beast element cores piled into small heaps on the ground. Jiang Feng picked one up and held it to the white tiger's mouth. Eat, and if it's not enough, there's more. The white tiger swallowed it in one gulp, clearly feeling much better. But, not enough. Feeling the white tiger's thoughts, Jiang Feng stuffed in another one. Not enough. Jiang Feng picked up another one. As time passed, the originally piled beast element cores began to deplete rapidly. In the end, apart from the peak second-grade demon tiger core, all others were devoured by the white tiger. Forget it. I'll give you this one too. Jiang Feng held the demon tiger core to the white tiger's mouth. He could feel that the white tiger was just one step away from successfully advancing. Time to save where he could and spin where he must. The white tiger's eyes lit up as it took the second-grade core in its mouth and swallowed it whole. Boom. At the moment the core entered its belly, a terrifying energy storm erupted from within the white tiger. Golden light surged into the sky, illuminating the entire desolate forest as if it were daylight. The white tiger's massive body was enveloped in golden light, hovering in midair, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The group behind was left in stunned silence. Wow. With such a commotion, one might think a 7th or 8th grade ferocious beast is advancing. What level is Jiang Feng's battle pet? Able to easily slaughter opponents of the same tier, it must at least be B grade, right? Given this breakthrough commotion, I think it's at least A grade. It can't be S grade, can it? The discussions buzzed ceaselessly, and many people revealed envious expressions. Meanwhile, in another location, Xin Hao and others also saw the golden light shooting up into the sky, their expressions filled with astonishment. What is that thing? What a terrifying energy fluctuation. Could it be a 3rd grade ferocious beast appeared? Impossible. The examiner clearly stated that the highest here is only peak 2nd grade. Xin Hao's face darkened as he looked ahead, only to see the Yu-Wolf, which had been scouting ahead, now lying on the ground trembling in fear. Through their blood bond, Xin Hao could clearly sense the intense fear being transmitted by the Yu-Wolf. Change route. Xin Hao made a decisive decision. He had originally intended to take a shortcut, but since such a terrifying ferocious beast existed nearby, his life was the priority. After all, with his speed, becoming the first to pass the assessment should already be a foregone conclusion. The golden light gradually dissipated as the white tiger slowly descended to the ground, its size seemingly expanded by a circle. Beneath its snow-white fur, golden patterns subtly flowed, emanating an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down one's spine. 2nd rank. The white tiger swept its gaze across the crowd, causing the onlooking candidates to instinctively take a step back. This aura is even more terrifying than that of the previous unicorn demon tiger. Just breaking through to 2nd rank, and already its pressure surpasses that of a peak 2nd rank fierce beast. This must be an A-grade battle pet. Jiang Feng stood in place astonished as he felt the power feedback from the blood contract. Can a battle pet provide secondary feedback after breaking through? His physical strength surged once more, and the vitality within him became even more refined. Even his realm naturally progressed to the 9th level of body tempering. Although no beast origin crystal was left behind the white tiger's advancement, and his own realm breakthrough were already a substantial gain. Let's go continue on our journey. Jiang Feng called out and mounted the tiger's back. The white tiger let out a low growl and walked deeper into the wilderness. The others hurriedly followed. In the following journey, Jiang Feng took on the role of a hands-off manager. When encountering fierce beasts, he directly let the white tiger handle it. As for the beast origin crystals, Yin Jixia took the lead in helping to collect them. Along the way, they encountered 2 second-rank fierce beasts, both of which were easily crushed by the white tiger. It's too abnormal. A candidate couldn't help but mutter as he watched the white tiger smash a peaked second-rank fierce beast's head with a paw. Yeah, this white tiger feels even stronger than in a grade battle pet. Someone looked at the leisurely Jiang Feng, feeling a tinge of envy. Making 1 million must be too easy for him, right? Yet these thoughts they could only keep to themselves. As dawn broke, Jiang Feng and the others could already see the boundary of the Black Wind Wilderness. At the end of the Black Wind Wilderness stood an abandoned mine. At the entrance of the mine, Li Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing deep into the wilderness. Around him gathered other examiners. A slightly plump examiner glanced at his watch and frowned, saying, "It's almost dawn, as someone should be arriving soon, right? It should be about time. Who do you think will arrive first?" Another examiner chimed in. The plump examiner chuckled. "If it weren't for that candidate named Jiang Feng acting foolish, I would definitely pick him. Unfortunately, that kid is dragging so many burdens with him. Unless he abandons some people midway, I'm not even sure if he can pass the assessment." "Right," said an examiner, nodding. "That kid does have talent, but he's just too arrogant. Some people need to learn from experience to grow. But this time the price he pays might be a bit steep." Li Mo remained silent. Suddenly Wang lay beside him, narrowed his eyes, and said, "They're coming." The crowd perked up, looking towards the wilderness. In the morning mist, a massive white figure slowly emerged, followed by the silhouettes of a group of people. "That's Jiang Feng. He actually has a battle pet. From the aura, it's a second-rank battle pet, but the pressure it gives off is comparable to a third rank. No wonder that kid is so confident. Turns out he was prepared all along." The group of examiners widened their eyes. The white tiger strode majestically at the front, with Jiang Feng calmly seated on its back. Behind him, more than 20 candidates lined up in 2 rows. Some candidates even held wild fruits they had casually picked along the way, munching as they walked. This leisurely sight in such a dangerous wilderness felt utterly out of place. The entire camp fell into silence. The plump examiner counted in his mind, astonished. Not a single one is missing. How did he manage that? An examiner's gaze remained fixed on the white tiger. "This battle pet is stronger than the fiercest beasts we released into the wilderness. This assessment is practically no challenge for that kid." Li Mo's eyes gleamed. A second-rank battle pet. At least in a grade. As soon as this was said, the examiners were once again shaken. A grade battle pet. Not to mention Jiang City, even the entire eastern province has very few with a grade battle pets, right? That kid actually managed to contract in a grade battle pet. One cannot just contract a battle pet as they please. Especially battle pets of grade and above, it's a process of mutual selection. Without the ability to impress a battle pet, the blood contract cannot be successfully established. The plump examiner clicked his tongue in amazement. What exactly is Jiang Feng's background? The team arrived at the camp. Jiang Feng dismounted from the tiger's back and stored the white tiger back into his beast-taming ring. Jiang Chun excitedly approached, asking, "Examiner, how many are we to arrive first?" Li Mo smiled and replied, "You are the first to arrive." Zhao Wuji also asked, "Now that we're here, does that mean we have passed the assessment?" Wang Lei responded, "Yes, you can go rest in the tent first. Once the other candidates have results, we will announce it all together." Upon hearing this, many cheered. They quickly gathered around Jiang Feng and headed towards the tent where food had already been prepared for them. As time passed, the second wave of candidates arrived. Qin Hao and his group crossed the wilderness boundary and soon spotted the camp at the mine entrance. "We've arrived. Finally here." A group could not help but smile. Qin Hao held his head high, leading the moon wolf as he strode towards the camp. Upon entering the camp, Qin Hao first looked around, and seeing no one else, revealed a smug smile. "Looks like we're the first batch." Behind Qin Hao, a few companions chimed in, "Of course. With Qin Shao leading, we are definitely first. That guy named Jiang Feng might have a chance to compete with Qin Shao. Too bad he's got issues, insisting on bringing along a bunch of burdens." Qin Hao's smile grew even wider. In fact, as long as they could pass the assessment, it made no difference who arrived first. It was merely a matter of reputation. But he loved that reputation. The examiners who had been watching everything exchanged glances, their expressions strange. The plump examiner coughed lightly, saying, "You all go rest in the tent." Qin Hao didn't notice the examiner's expressions and strode towards the tent. Let's get some water first," he said as he lifted the tent flap. Then he froze in place. Inside the tent, there were more than 20 people sitting, chatting and laughing. The smile on Qin Hao's face froze. His companions following closely behind were also stunned. Someone couldn't help but ask, "How come you guys are here?" Jiang Feng was resting with his eyes closed and did not respond. Yin Jixia sat beside Jiang Feng, her eyes focused only on him. Zhao Wuji exchanged glances with Jiang Chun. Zhao Wuji spoke first. Isn't that Qin Xiao? He arrived quite quickly. Jiang Chun added with a grin. But you're still late. We've already had a nap. Qin Hao's mind went blank. How could these guys possibly arrive faster than him? Qin Hao's gaze landed on Jiang Feng. It's this kid. It must be this kid. He recalled the strange looks from the instructors earlier, and his face began to redden rapidly. Why is it so hard to put on a show? Countless words ultimately turned into a single word in his heart. Damn. As time ran out, the final number of arrivals reached 45. Liamo looked at the throng of candidates, his brows furrowing slightly. Beside him, an examiner's sighed. Too many have passed. Someone from above will definitely come to verify. Normally, the number of candidates passing the initial assessment from a city would not exceed 20. But no one expected a freak like Jiang Feng to appear. Wang Lei lowered his eyelids and said calmly, "Let them verify. We're following the rules, or are we afraid of an investigation?" Upon hearing this, the examiners relaxed their expressions. Yes, they hadn't engaged in any favoritism. Why fear? Liamo raised his hand, and the examiners immediately fell silent. Liamo slowly walked in front of the candidates, took a deep breath, and then spoke with a voice like thunder. Silence. A powerful pressure radiated out. The candidates fell silent at once, turning to look. Liamo wasted no time and directly said, "First of all, congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the initial assessment. Next, I will inform you of the tasks for the next stage of the assessment, and the rewards for the initial assessment." The eyes of the provincial talents in the crowd sparkled with fervor. The reason they came from the big provinces to this small place was for the rewards of the initial assessment. Liamo slowly began. The second phase of the assessment is linked to the junior assessment rewards you are about to receive. You will each get a chance to enter the Xianling's secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted. What the Xianling's secret realm? Is it the one I know about? No wonder my family says this is a chance to change one's fate. Even Qin Hao couldn't help but feel excited. Given the status of the Qin family, he had previously tried to secure a chance to enter the Xianling's secret realm and had used all his connections, but to no avail. Who would have thought that he would get it for free here? Jiang Feng's eyes also ignited with fervent brilliance. The Xianling's secret realm is an independent space that has emerged around the world following the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star. No one knows where they came from, but it is certain that the existence of the Xianling's secret realm predates the revival of spiritual energy. Some experts speculate that Blue Star may have had a divine martial era far more powerful than the present at some unknown time in the past. It is just unclear why there is a gap in the eras, leaving behind fragmented, broken small worlds. In the Xianling's secret realm, countless treasures long extinct in the outside world flourish, and even ancient martial arts legacies are hidden. 30 years ago, a nearing Indo-Flife 9th grade martial artist unexpectedly obtained a legacy in a grade Xianling's secret realm, successfully breaking through to the king level and leaped to become one of the top powerhouses in Dragon Kingdom's combat rankings. But along with the benefits comes an extremely high mortality rate. It is said that no more than 30% of those who enter the secret realm can ultimately walk out alive. Once Liamo and the others calmed down, he continued, "This time you will enter a newly appeared grade Xianling's secret realm. But even a grade is far more dangerous than the assessment you just experienced. Think it over with your families before making a decision. The specific opening time of the Xianling's secret realm will be notified once you arrive at the provincial capital of the Eastern Province. 3 days later at 8 in the morning, gather at the Martial Arts Association's entrance for a unified ride to the Eastern Province. Those who are late or do not come will be considered to have automatically given up." After explaining everything, Liamo arranged for vehicles to return the candidates in batches. As Jiang Feng just sat down, a system prompt flashed through his mind. The host is truly cunning. He actually used the other candidates as bait to attract ferocious beasts, while hiding behind enjoying the benefits and pretending to be powerful, successfully deceiving everyone. This spirit of survival is a true inheritance of this system. Congratulations, host, on completing this level mission, Surviving to Live. Mission completion, levels level. Reward obtained 1. Realm 10-2. God level enlightenment experience card 1 already stored in system space. Jiang Feng's mouth twitched. Bait. Enjoying the benefits. This system's way of thinking is indeed as peculiar as ever. An energy was generated out of thin air, and his chi sweeping through his body along the meridians. The already attained 9th level of body refining instantly surged to its peak. Boom. A light sound exploded within him. Jiang Feng's cultivation stepped into the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Only one step remains to break through to the 2nd grade bone refinement realm. Immediately, a shimmering rainbow-colored phantom card appeared in the system space. God-level enlightenment experience card. Effect: enter a state of God-level enlightenment after use lasting for 24 hours. Note this card is a one-time consumable and can be activated at any time. God Level Enlightenment Experience Card. Effect: enter a state of God Level Enlightenment after use lasting for 24 hours. Note this card is a one-time consumable and can be activated at any. Once entered, they can often break through years of bottlenecks with their strength soaring. Moreover, the effects of God Level Enlightenment should be even superior to ordinary enlightenment. I must make good use of this card, Jiang Feng pondered. With the Xianling's secret realm approaching, if he could obtain a legacy, this God-level enlightenment card could maximize its effects. 3 hours later, as the sky darkened slightly at the entrance of Jiang City No. 1 middle school, as soon as Jiang Feng stepped off the bus, he saw his second uncle and second aunt waiting at the door. Jiang Feng was not surprised. On the way back, Jiang Chun had already reported the good news. His second uncle immediately decided to treat them and said he would come to pick them up. Xiao Feng, Xiao Chun. The second aunt was the first to greet them, her face beaming with a bright smile. Congratulations, congratulations. You both passed the assessment. Truly, brothers united can cut gold. Jiang Feng replied in a neither warm nor cold tone. Second uncle, second aunt. Jiang Jianya smiled as he opened the car door and called out to Jiang Feng. Get in the car quickly. I've booked a private room for you. Your family and your third uncle's family are already here. We're just waiting for you. Jiang Feng smiled and said, thank you, second uncle. It's no trouble at all. Jiang Jianya waved his hands repeatedly. We're all family, saying that is just being polite. They got into the car and headed straight for the hotel. It was still the same hotel as the previous gathering, and even the private room hadn't changed. Brother. As soon as they pushed open the door, Jiang Hao, Jiang Shui, and Jiang Yu rushed over. Jiang Hao's face was full of admiration. Brother, did you pass the special martial arts examination? I heard that if you pass the special martial arts examination, you can choose any top martial university. Jiang Shui and Jiang Yu also looked at Jiang Feng with starry eyes. Jiang Feng chuckled, patting the heads of the three. Sit down properly. Everyone took their seats and the food and drinks quickly arrived. The atmosphere this time was obviously much better than the last time. The second aunt kept smiling throughout and did not leave early. Jiang Jianya said in a deep voice, Xiao Chun, today is a happy day, don't cause trouble. Jiang Chun ignored him and respectfully bowed to his uncle's family and his third uncle. Jiang Jianya said in a deep voice, Xiao Chun, today is a happy day, don't cause trouble. Jiang Chun ignored him and respectfully bowed to his uncle's family and his third uncle's family. Uncle, aunt, third uncle, third aunt. At the last gathering I was immature and said many things I shouldn't have said which made you angry. I apologize to you with this drink. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the beverage in one go. The private room instantly fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Hao, sitting between Jiang Shui and Jiang Yu, couldn't help but whisper, Sister Shui, Sister Yu, do you think Jiang Chun got drunk on the beverage? The once arrogant Jiang Chun would actually take the initiative to apologize. How miraculous. Although several elders were surprised, they all raised their glasses. Especially the third uncle and third aunt, their smiles were particularly bright. We're all family, no need to say that. Jiang Chun then looked toward Jiang Shui and Jiang Yu. The two sisters involuntarily shrank back. Jiang Chun smiled. Xiao Shui, Xiao Yu, when you have your holiday, come to the provincial city to play with your cousin. He'll take you around. All expenses on food and lodging will be covered. Really? Jiang Shui and Jiang Yu's eyes widened with surprise. In this era, due to the existence of ferocious beasts, the cost of travel between cities is very high. They are just ordinary people and basically have no opportunity to leave the city. Of course it's true. Jiang Chun patted his chest in assurance. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's. Jiang Shui and Jiang Yu showed sweet smiles. Thank you, brother. Jiang Hao rubbed his chin. Could it be that Jiang Chun was possessed by someone? Smack! A chestnut exploded on his head. Jiang Hao hugged his head with both hands, looking at the side with tears in his eyes. Brother. Jiang Feng took a sip of the beverage, gently saying, don't call him by his name directly, he is also your brother. He could tell that Jiang Chun had truly changed this time. This gathering was a joyful occasion for both hosts and guests. Until they returned to the hotel where they were staying, Jiang Jianya's smile remained. His son has grown up and become more sensible. But as soon as the door was closed, Zhou Min suddenly spoke up. Xiao Chun, you performed well today. Your cousin is destined for great things in the future. He takes great care of your third uncle's family, and now you proactively show goodwill to them, which can also improve his impression of you. A hint of calculation made Jiang Jianya's smile fade. He looked at Jiang Chun. Could it be that his son thought the same way? Jiang Chun furrowed his brows at her words. Mom, I didn't do this because of my cousin. I truly realized my mistakes, and inviting the two younger sisters to the provincial city to play is sincere, not just empty words. Zhou Min was taken aback. What do you mean? Jiang Chun took a deep breath and slowly said, Mom, last time you said that only those who can support each other can be considered family, but I think you are wrong, at least not entirely right. I believe that when all external factors are stripped away, including money, power, and status, the ones who are willing to help each other still count as family. This statement was something Jiang Chun had heard from Jiang Feng when he apologized to him privately. Zhou Min's expression darkened. I raised you with great difficulty just for you to lecture me. Mom, Jiang Chen's voice raised a few notches. We originally didn't need to come to Jiang City. As long as the uncles helped to speak up, I could go to a better city to participate in the assessment. But why didn't they speak up? It's because they think our family has no value. At least not worthy of them wasting their I remember that day you went to ask them for help, and you came back angry crying that they had no sense of humanity. But Mom, think carefully, do you have any sense of humanity? You look down on uncle's family, look down on third uncle's family, thinking they are all poor relatives who will only drag us down. But this time in Jiang City, if it weren't for my cousin, I would have never passed the assessment. You always say others are snobbish, but aren't you yourself snobbish? Shut up. Zhou Min trembled with anger, raising her hand to strike Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen stood firm, his gaze resolute, not dodging. One hand grasped Zhou Min's wrist. Enough, Jiang Jianjun said in a deep voice. Xiao Chen, you should go rest now. Jiang Chen nodded and left. Zhou Min shook off Jiang Jianjun's hand, covering her face, as she sat down, her voice choked with tears. Yes, you are all good people. Just I'm the bad person. Jiang Jianjun sighed and embraced her. Meanwhile, as Jiang Feng's family just arrived home, they saw a figure standing at the door. The girl wore a black long dress, standing tall, her features appearing particularly exquisite under the light. It was Mu Huijin. Mu, classmate. Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. Mu Huijin first bowed to Jiang Jiangguo and his wife, saying, hello uncle and aunt. Then she turned to Jiang Feng. My dad wants to meet you, is it convenient now? Jiang Jiangguo and his wife exchanged glances, both seeing the glint of gossip in each other's eyes. Jiang Feng nodded. It's convenient. Then let's go, the car is over there. Mu Huijin turned and walked towards the black sedan by the roadside. Jiang Feng said goodbye to his parents and followed. Watching the two walk away side by side, Jiang Hao lowered his voice mysteriously, saying, Mom and Dad, my brother must be in a relationship early. Jiang Jiangguo and Chun Xiulan each gave Jiang Hao a chestnut. What nonsense are you talking about? Chun Xiulan smiled brightly. He's about to graduate from high school. What counts as early love? Exactly. Jiang Jiangguo nodded. This girl is really beautiful, has great temperament, and is polite. She is worthy of my son. Half an hour later, the car entered the villa area and stopped in front of a European-style villa. We have arrived. Mu Huijin pushed open the car door and stepped out first. She did not turn back. The black skirt swayed gently with her steps, exuding an aura of coldness that warned others to keep their distance. Jiang Feng did not mind following her into the villa. Inside the villa, Yang Qingyun was brewing tea dressed in loose loungewear, which added to his scholarly demeanor. That I brought the person here. Mu Huijin dropped the sentence and headed straight up the stairs, quickly disappearing around the corner of the second floor. Seeing this, Yang Qingyun shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly. This girl really has no awareness at all. Retracting his gaze, Yang Qingyun looked at Jiang Feng, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Jiang Feng, please sit. Yang Qingyun gestured for Jiang Feng to sit across from him. Jiang Feng complied and got straight to the point. Senior, may I ask why you called me here? Yang Qingyun did not beat around the bush. It is regarding the immortal spirit secret realm. I have received news that this time over 700 individuals from the entire eastern province have passed the preliminary assessment. Moreover, at least 30 of them have already broken through to the second rank of martial arts. What? Jiang Feng showed a look of surprise. In previous years, those who managed to break through to formal martial artists before the examination were already considered the elite enough to be securely admitted to top martial universities. Someone like him who reached the peak of body refinement at 18 could be considered a rare talent nationwide. Yet now there are more than 30 prodigies from just one major province stepping into the second rank. Yang Qingyun smiled and explained, no need to be surprised. For those martial arts clans, as long as the resources are sufficient, it is not difficult to elevate their realms in the early stages. It's just that in previous years these individuals have been deliberately suppressing their levels. The foundation is the most important aspect of the martial path. The top talents always choose to stay at each level for a while, honing their foundations to perfection before breaking through. This is also the reason why their strength far surpasses that of their peers. But this year is different. Yang Qingyun's smile gradually faded. Because of this special martial examination, everyone has loosened their restraints. Many individuals have even gone so far as to expend their potential to forcefully elevate their realms just to go further in this assessment. Jiang Feng furrowed his brows, puzzled. Even if the immortal spirit secret realm is rare, it shouldn't be worth risking their future, right? Yang Qingyun shook his head. It's not just the immortal spirit secret realm. The final reward for this special martial examination is far more generous than you can imagine, and it even concerns the future of humanity. I can't tell you the specifics right now, but as long as you can reach the final step, you will know. As he spoke, Yang Qingyun paused, his tone becoming extremely solemn. There is also another piece of news. In the past year, the frequency and intensity of the alien attacks on the star battlefield have far exceeded previous years. This is a clear sign of a major upheaval. Jiang Feng's pupils constricted. The so-called major upheaval is essentially a battle for the survival of races. Once it reaches that point, there will be no distinctions between strength and weakness, nor will there be differences based on gender, age, or family background. As long as one is a martial artist, they must go to the battlefield using their flesh and blood to fill that line of life and death. Yang Qingyun continued, this is also one of the important reasons for pushing the special martial examination. We need more powerful individuals, and we need to cultivate geniuses who can stand on their own more quickly. You should keep this information to yourself and not spread it around. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I understand, Senior. The living room fell silent for a moment. Jiang Feng took the initiative to speak. Senior, did you call me here tonight? Because there is something you need me to do. Yang Qingyun looked at him, his gaze containing a hint of complex emotions. I would like to ask you for a favor. He paused, his voice dropping a few notches. I hope you can take care of Huijin in the immortal spirit secret realm. You have seen Huijin's temperament, she is proud and aloof in front of others, and has basically no friends. Although her mother is a direct descendant of the Mu family, I am ultimately just a son-in-law in the Mu family. Huijin does not like to cater to the elders, so her position within the family is somewhat awkward. His tone was calm, but Jiang Feng could sense the helplessness hidden beneath that calmness. This special martial examination is her opportunity. If she can shine brightly in the secret realm, she can turn her situation within the family around, allowing the family to invest more attention and resources in her. Yang Qingyun did not continue speaking, but looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng nodded. Senior, rest assured, I will do my best within my capabilities. A smile appeared on Yang Qingyun's face. That is enough. He took out a business card from his pocket and pushed it in front of Jiang Feng. Once you arrive in the provincial city, if you encounter any trouble, you can come directly to find me. In the provincial city, the Mu family still holds some influence. Jiang Feng accepted the business card and tucked it away. Thank you, Senior. He stood up and cupped his hands toward Yang Qingyun. It is getting late. If there is nothing else, I will not disturb you further. Yang Qingyun stood up and waved toward the door. I will have the driver take you. After watching Jiang Feng leave, Yang Qingyun looked up at the second floor. Did you hear what Dad said? Mu Huijin appeared at the second floor railing. I heard, Dad. I do not need anyone to take care of me. Yang Qingyun sighed, but I do. Mu Huijin frowned. Dad, you are already at the 8th rank. You should be cautious at home. Now that we are outside, why must you be polite to a mere second-rank kid? What is the point? Yang Qingyun smiled and said, I entered the Mu family as a son-in-law under the name of a prodigy, becoming a joke in others' eyes, but it is also because of this that I was able to break through to the 8th rank and reach this point. This is for myself, and I do not regret it. Now being polite to that kid is to find a support for my daughter, wanting her to return safely, so naturally, I will not feel constrained. Mu Huijin wanted to say something else, but Yang Qingyun suddenly flashed and appeared behind her. He bent his finger and tapped her on the head. Ouch! Dad, what are you doing? Mu Huijin hugged her head, completely losing her aloof demeanor. Yang Qingyun pointed outside. If you need something from others, then be a little polite. If you call others kid, you are not one yourself. Mu Huijin looked at her father, falling silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke seriously. Dad, just wait, one day, I will make the entire Mu family change their surname. With your surname Yang. Yang Qingyun was momentarily speechless, chuckling. Oh really? He extended his palm, resting it on his daughter's head, his tone growing increasingly gentle. Dad is looking forward to it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At 7:30 in the morning, at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association, a silver gray bus stopped by the roadside, the logo of the Martial Arts Association printed on its body. When Jiang Feng arrived, quite a few people had already gathered at the entrance. Zhao Wujia was squatting on the steps, gnawing on a bun. When he saw Jiang Feng coming over, he quickly swallowed what was in his mouth and stood up. Brother Jiang. He glanced behind Jiang Feng and was taken aback for a moment. Behind Jiang Feng, in addition to Jiang Chun, there was also a cold and proud figure. Mu Huijin, dressed in black athletic wear with a long sword hanging at her waist, stood 2 steps behind Jiang Feng. What? Zhao Wujia leaned towards Jiang Chun, lowering his voice. What is going on? Mu Huijin, dressed in black athletic wear with a long sword hanging at her waist, stood 2 steps behind Jiang Feng. What? Zhao Wujia leaned towards, but then Mu Huijin suddenly appeared and took them all away. Zhao Wujia frowned. This situation is not right. What about the campus bell Yin? Jiang Chun looked around. Is Sister Zhixia not here yet? Jiang Feng suddenly turned around and glanced at the two of them with calm eyes. Jiang Chun and Zhao Wujia quickly fell silent, looking to the sky or gnawing on their buns. Jiang Chun looked around. Is Sister Zhixia not here yet? Jiang Feng suddenly turned around and glanced at the two of them with calm eyes. Jiang Chun and Zhao Wujia quickly fell silent, looking. Jiang Feng nodded. Okay. Just one word, no further questions. Mu Huijin did not say anything more. Zhao Wujia and Jiang Chun exchanged glances, seeing the sparks of gossip in each other's eyes. At this moment, a sound of an engine approached from a distance. A luxurious black car slowly drove into the square, stopping beside the bus. The car door opened, and Yin Jixia stepped out from inside. The noisy square suddenly quieted down a bit. Yin Jixia was dressed in a white martial outfit, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, looking even more gentle and pleasant. She had a silver long knife hanging at her waist with small crystal stones embedded in the sheath, reflecting dazzling light in the sunlight, clearly a treasured item. But that was not the reason for everyone's daze. What truly shocked them was the undeniable aura emanating from Yin Jixia. Jogged up to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was equally surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Second rank already? How did you manage that?" Yin Jixia smiled and said, "My mother left me something and I used it. The immortal spirit secret realm is very dangerous. I don't want to hold you back, I want to help you." Jiang Feng felt a wave of emotions rise in his heart, not only because of the girl's straightforward feelings, but also because of what Yang Qingyun had said to him yesterday. In the eyes of those great clans, third-rank warriors could be cultivated with resources. This trip to the eastern province might not be as easy as it was in Jiang City. Seeing Jiang Feng lost in thought, Yin Jixia did not disturb him, but glanced at Mu Huijin. Mu Huijin narrowed his eyes. In the end, neither of them spoke, each retracting their gaze. At that moment, Wang Lei stepped down from the bus, still holding his signature cigarette, his eyelids drooping as he scanned the area. "Time's up, everyone get on the bus." The crowd boarded the bus one after another. A few minutes later, the vehicle drove into a private airport. On the tarmac sat a silver-gray small passenger plane, the fuselage also emblazoned with the emblem of the Martial Arts Association. Li Mo was waiting by the stairs, holding a roster to start calling names. After finishing the roll call, Li Mo closed the roster and said in a deep voice, "There are still 3 people who are candidates from other major provinces. Due to certain reasons, they will be joining the group to enter the immortal spirit secret realm in the eastern province." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures emerged from the cabin. The young man at the front was tall and handsome, with a faint smile on his lips. To his left was a long-haired youth, stocky and expressionless. To his right was a slender girl with long eyes, scanning the crowd with a scrutinizing gaze. The long-haired youth chuckled lightly. "In such a small place, so many people have passed the preliminary assessment. Could it be cheating?" The brows of the examiners present furrowed slightly. The talents of Jiang City also looked somewhat displeased. Seeing this, the long-haired youth waved his hand and laughed. "Don't be angry, I'm saying this for your own good. With your meager strength, even if you enter the immortal spirit secret realm, you'll just be cannon fodder for scouting. It's better to give up early and save your lives." As soon as these words were spoken, even the originally indifferent talents from the major provinces furrowed their brows. Among the crowd, Qin Hao's face darkened. The one thing he couldn't tolerate was someone showing off in front of him. Qin Hao snorted coldly and stepped out of the crowd. "Big words, are you that strong?" The long-haired youth looked at him, raising an eyebrow. "I wouldn't say I'm strong, but to crush you should be sufficient." He paused, sizing up Qin Hao. "You seem unconvinced. Want to give it a try?" A cold glint flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. "Let's give it a try. Come out, Moonwolf." Qin Hao raised his left hand slightly, the beast tamer ring glimmering with silver light. The massive form of the Moon Wolf appeared before everyone. The pressure of the second-rank ferocious beast spread out, making the surrounding talents instinctively step back. Qin Hao crossed his arms and sneered. "Let's see how my battle pet handles this." He thought the opponent would at least be cautious. But unexpectedly, the slender girl scoffed. "So you have a second-rank battle pet? I'm so scared." The long-haired youth turned to the scruffy-haired youth. "Yangge, what do you say?" The scruffy-haired youth did not speak, but his figure suddenly flashed, leaving a lingering shadow in place. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the Moon Wolf. His right fist clenched tightly, the aura of the second rank bursting forth. Second rank. Qin Hao's pupils constricted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his heart. The scruffy-haired youth maintained his smile, delivering a simple straight punch towards the Moon Wolf, which could not even react in time. Bang! The Moon Wolf was sent flying, crashing to the ground, and convulsing twice before losing consciousness. Silence fell around them. The scruffy-haired youth looked up at the pale-faced Qin Hao. "Looks like this beast isn't up to par. Want to try it yourself?" Cold sweat broke out on Qin Hao's forehead. This was actually a warrior at the bone refinement stage. Moreover, judging by the speed and strength of the opponent's previous attack, he was no ordinary bone refinement warrior. He knew he was no match. But in front of so many people, he didn't want to back down. Qin Hao forced a composed expression, pretending to be calm. "If you can defeat my Moon Wolf, I'll admit you have some skill. But with that little strength, you don't even qualify to make me move. Any one of us here could take care of you." In the distance, Wang Lei frowned and looked at Li Mo beside him. "Boss, shouldn't we stop this?" Li Mo remained expressionless. "Why should we stop?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 incoming talents. "These little brats are quite arrogant and rude. I've been putting up with them for a long time now. Wang Lei was taken aback, his eyes suddenly scanning a figure in the crowd wielding a back knife. He smiled knowingly, the corners of his mouth curling up. In the arena, the scruffy-haired youth heard Qin Hao's words, and not only did he not get angry, but he also laughed aloud. Oh, then I'll give you 3 seconds. He raised 3 fingers, his tone casual. Within 3 seconds no one can defeat me. They'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Qin Hao's heart sank. Damn it, he was showing off too much. 3, 2. The scruffy-haired youth began to count down, his eyes filled with mockery. Qin Hao found himself in a dilemma. He instinctively scanned the crowd, his gaze stopping on Jiang Feng. Qin Hao's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he shouted, Jiang Feng, this waste is up to you to handle. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, about to refuse. But Qin Hao made a gesture, mouthing, except for that 100,000 owed. An additional 100,000. Jiang Feng swallowed the words he was about to say. All right. Jiang Feng stepped forward, heading straight towards the scruffy-haired youth. Qin Hao's tense mood instantly relaxed. In the distance, the long-haired youth and the slender girl looked at the approaching Jiang Feng, exchanging glances, and both laughed. The long-haired youth shook his head. These guys really won't cry until they see the coffin. The slender girl said disdainfully, they are just humiliating themselves. The scruffy-haired youth sized up Jiang Feng, his smile deepening. How about this? I won't bully you. If you can take 1 punch from me, I'll consider you the winner. How about that? Jiang Feng did not stop or speak. If you're not talking, then I'll take it as your agreement. The scruffy-haired youth's eyes narrowed, and he stomped down the ground, exploding. He transformed into a shadow, charging towards Jiang Feng with overwhelming force, unleashing the aura of the 3rd stage of bone refinement, exuding an oppressive pressure. The long-haired youth and the slender girl both wore expressions of amusement. But to their surprise, the group of waste in front of them not only did not appear tense, but instead revealed strange expressions. Some were holding back laughter. Some were shaking their heads and sighing. A sense of unease suddenly surged in the long-haired youth's heart. Could that kid have a trick up his sleeve? At the same time, boom. The scruffy-haired youth's fist had already slammed into Jiang Feng's chest. A terrifying gust of wind exploded around the two. As the storm dissipated, Jiang Feng remained motionless. The smile on the scruffy-haired youth's face had frozen, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He felt as if he had punched water, not even causing a ripple. Haven't eaten. Jiang Feng's indifferent voice came through. The scruffy-haired youth's pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively wanted to distance himself from Jiang Feng, but it was already too late. Jiang Feng raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and slapped out, producing a shadow. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed. The scruffy-haired youth felt as if his face had been crushed by a ferocious beast, instantly losing all sense of awareness. His entire body flew out, tumbling through the air several times before crashing down several meters away, leaving a long drag mark on the ground. The scruffy-haired youth bled from his mouth and nose, stars flashing before his eyes. He struggled to get up, but after several attempts he could not succeed. He even had the illusion that his head was no longer on his neck. In the distance, the long-haired youth and the slender girl stood frozen in place. Their gazes towards Jiang Feng were as if they were looking at a monster. Jiang Feng slowly retracted his palms, shaking his head and snorting coldly. You can't even defeat me, yet you dare to challenge young Master Qin. My strength is not even 1/10 of young Master Qin's. The long-haired youth and the slender girl instinctively looked towards Qin Hao. Is this guy really that strong? At that moment, Qin Hao stood tall, hands clasped behind his back with a calm smile on his face, looking unfathomable. Only the hands hidden behind him trembled slightly. Qin Hao slightly nodded, his tone indifferent. Enough, stop talking. How could the stars know the brilliance of the bright moon? Jiang Feng nodded in perfect agreement. What young Master Qin says is true. At this moment, Qin Hao was already laughing madly inside. Good, good, good. This Jiang Feng guy truly gets things done when paid. This is the feeling of showing off. Refreshing. So damn refreshing. Enough. At this moment, Li Mo stepped out, his face betraying no emotion. Everyone disperse. He waved his hand and told the long-haired youth and the tall girl, lift your people up, don't delay the flight. The two dared not say more and hurriedly went over to assist the disheveled youth climbing the boarding steps with a defeated demeanor. Qin Hao strode up to Jiang Feng, took out his phone, and wore a radiant smile. Jiang Feng, let's be friends. Jiang Feng did not refuse and scanned the code with his phone. While Qin Hao operated his phone, he said, the 2 million I owe you will be sent to you as soon as I return to the eastern province. He paused for a moment, put away his phone, and said with a more serious expression, this time consider it a personal favor I owe you, and if you need anything in the eastern province, just reach out to me. Jiang Feng nodded, all right. As long as there was money involved, anything could be discussed. Qin Hao then resumed his flamboyant demeanor, patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, and turned to walk toward the boarding steps. Everyone boarded the plane one after another. The cabin was spacious with seats arranged in pairs. Jiang Feng found his seat and sat down. Oh, just as he fastened his seat belt, a faint fragrance wafted in from beside him. Yan Zhixiao arrived a step ahead of Mu Huijin and naturally sat down next to Jiang Feng. She said nothing, merely leaning quietly against the seat, beginning to close her eyes and rest. Jiang Feng glanced at Yan Zhixiao, feeling that this girl was somehow different from before. He couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. In the back row, Zhao Wuji sat beside Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun clicked his tongue in astonishment and lowered his voice. My brother has quite the luck with romance. With Sister Zhixiao in front and Miss Mu behind. Zhao Wuji chuckled. But for Brother Jiang this might not. It seemed that the other party lacked a certain awareness when it came to romantic matters. The plane roared into the sky, flying straight towards the provincial capital. 5 hours later, the passenger plane landed at the exclusive airport of the Martial Arts Association in the provincial city. A dedicated vehicle had long been waiting directly, taking everyone to the preparation base for the secret realm. The base covered a vast area surrounded by high walls with a watchtower set every 10 meters along the top. Everyone got out of the vehicle, and Li Mo led them deeper into the base. After passing several gray-white training buildings, a brand new dormitory area appeared before them. The 6-story apartment buildings were neatly arranged with light gray paint on the exterior. In front of each building stood an electronic display screen scrolling the check-in information of the talents from various cities in the eastern province. Li Mo stopped, turned around, and his voice echoed throughout the area. For the next 2 days you will be staying here. He pointed to the apartment building behind him. The rooms have already been assigned, 2 people per room. In a while, staff will distribute the room cards to you. Your luggage has also been delivered to your respective rooms. He continued, the cafeteria is located on the east side of the dormitory area, open 24 hours. The training room is on the north side. Entry is granted with the room card. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his tone becoming more serious. 2 days later, all candidates who pass the preliminary assessment will gather here to head to the Xianling secret realm together. Before that, I expect you all to behave and not cause trouble. He added, otherwise if you miss the opportunity you will have no one to blame but yourselves. Li Mo then explained some precautions and allowed the staff to begin distributing the room cards. After receiving their cards, the crowd gradually dispersed. Jiang Chun leaned in closer to Jiang Feng and whispered, brother, which room are you in? Jiang Feng glanced at the number on his room card, building C612. I'm in the same one. We can stay together. Zhao Wuji chimed in, sounding a bit gloomy. I'm in building A, which is on the other side of the street from you guys. After parting ways with Zhao Wuji, Jiang Feng did not rush to the dormitory. You go ahead, I have something to do. Jiang Chun followed Jiang Feng's gaze and saw Yan Zhixiao standing not far away. The girl dressed in white stood quietly under the street lamp, seemingly waiting for someone. Jiang Chun immediately understood and winked at Jiang Feng. Brother, you go ahead and don't worry about me. After saying that, he dashed away without a trace. Jiang Feng shook his head and walked toward Yan Zhixiao. Classmate Yan, do you have time? I would like to talk with you. Yan Zhixiao seemed to have anticipated this, smiling as she nodded sure. The two walked side by side out of the dormitory area slowly, making their way along a pebble path. The night had completely fallen. The base lit up with streetlights, the orange glow spilling onto the path, casting long shadows of the two. Jiang Feng stopped, turned around, and looked at Yan Zhixiao with a calm gaze. Classmate Yan, I understand your feelings. Yan Zhixiao looked at him, a smile on her face without speaking. Jiang Feng organized his words. However, my feelings for you are purely those of friendship. Well, I don't have romantic feelings. I owe you an apology for taking up so much of your time. Yan Zhixiao's expression barely changed. I know. Her tone was relaxed. But you don't have anyone. Yan Zhixiao stepped forward, turned around, and faced Jiang Feng with her hands behind her back. The moonlight poured down from behind her, enveloping her in a hazy glow, making the girl appear even softer. Jiang Feng nodded. No, I don't. Yan Zhixiao tilted her head and continued to ask, so does my liking you bother or annoy you in any way? Jiang Feng thought seriously for a moment and shook his head. Not at all. Yan Zhixiao's smile grew even brighter. Then it settled. We can each pursue our own paths. My feelings for you have nothing to do with whether you like me or not. Yan Zhixiao spoke without a hint of grievance or coercion, but rather with a certainty and calmness that Jiang Feng could not comprehend. Jiang Feng looked at her smiling face and couldn't help but ask, Classmate Yin, what exactly do you like about me? If it's about looks, I consider myself decent enough. But the world is not short of good-looking people. As for talent, the original me was indeed top-notch in Jiang City, but in the eyes of someone like Yan Zhixiao's mother, I probably wouldn't be remarkable at all. Moreover, I am incredibly dull when it comes to romantic matters. To put it bluntly, I'm boring. Jiang Feng truly could not understand why someone of Yan Zhixiao's status would like him to this extent. Yan Zhixiao was momentarily taken aback, as if lost in some memory. But she quickly came to, shook her head and said, it's a secret. Jiang Feng, upon hearing this, no longer pursued the topic. He had never liked to force others. Jiang Feng took out his phone from his pocket and opened the banking app interface. I'll return your money first. But before he could finish, Yan Zhixiao had already stepped back 2 paces, her hands clasped behind her. That money should still be with you. Under the moonlight the girl's eyes sparkled. Anyway, you'll calculate the interest from you. Jiang Feng was silent for a moment, putting his phone back in his pocket. Sure. I'll try to calculate a bit more interest for you. Yin Zhixia smiled and nodded. Well, let's leave it at that for today. She waved at Jiang Feng, turned around, and walked toward the dormitory area. Jiang Feng stood in place, watching the girl's figure gradually fade away. For some reason his heart began to race a few beats. After parting with Yin Zhixia, Jiang Feng headed straight back to the dormitory area. Jiang Chun was already waiting downstairs with a black sedan parked nearby, and his second uncle standing by the car. Second uncle, what brings you here? Jiang Feng quickened his pace to approach. Jiang Jianjun patted Jiang Feng's shoulder, saying, Xiao Feng, it's not easy to visit the East Province. We should at least stop by second uncle's house. Your second aunt has prepared a whole table of dishes just waiting for you. Jiang Chun chimed in from the side. Brother, go ahead. My mom started preparing early this morning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt it was inappropriate to refuse any longer and nodded. The three of them got into the car. The black sedan drove out of the base, slowly heading towards the city. About an hour later the car entered a relatively remote villa area. Although it was called a villa area, the buildings had been around for quite some time. The car stopped in front of a two-story house. We've arrived. Jiang Jianjun turned off the engine and beckoned the two to get out. Jiang Chen pointed at the house and smiled. This is my home. The two adjacent houses belong to my uncles, but they usually live downtown, so this place is mostly empty. Jiang Feng nodded in acknowledgement, not asking further. As they reached the door, it swung open from the inside. Zhou Min stood behind the door in an apron, her hair casually tied back, lacking the refined makeup she had in Jiang City, giving her a more homely appearance. She held a spatula in her hand, smiling. Xiao Feng is here. Come in and sit. Jiang Feng stepped into the foyer and handed her a box of pastries he had bought on the way, saying, Second aunt, sorry to bother you. Zhou Min accepted the pastries, smiling. You're here, so why bring anything? The living room wasn't large, but was arranged very warmly. The dining table was already filled with dishes steaming hot. You all sit down first. One more dish will be ready shortly, Zhou Min said, hurriedly returning to the kitchen. Jiang Jianjun invited Jiang Feng to sit down. Looking at his nephew, Jiang Jianjun felt a bit emotional. Xiao Feng, I truly never expected that our Jiang family could produce a true dragon like you. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, I've worked hard all my life, and I'm only a third-rate. I suppose this is how it will be for me in this life. Jiang Feng took over the conversation, saying, Second uncle, without the support of family resources, to have come this far on your own is already quite impressive. Jiang Jianjun paused for a moment, his eyes reddening slightly. He poured himself a glass of wine and drank it down. Xiao Feng, the people I owe the most in my life are your father and your third uncle. His voice grew a bit hoarse as he continued, they provided financial and physical support for me to attend Wu University. And I, in order to establish myself in the provincial city, married your second aunt. Your second aunt's family is in business and has some savings. But because of that, her family has always looked down on me, and even more so on our Jiang family. To avoid putting your second aunt in a difficult position, I have been in less contact with my hometown these years. I didn't even dare to go back during the holidays. He clenched his wine glass. To put it nicely, I was afraid of causing trouble. To put it bluntly, I was being spineless. Jiang Feng remained silent and offered no consolation. He clenched his wine glass. To put it nicely, I was afraid of causing trouble. To put it bluntly, I was being spineless. Jiang Feng remained silent. Jiang Chen stepped forward to open the door, asking, Who is it? It's so late at night. He pulled the door open and instinctively frowned. Two young men were standing outside. The one in front wore a black martial outfit, his right hand in his pants pocket, looking at Jiang Chen with a hint of disdain. His name was Zhou Wenlong, the second son of Jiang Chen's maternal uncle. The other person was thinner and named Zhou Wu, the youngest son of Jiang Chen's third uncle. What are you two doing here? Jiang Chen's tone turned unfriendly. Zhou Wenlong pushed past Jiang Chen, striding into the house, with Zhou Wu closely behind. My dad and third uncle heard you passed the preliminary assessment and sent us to check on the situation. Zhou Wenlong spoke in a casual tone, behaving as if he were the master of the house. Oh, you're having him. Just in time, I'm hungry. The two glanced at the table full of dishes, their eyes lighting up as they moved closer, without greeting Jiang Jianjun, picking up chopsticks and starting to serve themselves. This meat is overcooked. This rib tastes mediocre. As they ate, they criticized the food. Jiang Jianjun sat to the side, his face darkening, but remained silent. Jiang Chen frowned and said, If it's not good, don't eat it. Zhou Wenlong ignored him and turned to Jiang Feng, asking, Who is this person? Jiang Chen replied sternly, This is my cousin, you'd better be polite. Zhou Wenlong raised an eyebrow and then sneered, deliberately lowering his voice, yet loud enough for everyone to hear. Oh, so it's the poor relative visiting. No wonder there's a whiff of poverty as soon as you enter. At that moment, Zhou Min came out of the kitchen with the last dish. She paused for a moment upon seeing Zhou Wenlong and the others, but still forced a smile, saying, What brings you, Wenlong, and oh? Zhou Wu replied indifferently, I say, second aunt, your threshold is too low. You let any cat or dog in. I need to remind you don't use our Zhou family's money to support refugees. Jiang Jianjun couldn't help but slam the table saying, what do you two mean by that? Zhou Wenlong looked at Jiang Jianjun, his expression turning cold. Second, uncle, have you forgotten how you established your family in the East Province? Anger flared in Jiang Jianjun's eyes, but after glancing at his wife he held back. Zhou Wenlong smirked, saying, exactly. Being a guest means you should have the attitude of a guest. Zhou Wenlong then looked at Jiang Feng, asking, brother, don't you agree? Second aunt looked somewhat embarrassed. Ignoring the two, Jiang Feng stood up and approached his second aunt, taking the dish from her hands. Second aunt, the dishes are ready. Let's sit down to eat. Zhou Min was taken aback for a moment, her eyes filled with gratitude as she said, all right. Let's eat. Zhou Wu then slapped the table, saying, second aunt, the food is too salty, bring me a glass of water. Just as second aunt was about to get up, Jiang Feng pressed down on her shoulder. It was the first time he looked at the two, saying, if your parents never taught you how to respect your elders, I can take on that role. The air in the living room suddenly froze. Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. Huh, you're so funny. Your tone is quite strong. The next moment Zhou Wu's expression turned cold as he said, teach us. You're qualified. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Wu lunged at Jiang Feng, his fingers clawing towards Jiang Feng's shoulder. The aura of the 7th level of body refinement erupted, filled with superiority. Zhou Min hurried to stop him, saying, Xiao Wu you. But she was blocked by Zhou Wenlong, who said, second aunt. Don't worry, Xiao Wu knows what he's doing. That kid won't die, but of course he'll suffer a bit. Heh. Jiang Chun let out a scoff. Zhou Wenlong turned around to look, asking, what are you laughing at? Jiang Chun didn't answer, his gaze resembling that of a spectator watching a clown. Zhou Wenlong frowned, saying, looks like you need to learn some manners. Before he could finish, a scream echoed through the room. Oh, it hurts. Brother Wenlong, save me. Zhou Wenlong was startled and turned back. He saw Zhou Wu, for some unknown reason, had already been grabbed by the poor relative by the wrist and was now let go. Zhou Wenlong's expression turned cold. The aura of the 8th level of body refinement erupted as he punched towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng remained calm as he equally punched back. Arrogant. Zhou Wenlong scoffed, but his smile quickly froze. Bang. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as Zhou Wenlong's arm bent under the force of his own punch, sending him flying and crashing into the coffee table, shattering cups and dishes everywhere. Jiang Feng's gaze returned to Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu was horrified as he said, don't. But before he could finish, crack. Another sound of bone breaking echoed as Zhou Wu's wrist was instantly fractured and he was kicked away by Jiang Feng. In the entire living room, only the sounds of Zhou brothers' howls were left. Zhou Min had been frozen in place since earlier. She watched her two nephews rush in and then saw them easily crushed by Jiang Feng. Zhou Min gazed at her two nephews, her mind adrift in a haze. For years she had endured humiliation in her natal home, bowing her head, swallowing indignities, until even her own son was looked down upon by his peers. She had always told herself to endure just a little longer, always pinned her hopes on her family's support for her husband and son. In the end, what had she truly gained? Auntie, are you really going to stand there and watch outsiders bully your nephews? Zhou Wenlong's shrill voice cut through the air. Zhou Min did not stir. His fury flared anew. Zhou Min, are you deaf? Your nephew has been beaten, and you utter not a single word. Wait until I tell father back home. Zhou Min's eyes widened, blazing with rising wrath. What did you call me? Zhou Wu's venomous voice slithered forth. We call you Annie out of courtesy, but don't mistake politeness for respect. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, your entire family will be banished from Dong Province forever. Zhou Min's expression hardened into icy stillness. Get out. What did you say? Zhou Wu struggled upright, disbelief twisting his features as he stared at Zhou Min. This woman, who had spent years groveling before their family, had just spoken those words. How dare she? Zhou Min's gaze grew colder still, her voice turned sharp and unyielding. Leave my house now, and never return. Zhou Wenlong's eyes bulged. Zhou Min, did your trip to Jiangxing drown your wits? Enough. Jiang Jianjun strode forward toward the Zhou brothers. A third-rank aura surged forth, each step resonating with palpable, soul-chilling pressure. Do you not understand human speech? My wife told you to leave. He extended both hands, gripping Zhou Wenlong's and Zhou Wu's heads firmly. His fingers clenched, tightening like fists around two hollow spheres. Open the door. Jiang Jianjun glanced at Jiang Chun, who hurried forward and swung the door wide. Jiang Jianjun, what do you think you're doing? I warn you, don't push your luck, or else I'll certainly tell my father. Jiang Jianjun ignored them entirely. With a surge of raw strength, he hoisted both men aloft, as if discarding refuse, and hurled them toward the threshold. Thud! Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu crashed onto the landing, tumbling down the steps. Zhou Wenlong scrambled up, dust-covered and disheveled mouth opening once more to protest. Thud! Pah! Jiang Chun spat contemptuously at them, and slammed the door shut. From outside came Zhou Wenlong's furious bellow. Fine. You'll regret this. Mark my words. Silence settled again over the living room. Zhou Min stood motionless, her gaze shifting slowly from her husband to her son. These two men, one who had borne decades of scorn and shame for her sake, the other who had learned silence and restraint to shield her. What then had she done? Zhou Min turned toward Jiang Feng. Xiao Feng. Auntie used to. Auntie, Jiang Feng interrupted gently. Family speaks as one. No divisions between us. Tears shimmered in Zhou Min's eyes. She said nothing more, only nodded fiercely resolutely. That sense of safety she'd never known in her natal home, she felt it now in Jiang Feng. He had risked alienating her entire bloodline, yet still stepped forward to defend her. Her nephew was right. This was family. Let's eat. Jiang Feng settled back into his seat with a warm smile. Auntie's cooking is exquisite. Pity to let it grow cold. After dinner it was nearly 8 o'clock. On the drive home Jiang Chen sat in the front passenger seat. Glancing into the rearview mirror at Jiang Feng seated behind, he hesitated, then spoke. Brother. Moi. Thank you. Jiang Feng leaned back, eyes closed, as I said. Family speaks as a faint smile tugged at Jiang Jianjun's lips behind the wheel. Back at the dormitory they washed up and retired. The next morning dawned crisp and clear. A sharp insistent knocking jolted them awake. Brother Jiang. Jiang Chen. Are you up yet? Zhao Wujia's voice boomed from beyond the door. Jiang Chen shuffled over yawning. What's all the racket so early? Something huge has happened. Zhao Wujia strode in excitement dancing across his face. The scions of Dong Province's elite martial clans have arrived and seized the training grounds first thing this morning. They're forming expedition teams for the Xianling secret realm. Anyone wishing to join may register immediately. Jiang Feng, already dressed, raised an eyebrow, forming. Zhao Wujia scratched his head. They claim it's for mutual protection inside the realm. But frankly it sounds dubious. Why would these noble heirs extend such courtesy to strangers? Jiang Feng nodded. We'll see for ourselves. He had no intention of relying on others' patronage, but gauging the mettle of these provincial prodigies held merit. The three descended the stairs and headed straight for the training grounds. Before they'd gone far they met Mu Huijin and Yin Zhixia coming toward them. Jiang Feng asked, You're also heading to the training ground? Mu Huijin nodded. Their envoys went door to door. We couldn't possibly miss it. Yin Zhixia smiled warmly at Jiang Feng. I was just setting out to find you. Ran into Mu classmate along the way. Jiang Feng turned to Mu Huijin, second rank. Mu Huijin nodded. Father brought me something last night. Jiang Feng acknowledged it silently. No further questions needed. Then let's go together. The five set off side by side, threading their way toward the training grounds. All along the path, gifted youths converged, voices rising in animated discussion. The training grounds occupied a vast domed arena. At its center stood over a dozen figures. Though their auras were deliberately restrained, an unmistakable weight pressed outward from each. Zhao Wujia sucked in a sharp breath. Damn. All second rank. No wonder this is the provincial capital. Jiang Shun nodded a quiet reverence, softening his expression. That was precisely why so many fled the capital for smaller cities, to avoid competing for scarce opportunities against such monstrous talents. Jiang Feng's gaze, however, did not linger on the dozen second-rank cultivators. Instead it settled upon 5 figures standing at the forefront. Around each of them swirled fluctuating waves of spiritual resonance. Uneven in intensity, yet unmistakably potent. All 5 were third-rank cultivators. Mu Huijin noticed Jiang Feng's focus and edged slightly closer. The one furthest left is Mu Qingxian, the leading genius of our generation 4th-level channel-linking realm. Beside him stands Qin Tianba of the Qin clan, 3rd-level channel-linking realm. At the center is Wang Luan of the Wang clan, 5th-level channel-linking realm. The remaining 2 are Lu Feng of the Lu clan and Li Moyan of the Li clan, both 3rd-level channel-linking realm. Jiang Feng nodded. Mu Qin Wang Lu Li, the 5 most powerful martial families of the province whose influence overshadowed all others. Behind the 5 third-rank masters and their dozen second-rank peers stood another group, already assembled awaiting entry into the Xianling secret realm, prepared to follow the 5 clans' lead. Among them Jiang Feng recognized several familiar faces, the 3 out-of-province prodigies he had subdued and intimidated at Jiangqing's Martial Association airport, and also Jiang Chen's cousins, Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu. At that moment, all 5 pairs of eyes locked onto Jiang Feng, wary fear, in some seething hatred in others. Brother. Jiang Chen too noticed Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu's glares, and unease flickered across his face. They posed no real threat, yet their positioning clearly indicated they now enjoyed the Wang clan's protection. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze, voice calm and steady. It matters not. At that instant Mu Qingxian glanced sideways. A second-ranked disciple from the Mu faction gave a slight nod, stepped forward from the ranks, and approached the gathering. As all eyes converged, Mu Qing calmly spoke. My name is Mu Qing, and the purpose of calling everyone here is already known to you all, so I will keep it brief. The mystic realm is fraught with dangers, and we must pool our strengths. Our 5 families have decided to each lead a team. The elites of our 5 families will take the lead responsible for clearing the path and dealing with powerful ferocious beasts. You only need to follow orders and perform some exploratory tasks within your capability. Of course, the spoils obtained from the realm will be distributed uniformly. The leaders will take 50%, the core members of the 5 families will take 30%, leaving the remaining 20% for you to share. As soon as these words were spoken, murmurs of discontent erupted from the crowd. 20%? Then it would be better not to enter. Such sweet words, but it seems you intend to use us as cannon fodder. Yet some were tempted. After all, it is good to be under a large tree for shade. Mu Qing continued, this is a rare opportunity and spots are limited. Those who wish to join may sign up now. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. The significant gains would all be taken by the 5 families, leaving the others with only scraps, and they were expected to be grateful for it. Let's go. Jiang Feng shook his head. Since the 5 families' prodigies were present, there was no need to stay. Jiang Feng turned and Jiang Chun and the others naturally followed. But suddenly Mu Qing's voice rang out. Mu Huijin, where do you think you are going? Mu Huijin paused in his tracks and turned to look back. Mu Qing was looking at him coldly, filled with disdain. You see your elder brother, and you don't even greet him. Is this how your father raised you? You truly have no manners at all. Mu Huijin's expression turned cold, instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist. Yet in the end Mu Huijin endured it. She did not want to cause trouble here. Nor did she want to give these people an excuse to act. But in the next moment a figure stepped in front of Mu Huijin, blocking Mu Qing's mocking gaze. Jiang Feng spoke indifferently. With such words, your upbringing is also questionable. The entire venue fell silent, all eyes converging on Jiang Feng. Mu Qing's gaze darkened, his voice cold. What are you? You think you are worthy to speak to me? As he spoke, the might of his 5-fold bone refinement erupted, pressing towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng remained unfazed. I don't know what I am, but you certainly aren't anything decent. The surroundings instantly erupted. What the hell? Who is this guy? How dare he speak to the Mu family's prodigy like this? In the Wang family's camp, Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with glee. I was planning to spend some effort to have the Wang family's prodigy teach this kid a lesson, but unexpectedly this kid seeks death himself. Offending the Mu family's prodigy. Haha, this will be interesting. The 5 family prodigies also cast surprise glances. In the eastern province, someone actually dared to challenge the authority of the 5 families. Mu Qing's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Seeking death. He shouted angrily, his blood and chi surging, transforming into a shadow, his right fist enveloped in a violent gale, smashing straight towards Jiang Feng's face. He did not hold back with this punch. He had to let everyone know the consequences of offending the Mu family. Jiang Feng stood in place, seemingly stunned, until Mu Qing's fist was nearly upon him. Jiang Feng moved. Boom. Jiang Feng's right foot shot out like lightning, arriving first and landing solidly on Mu Qing's chest. Bang! A dull thud erupted. Mu Qing was sent flying, rolling through the air twice before crashing heavily to the ground, sliding out several feet. Mu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling a couple of times, but was unable to get up. The entire venue fell into silence. Many people stared wide-eyed, showing disbelief. Especially the Zhou brothers, who looked as if they had seen a ghost. Did I not see wrong? A second-tier martial artist was kicked away by him. This guy clearly is only in the body refinement realm. 1 tier crushing 2 tiers. The 2 were unable to imagine, let alone understand. The 5 third-tier prodigies exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with surprise. Interesting. Li Moyan's lips curled into a smile. Peak body refinement, the limit of physical enhancement. His foundation is very solid. Mu Qing underestimated him, otherwise he wouldn't have lost in one move. Li Moyan looked at Jiang Feng and suddenly spoke. What do you go by, brother? Jiang Feng met his gaze calmly. Jiang Feng. Li Moyan nodded, getting straight to the point. Brother Jiang, why not join my team? The distribution of gains can be negotiated. Meanwhile, Mu Qing Xian furrowed his brow and coldly spoke. Li Moyan, what do you mean? Li Moyan shrugged. Mu Qing Xian, your Mu family looks down on others, yet you won't allow my Li family to extend an olive branch. Lu Feng also spoke at this moment. Jiang Feng, join my team. The team authority can be only beneath me. Wang Luan then smiled. Brother Jiang, what they can offer I can offer too. Qin Tianba finally spoke. So can I. The 4 families simultaneously extended olive branches. The prodigies around could not help but show envious expressions. This treatment was completely worlds apart from earlier. The 4 great families are competing for this person. This kid is impressive. That's because he has the strength. Defeating the Mu family's second-tier prodigy in one move, this strength is probably only slightly below the 5 families' prodigies. Indeed, whoever has this guy when entering the mystic realm, once a dispute arises, who will gain the upper hand. Facing the invitations from the 4 third-tier prodigies, Jiang Feng remained calm. He directly shook his head in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of joining any team. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. This kid actually rejected them all. Li Moyan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. Interesting. Truly interesting. The other four narrowed their eyes and looked at Jiang Feng once more. They realized this meant he intended to compete with them. At that moment, a flamboyant voice suddenly rang out. Brother Jiang. Everyone turned to follow the sound. They saw Qin Hao stepping out from the crowd, hands behind his back, chin slightly raised, and a proud expression on his face. He could no longer hold back in such a situation. He wanted to show off too. If I lead a team alone, would you be willing? Everyone was momentarily stunned, then erupted into restrained laughter. Isn't this Qin Hao? The Qin family's famed spendthrift, a big loser. This guy doesn't even have the courage to stay in the provincial city for the preliminary assessment, yet he wants to lead a team alone. That's hilarious. Jiang Feng rejected even the 5 family's prodigies. How could he accept a waste like him? In the back, Qin Tianba expression turned dark. The Qin family had 3 branches. Among them, the branch Qin Hao belonged to had produced no strong warriors. If it weren't for their business acumen, they would have been kicked out of the direct line long ago. In Qin Hao's generation, it had become even more decline. Not only was his martial talent poor, but even his business sense was lacking. Moreover, Qin Hao had a peculiar way of thinking, often making ridiculous blunders, and was known as the Qin family's big loser for his generosity. Qin Hao, you get back here. Qin Tianba shouted angrily. If you embarrass yourself here again, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Qin Hao not only did not fear, but instead laughed out loud. Qin Tianba. His laughter suddenly stopped and his eyes turned sharp. I won't pretend any longer. A man born between heaven and earth cannot remain subdued for long. What you cannot accomplish, I will. Qin Hao turned his gaze to Jiang Feng, the corner of his mouth lifting in a confident arc. He already had Jiang Feng's user manual. Brother Jiang, if it were me, you wouldn't refuse, right? The focus of everyone's attention once again converged on Jiang Feng. Everyone was waiting to see Qin Hao's joke. Just as Jiang Feng was about to speak, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He looked down to see a message from Qin Hao. Brother Jiang, let me join your team. I'll pay a placement fee of 1 million. Let me show off and an additional million. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. Although Qin Hao seemed a bit odd, he was generous with money. The previous 2 million had already arrived yesterday. This could work. Jiang Feng tucked his phone back into his pocket and looked up at Qin Hao, his expression gradually becoming serious. If it's young Master Qin, I naturally respect that. I am willing to join your team. The entire venue fell into silence. Not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but even Jiang Chun and his companions felt somewhat bewildered. Qin Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of profound mystery. Since you are sincerely invested, I shall not decline. Qin Tianba expression darkened as he coldly glared at Jiang Feng. Kid, I invited you, but you refused. Instead, you chose such a waste. Are you deliberately slapping my face? Being overshadowed by the laughingstock of Qin Hao's family, Qin Tianba found it unacceptable. Jiang Feng shook his head. Young Master Qin possesses his own merits that you cannot compare to. Qin Tianba laughed in anger. Then I really want to know what merits he possesses. Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat, fearing Qin Tianba might take action against him, and he hurriedly feigned calmness, snorting coldly. Jiang Feng, there's no need to waste breath on them. If the realm is insufficient, it's normal not to understand. Let's go, this place is filled with foul air, there's nothing to linger here for. After saying this, Qin Hao flicked his robes and walked steadily toward the exit, his demeanor perfectly poised. What young Master Qin said is true. Jiang Feng nodded and took the initiative to follow. Jiang Chun and the others exchanged glances. Although they were filled with doubts, they didn't ask further and closely followed Jiang Feng. Feeling the astonished gazes behind him, Qin Hao straightened his back, even more, his heart filled with joy. How exhilarating. It felt utterly fantastic. Is this the feeling of standing at the top and showing off? In the center of the venue, Mu Qingxian and Qin Tianba had grim expressions. The other 3 prodigies appeared quite intrigued. Big brother, are we just letting them go like this? Mu Qing clutched his chest, leaning closer to Mu Qingshuan, his eyes filled with resentment. Mu Qingchuan's expression remained calm, but a cold current surged in his eyes. There are rules in the base. Taking action now would only provide them with leverage against us. Everything will be addressed once we enter the mystic realm. Outside the venue, breaking away from the crowd's gaze, Qin Hao immediately couldn't hold back, turning to Jiang Feng with a playful grin. Brother Jiang, your cooperation just now was on point. It was quite impressive. Jiang Feng smiled and asked, now that the deal is done, when will the payment arrive? No problem. Qin Hao took out his phone and tapped on the screen. 2 seconds later, Jiang Feng's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found that 2 million had been deposited. Only then did Jiang Chun and the others realize. Brother, did you actually get paid? He genuinely thought there was something exceptional about Qin Hao. Jiang Feng nodded. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. So are we really taking him along to form a team? Qin Hao with keen ears chuckled. Rest assured, I will definitely break through to the second rank before entering the mystic realm. Plus with my moon wolf I will absolutely not hold you back. Jiang Chun was taken aback. If that were true, their team would essentially gain 2 additional second-rank warriors, which would be more advantageous than detrimental. Jiang Feng said calmly, since we agreed, let's proceed according to the rules. Qin Hao nodded with a smile, understood. I will head back to prepare for the breakthrough. I see you in 2 days. After saying this, Qin Hao waved his hand and hurried away. Jiang Feng turned to his companions. The mystic realm is about to open. I be extra cautious in the next 2 days. Understood, brother Jiang. Got it. The group responded and dispersed. Brother, aren't you going back? Jiang Chun asked curiously when he saw Jiang Feng staying put. Jiang Feng shook his head. I need to buy some things. You go back first. All right. Jiang Chun didn't ask further and turned to leave while Jiang Feng headed towards the base's office. He planned to buy a bone-opening pill to break through to the second rank. Earlier, when facing those 5 third-rank prodigies, he could vaguely sense the gap between them. With his current strength, a direct confrontation would not guarantee victory. Jiang Feng. A cold female voice called out from behind him. Jiang Feng turned around. It was Mu Huijin returning. Curious, he asked, is there something? Mu Huijin's pretty face was cold, but her ears were faintly flushed. Although I can handle that Mu Qing myself, I still want to thank you for earlier. Jiang Feng chuckled and shook his head. No need to be polite. I promised Elder Yang I would take care of you, and besides, Elder Yang saved my life. Even without you, I wouldn't allow anyone to disrespect him. Mu Huijin bit her lip and changed the subject. Are you going to buy something? Jiang Feng didn't hide it. I plan to buy a bone-opening pill. Mu Huijin pulled out a porcelain vial from her pocket and tossed it over. Jiang Feng caught it. What is this? Mu Huijin's tone remained cold. The bone-opening pills sold at the base are of average quality. I have one left. Consider it a repayment for your earlier kindness. After saying this, without waiting for Jiang Feng to refuse, Mu Huijin turned and left. Jiang Feng looked at the porcelain vial in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to keep it. With the pill secured, Jiang Feng did not head to the office, but instead returned to the training venue, taking the elevator to the second floor. Upon using his card to enter, the heavy alloy door closed automatically, and a rich aura of spiritual energy rushed toward him. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged at the convergence point of spiritual energy and took out the pill. The bone-opening pill was completely white, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Jiang Feng examined it briefly before tilting his head and swallowing it. As the pill entered his stomach, it dissolved into a warm medicinal force directly rushing toward his energies. In the next moment, Jiang Feng's blood surged, beginning to cleanse his bones. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding! Host is about to break through the current realm. Task triggered. Foundation of Destiny. Task difficulty B rank. Task content: the host is a mere waste, having endured countless life and death situations, and is finally about to break through to the body tempering stage, becoming a true warrior. The chance of success in this attempt to reach the first rank is less than 1%. The host must be cautious. Task hint: it is advised that the host immediately abandon the breakthrough and continue to accumulate resources. Perhaps after 10 or 8 years there may be a glimmer of hope. Task reward to be distributed according to completion. DS rank. Jiang Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Who's breaking through to the first rank? This system is becoming more absurd. Jiang Feng ignored it and focused all his mental energy on operating the indestructible body. In the body tempering stage, one refines the skin, flesh, tendons, and blood. The bone tempering stage is the beginning of a complete transformation. For an ordinary person, breaking through requires enduring the pain of bone fractures and rebirth. A slight misstep could lead to a complete failure. However, under the control of the perfected indestructible body, Jiang Feng's breakthrough proceeded very smoothly. Everything fell into place. In just 10 minutes, boom. A soft sound emanated from within Jiang Feng's body. He successfully reached the second rank of bone tempering. Ding! The host is indeed a person of destiny. They can even hit the 1% chance. Congratulations, host, on completing the task Foundation of Destiny. Task completion S rank. Rewards received 1. Realm 5-2. Complete comprehension of the low-grade Xian rank movement technique. Wind step. Legitimate purchase. Trace left. In the next moment, the originally exhausted medicinal force within Jiang Feng's body was replenished by a surge of energy that seemed to appear out of nowhere. His recently broken through realm surged again. The immense blood energy surged within him, and both the density and strength of his bones ascended to a new level. Second level of bone tempering. At the same time, insights about wind step flooded into his mind. In just a moment, Jiang Feng completely mastered this low-grade Xian rank movement technique and reached perfection, seamlessly comprehending the momentum of wind step. Good. Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. With his physical body sword technique and mental strength now complemented by a movement technique of Xian rank. Good. Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. Meanwhile, outside the training room, where Jiang Feng was, 3 figures stood in the hallway. The leader wore a blue outfit, his aura heavy, clearly a peak second-rank warrior. Behind him, 2 young men were beaming, nodding, and bowing. It was Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu. Brother Hai, that kid is inside. We saw him go in with our own eyes. Wang Hai nodded casually. The agreed conditions cannot change. Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of pain. We saw him go in with our own eyes. Wang Hai nodded casually. The agreed conditions cannot change. Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu's eyes flashed with a however, once we enter the mystic realm, we hope Brother Hai can take care of us a bit more. Wang Hai smiled indifferently. That's easy to say. I Wang Hai always conduct my affairs fairly. Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu immediately displayed relief. They had already offended the second dance family to the extreme. If Jiang Feng entered the mystic realm and obtained some opportunities once he came out, how could he resist taking revenge on them? At that time, wouldn't the Zhou family be trampled underfoot by a group of impoverished individuals? Hence they needed to strike first. Wang Hai did not pay attention to the calculations in their hearts. He agreed to take action partly because of the tempting conditions offered by the Zhou brothers, and partly because he was unhappy with Jiang Feng's arrogant demeanor in the training area. Jiang Feng's gaze held no surprise upon seeing the 3 figures standing outside his door. In truth, he had sensed their presence the moment they appeared at the threshold. He had even overheard their entire conversation, yet he made no move to expose them. What is it? He asked calmly, eyes settling upon the trio. Wang Hai arched a brow, blunt and unapologetic. We're here on someone else's behalf, to teach you a lesson. But no need to fret. Wang Hai stepped forward, his peak second-rank cultivation aura surging outward. This is the base, and the base has its rules. I won't cripple you, nor will I strike to kill. His tone was casual, almost amused, a sardonic curve lifting one corner of his lips. However, I can certainly leave you bedridden, just in time to miss the Xianling's secret realm. Behind him, Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu exchanged glances, eyes alight with exhilaration. The humiliation of yesterday's severed arm. Finally, vengeance would be theirs. Yet to their astonishment, Jiang Feng remained utterly impassive, not fearful, not enraged. This was not the reaction Wang Hai desired. A flash of cold cruelty flickered across his eyes. Let's see how long you can keep up this charade, he spat. Remember well, the one who strikes you is Wang Hai. With those words, he stomped down hard, launching himself forward like a hunting leopard. His fingers curled into claws, rending the air as they lunged straight for Jiang Feng's shoulder. His speed was breathtaking. Even the Zhou brothers, skilled as they were, could only catch a fleeting afterimage. Their confidence surged. Victory was assured. Yet before elation could settle, Wang Hai's strike missed entirely. At the exact instant his claws descended, Jiang Feng shifted backward half a step, gracefully evading the blow. Wang Hai froze, then sneered. Now that's intriguing. No wonder that wretch Mu Qing fell to you. Abandoning restraint, he unleashed his peak bone-forging realm vitality, fists transforming into blurring talons, assault descending like a torrential downpour. A storm of clawing shadows enveloped Jiang Feng, yet he still did not counterattack. Instead, he flowed effortlessly, employing the newly acquired body movement technique. Under the wind-treading form, he became ethereal, a breeze, untethered, formless and weightless. Elegant, unrestrained, utterly elusive. He wove through the maelstrom of claws, robes fluttering like unfurled banners. Though the onslaught rained thick and fast, not a single talon so much as brushed his hem. Wang Hai's expression finally shifted, his confidence crumbling into growing alarm. The more he fought, the more disquieting it became. This boy's movement art. No, it wasn't ordinary. It wasn't ordinary at all. Wang Hai abruptly halted, leaping back and locking eyes on Jiang Feng, disbelief blazing in his gaze. A profound rank body movement art. And mastered to such an extraordinary degree. Even within the Wang family, none of his peers, none at this age, had ever refined a profound rank art to this level of perfection. What gave this youth such advantage? Jiang Feng remained silent-faced, serene, offering no reply. Seeing that calm indifference, a surge of irrational fury flared in Wang Hai's chest. He sneered, boy, what good is dodging? If you've got courage, stop evading. Face me head-on and take my strike like a man. Jiang Feng spoke at last. Very well. His trial of the movement art concluded. He saw no reason to prolong the charade. Wang Hai blinked, stunned. The boy had actually agreed. Then triumph ignited in his eyes. You've chosen your own demise. Don't blame me. His entire body surged with vital energy. His right arm swelled grotesquely, tendons bulging like coiled serpents as he hurled forth a devastating fist. The pinnacle of his yellow-rank supreme fist art perfected to its zenith. The punch roared like thunder, its pressure echoing with deep, resonant booms. Wang Hai held nothing back. And Jiang Feng. He simply raised his right hand. Palm open, fingers spread. Boom. Fist met palm. A deafening concussive blast reverberated down the corridor. Wang Hai's cruel grin froze mid-expression. Not only did Jiang Feng's body not budge, not even his palm trembled. That blow struck not flesh, but an immovable mountain of iron. Impossible. Wang Hai's pupils contracted violently, his mind reeling in shock. He knew Jiang Feng possessed formidable physical strength, yet never imagined it could reach such monstrous, almost preternatural levels. Before Wang Hai could regain his bearings, Jiang Feng's fingers closed around his fist. Instantly, an irresistible force erupted from Jiang Feng's palm, yanking Wang Hai off balance, sending him stumbling forward just as Jiang Feng's hand rushed toward his face. Slap! Wang Hai's head snapped sideways, half his face went numb. Then he flew horizontally, crashing hard against the wall before slumping onto the floor. He writhed trying to rise, yet his center of gravity vanished. A shrill ringing filled his ears as stars exploded across his vision. His martial energy, his vital chi, all scattered unresponsive. Jiang Feng advanced slowly, each step unhurried, yet heavy with suffocating pressure. Terror rose in Wang Hai's chest. He braced himself with trembling hands, scrambling backward, voice cracking with bravado. What do you think you're doing? I'm of the Wang family. Harm me, and the Wang family will never let you live. Jiang Feng kept walking, a faint tranquil smile playing on his lips. Rest easy, the base has its rules. He stopped before Wang Hai, crouched low, and gazed into his eyes, voice steady and calm. I won't cripple you, nor will I strike to kill. Wang Hai blinked, dumbfounded. That phrase, where had he heard it before? Jiang Feng's smile faded. But leaving you bedridden, just in time to miss the Xianling's secret realm, should pose no difficulty, I imagine. Wang Hai's pupils shrank in horror, his mouth opened, but Jiang Feng granted him no chance to speak. His hand rose, palm striking Wang Hai squarely in the chest. A terrifying surge of vital force blasted through Wang Hai's sternum, flooding his body like a violent tide, ripping through meridians, shattering internal structures. Wang Hai convulsed, spewing a torrent of blood, his face draining to ghostly pallor. His eyes bulged wide, fixed on Jiang Feng, lips quivering, speech utterly paralyzed. How dare he? Did he truly fear no retribution from the Wang family? Wang Hai's vision blurred, consciousness slipping into darkness. The last thing imprinted upon his retinas was Jiang Feng's eyes, calm, unwavering, untouched by even a ripple of emotion from beginning to end. In the next instant, Wang Hai collapsed into unconsciousness. Jiang Feng rose, turning slowly toward the far end of the corridor, where Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu stood, frozen, petrified, their minds drowned in pure dread. How could this be? Even at peak second rank, he treats him like a toy, manipulating him at will. Feeling Jiang Feng's gaze fall upon them, both brothers shuddered violently, cold sweat drenching their backs. Jiang Feng's voice, cool and detached, cut through the silence. Your accomplices. Zhou Wenlong jolted, thoughts racing. A grimace twisted across his face, more painful than any sob. No, we'd never align with him. Zhou Wu hurriedly chimed in. Exactly. We came expressly to apologize to you. We merely happened upon the scene. Pure coincidence. Jiang Feng's eyebrow lifted slightly. An apology? Surely it isn't arriving empty-handed. Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu flinched inwardly as they met Jiang Feng's gaze, deliberate, unmistakably so. Yet with Wang Hai already kneeling, what choice did they have? Brother, absolutely, brother. Zhou Wenlong gritted his teeth and slid a silver ring from his finger. This is a low-grade spatial ring stocked with cultivation resources, a token of our sincerity. The ring had originally been promised to Wang Hai as payment, but survival came first. Jiang Feng accepted the spatial ring, examined it closely, then raised his eyes. How does one use it? It remains unbound, Zhou Wenlong hurriedly explained. A single drop of your own vital blood suffices for attunement. Thereafter, only death or voluntary severance can undo the bond. No one else may access it. Following his instruction, Jiang Feng let a drop of blood fall, and instantly sensed his consciousness extend into a pocket dimension barely 3 cubic meters in volume, holding several vials of elixirs. Jiang Feng slipped the ring onto his finger and fixed his gaze once more upon the two men. Zhou Wenlong forced a smile. Brother, you've accepted our gift. May we now take our leave? Indeed, we're distant kin. Surely no grudge could endure between us. Zhou Wu chimed in, feigning warmth. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Since you've come to apologize, the earlier incident bears no weight upon you. Relief washed over them, until Jiang Feng's next words tightened their throats anew. However, he struck first. He gestured toward the unconscious Wang Hai sprawled on the floor. You witnessed it yourselves, correct? Zhou Wenlong nodded vigorously. Yes. We saw it with our own eyes. Wang Hai struck first. Jiang Feng said calmly. Then carry him to the base administration office. Wang Hai's grievous injuries guaranteed official intervention. Better to report proactively than risk exploitation by others. Zhou Wenlong's eyes gleamed. Excellent idea. Yet inwardly he sneered. Fool. He'd just volunteered them as witnesses. A plan crystallized in Zhou Wenlong. First placate Jiang Feng, then recant at the office. Shift all blame onto the boy, claim Wang Hai acted in self-defense only to be ambushed and crippled by treachery. If Wang Hai cooperated, Jiang Feng would surely lose his eligibility for the immortal spirit realm. Zhou Wenlong shot Zhou Wu a sharp glance. Zhou Wu instantly grasped the signal and assumed an indignant air. Jiang Feng, rest assured, will testify for you. Jiang Feng glanced at him. That gaze was serene, yet Zhou Wu inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. Jiang Feng withdrew his attention. Then let's go. At the base administration office, only one man stood watch. A stern-faced, middle-aged official named Zhao Yan's expression darkened at the sight of Wang Hai's battered form. If mishandled, this incident would cost him his post. Who did this? He demanded, voice like thunder. Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu exchanged a glance, then pointed simultaneously at Jiang Feng. Him. Zhou Wenlong's face twisted in feigned outrage. Director Zhao. Wang Hai merely sought sparring, agreed to stop at first blood. Yet this youth violated martial integrity, striking treacherously and leaving Wang Hai maimed. Exactly. We both bear witness. Zhou Wu added, their performance flawless, seamless. Zhao Yan's brow furrowed, not yet ready to judge. This involved the special martial examination. Higher authorities were watching. Even the Wang family warranted no favoritism. Justice demanded irrefutable evidence. Zhao Yan turned to Jiang Feng. Do you have anything to say? Jiang Feng remained composed, never glancing at the Zhou brothers. Instead, he pulled out his phone and played an audio file. Remember, the one who struck you is Wang Hai. Jiang Feng, rest assured, will testify for you. The voices rang clear, laying bare the full sequence of events. Zhou Wenlong and Zhou Wu stared dumbfounded. Had he recorded them from the very beginning? Had he foreseen this outcome all along? Zhao Yan's face darkened to pitch black. Dare you invert truth and slander the innocent? Do you mistake this office for a den of lawlessness? His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced the Zhou brothers. Zhou Wenlong stammered, Director Zhao Wei. And Zhao Yan slammed his palm onto the desk. Private brawling, provocation, perjury against an innocent party. Effective immediately. Your eligibility for the immortal spirit realm is revoked. Furthermore, I shall submit a full report upward. Any additional penalties rest with higher authority. The Zhou brothers collapsed, paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. Their immortal spirit realm eligibility, gone. Their families had expended immense effort securing it. Now, nothing remained. Zhou Wenlong lifted his head, eyes burning with venom. Zhou Wu mirrored his hatred. Jiang Feng simply pocketed his phone, never deigning another glance at the two clowns. Evil deeds inevitably reaped their own ruin. Jiang Feng turned to Zhao Yan. Director Zhao. If nothing else remains, I'll take my leave. These two. Zhao Yan spoke gravely. Rest assured, Jiang student. Until their punishment is enforced, they go nowhere. As for the Wang family, I'll clarify matters fully on your behalf. Jiang Feng bowed slightly. Then I thank you. With that, he turned and walked out. Stepping beyond the administration office, he glanced at the spatial ring on his hand, and a faint smile curved his lips. The immortal spirit realm approaches. The timing of this storage ring couldn't be more perfect. Shaking his head lightly, Jiang Feng strode back to his dormitory. 2 days vanished like mist. At dawn, every dormitory received urgent notice: assemble immediately at the training zone. By the time Jiang Feng's group arrived, the hall teemed with candidates. Crowds clustered in distinct factions. 3 days had solidified alliances. Foremost stood the 5 Prodigies, teams commanding nearly half the examinees. Jiang Feng's small cohort stood apart, cornered and self-contained. Brother, the 5 clans' teams are overwhelming. Just the 5 of us, won't we be at a disadvantage inside the realm? Jiang Chun frowned deeply. Zhao Wujian nodded in quiet agreement. Mu Huaijin and Yin Zhixiao remained silent, calm, unruffled. Before Jiang Feng could reply, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Make way! A bold voice echoed from the entrance. All turned to see Qin Hao striding clad in gleaming silver martial robes. His aura, dense and refined, marked him unmistakably as a second-rank martial artist. Qin Hao thoroughly enjoyed the gazes of the crowd, feeling a sense of pride within. Indeed, a remarkable existence like me deserves to be the last to make an appearance. The Qin family team. Qin Tianba glanced at the conspicuous Qin Hao, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. Qin Hao made his way directly to Jiang Feng's side. He smiled and said, I'm not late, am I? The Qin family team. Qin Tianba glanced at the conspicuous Qin Hao, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. Qin Hao made his way directly to Jiang Feng's side. He smiled and said, thoughtful. Qin Hao often splurged, but spending on Jiang Feng was the most cost-effective. He was beginning to fall in love with this feeling. Silence. A commanding voice suddenly echoed throughout the venue. Almost immediately, a figure appeared out of thin air above the hall, standing there. The man appeared to be around 40 years old, with a robust physique and short hair that resembled steel needles, radiating a terrifying aura. It is Duan Yu of the Heavenly Wolf. Many prodigies revealed a fervent light in their eyes. The reason was simple. That muscular man was a well-known figure among the 9th rank of martial arts. Meanwhile, instructors like Li Imo slowly walked into the venue and stood beneath Duan Yu. I won't waste time on trivialities. This is the terrain map of the immortal spirit mystic realm, remember it well. Duan Yu spoke in a flat tone, then waved his hand, and a luminous screen appeared before him, revealing a terrain map. Everyone's gaze converged on it. Duan Yu continued. Once you enter the immortal spirit mystic realm, you will be randomly teleported to various boundaries of the realm, and your task is to reach the center of the realm. As he spoke, Duan Yu pointed at the terrain map. The center of the map suddenly lit up, revealing a dilapidated palace. We left a token in this palace. Whoever retrieves the token and exits the mystic realm alive will pass this round of assessment. Just a friendly reminder, the token is under a restriction. To take it, one must break it with at least second-tier strength. Additionally, you will have a total of 14 days in the mystic realm. After 14 days, the realm will teleport all remaining individuals out at the exit. After Duan Yu finished speaking, he fell silent. The prodigies at the scene erupted in chaos. Damn, random teleportation, then what's the point of this team-up? Exactly. This is all for nothing. But soon everyone found a solution. They set up gathering points at the 4 directions of the map. When the time comes, those entering will head straight to the nearest gathering point, then meet at the final destination. Jiang Feng was also discussing this. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Chun and Zhao Wuji. If you have no significant thoughts about the third round of assessment, I suggest you wander around the periphery seeking opportunities without needing to move closer to the center. Alright. Zhao Wuji exchanged glances with Jiang Chun and nodded in agreement. They understood that Jiang Feng was right. The two were quite weak. It was fine to follow Jiang Feng, but once separated, the immortal spirit mystic realm posed a significant threat to them. If they encountered other prodigies, they would have little competitive edge. It was better to lower their targets from the start. Perhaps they might have unexpected gains. As for us, Jiang Feng turned to the remaining 3. We can leave markers while on the move. If we're lucky enough to see them, we might have a chance to gather early. I guess we can do it that way. Xin Hao sighed. The few of them confirmed the markers. At this time, other teams had also come up with strategies. The venue gradually quieted down. Duan Yu scanned the crowd and spoke again. Since you are ready, let's set off. The entire arena fell silent. The examiners waved their hands in signal. The group of prodigies followed the examiners out of the venue and boarded the bus that had long been waiting outside. The convoy drove away from the base. 2 hours later, the vehicle entered a range of continuous mountains. The mountain roads were winding and steep with dense primitive forests on both sides, and the distant roar of fierce beasts could be heard occasionally. After another half hour, the convoy stopped at the entrance of a valley. Everyone began to get off the vehicle. Before them was a vast expanse of flat ground. In the center of the open space stood a towering stone tablet over 100 meters high. The tablet was pitch black, covered in twisted red runes, giving it a somewhat eerie appearance. Surrounding the stone tablet were hundreds of city guards, each exuding a fierce aura, clearly elite warriors. There were also more than a dozen elderly men in martial arts association uniforms gathered around the tablet preparing for something. Duan Yu arrived in the air, appearing above everyone. This is the entrance to the immortal spirit mystic realm. Remember, everything is possible within the mystic realm. There are both opportunities and deadly tribulations. How to choose is up to you. As soon as Duan Yu finished speaking, the stone tablet suddenly trembled. The red runes began to illuminate one by one, and the light grew increasingly bright, finally transforming into a gigantic pillar of light that shot into the sky. The pillar of light sliced through the space like a blade, revealing a pitch-black rift. The leading elder from the Martial Arts Association announced loudly, "The entrance to the mystic realm is open. The space rift will only exist for 10 minutes. It will reopen in 14 days. Everyone hurry and enter." Upon hearing this, the prodigies dared not delay. Led by the 5 prodigies, they rushed towards the rift. Soon it was Jiang Feng and the others' turn. Remember, prioritize your safety. Jiang Feng reminded one last time before his figure was swallowed by the rift. The scenery before his eyes spun violently. When Jiang Feng regained his footing, the scene before him had drastically changed. What met his eyes was a desolate wasteland with dark red gravel covering the ground, and several severely weathered stone pillars standing in the distance. The air was permeated with a sense of wind and sand. However, the concentration of spiritual energy was at least 3 times that of the outside world. Jiang Feng looked around, but there was no one in sight. Random teleportation, it seems I have indeed been dispersed. Jiang Feng was not surprised, though according to the terrain map in his memory, he should now be at the southernmost point of the mystic realm. According to the plan, he needed to head towards the center to regroup, obtain the qualification for the 3rd round of assessment, and then search for opportunities together in this immortal spirit mystic realm. Just as Jiang Feng determined his direction, a system notification suddenly flashed in his mind. Ding! Host has entered the immortal spirit mystic realm. Task triggered: Mystic Realm Survival. Task difficulty: a level. Task content: with the host's weak physique, daring to step into the perilous immortal spirit mystic realm is akin to seeking death. I hope the host can survive even a single day in this immortal spirit mystic realm. Task difficulty a level. Task hint: it is advised that the host immediately finds a tree hole to hide in and survive. Task rewards distributed based on completion level DS level. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. The system task was triggered again, and it wasn't a level task. As for the task's intensity, it was still as reliable as ever, no different from being given away for free. Jiang Feng withdrew his thoughts and was about to set off. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze falling on the nearby stone pillar. Almost simultaneously a shadow darted out from behind the pillar. It was a small-framed boy looking quite ordinary. However, his ability to conceal his presence and his movement techniques were quite impressive. If it weren't for Jiang Feng's mental energy capturing the presence of the boy, he would have never noticed him. The boy looked at Jiang Feng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You actually found me." Jiang Feng remained silent. "Don't be nervous." The boy spread out his hands, a harmless smile on his face. "The mystic realm is filled with dangers. Since fate has brought us together, should we team up? More people mean more protection." Jiang Feng replied flatly, "No need." The boy sighed, not pressing further. "Then forget it." He turned around, seemingly preparing to leave. But in that instant of turning, a glint of cold light flashed in the boy's eyes, and he suddenly spun back. His figure moved like a gust of wind, instantly appearing beside Jiang Feng. A dagger slipped from his sleeve, landing in his palm, and was thrust toward Jiang Feng's neck. "Die." The boy's ambush was utterly unexpected. Even a peak practitioner at the bone refinement stage would struggle to react in time. Yet under Jiang Feng's mental influence, every movement of his opponent was laid bare. Just at the moment when the dagger was about to stab Jiang Feng, he tilted his body. The blade grazed his collar, piercing nothing but air. The boy's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief flashing across his face. His breath-holding technique and assassination technique were family secrets, and with his bone refinement level at the 5th stage, he had never been defeated by anyone below the 3rd tier. The boy reacted quickly as well. After missing his strike, he immediately withdrew, creating distance between himself and Jiang Feng. He crouched on the ground, dagger held horizontally in front of his chest, his eyes filled with uncertainty. "How did you discover me?" Jiang Feng did not answer, calmly asking. "I do not know you. Why would you attack me?" The boy raised an eyebrow slightly. "You still don't know? Wang Luan has issued a bounty, and once we enter the immortal spirit secret realm, as long as we eliminate you, we can receive a considerable reward." Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. During the 2 days at the base, the Wang family had been silent, and he thought the matter regarding Wang Hai had ended there. "Just based on you?" The boy scoffed, his figure flickering as he retreated. The assassination attempt had failed. He knew that in a direct confrontation, just based on you. The boy scoffed, his figure flickering as he retreated. The assassination attempt had failed. He knew that in a direct confrontation, he would not be Jiang Feng's match. The boy's movement was impressive, and after a few leaps, he had covered several meters. Catching sight of Jiang Feng not pursuing him, he could not help but let out a triumphant laugh. "Want to kill me? You first have to catch me." Jiang Feng ignored the boy's provocation. He simply raised his right hand, fingers spread, and pressed down towards the boy. In his sea of consciousness, the golden figure seated in meditation suddenly opened its eyes. Buzz! An invisible wave of mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing down upon the boy. The boy's figure suddenly froze. He felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. His muscles refused to obey, and the flow of his qi and blood became sluggish. Even his thoughts seemed to be frozen. He widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. "This is mental energy." He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but could not produce a sound. In the next moment, Jiang Feng appeared behind him. Clang! The thunder pattern blade was drawn. The blade flashed by. The boy felt a chill at his neck, and his vision began to spin. He saw a headless corpse maintaining a forward charge, standing stiffly in place. That corpse seemed to be his own. Bang! The headless body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dark red dust. The boy's head rolled to the side, eyes round with shocked mouth, slightly open, his face still showing the astonishment and fear from his final moments. He died without understanding. How could someone who had just broken through to the bone refinement stage use mental attacks? The secret realm is lawless, and life is as fragile as grass. Jiang Feng sheathed his blade, looking at the boy's corpse with a calm expression. In the outside world there are laws to abide by, but once inside the immortal spirit secret realm, no rules apply. When benefits are at stake, human hearts often become more ruthless than ferocious beasts. Naturally, his approach must also change. If someone wants to kill me, I will kill them first. Jiang Feng stepped forward and began to search the boy's body. He quickly found 3 bottles of healing elixirs and 2 bottles of blood replenishment potions. The haul wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. He casually tossed them into his spatial ring. "Come out, Xiaobot." Jiang Feng raised his hand, and the beast-taming ring flashed with white light. The massive figure of the white tiger landed, shaking its snowy fur, its golden tiger eyes scanning the surroundings as it let out a low rumbling roar. "Let's go." Jiang Feng leaped onto the tiger's back. The white tiger exerted its limbs, racing like a bolt of white lightning towards the center of the secret realm. About an hour later, the white tiger carried Jiang Feng out of the gobi and into a dense forest. The surrounding spiritual energy grew thicker, and the air was filled with the fragrance of vegetation. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's brow twitched. "Stop!" The white tiger halted in response, its golden eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Jiang Feng slid off the tiger's back, retracting it into the beast-taming ring. He heard the sounds of combat not far ahead. Jiang Feng concealed his aura, moving stealthily towards the source of the noise. After passing through a thicket of dense bushes, the scene ahead came into view. In a clearing among the trees, 4 figures were surrounding a massive, ferocious beast. The ferocious beast was entirely black, resembling a rhinoceros, but it had 3 sharp horns. Each horn was entwined with dark red patterns resembling flames that burned fiercely. It was actually a peak second-tier ferocious beast. Behind the fire rhinoceros there grew a medicinal herb that was entirely crimson. The herb was only half a foot tall, with 3 crimson fruits the size of a fingertip shimmering enticingly at the top. The Qi Jinghua. Jiang Feng's eyes brightened slightly. The Qi Jinghua is a 3rd-tier herb, and due to its harsh growing conditions, it is extremely rare in the outside world. One is valued at no less than 500,000. Of course, its most precious quality lies in its ability as a medicinal herb. Directly swallowing it can greatly enhance the physical strength of a practitioner at the body refinement stage. Even for practitioners at the bone refinement stage, it has considerable benefits. The 4 attackers surrounding the fire rhinoceros consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. Leading them was a tall boy exuding the aura of a 6th-stage bone refinement practitioner. As the main attacker, he wielded a heavy and sharp ring-headed blade. The 4 displayed awkward coordination, clearly a makeshift team. The fire rhinoceros defense was astonishing. Even the tall youth's attacks, the 4 displayed awkward coordination, clearly a makeshift team. The fire rhinoceros defense was astonishing. Even the tall youth's attacks could only leave shallow marks on its body without inflicting any substantial damage. The others didn't fare any better. In no time the 4 were in dire straits. This is impossible. This beast's defense is too strong. The girl wielding twin swords gritted her teeth and shouted. She was already injured, her breath becoming unstable. "Xiangu, should we retreat?" Another boy wielding a spear also shouted. "No way." The tall boy cursed. "Is it even a question of retreating or not? This beast clearly has no intention of letting us go. Whoever turns back first will surely be the first to die. You can try if you don't believe me." Seeing the formation about to collapse, a glint of cold light flashed in the tall boy's eyes. If it came to worst, he would use these 3 as bait to draw the beast's attention while he went to harvest the herb and run. However, before he could finish his thought, the fire rhinoceros suddenly let out a furious roar. The 3 horns on its head simultaneously glowed with red light. In the next moment, 3 pillars of fire erupted from the horns like 3 ferocious fire dragons sweeping towards the 4. Though the 4 avoided the direct attack, they were still caught by the residual flames. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Though the 4 avoided the direct attack, they were still caught by the residual flames. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. They suffered multiple burns, the fire poison burrowing into their veins like a maggot, beginning to scorch their chi and blood. Even the strongest tall boy could not get up for a moment. The fire rhinoceros clearly had no intention of giving them a breather. Its hooves scraped against the ground, charging like a heavy tank towards the 3. "It's over." Despair filled the eyes of the 4. But in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared between them and the fire rhinoceros. "Be careful." The boy with the spear could not help but warn. The fire rhinoceros showed no sign of stopping its charge, causing the ground to tremble. Jiang Feng's expression was calm as he gripped the hilt of his blade behind him. A forceful energy was rapidly gathering. At the moment the fire rhinoceros was about to collide, Jiang Feng moved. He drew his blade. He slashed down. The thunder-patterned blade crackled with arcs of electricity, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. The 4 could not even breach the fire rhinoceros' defenses, but Jiang Feng's blade light easily cut through. Swish! The blade cut through flesh and bone. The massive body of the fire rhinoceros was split in 2. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere as the 2 halves of the corpse crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt. Jiang Feng sheathed his blade and walked straight towards the medicinal herb. The 4 behind him stared at Jiang Feng's back, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Jiang Feng reached the rock wall and extended his hand towards the Qi Jinghua. Behind him a weak voice called out, "Wait!" Jiang Feng paused, slightly turning to look. The speaker was... He struggled to stand, clutching his chest, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Brother, we discovered this Qi Jinghua first. Isn't it inappropriate for you to take it without saying a word?" Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting that I should wait until you all are dead before I take action?" The tall boy's expression stiffened, but he forced himself to say, "Anyway, this Qi Jinghua belongs to us. If you want one you can take one, but nothing more. At this moment the girl wielding the sword also stood up and said that's right. We have already exhausted our efforts to deal with this ferocious beast, otherwise would it be so easy to kill. Another boy chimed in, bro. One is more than enough, be content. The eyes of all three sparkled. Only the boy with the gun who had warned Jiang Feng earlier frowned and said nothing, stepping back a bit. Jiang Feng did not get angry. He merely said calmly, do I look easier to bully than this ferocious beast? The tall youth's expression changed slightly, and he was about to speak. But Jiang Feng no longer wanted to listen. Utilizing the wind step technique, he appeared before the three in an instant. Before the three could react. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds echoed. Each of the three was struck in the chest by Jiang Feng's palm, and the sound of their bones cracking was like firecrackers. The violent force surged through instantly, invading their hearts. The three widened their eyes, blood gushing from their mouths as they flew out. By the time they hit the ground, they had already lost their breath. I can save or kill. Jiang Feng's gaze fell on the last boy with the gun. The boy trembled, cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. However, Jiang Feng did not attack him. He turned around, plucked the Qi Jinghua, and stored it in his storage ring. Ignoring the boy with the gun, Jiang Feng dug out the ferocious beast's core and touched the corpse, preparing to leave. But the boy with the gun called out to him, bro. Wait. Jiang Feng paused his steps and turned to look at him. The boy with the gun swallowed hard as if he had made up his mind, bro. My name is Chen Fei. I know the location of a wild medicinal field. There are at least a dozen spirit herbs inside, but there is a third-tier ferocious beast guarding it, and I can't handle it. I can lead you there, but once we succeed. The spirit herbs must be split 20-80. I want to ask for more, I take 2, you take 8. How about it? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. I killed your companions, and you still want to cooperate with me? Chen Fei looked sincere. Firstly, I only met them after entering. We are more like temporary allies than companions. Secondly, you saved lives before taking the herbs, indicating you have a good nature. Later you killed them, but spared me, showing you have principles. Jiang Feng looked at Chen Fei without speaking. Chen Fei forced a smile. Of course, there's one more crucial reason. That place isn't really hidden. If we go late it might be discovered by others. And I definitely can't obtain it by myself. Jiang Feng could tell the other wasn't lying and nodded slightly. Deal. I can give you 2 parts of the spirit herbs, but I must pick first. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei was overjoyed. Great. When do we set off? He was satisfied with whatever he could get. Jiang Feng glanced at the sky. If it's not far, let's go right now. Chen Fei nodded and quickly turned to lead the way. All right. Follow me. The two moved through the dense forest, and about half an hour later the trees ahead became sparse, and the air grew humid. We're almost there. Chen Fei whispered. The medicinal field is in the valley ahead, guarded by a third-tier red python. Soon the two arrived at the upper part of an open valley. In the center of the valley there was an abandoned medicinal field. Among the overgrown weeds at least 15 or 16 spirit herbs could be seen. In the middle of the medicinal field a gigantic red python coiled. At this moment the red python had its eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Just as Jiang Feng was about to make a move, he heard a slight sound and pulled Chen Fei to hide. Chen Fei was puzzled but did not ask further. After a few breaths 4 figures appeared from another entrance into the valley. The leader was a familiar face to Jiang Muqing. Muqing's aura now was even denser than when he was at the base, having already broken through to the 7th level of bone forging. He was followed by 3 boys all above the 7th level of body refinement, all outstanding members of the Mu family team. Jiang Feng squinted slightly. These guys sure have good luck. They managed to regroup with their people so quickly, evidently having entered through a short distance teleportation. Xinga, look. The boy to Muqing's left immediately spotted the medicinal field at the valley bottom. So many spirit herbs. That's blood condensing flower. Wow. And dragon pattern grass. These are rare spirit herbs in the outside world. The eyes of the group were instantly drawn to the medicinal field, and naturally they also noticed the red python. Except for Muqing, the eagerness in the other three's eyes gradually faded. This aura. At least a 3rd tier. Damn. We can see it, but not touch it. It's really frustrating. Muqing narrowed his eyes and said calmly, so what if it's a 3rd tier? There's nothing I Muqing want that I can't obtain. The three's eyes lit up. Xinga, do you have a plan? Muqing raised his hand, and with a flash of white light a palm-sized black disc appeared in his palm. The disc was entirely black, covered with cryptic runes emanating a faint spiritual energy fluctuation. This is a formation plate given to me by my family. It has a small trapping formation sealed within. As long as we lure that beast into the formation it can hold it for at least a quarter of an hour. At that time it will be enough for us to empty the medicinal field. The 3 were immediately overjoyed. Xingu is amazing. He has such good stuff. Indeed, following the Mu family was the right choice. Muqing ignored the flattery from the 3 and handed the formation plate to the boy beside him. You go set up the formation plate at the edge of the medicinal field. Yes. The boy took the plate and crouched, sneaking toward the valley before quickly returning. Once the formation plate is activated, the trapping formation will hold that beast, but it can only last for a quarter of an hour at most. During this quarter of an hour you must, once the formation plate is activated, the trapping formation will hold that beast, but it can only last for a quarter of an hour at most. During this quarter of an hour you must empty the medicinal field as quickly as possible. As he spoke, Mu Qing's tone turned cold. Let me make it clear first, if anyone dares to secretly keep, the three quickly shook their heads. Not a chance. As long as Qing Ge gets the meat we're fine, with just a sip of soup. Mu Qing was quite satisfied with their attitude, showing a slight smile. Very well. Get ready. After saying this, he stepped forward, his whole being like an arrow released from a bow shooting toward the red python in the center of the medicinal field. Beast, wake up. The aura of the 7th level of bone forging erupted. Mu Qing soared into the air, his long sword drawn. A sharp sword energy sliced through the air, striking the red python's head. Clang. Sparks flew. The sword energy struck the red python's scales, leaving not even a trace behind. However, the red python was startled awake by this sword strike. It raised its head, its cold vertical pupils shimmering with murderous intent, staring at the human daring to invade its territory. Hiss! The red python opened its massive mouth, and a foul wind rushed towards Mu Qing. But Mu Qing was already prepared. He executed his movement technique, flipping in the air to evade the poisonous mist while swiftly retreating toward the formation plate. The gigantic body of the red python lunged out from the medicinal field with astonishing speed. As it passed, the grass and trees were ground to dust, and the ground was plowed into a trench. Come on. A glint of pride flashed in Mu Qing's eyes as he had already retreated behind the formation plate. The red python chased relentlessly, its massive body perfectly positioned above the formation plate. Activate. A glint of brilliance flashed in Mu Qing's eyes as he stomped his right foot on the ground. In the next moment, the formation plate buried in the soil lit up and black flowing light emerged from the ground, transforming into chains that tightly bound the red python's body. Roar. The red python let out an angry roar, struggling desperately. But those black chains tightened more and more firmly, pinning its massive body in place. Attack! Mu Qing shouted. The three hidden in the shadows immediately rushed out, pouncing towards the medicinal. Whether out of confidence in his formation plate or disdain for the three's slow movements, Mu Qing left the trapped red python behind and also dashed into the medicinal field. Chun Fei, hiding above the valley, grew anxious. He lowered his voice. Brother Jiang, they are going to rob the medicinal field. Don't panic. Jiang Feng's gaze settled on the valley bottom, his expression calm. He saw very clearly. Just as Mu Qing left, the black chains binding the red python had already shown signs of cracking. This trapping formation won't hold for long. They won't be able to escape. By the medicinal field, Mu Qing gazed at the dragon pattern grass in his hand, a look of pride etched on his face. With this batch of spiritual herbs, it was possible for him to break through to the 3rd rank of martial arts upon his return. His status in the Mu family would surely rise to a new level. Qing Ge is impressive. Even the 3rd rank ferocious beasts can only obediently serve as our watchdogs. Following Qing Ge is blissful. If it were us, we wouldn't even dare to enter this valley, let alone gather herbs. The three subordinates busily gathered the spiritual herbs, not forgetting to flatter him. The smile on Mu Qing's lips deepened. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden sharp sound came from behind him. Not good. Mu Qing sensed something was amiss and quickly turned around. He saw the black chains formed by the formation had already shattered, and the formation had been blown out of the ground, emitting green smoke. The red python broke free from its restraints, swiftly slithering towards the group. In just a few meters it was upon them. Quick retreat! Mu Qing shouted loudly. But it was already too late. Hiss! The red python let out a furious hiss, its massive tail sweeping out like a steel whip. Bang! The closest boy didn't have time to react. His body slammed against the rock wall, leaving a pool of crimson behind, and he instantly fell silent. Li Wei! Mu Qing's eyes widened in horror, without time to save him. The red python's vertical pupils flickered with brutal ferocity as it opened its gaping maw to swallow another boy. Under the pressure of the 3rd rank ferocious beast, the boy stood like a wooden post, unable to resist at all. Hiss! The red python swallowed him whole. Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed from within the serpent's body, as if something had been gruesomely crushed. The last boy's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. Help! Qing Ge, save me! The boy's voice trembled with a sob. But in the next moment he was enveloped by the toxic mist spewed forth by the red python, unable to even scream, half of his body turning to pus. Chun Fei watched the horrific scene in the valley, his face paling. If Jiang Feng hadn't pulled him back, he feared he would have met the same fate as those others. Below, the red python's gaze had locked onto Mu Qing. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. Mu Qing's hair stood on, and yet he forced himself not to turn around. His speed was far inferior to that of this beast. The moment he turned, he would be swallowed whole. If he could withstand it, perhaps he could find a chance to survive. But in just 3 to 5 moves, Mu Qing was sent flying by the red python's tail, crashing into the rock wall, blood spurting from his mouth. He fell to the ground, despair evident in his eyes. The gap was too vast. The red python was clearly taking its time to torture him. Otherwise, he would have died from the very first hit. The red python approached Mu Qing, raising its serpent body high, looking down on him. Its cold vertical pupils were filled with mockery, as if savoring the despair of its prey. In the next moment, Mu Qing spotted Jiang Feng and the others hidden above the valley. "Help! Save me!" His will to survive exploded, and he screamed, startling even the red python. Jiang Feng stepped out of the shadows, but showed no intention to intervene. The hope in Mu Qing's eyes turned to venom. "You will surely meet a miserable end." Before he could finish, boom, the red python opened its gaping maw and swallowed Mu Qing whole. After finishing off Mu Qing, the red python turned to look at the humans above the valley. What surprised it was that it sensed no fear emanating from this human. Hiss! The red python let out a hiss, its body beginning to slither again. But Jiang Feng's offensive was even faster. Shao bite! Boom! A white figure streaked down from above the valley like lightning. Roar! The deafening roar of a tiger echoed through the valley. The white tiger bit down on the red python's vital spot. Under the tiger's blood talent, the red python's scales, comparable to top-grade treasures, were as fragile as nothing, its flesh instantly pierced by the white tiger's fangs. Bang bang bang. In the midst of intense pain, the red python began to go berserk, its body thrashing, peeling the ground beneath it. Unable to escape the white tiger, the red python coiled around it, tightening its grip. At this moment, Jiang Feng was already above the two giant beasts. He leaped into the air, his eyes flashing with golden light. Golden Buddha spell. An invisible mental force spread, causing the red python's body to stiffen noticeably. Clang! The thunder pattern blade was drawn. Thunderstrike. Silver arcs of electricity danced wildly across the blade, producing a sharp, explosive sound. Finally, tiger blood. Slay the gods. Jiang Feng's pupils turned golden, his aura surging, the silver arcs on the thunder pattern blade transforming into a crimson glow. Amidst the thunderous sounds, the echoes of tiger roars reverberated. Swish! The crimson blade, light like divine punishment, carried the fierce momentum of slicing through all, striking harshly at the red python's head. The blade cut through the red python's tough scales, embedding itself in its flesh. Hiss! Blood surged forth like a fountain. Jiang Feng gripped the handle tightly, an unending stream of power pouring into the blade. Die! Jiang Feng shouted lowly, his arms bulging with veins, the thunder pattern blade driving downward fiercely. Crack! The gigantic head of the red python was brutally cleaved open, leaving a gaping wound. The enormous python body twitched a few times before finally falling motionless to the ground. Roar! At this moment, the white tiger also bit through the red python's vital spot, breaking free. On the hillside, Chen Fei was left dumbfounded. A single strike to slay a third-rank beast. Even the third-rank prodigies from the 5 families might not be able to achieve that. Below, Jiang Feng sheathed his blade, his chest rising and falling slightly, a layer of fine sweat forming on his forehead. Killing this red python was not as easy as Chen Fei had perceived. He had nearly exhausted all his means. The white tiger trotted over, nudging Jiang Feng's leg with its head, conveying a sense of triumph. Jiang Feng chuckled, patting the white tiger's head. "The core belongs to you." Without the white tiger's distraction, he wouldn't have found it so easy to kill this red python. After a brief rest, Jiang Feng began to process the red python. As he cut open its body, Mu Qing and the others slid out. However, their bodies had already twisted into a tangle, dead beyond recognition. Yet Jiang Feng showed no disdain, starting to search through their belongings. In the end, he found a spatial ring on Mu Qing's hand, along with some medicinal potions for cultivation and healing. Jiang Feng collected these items along with the python's bones and skin. He then left the red python's flesh and beast core for the white tiger. While the white tiger feasted, Chen Fei had finished picking all the spiritual herbs and excitedly approached Jiang Feng. "Brother Jiang, this is yours." Chen Fei was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I didn't contribute much, how about I just take 1/10? Jiang Feng shook his head. "What was agreed upon is what it is." Pushing them towards Chen Fei. "This is yours." Chen Fei was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I didn't contribute much, how about I just take 1/10? Jiang Feng shook his head. "What was agreed upon is what it is." Chen Fei finally felt relieved, smiling excitedly. "Then I won't be polite." With these, had be confident in breaking through to the second rank once they got outside. Jiang Feng turned to sit beside the white tiger, cross-legged, watching it eat. Chen Fei looked at Jiang Feng, hesitation flashing in his eyes. In the end, he chose to speak up. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Feng looked up at him. Chen Fei took a deep breath, his expression extremely serious. "I want to follow you." Without waiting for Jiang Feng to speak, Chen Fei continued. "I know my strength is lacking, but my agility and observation skills are quite good, and I can help you scout for other resources. Even in dangerous situations, you can use me as bait." He was willing to take a gamble. Previous experiences had taught him that even entering the immortal spirit secret realm without sufficient strength, it would be difficult to obtain resources. And to rely on the strong means being prepared to be cannon fodder. Yet even among cannon fodder there are distinctions. Chun Fei believed that being cannon fodder for Jiang Feng the latter would not easily sacrifice himself unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, the other party was so principled. Following closely behind, he could still benefit greatly. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and did not refuse. Having an extra person means more strength, and the two had a foundation of cooperation. You can follow me, but I can't guarantee anything. Jiang Feng did not make a definitive statement. If they truly found themselves in a life-and-death situation, he certainly would not act as a self-sacrificing saint. Chun Fei smiled and said, "Good. I believe in you." At that moment the white tiger had finished eating. After devouring the flesh and essence of the crimson python, it seemed a bit drowsy, and simply laid down on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Jiang Feng raised his hand to store the white tiger in the beast-taming ring. He looked up at the sky. It's going to get dark soon, and we don't know what the situation will be like at night inside. We should find a place to settle down first. Chun Fei nodded. Before I found this medicinal field, I discovered a cave. Once inside, we can block the entrance, making it hard for anyone outside to notice. It can serve as a temporary resting spot. Chun Fei led the way, and the two circled along the edge of the dense forest for half a mile, finally finding the cave behind a wall of vines. The cave was small, but it was well hidden. The entrance was obscured by several large stones and thick vines. Without Chun Fei's sharp eyes, it would have been nearly impossible to find. After Chun Fei found some dry grass to make a bed, Jiang Feng finally moved a large stone to completely seal the entrance, leaving only a few gaps for ventilation. "Brother Jiang, you rest first. They'll keep watch during the first half of the night, and then it'll be your turn in the second half." After saying this, Chun Fei went to the entrance of the cave. Jiang Feng did not refuse, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to circulate his indestructible body technique. As night deepened, the night in the secret realm was not quiet. Occasionally the roars of fierce beasts could be heard. Compared to the daytime, these creatures seemed even more agitated at night. It was unclear how much time had passed. Suddenly a system prompt flashed in Jiang Feng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Not only did you survive for a day in this perilous place, but you also gained a significant amount of rewards. You are truly a reincarnation of a fortune god. Congratulations, host, for completing the task Survival in the Secret Realm. Task completion, level S rank. Rewards 1. Current realm 10-2. Rare item, treasure-seeking compass, already stored in system space." A familiar warmth burst within him. After a moment, Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing in his gaze. It was the third layer of bone tempering. Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred. A palm-sized bronze compass immediately fell into his hand. The compass had an ancient design with a golden pointer embedded in its center. As Jiang Feng looked at the compass, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Treasure-seeking compass, rare item. Effect: after injecting spiritual power, it can sense areas with abnormal spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius and locations of prohibitions. Note: areas with abnormal spiritual energy are likely to have spiritual herbs. Locations of prohibitions are often left by predecessors with opportunities for fortune to be gained. Warning: opportunities come with dangers. Please gauge your own strength and proceed accordingly. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. This was a valuable item. In the immortal spirit secret realm, opportunities were the most abundant, but finding them relied solely on luck. Now that he had this treasure-seeking compass, things were different. Jiang Feng tried to inject a trace of spiritual power into it. Buzz! The runes on the compass suddenly lit up and the golden pointer began to slowly rotate. A moment later, the pointer stopped pointing northwest. At the same time, a light curtain appeared on the surface of the compass, illuminating a golden dot. According to the information, the golden dot represented a location with abnormal spiritual energy. The closer he got, the larger the dot would become. Based on this size, the distance should be between 7 to 8 kilometers. Just right on the way to the center area. Jiang Feng felt a bit excited. Let's check it out when dawn breaks. Jiang Feng calmed his thoughts, stored the compass away, and then went to replace Chun Fei. Several hours passed again. The sky gradually brightened. Jiang Feng woke Chun Fei, and the two moved aside the large stone at the cave entrance, stepping out into the open. Morning light filtered through the dense canopy, casting mottled shadows on the forest floor. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and faint traces of blood. "Brother Jiang, which way should we go?" Chun Fei was invigorated. Jiang Feng took out the treasure-seeking compass and injected his spiritual power. The pointer again pointed northwest. "This way." Chun Fei glanced curiously but wisely did not ask further. The two moved forward in a line heading northwest. Their speed was extremely fast. In less than half an hour they passed through the dense forest. Ahead, the terrain gradually opened up, and they could faintly hear the sound of water. "There's a river ahead." Chun Fei quickened his pace, fulfilling his duty to scout. After passing through a thicket, the scene before them suddenly opened up. A wide river about 20 zhang across lay before them, its waters murky and yellow rushing turbulently. This river seems a bit off. Chen Fei frowned. Although he couldn't pinpoint why there was an unsettling aura emanating from the river. Jiang Feng's gaze, however, was fixed on the opposite bank. The treasure-seeking compass showed that the location of the golden dot was not far from the opposite shore. Let's cross the river, I'll go first. Jiang Feng moved closer to the riverbank. Chen Fei hurriedly followed. Just as the two reached the riverbank, an unexpected change occurred. With a crash, the river water suddenly exploded, and a dark shadow shot up from the murky depths, opening its jagged mouth to bite at Jiang Feng. It was a monstrous fish over 3 meters long, entirely black. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. He sidestepped, avoiding the monster's attack, and with a clenched fist activated his indestructible body technique, delivering a punch to the fish's side. Boom. The massive body of the monster fish was sent flying by the punch, tumbling twice in the air, before crashing back into the river, creating a large splash. Run! Jiang Feng lightly tapped his toes and executed the wind-treading technique. His body glided like a swallow, skimming the water, stepping on the floating logs on the river's surface, rushing towards the opposite shore. Chen Fei quickly activated his agility to keep up. Shadows continually emerged from the water, trying to drag the two into the depths. However, all were easily repelled by Jiang Feng. In just a few breaths, the two had already reached the opposite bank. After landing, Chen Fei panted heavily, glancing back at the river's surface with lingering fear. There are too many fierce beasts in this river. Jiang Feng ignored him, took out the treasure-seeking compass, and reconfirmed their direction. We're almost there. The two continued forward. After about a cup of tea's time, a rocky area appeared ahead. In the center of the rocky patch stood a verdant spiritual herb. The herb was only about a foot tall, its leaves as pure and translucent as jade, exuding a faint glow. By Luo grass. Chen Fei exclaimed, his eyes filled with fervor. Chen Fei was so agitated not only because the biluo grass was a 4th-grade spiritual herb, but also because consuming it directly would yield remarkable effects. Being able to rapidly enhance strength within the secret realm undoubtedly grants a significant advantage. A glint of fervor flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Let's go. Be careful. Jiang Feng whispered, extending his spiritual power to envelop the entire rocky area. The rocky field was eerily quiet. Not even the sound of beasts could be heard, let alone the chirping of insects. Is there no guardian beast for this biluo grass? Chen Fei took a step forward. Don't move. Jiang Feng grabbed Chen Fei's shoulder, his gaze fixed on a large rock at the edge of the rock. The rock stood over 3 meters tall, covered in moss and cracks, appearing no different from the scattered stones around. But Jiang Feng's spiritual sense vaguely detected a subtle life aura hidden within the rock. What? Chen Fei held his breath, daring not to move. Jiang Feng said nothing, slowly drawing out the thunder-patterned blade from his back. Almost simultaneously, the large rock stirred. Moss peeled away and cracks widened. 2 pincers the size of basins sprang out from either side of the rock, followed by 8 sturdy segmented legs. The rock slowly rose, revealing a fearsome insect face beneath, resembling a mantis with 6 compound eyes reflecting a chilling glow. A peak 3rd-grade ferocious beast. Feeling the aura emanating from the monster before him, Chen Fei couldn't help but gasp. Jiang, good this thing. Before Chen Fei could finish, the mantis beast had already moved. The 8 long legs bent, then suddenly straightened. The massive body shot forth like a cannonball, leaving a grayish afterimage in the air as it charged directly at the two. Retreat. Jiang Feng slapped Chen Fei's chest, propelling him away while he himself used the momentum to dash backward. Boom. The mantis beast crashed into the spot where they had just stood, leaving a deep crater in the ground with debris flying everywhere. Without slowing, the mantis beast swung its right pincer like a massive battle blade towards Jiang Feng. Even before the pincer reached him, the gust of wind it generated carved a trench into the ground. Jiang Feng dared not take it heed in activating the wind step technique to narrowly evade this lethal strike. Rumble. A large rock at the edge of the rocky field was struck by the pincer, shattering into powder. Such incredible speed. Jiang Feng's heart sank. Yet the beast gave him no chance to catch his breath. After missing its first strike, a second attack followed immediately. The 2 pincers fell like a torrential storm, crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was pounded into deep craters with rocks flying everywhere, shaking the entire rocky field. Jiang Feng pushed the wind step technique to its limits, transforming himself into an elusive breeze, weaving through the myriad of pincer shadows. But the mantis beast was just too fast. Even with a perfected Xiantier body technique, he could only barely avoid fatal injuries, unable to completely shake off its pursuit. No good. If this continues, he'll inevitably get hit. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. The indestructible body technique operated at full force, enveloping him in a faint golden glow. Boom. The mantis beast's pincer struck Jiang Feng's crossed arms, producing a dull metallic clash. Jiang Feng was sent flying, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, and 2 clear gashes appeared on his arms from which blood flowed continuously. One could still vaguely see faint golden bones beneath the flesh. This was Jiang Feng's first time having his defense breached. In the distance, though Chun Fei was anxious, he could do nothing but remain silent so as not to distract Jiang Feng. Of course, if Jiang Feng wanted him to join, he would not hesitate. In the center of the battlefield, a sharp pain surged through Jiang Feng, not instilling fear, but instead causing his blood to boil. This was the feeling. This was true combat. Shao bite! Jiang Feng shouted fiercely. The Beastmaster ring glimmered, and the massive form of the white tiger appeared behind the mantis beast. Roar! A deafening tiger roar echoed across the rocky field. The white tiger swung its claws, striking the mantis beast. Under the tiger's fury talent, the sharp claws easily pierced the mantis beast's hard shell, embedding themselves in its flesh. Screech! The mantis beast let out a piercing cry, its compound eyes flashing with rage. It abandoned Jiang Feng and swung its pincers back toward the white tiger. The white tiger was agile, retreating immediately after landing a hit, causing the pincers to miss and smash into the ground, creating 2 deep pits. Thunderclap slash! Jiang Feng seized the opportunity, leaping up with the thunder-patterned blade raised high. He gathered all his strength into this one strike. The overwhelming vitality of the indestructible body and the tiger's furious innate talent enveloped the blade in a layer of crimson light. Simultaneously within Jiang Feng's sea of consciousness, the indestructible Dharma form glared fiercely. Slash! Jiang Feng roared, and the blade light fell like heavenly thunder, slashing down upon the mantis beast's head. Crack! The sound of cracking shell echoed. The mantis beast's head was cleaved in 2 by this blow, green blood gushing forth and splattering all over Jiang Feng. Bang! The massive body fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Feng sheathed his blade, his chest heaving violently. This strike had nearly exhausted all his strength. It wasn't that he could truly match a peak 3rd-grade ferocious beast Eden, but rather that this mantis beast had made the same mistake as the crimson python. They both misjudged Jiang Feng's killing power, under the enhancement of the tiger's fury talent. Not dodging, then death awaited. Jiang Feng remained motionless. That last strike was the most extraordinary cut he had ever delivered, as if he had touched a power of another level. Jiang Feng had seen it on the Martial Arts Association forum. That was a realm above perfect mastery known as limit break. If he could break the limit of the thunderclap, slash, its power would not be inferior to that of ordinary high-grade Shantir martial arts. Jianggu, are you okay? Chun Fei rushed over from afar, his face filled with worry and fear. I'm fine. Jiang Feng shook his head, his gaze shifting toward the direction of the biluo grass. Collecting herbs. Chun Fei replied, carefully pulling up the biluo grass by its roots, wrapping it in a piece of beast skin and presenting it to Jiang Feng. Jianggu, here you go. Jiang Feng took the biluo grass and stored it in his storage ring. He glanced at the white tiger that was devouring the mantis beast's corpse, not urging it, and sat cross-legged to begin recovering. He needed more time to understand the feeling of that last strike. In the following days, guided by the treasure-seeking compass, Jiang Feng and Chun Fei's harvest was plentiful. First, they obtained a 5th-grade Zhu Shui Lingji guarded by a 3rd-grade poison spider. During this battle, Jiang Feng tried to recreate the resonance he felt when slaying the mantis beast, but he was always a step short of that sensation. Ultimately, it was only with the white tiger's cooperation that they successfully killed the poison spider. Then they found a 6th-grade spiritual herb Xian Yin Shun guarded by a late 3rd-grade stone python comparable to an 8th-layer Tong Mai realm martial artist. This time Jiang Feng did not rely on the white tiger. That battle was the most brutal he had ever experienced. Several times, he narrowly escaped death. But under the immense pressure of life and death, Jiang Feng successfully broke the limit of the thunderclap slash. On the 7th day in the secret realm with the abundant spiritual herbs he had collected, Jiang Feng successfully advanced to the 8th level of bone forging. The night was deep. Inside a concealed cave, the campfire crackled. Chun Fei said softly, Jianggu, we should be able to reach the center of the secret realm tomorrow. Jiang Feng nodded. It had taken them a full 7 days to reach the central location. This was partly because they had spent some time searching for spiritual herbs and partly because this immortal spirit secret realm was much larger than he had anticipated. However, it was a bit regrettable. In these 7 days, the treasure-seeking compass had not discovered a single forbidden zone. Jiang Feng leaned against the rock wall, closed his eyes, and pretended to doze off. He wondered if Yan Jixia and the others had arrived safely. Seeing this, Chun Fei no longer disturbed him and moved to the cave entrance to begin his cultivation. In the past few days following Jiang Feng, he had also reaped significant rewards, having reached the peak of the body refining realm just 1 step away from bone forging. Early the next morning, as Jiang Feng opened his eyes, he saw Chun Fei approaching him with an excited expression. Jianggu, I just broke through to the 2nd grade. Jiang Feng smiled, "Congratulations." In his excitement, Chun Fei looked at Jiang Feng with gratitude in his eyes, saying, "Thank you, brother Jiang. I wouldn't have come this far without you." Though it was said he was there to be a cannon fodder for Jiang Feng, in reality Jiang Feng rarely let him take risks, and he had more or less coasted through. Jiang Feng shook his head. "That was earned by your own efforts." Along the way, although Chun Fei hadn't played a significant role, he had indeed been obedient. Jiang Feng appreciated those whose words and actions were in harmony. "Let's go." Jiang Feng took the lead and walked towards the cave entrance. After a while, a continuous range of black mountains appeared before the two. The mountains were pitch black, devoid of any vegetation. A sulfurous scent filled the air, and the temperature was noticeably higher than before. "Is this the Black Flame Mountains marked on the map?" Chun Fei smiled. "If I remember correctly, if we cross this mountain range and head north, we will reach the central palace area." Jiang Feng nodded and was about to speak when suddenly he felt the treasure-seeking compass vibrating violently. He took out the compass. After infusing it with spiritual power, a luminous screen appeared on the compass, and a huge crimson light spot was flashing to the north. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. The crimson light spot represented the location of the restriction. He looked north again, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplation. This direction, this distance. Could it be that the restriction is at the central palace mentioned by Senior Duan? If so, the key to this assessment may not be as simple as just obtaining the token. Jiang Feng collected his thoughts and began to quicken his pace. "Let's go. We'll talk after we reach the place." Chun Fei hurriedly followed. The two moved through the mountains. The ferocious beasts along the way were unexpectedly scarce. When they did encounter a few, they would actively avoid them, seemingly fearing something. 2 hours later, the terrain gradually rose. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was rapidly increasing. After the two crossed the last ridge, they beheld a breathtaking sight. Below the ridge was a vast plain. In the center of the plain stood a gigantic ancient city. The city walls were 100 feet tall, built entirely from a dark blue stone material. Even after enduring countless years of wind and frost, the patterns on the city walls were still clearly visible. Those patterns seemed extraordinary, emitting a faint glow under the sunlight. At the city gate stood 2 giant turtle statues, one on each side, and despite their dilapidated state, they exuded a daunting pressure. Outside the city walls, countless gigantic skeletons lay scattered. Some resembled serpentine dragons with bones extending hundreds of feet. Others looked like enormous birds, their wing bones stretching like mountains. There were also many nameless monster skeletons carelessly scattered across the plain, seemingly the remnants left after a great battle. Above the plain, even the birds dared not approach. This is... Chun Fei's voice trembled unconsciously. Jiang Feng's eyes also flashed with shock. He glanced down at the treasure-seeking compass. The dark red light spot was deep within the ancient city, nearly occupying the entire compass. Jiang Feng looked up again, gazing at the 3 large characters carved high on the central city wall. Xuanwu City. Jiang Feng's eyes revealed a look of doubt. Was the Xuanwu of this Xuanwu city the same as the one he knew? Yet this world clearly had no information about the 4 sacred beasts. "Brother Jiang." Chun Fei's voice snapped Jiang Feng back to reality. "Shall we go in?" Jiang Feng collected his thoughts, carefully observed for a moment, and after confirming there was no danger, nodded. "Let's enter." As the two descended the ridge and stepped onto the plain, an invisible pressure enveloped them. The ground beneath their feet was as hard as iron, with even weeds unable to grow. The scattered giant beast skeletons were now close at hand. Each one was taller than a person, with a surface that glimmered like jade, showing no signs of decay despite the passage of time. Just the aura emanating from these bones is terrifying. How fearsome must these ferocious beasts have been when they were alive? Chun Fei's voice tightened, instinctively gripping the long spear in his hand. Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the 2 giant turtle statues at the city gate. The statues were damaged, with the left one missing its head and the right one having a broken foreleg. Jiang Feng's mental power spread, and at the moment of contact with the statue, the golden Buddha image in his sea of consciousness trembled, nearly shattering. Jiang Feng staggered back, unable to suppress a groan. Jiang Feng was alarmed, thinking, even just 2 broken statues possessed such a powerful spiritual pressure. He instantly heightened his vigilance and dared not probe with his mental power carelessly. The two stepped slowly through the city gate. What met their eyes was a straight main street lined with shops, though they had long been abandoned, with decayed doors and windows and thick dust covering the streets. A faint sandalwood fragrance mixed with the scent of dust hung in the air. The entire ancient city was eerily quiet, not even the sound of the wind could be heard. "Brother Jiang, don't you think it's too quiet here?" Chun Fei lowered his voice, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression. This Xuanwu city was as dead as a grave. In the next moment, several figures suddenly flickered out from the shadows, encircling the two and blocking their way in the middle of the street. The leader was a young man with a sinister expression. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. He recognized this person as Wang Feng, who had stood behind Wang Luan in the However, compared to before entering the secret realm, Wang Feng's cultivation had already broken through to the third rank. Behind Wang Feng were 4 others, the weakest of whom had also reached the first stage of bone refinement. Jiang Feng was not surprised. The secret realm was so vast it couldn't be that only he was allowed to seize opportunities. He had the treasure-seeking compass, and those talented scions from great clans surely had their own means. Chun Fei's expression changed. What do you want? Wang Feng glanced at Chun Fei dismissively and said, I have no interest in talking to trash. If you don't want to die, get lost. Arrogant. Wang Feng was furious, waving his hand and shouting, attack together. Kill him. He knew Jiang Feng had crippled Wang Hai. Arrogant. Wang Feng was furious, waving his hand and shouting, attack together. Kill him. He knew Jiang Feng had crippled Wang Hai. But now he had already broken through to the third rank, and with his spiritual gate open, he could easily crush all martial artists below the third rank. Following his order, the talented scions behind Wang Feng charged out simultaneously, forming a web of blades and swords. Jiang Feng slowly gripped the handle of the thunder pattern blade. The blade trembled lightly, emitting a humming sound. Then Jiang Feng moved. Using the wind step technique, he transformed into an afterimage. The blade light flashed like thunder, striking the ground with silver arcs of electricity mixed with scarlet tiger energy. Wherever he passed, weapons shattered. 3 blood arrows simultaneously sprayed forth. 3 bone refinement stage geniuses, their moves not even fully unleashed, were sealed at the throat by a single slash, their bodies falling straight down. Jiang Feng looked at the shocked Wang Feng. It's your turn. Wang Feng's expression changed abruptly, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. But soon he suppressed that hint of trepidation. It seems you are not just relying on luck to have defeated Wang Hai. Unfortunately, your current opponent is me. Wang Feng took a deep breath and his aura began to rise. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers curling as a long gun entirely black appeared out of thin air in his grasp. The gun's body was engraved with dark golden patterns, shimmering with a cold luster under the sunlight. This is the Black Dragon gun, a mid-grade treasure. Wang Feng's lips curled into a proud sneer. To die under this gun is indeed your honor. So fast. Chun Fei, standing behind, felt his pupils constrict. He could not see Wang Feng's movements clearly, only catching a fleeting blurred black shadow. However, facing this deadly strike, Jiang Feng merely tilted his body slightly. The wind-piercing momentum. The tip of the gun grazed past Jiang Feng. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Feng's eyes, but his movements did not stop. The long gun swept horizontally, the shaft carrying immense force, smashing towards Jiang Feng's waist. Jiang Feng stepped back, lightly evading once again. Is dodging all you know? Wang Feng sneered, his gun's momentum becoming increasingly violent. The sky was filled with gun shadows like a raging storm enveloping Jiang Feng. The Dragon Python Wrap. This was a top-tier gun technique of the yellow grade, already cultivated to perfection. Moreover, with his realm at the meridian opening stage, each shot was more than enough to easily penetrate the defenses of peak forging bone realm warriors. I wonder where you will hide. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Feng's eyes. Jiang Feng halted, and his aura suddenly transformed. A tyrannical force erupted from him. The silver arcs danced wildly on the thunder pattern blade. The originally silver-white electric light transformed into a purple hue. Breakthrough. Thunderclap slash. The purple blade aura shot into the sky as if tearing the heavens apart, like a thunderclap. The violent wind swept outward from Jiang Feng. Even Chun Fei, far behind, was forced back several paces by this wave of energy, barely stabilizing himself. His eyes widened in shock. What is this power? In the next moment, the blade aura descended. Before the blade arrived, the destructive pressure enveloped Wang Feng. The arrogance on Wang Feng's face had long frozen, replaced by incredulous horror. This terrifying blade momentum was undoubtedly from an advanced martial art, not just low grade. Moreover, the mastery was extremely high. Get lost. Without another thought, Wang Feng shouted, beginning to channel his spiritual power. An invisible spiritual shockwave surged toward Jiang Feng. In his view, no matter how strong Jiang Feng was, he was merely at the second tier, and had not opened the door to spiritual awakening, leaving him completely defenseless against spiritual attacks. As long as his spirit was injured, the opponent would be like fish on the chopping board at his mercy. But the next moment, as soon as his spiritual power touched Jiang Feng, it was as if a mud cow had sunk into the sea, creating not a ripple. Instead, a stronger wave of spiritual fluctuation rebounded. Buzz. Wang Feng felt as if his brain had been slapped by something, and his thoughts froze. His body also became uncontrollably rigid. By the time he regained his senses, all he could see was the dazzling blade aura like divine thunder descending. No. Wang Feng's eyes widened in horror. In the next moment, the blade aura fell. Boom. The entire street exploded beneath this strike. Fragments of stone flew, dust clouded the air, and a chasm several zhang long extended from Jiang Feng's feet to the end of the street. Once the dust settled, Wang Feng had become a pile of minced flesh, the black dragon gun falling to the side. Jiang Feng sheathed his sword, his expression calm as water. He looked at Wang Feng's corpse, frowned slightly, his tone tinged with disappointment. You didn't even have the qualification to let me test the limits of this blade. In the distance, Chen Fei was not surprised by this outcome. After all, Jiang Feng had already slain at least 4 third-tier fierce beasts. Jiang Feng recalled his thoughts, crouched down, and began to rummage through Wang Feng's corpse. Soon he found a spatial ring and several bottles of pills. He projected his spiritual power into the ring, taking a quick glance. 8 third-tier spirit herbs, 3 fourth-tier spirit herbs, and plenty of cultivation resources. Indeed, a prodigy from a major clan with a rich background. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction, collecting everything along with the black dragon gun before turning to Chen Fei. Let's go. Okay. Chen Fei quickly followed. The two hastened their pace, passing through the main street toward the palace deep within the city. About a quarter of an hour later, the buildings ahead gradually became denser. From a distance, one could see the outline of a massive palace standing in the center of the city. Jiang, go look. Chen Fei pointed towards the palace. Jiang Feng raised his eyes and saw several familiar figures, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. In the square, Qin Hao stood with his hands behind his back, his posture straight, resembling a middle schooler lamenting about life's loneliness. Mu Huaiqin stood with his sword, his expression cold. Yan Zhixia stood quietly to the side, a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Even Jiang Chun and Zhao Wuji were there. I'm late. Jiang Feng stepped forward. Hearing the familiar voice, the eyes of the few brightened as they turned their heads in unison. Yan Zhixia was the first to rush over. Jiang Feng, are you alright? Mu Huaiqin said nothing but clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chun grinned. Brother, I knew you were fine. Zhao Wuji also smiled. Jiang Ge, we're here too. Qin Hao stood still, nodding slightly at Jiang Feng, maintaining his composure. Jiang Feng glanced at the others and smiled. It seems you all have gained quite a bit on your way here. Jiang Chun and Zhao Wuji had already reached the 7th level of body tempering. Mu Huaiqin had broken through to the 5th level of bone forging. Qin Hao had also advanced to the 4th level of bone forging. As for Yan Zhixia, she was even more terrifying. Astonishingly, she had already reached the peak of the bone forging realm. Jiang Chun and Zhao Wuji quickly recounted their experiences from the past few days. It turned out that Jiang Chun and Zhao Wuji were very lucky, arriving at the same place upon teleportation. Though their strengths were weak, they proceeded cautiously and encountered little danger along the way. Later they met Qin Hao. Although Qin Hao loved to show off, he did not waver in critical moments and staunchly protected the two. Subsequently, the three encountered Mu Huaiqin and Yan Zhixia in succession. The five worked together, navigating through the challenges, and although they faced danger, they ultimately came through unscathed. After listening, Jiang Feng pointed to Chen Fei beside him. This is Chen Fei, someone I met on the road. From now on, we are all friends. Chen Fei smiled and cupped his hands to the others. I hope everyone will take care of me. The others all nodded in response. After some brief pleasantries, Jiang Feng asked, did you all obtain the tokens? Upon hearing this, the smiles on Jiang Chun and the others' faces faded slightly. Seeing this, Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. Is it so difficult to obtain the tokens? With Yan Zhixia, who was at the peak of the bone forging realm, present, it shouldn't be impossible to get a single token. Otherwise, how could so few pass the assessment? Jiang Chun sighed. Brother, it's not a matter of difficulty. When we arrived, the tokens had already been taken by the 5 major prodigies. They declared that if you want the tokens, you must exchange them for spirit herbs from the immortal spirit secret realm. 1 third-tier spirit herb for 1 token. Chen Fei frowned upon hearing this. Aren't they afraid of provoking public outrage by doing this? Zhao Wuji said helplessly. Those from the Mu Qingxian family are already at the peak of the meridian opening realm. With the 5 families united, although there are still many candidates, the top combat power simply cannot compete. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness upon hearing this. The 5 families monopolized the tokens, raising the price on the spot. This behavior was indeed quite unseemly. Qin Hao suddenly looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, what do you think? Jiang Feng gazed at the distant palace, his tone calm. Let's first check the situation. After saying that, Jiang Feng headed straight towards the direction of the palace. Qin Hao smiled. Great. You didn't disappoint me after all. He quickly followed behind. He had a premonition. The time to show off had arrived. Damn it. This is too much. It was agreed that 1 third-tier spirit herb would exchange for 1 token, but suddenly the price was raised. Now it takes 2 third. Damn it. This is too much. It was agreed that 1 third-tier spirit herb would exchange for 1 token, but suddenly the price was raised. Now it takes 2 third-tier spirit herbs to exchange for 1 token. Why don't they just go rob it? Rob? They are openly robbing it now. What can you do? If you have the ability, go get it from the palace yourself. Saihu told them to have the bigger fists. Hurry and think of a way. Tomorrow they might want 3 spirit herbs. Clearly the opportunity was just within reach, but they could only watch as the 5 families blocked the door. Complaints rose and fell, but no one dared to really confront the five families. Jiang Feng and his group walked towards the palace gates. As they approached the main hall's entrance, a burly candidate was walking out, his face ashen, his fists cracking. These bastards. He cursed through gritted teeth, brushing past Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not stop, striding directly into the hall. The hall's doors were tall and thick, with a threshold half a person's height. The walls inside were embedded with several fist-sized luminous crystal stones, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. In the center of the hall where the tokens were originally placed now lay empty. The five leading prodigies were absent, and only the core prodigies of each family remained stationed. Both sides of the hall were filled with other prodigies, most of whom had come to exchange tokens, their faces displaying pain and unwillingness. The five families' prodigies occupied the stone platform, looking down on everyone else. As Jiang Feng and his group entered, they immediately heard a commotion ahead. Wasn't it said that one third-tier spirit herb could exchange for one token? Why is it suddenly two? You are breaking your promise. The speaker was a young man in blue, his face flushed, fists clenched, but struggling to suppress his rage. Opposite him stood a young man with a buzz cut, a prodigy from the Wang family, named Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong held a jade token in his hand, which was the token for this assessment. Breaking promises, eh? Wang Zhong chuckled, looking down at the blue-clad youth with a condescending tone. The tokens are in the hands of our five families, so naturally, we dictate the rules. Instead of arguing with me here, you might as well hurry outside to find a few more spirit herbs. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Just a friendly reminder, by tomorrow at this time, it won't be 2 herbs, but 3. You, the blue-robed youth trembled with anger. You are being too unreasonable. Being unreasonable, and what of it? Wang Zhong suddenly stood up, his aura of the 5th level of bone forging erupting as he slapped the blue-clad youth in the chest. Boom. The blue-robed youth had no time to react, let out a grunt, and flew out, crashing into the entrance of the hall, spitting blood and failing to get up. Unhappy, Wang Zhong walked over, looking down at him with a sinister gaze. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here won't walk out of the immortal spirit's secret realm alive. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Other prodigies showed anger on their faces, yet no one dared to speak out. The five families were too powerful, standing out was tantamount to seeking death. Seeing this, Wang Zhong's expression grew even prouder. He twirled the token on his fingertip, his gaze sweeping across the crowd with a hint of mockery. How about this? I see you all are pitiful. Among all the people in this hall, you can have a fight. Whoever stands last will receive this token from me. What do you think? Fair enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the other prodigies from the various families burst into laughter. Wang Zhong is quite the schemer. Let this group of local dogs fight amongst themselves while we enjoy the show. How entertaining. Just a bunch of ants, let them have a little hope so they don't find trouble while being idle. Mocking laughter echoed in the hall, painfully grating. The faces of the prodigies present turned pale, a sense of humiliation flooding their hearts, yet they dared not voice their anger. Suddenly, boom. A gust of wind rushed towards Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong didn't even see what it was. He felt a tremendous force hit his chest. Bang! He was as if slammed by a rampaging beast, flying out, crashing against a stone pillar in the hall, then rebounding to the ground, spitting blood and fainting on the spot. The jade token that had been spinning on his fingertip was now nowhere to be seen. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Who is it? Who dares to act against the five families on their territory? The crowd focused their attention. They saw that where Wang Zhong had stood was now replaced by another figure. The young man carrying a long knife had a stern expression. It was Jiang Feng. He examined the jade token in his hand, looking at the prodigies of the five families with an indifferent tone. Then I will accept it. You are audacious. Daring to touch someone from the Wang family, you are seeking death. A few Wang family prodigies had ashen faces. Before Jiang Feng could speak, a flamboyant voice behind him rang out first. You are mistaken. The ones seeking death are you. I Qin Hao am here. Anyone who is not satisfied may step forward. Qin Hao approached, hands behind his back, his gaze disdainful. Among the Qin family's ranks, a prodigy at the 7th level of bone forging had an ugly expression. Qin Hao, what kind of madness is this? Qin Hao remained calm. You are using my Qin family's name to bully others. I am merely restoring order. I will say it again, if you do not want to die, leave the token and roll. Qin Hao, that's enough. A Qin family prodigy clearly could not hold back. He shouted angrily, his figure like lightning instantly appearing in front of Qin Hao, slapping towards him. How dare a family joke speak arrogantly in front of him? Facing the attack, Qin Hao maintained his calm demeanor. He did not retaliate, but slowly raised his right hand, extending one finger. The surrounding prodigies looked on in surprise. What does he mean by this? Could it be that he intends to say to deal with the opponent, he only needs one move? So pretentious. But damn, that's cool. Qin Hao paid no heed to the murmurs around him, slowly calling out a name. Jiang Feng. Raising his hand was not invincibility. It was 1 million. In the next moment, Jiang Feng had already appeared between Qin Hao and the Qin family prodigy. Qin Hao sighed in relief. The finger he had raised also fell, pointing at the attacking Qin family prodigy. You are not worthy of me taking action personally. The Qin clan's prodigy froze midair, his palm halted inches from its target. Jiang Feng's 5 fingers clamped around the wrist like iron manacles. Dare you obstruct me? Shocked and furious, the Qin prodigy unleashed the full force of his bone-forging 7th realm Kiblood. With his free hand, he clenched a fist and drove it viciously toward Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng remained impassive. His fingers tightened with sudden crushing force. Snap! Up! A guttural cry tore from the Qin prodigy's throat. With a swift twist of his wrist, Jiang Feng pivoted his palm and struck him squarely in the chest. Boom! The Qin prodigy hurtled backward, crashing beside Wang Zhong, both unconscious. Silence descended upon the grand hall. Earlier, striking Wang Zhong could be dismissed as a sneak attack. But now, in open combat, could this youth truly fell a bone-forging 7th realm cultivator with a single blow? I recognize him. He's Jiang Feng. During the formation of the 5 clans joint expedition, every clan extended invitations, but he refused them all. Now I remember too. It's him. Incredible. No wonder he dares defy the 5 clans' elite prodigies. His strength is phenomenal. Among the 5 clans' contingents, the remaining core prodigies paled in unison. Wang Su, the young leader of the Wang clan and cousin to Wang Luan, stood forth, his bone-forging 8th realm cultivation radiating cold authority. His voice cut through the air like ice. Boy, do you even comprehend whom you oppose. The 5 clans of Dong province. Are they truly something a stray cur like you may dare provoke? Stray cur. Jiang Feng smiled faintly and stepped forward. Boom. A torrential surge of Kiblood roared outward like an ocean tide. Dare you call others stray curs, when you are but refuse? Arrogant fool. Wang Su's fury erupted. Behind him, 3 or 4 Wang clan prodigies surged forward simultaneously, their Kiblood churning violently, clearly preparing to strike as one. Prodigies from the other clans also scowled, gradually closing in. Bound by shared blood and ambition, the 5 clans had long ruled Dong province unchallenged. No one had ever dared speak to them thus. What? Do you intend to overwhelm too with numbers? Qin Hao stepped forward, taking position beside. Though his words rang bold, his feet subtly shifted half a step behind Jiang Feng. And in a whisper audible only to the two, Brother Jiang, can you hold firm? Jiang Feng did not reply, only gave a slight solemn nod. Qin Hao's heart steadied instantly. Qin Hao, are you betraying the Qin clan? The remaining Qin prodigies glared at him with seething contempt. Qin Hao merely smiled coolly. My actions require no approval from you. And you? Speak not for the Qin clan. Wang Su laughed, a hollow venomous laugh, and swept his arm wide. All together. First cripple these 2 arrogant fools who know neither heaven nor earth. At his command, 5 or 6 prodigies lunged forward as one. Blades flashed, swords gleamed, and surging Kiblood churned the very air. Gales howled through the grand hall. Onlookers instinctively recoiled. Their faces flickered between tension and fervent anticipation. For years they had endured the 5 clans' tyranny. Resentment festered deep within. Now someone stood defiant, facing the 5 clans' heathen. They silently willed Jiang Feng to triumph. Foolhardy beyond reckoning. Qin Hao sighed softly, shaking his head. Brother Jiang, these vermin are yours to deal with. Jiang Feng answered not, but activated his wind-treading technique. In an instant his form blurred into a streaking afterimage. Shink! Half-drawn, the thunder-embossed blade gleamed. Violet lightning arced wildly across its blade, crackling with thunderous resonance. Breaking limit, thunderclap slash. A 10-foot-long violet crescent of blade light cleaved the air, like celestial thunder striking earth, radiating utter annihilation as it crashed down upon the 5 clans' assault. Boom! At the moment the blade light collided with their Kiblood, a deafening detonation shook the heavens. Violent shockwaves exploded outward in all directions. Spurt! 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 3 muffled thuds echoed in rapid succession. The 3 Wang clan prodigies leading the charge were hurled backward, blood erupting from their mouths, as they slammed onto the floor motionless and near death. Wang Su and the 2 surviving prodigies staggered back stunned. This is a profound tier martial art. Wang Su stared fixedly at Jiang Feng, disbelief carving deep lines across his face. How could a so-called stray cur from Jiangxing possibly master a profound tier technique? And judging by its destructive might, it was at least profound tier mid-rank. Jiang Feng strode forward unhurried, yet inexorable. Each footfall resonated like a hammer strike upon the hearts of onlookers. Wang Su and his companions twisted their expressions, teeth clenched, fury blazing, yet none dared advance another inch. Suddenly a detached voice emanated from the inner sanctum of the hall. Interesting. No wonder you dared raise havoc upon our domain. Truly you possess some measure of skill. All turned toward the sound. From the inner chamber emerged 5 figures, calm, imposing, their auras dense and refined, faint wisps of spiritual energy curling about them like mist. None other than the 5 clan's elite prodigies. The moment they appeared, the very air grew heavier. Pressure thickened, pressing down like stone. Brother Lun. Wang Su's face lit with desperate relief, shock and joy mingling in his eyes. You've finally arrived. This insolent brat has already injured several of us. Wang Lun ignored him entirely, his gaze locked onto Jiang Feng, icy and searching, laced with quiet suspicion. You're still alive? Where's Wang Feng? Jiang Feng lifted his eyes, meeting Wang Lun's stare without flinch or falter. Since I live, your so-called trash is dead. Wang Lun laughed, a chilling hollow sound. Excellent. It has been far too long since anyone dared address me thus. Instantly, the overwhelming pressure of his meridian-linking peak cultivation descended like a mountain upon Jiang Feng. The air itself seemed to congeal. Spectators paled, stumbling backward in terror. Even Qin Hao's bravado cracked. His shoulders hunched slightly as he retreated another half-step behind Jiang Feng. Brother Jiang, meridian-linking peak. Can you still fight? He whispered. Jiang Feng offered no reply. Unmoved, he stood firm beneath the crushing weight of Wang Lun's aura. Within his consciousness, the Vajra Dharmakaya glared fiercely, its golden light radiating an invisible barrier that effortlessly dispersed the onslaught of spiritual pressure. My. Wang Lun's brow furrowed. Could a mere second-rank martial artist withstand his mental pressure? Beside him, Mu Qingxian narrowed his eyes, perceiving the truth. No wonder he acts so boldly. He has already unlocked the gate of spirit. Pity. Against those below 3rd rank he holds absolute supremacy, but against us, not a shred of advantage remains. Mu Huaijin, you too will follow this fool's folly. Mu Huaijin's hand rested lightly upon his sword hilt, his voice serene yet unyielding. The 5 clans' monopoly over the tokens violates established precedent. Precedent? Mu Qingxian smiled arrogantly. In Dong province the 5 clans are precedent. Since you persist in delusion, I shall first cripple you myself. Upon exiting the realm, I shall personally escort you back to the Mu clan, to apologize to your 3rd aunt. Yan Zhixia stepped forward, standing behind Jiang Feng. Her silver longsword slid half an inch from its scabbard. Her gentle features sharpened with lethal resolve. Lay a hand on him. First pass through me. Jiang Chun Zhao Wuji and Chen Fei likewise gritted their teeth and stepped forth. They knew their aid would be marginal, yet in this moment retreat was unthinkable. A rabble of misfits, Lu Feng sneered, shaking his head. Wang Lun, waste no more words on them. The inner seals weaken by the minute. Don't squander time on these minnows. End this swiftly. Li Moyan nodded in agreement. Precisely. Our true mission takes priority. Qin Tianba had spoken not a word, yet his gaze upon Jiang Feng burned with undisguised disdain. Jiang Feng remained unruffled, calm, centered, unshaken. Slowly he raised the thunder-embossed blade. All of you come. Now. At these words, everyone was stunned. You still want to take on 5 by yourself? This kid has gone mad. A proud member of the Qin family mocked. This kid is clever indeed. Since we can't win anyway, it might as well be a more devastating defeat. It sounds better that way. A proud member of the Wang family sneered. What a pity. He has no chance of surviving. Amidst the discussions, Wang Lun was the first to move. Kneel before me. He struck out with his palm, the wind from his hand condensing into a blue wave of qi, crashing towards Jiang Feng with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. Shao bite. Buzz. The white light of the beast taming ring surged. The massive form of the white tiger appeared out of thin air, standing protectively in front of Jiang Feng. Roar. The deafening roar of the tiger reverberated through the great hall. The white tiger raised its claws, exuding a sharp aura capable of tearing everything apart, and struck fiercely at the blue palm wind. Boom. The palm wind collided with the tiger's claws, sending shockwaves exploding outward. The massive body of the white tiger staggered back 2 steps. Wang Lun also felt his arm go numb, his face showing a hint of surprise. A 2nd-tier battle pet. No, wait. This aura is already close to the 3rd tier. How could it withstand my palm? Just as he was distracted, Jiang Feng took action. Activating the wind step technique to its utmost, Jiang Feng transformed into a gust of wind, bypassing the front and rushing straight towards Li Mo Yin. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What the hell? This kid really wants to take on 5 by himself. He's gone crazy. Absolutely mad. Jiang Feng ignored the astonished crowd and raised the thunder-patterned blade high. Break the limits. Thunderclap slash. The purple blade light shot into the sky, carrying a devastating aura that cleaved directly towards Li Mo Yin. You're seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Li Mo Yan's eyes. Did this kid think he was the weakest among them? Li Mo Yan did not dodge, instead crossing his palms to form a faint golden blood barrier in front of him. Clang. The blade light struck the barrier, producing a metallic clash. With your strength you dare to strike at me? Li Mo Yan taunted. In the next moment, a golden light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Tiger slaughter. Killing God. The sharp aura instantly spread. Crack. The previously unbreakable blood barrier suddenly shattered. Liemo Yan's face changed dramatically. How is this possible? His blood barrier had rarely been breached, even among opponents of the same realm. Moreover, how could a second-tier martial artist do this? Before he could react, Jiang Feng's second strike was already upon him. Jiang Feng's eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and the purple arcs on the thunder-patterned blade were suddenly tinged with crimson. The break-limit blade technique paired with the true damage of Tiger Slaughter Killing God was his most powerful killing move at the moment, and he chose to strike first at Liemo Yan. Not because Liemo Yan was weak, but because among the five his movement skills were the weakest. Liemo Yan's pupils constricted, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He could only barely avoid a fatal blow. Swish! The blade edge grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep cut that exposed bone. Blood gushed out. Ugh! Liemo Yan groaned, his body being pushed back repeatedly by the residual force of the blade. His face was filled with fear and confusion. You can disregard my blood defense. The five families' prodigies each had their strengths. And what Liemo Yan excelled at was the manipulation of blood to create absolute defense. Even martial artists of the same realm would not necessarily surpass him. Yet his power seemed as flimsy as paper before Jiang Feng. Wang Luan and the others also changed their expression slightly. Their strengths were comparable, and if that kid could injure Liemo Yan, he naturally had the chance to injure them as well. Let's all attack together. Don't hold back. Wang Luan shouted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. A second tier could contend with this group of third tier. Such a guy, having already offended them, must not be allowed to live. The other four nodded, understanding each other, and began to circulate their blood energy at full force. The combined might of the five prodigies was naturally formidable. The surrounding heroes could not help but retreat further. Yan Jixia and the others did not rashly approach. This was no battle they could partake in. Recklessly stepping forward would only hinder Jiang Feng. But they were not entirely powerless. In Yan Jixia's hand, an orange bead had appeared, seemingly containing flames burning inside. In Mu Huaijin's hand there was a wooden carving lifelike and depicting an ancient armored warrior covered in inscriptions. The two exchanged glances, then each looked away. Inside the battle circle, Jiang Feng pushed his indestructible body to its limit. The blood energy surged like tidal waves crashing against the shore, roaring incessantly. Facing five alone, he did not have absolute certainty of victory. But with the White Tiger's protection, he was not without the strength to fight back. The atmosphere in the Great Hall suddenly escalated to its peak. As the battle seemed imminent, a sudden deep rumble came from the depths of the Great Hall. Rumble. The ground began to shake violently. From the direction of the inner hall, a dark blue light pillar shot into the sky, spreading an ancient and heavy aura. Jiang Feng could clearly sense that within the storage ring the treasure-finding compass was shaking wildly. The restriction has opened. Wang Lun's eyes brightened, immediately forgetting about Jiang Feng. They had spent several days in the inner hall studying, just to break the restriction. Unexpectedly, it now seemed to have loosened on its own. Wang Luan shot Jiang Feng a glare. Kid, consider yourself lucky. Once I obtain the inheritance inside, I will deal with you. After saying that, the five rushed towards the inner hall. The other candidates also reacted, their eyes revealing a burning desire. The restriction is open. There must be great opportunities inside. Quick, follow me. If we're late, we won't even get a taste. The crowd surged towards the inner hall. Brother, are we going in too? Jiang Chun leaned over. Jiang Feng nodded. Of course we need to go. Opportunities lie ahead. There was no reason to retreat. Even if they could not obtain anything, they could not allow those five to take it all. Let's go, stay close behind me. Jiang Feng led the others towards the inner hall as well. Passing through the grand doors of the inner hall, there was a long corridor inside. The walls on both sides of the corridor were covered in murals depicting various patterns of turtles and snakes, as well as scenes from ancient battlefields. The five people at the front, Wang Luan and his companions, had now stopped at the end of the corridor. There stood a massive stone door. The door was carved with a giant Xuanwu statue exuding an imposing aura. At this moment, a shimmering light curtain appeared in the center of the stone door, continuously rippling with waves. Lu Feng reached out to touch the light curtain. As soon as his finger made contact, his face turned pale, and he staggered back with a muffled groan. Such a strong mental impact. Lu Feng covered his forehead, looking fearful. It seems to be a mental trial. Liemo Yan said solemnly. To enter, one must first withstand this mental pressure. Upon hearing this, the others who had followed behind felt a wave of disappointment. Mental force was a domain that could only be approached by martial artists of the third tier and above. Most people present had yet to open their mental gates. This opportunity was destined to be beyond their reach. Even the five prodigies hesitated a bit. Lu Feng had nearly been injured just from touching it. Would they really dare to pass through? The risk was too great. Step aside. A voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned around to see Jiang Feng walking over calmly. Wang Luan frowned, wanting to take action, but was stopped by Mu Qingxian. Mu Qingxian whispered, "Let this kid lead the way for us." Wang Luan and the others' eyes lit up. The five exchanged glances and then voluntarily made way. Jiang Feng paid no attention to them, walking straight to the light curtain. Without pausing, he stepped into it. Lu Feng smirked sarcastically. This kid is about to suffer. His mental power, though the weakest among the five, was still stronger than a second-tier martial artist who had unlocked it. But soon Lu Feng's smirk turned to shock. The moment Jiang Feng's body touched the light curtain, it merely rippled and quickly returned to calm. And Jiang Feng had already disappeared from everyone's sight. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted behind. What the hell? Jiang Feng went in so easily. Then why did Lu Feng just look like he was about to die? Beyond the veil of light, another realm unfolded. The stone walls of the corridor had vanished, replaced by an immense, boundless field of stars. Beneath his feet lay the void. Above him, the river of stars arched across the heavens. Countless stars glittered on the distant horizon, converging into a resplendent galaxy. At the heart of that galaxy, a leviathan beyond description lay prostrate in slumber. It was a colossal fusion of turtle and serpent. Its shell rose like a mountain, engraved with innumerable mystic patterns. A vast serpent coiled around the turtle's form. The snake's head hung low, eyes closed, and with each breath the entire starry vault seemed to pulse. Xuanwu. A tempest of shock surged within Jiang Feng. Though he had long suspected, nothing could prepare him for the sight of this sacred beast from the myths of a past age. The awe it inspired was ineffable. Merely the aura exhaled by this sleeping Xuanwu made him feel as insignificant as dust. He possessed the instinctive certainty that were the creature to cease restraining itself, that very presence alone could reduce him to ashes. How many years? An ancient, distant voice resounded across the starfield, as if it had traversed countless ages, laden with unspeakable weariness and melancholy. Xuanwu's eyes opened slowly. Those serpent pupils were a profound dark gold, like twin whirlpools leading into the remote past. Jiang Feng felt his consciousness threatened with being drawn into them. The Vajra form within his spiritual sea abruptly opened its own eyes, its golden radiance flaring and barely steadying his mind. Jiang Feng drew a deep breath, tempered his agitation, and cupped his hands in salute. Junior Jiang Feng pays respects to Elder Xuanwu. Xuanwu did not respond to the salutation, but regarded him in silence. After a moment it spoke. Young one, whence do you come? Jiang Feng was taken aback. The question felt odd, but he answered honestly. I come from Lanxing. Lanxing, the creature echoed. A trace of bewilderment flickered across Xuanwu's eyes. Not the Xuanwu realm. Jiang Feng's heart stirred. The Xuanwu realm. Could it be referring to this fractured, immortal spirit's secret domain? He tested the matter with a cautious question. Elder, what is the Xuanwu realm like? Xuanwu did not reply. The confusion in its gaze only deepened. The Xuanwu realm, is it gone? Its voice sank, threaded with an unmistakable sorrow. Jiang Feng fell silent. He did not know how to answer, though Xuanwu seemed not to require one. It lifted its head, its gaze piercing the boundless starry expanse, as if fixed on some distant, unreachable direction. After a long while it lowered its head and looked back at Jiang Feng. This star domain was once territory my Xuanwu clan guarded. Now, I fear all has long since changed beyond recognition. Jiang Feng's heart trembled. This shattered place had once been an entire star domain. Could the historian's conjectures be correct? Before the revival of spiritual energy, might there have existed an even more potent divine martial age? Perhaps Lanxing was not so insignificant after all. It is possible that today's Lanxing is only a small fragment of the original world, an example being the immortal spirit's secret realm. Young one, Xuanwu's voice cut through Jiang Feng's reverie. This remnant of my soul has slept here for untold eons. Now that it stirs, it will soon dissipate. It paused, a complexity surfacing in those dark gold serpent eyes. The lineage of my Xuanwu clan cannot be allowed to end. As it spoke, Xuanwu opened its maw, and a dark teal beam of light shot forth, striking the space between Jiang Feng's brows. Before he could react, the light had entered his spiritual sea. A thunderous surge of information detonated within his spiritual sea. Ancient tableaus unfurled across his mind in swift succession. He perceived a Xuanwu whose bulk rivaled entire stars, clashing with innumerable grotesque beings across the endless firmament. Each collision shattered stars and rent the void. Beings far more terrible than human king cultivators were crushed like insects before that Xuanwu. It was a genuine war of gods and demons. The vision shifted. Jiang Feng's viewpoint became that of a young Xuanwu. He saw himself pierce the eggshell and under the guidance of elders begin to cultivate. From the first inhalation of spiritual energy to mastering the forces of heaven and earth, and finally, the corporeal crossing of star domains, even swallowing a star whole with a single bite. It was the ancestral memory of the Xuanwu clan and their core legacy. The the Xuanwu Jinshi Ju, the Xuanwu world sealing art. After an indeterminate span, the visions gradually faded. Jiang Feng's consciousness returned. He opened his eyes to find himself still standing amid that starry expanse. The colossal Xuanwu apparition had dimmed considerably, as if on the verge of vanishing. Jiang Feng could not help but speak. Elder. Xuanwu interrupted in a deep tone, do not ask, nor tell others. If you speak of them, and their names pass among mortals they will come. Is your launching prepared to face them? Jiang Feng recalled the horrific figures that had visited his mind and broke out in a cold sweat. Even the weakest among them possessed the power to shatter a star with a single strike. Xuanwu's voice sounded once more. I have read the memories within your mind. Jiang Feng started, his pupils contracting. Xuanwu laughed softly. Do not fret, I skipped those memories you had sealed against outside probing. Jiang Feng relaxed, realizing the creature had not violated his intent. Jiang Feng cupped his hands. My thanks, Elder. Xuanwu shook its head. The Xuanwu world sealing art is my clan's supreme legacy. Your spiritual sea cannot contain such vast knowledge, so you perceived only the first chapter. The Gui, she tortoise breath section. The rest will unseal gradually as your strength increases. Yet even the Gui Shi chapter alone suffices to cultivate you to your people's so-called Fengwang realm. Perfected, this art can condense a true Xuanwu body, render the flesh immortal, and subdue myriad laws. However, it paused, its tone taking on solemn gravity. My clan's methods are utterly different from those. Though you have been given ancestral memories, how much you will comprehend and how far you will advance depends entirely on your own fate. Do not be greedy or reckless lest the backlash consume you with dire consequences. Jiang Feng bowed his head in earnest. I will remember. Xuanwu sighed. Hasten to grow strong. Your world seems to be entering the cycle it once knew. Jiang Feng frowned. Elder, could you speak more plainly? Xuanwu shook its head. Given my station, if I spoke openly, certain others would sense it. For you now, it would bring harm rather than benefit. Jiang Feng exhaled softly. He understood restraint and did not press. Xuanwu was right. Without sufficient strength, knowledge only added burden, not advantage. Xuanwu's gaze lingered on Jiang Feng for a moment, then it suddenly said, You bear the aura of Baihu. Jiang Feng's heart leapt. He raised his right hand, and the beast ring on his finger flashed with white light. The massive form of a Baihu manifested in the starry expanse. Upon appearing, the Baihu regarded the distant Xuanwu apparition with alert wariness. It crouched low and issued a deep, rumbling roar. Golden tiger pupils bristled with vigilance. Xuanwu watched the Baihu, a complex emotion flickering in its eyes. Indeed a scion of Baihu. It murmured. Yet has the bloodline thinned so much? Its sentience has not fully awakened. The Baihu seemed to sense something, and its low growl subsided. Tilting its head, it regarded the vast apparition before it with a hint of bewilderment in its golden eyes. Xuanwu withdrew its gaze and looked back at Jiang Feng. Very well. Since our paths have crossed, I will grant you another boon of fate. It opened its mouth once more, and a dark teal beam of light shot forth toward the Baihu. The green light enveloped the white tiger completely. The white tiger shuddered, then crouched down, curling into a ball. Jiang Feng could clearly sense through the blood contract the earth-shattering changes occurring within the white tiger. Its bloodline was boiling, transforming. That streak of green light was awakening the slumbering bloodline within the white tiger. The voice of Xuanwu echoed again, sounding even weaker than before. This little fellow's bloodline is too thin. I used the remnants of my primal power to help awaken a portion of its dormant bloodline. As for how much it can awaken, that depends on its own fortune. Furthermore, it looked at Jiang Feng, its tone becoming, since you are its contract holder, you also have a connection to the White Tiger clan. Take the supreme inheritance of the White Tiger clan with you. As the words fell, another golden light shot out from Xuanwu's mouth, merging into Jiang Feng's sea of consciousness. The White Tiger slaying divine art. This is a supreme inheritance of the same level as the Xuanwu suppressing the world art. If the two can be cultivated together, Jiang Feng could hardly imagine what that scene would be like. Senior. Jiang Feng looked up, about to express his gratitude. But he found that the Xuanwu phantom had grown so faint that it was almost invisible. Xuanwu's gaze fell upon the White Tiger, his eyes filled with nostalgia, regret, and a hint of relief. My time has come. As the words fell, the Xuanwu phantom completely dissipated, leaving only a wisp of green light that merged into Jiang Feng's body. In the next moment, the entire starry sky began to collapse. Jiang Feng felt a flash before his eyes. When his vision returned, he was back in front of the stone gate. However, the stone gate had now shattered completely, losing its extraordinary appearance. Behind Jiang Feng, Wang Luan and the other 5 along with other talented individuals stood not far away. What did you obtain? Wang Luan spoke first, his gaze dark and foreboding. The 5 of them had all tried just now, but out of concern for damaging their foundations, they hadn't exerted their full strength and were blocked by the barrier. Just as they were determined to give it their all, the barrier suddenly shattered. The stone gate exploded. Then Jiang Feng appeared. It was evident that the things inside the barrier had already been seized by this kid. Jiang Feng ignored Wang Luan. He felt as though his whole body was on fire. A powerful force was raging through his body's meridians. Jiang Feng, hand over what you obtained inside. We can let you go unharmed. This time it was Qin Tianba his tone was calm, but carried an unarguable commanding tone. This barrier was discovered by the five of us. The things inside should rightfully belong to us. Jiang Feng still ignored him. You're seeking death. Seeing Jiang Feng's disregard for others, Wang Luan could no longer hold back, his figure flashing as he lunged directly at Jiang Feng. The other four exchanged glances and simultaneously attacked. The onlooking geniuses retreated in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Jiang Feng is done for this time. With the five prodigies joining forces, there was no way he could withstand it. In the distance, Yan Jixia and others were already preparing to take action. But in the next moment, Jiang Feng's aura suddenly surged. The primal power that the Xuanwu Phantom injected into him just before dissipating in the inheritance space was finally fully awakened. Boom. As his blood surged, Jiang Feng's aura began to rise steadily. Body refining, 9th layer. Peak of body refining. Meridian opening realm. First layer of meridian opening. Second layer of meridian opening. Meridian opening. Peak. That primal power pushed Jiang Feng's realm to break through continuously in just a few breaths, stopping only when he reached the peak of meridian opening. At the same time, an indescribably powerful aura radiated from his body. A layer of dark green patterns faintly appeared on the surface of his skin. Those were the patterns on the Xuanwu shell. The Xuanwu suppressing the world art, the turtle breathing chapter, has taken root. The five prodigies who had erupted in power were directly pushed back by the sudden surge of Jiang Feng's aura. This is impossible. Wang Lun's face was filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago this kid was still in the body refining realm. How could he break through to the peak of meridian opening in the blink of an eye? Moreover, this pressure was scarier than any fourth-grade martial artist he had ever felt. He definitely obtained some treasure from within the barrier. After Mu Qingxian was astonished, a burning light erupted in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the other four also turned fiery. If a second-grade individual could achieve such gains, what would happen if that treasure fell into their hands? Before the five could finish imagining, Jiang Feng was the first to strike. The thunder pattern blade was unsheathed. Purple arcs of electricity danced wildly along the blade, generating a deafening thunderclap. Break the limits. Thunderclap slash. Jiang Feng slashed out with his blade. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a faint Xuanwu Phantom emerged behind Jiang Feng. As the Xuanwu Phantom roared, a heavy pressure descended, adding more power to Jiang Feng's strike. The purple electric blade light descended like divine retribution, striking down towards Wang Luan and the other five. The entire passage shook violently under this single blow. The stone debris from the walls fell to the ground, and the floor cracked open with countless fissures. The onlooking geniuses felt a terrifying sense of oppression bearing down on them, and they all collapsed to the ground. The five prodigies at the forefront turned pale with fear. Together. Hold on. Feeling the suffocating, terrifying pressure, they dared not hold back, unleashing their ultimate skills. But their efforts were nothing but a joke under Jiang Feng's blade. With a tearing sound, the blade light effortlessly shattered the five's counterattack. Bang! 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 The five slammed against the walls of the passage, spewing blood from their mouths, their faces as pale as paper, filled with unwillingness and fear. The passage fell into silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Jiang Feng, their eyes filled with horror. One strike defeated five prodigies. This was a scene they never dared to dream of. Jiang Feng sheathed his blade and looked down at his palm. The Xuanwu suppressing the world art was even stronger than he had imagined. That last strike had not even been his full strength. If he had truly intended to kill, there would have been five corpses lying on the ground now. Jiang Feng withdrew his thoughts, his gaze sweeping over the five pale-faced prodigies. Hand over your tokens. Wang Luan and his companions wore grim expressions, their eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. However, lacking the skill to compete, continuing would only lead to further disgrace. Wang Luan suppressed his inner fury and took out several jade tokens from his storage ring, smashing them onto the ground. Mu Qingxian and the others silently pulled out their tokens as well. Qin Tianba was the slowest to react, his gaze dark and menacing. Kid, I hope outside the secret realm you can still be this arrogant. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Qin Tianba, delivering a swift kick. Shut up. Bang. The already heavily injured Qin Tianba was sent flying again, completely losing consciousness. Qin Hao stood where Qin Tianba had been, his face calm, while his heart surged with exhilaration. Qin Tianba had always looked down on him. He had long wanted to do this. Jiang Feng ignored the others. Jiang Chun and his companions stepped forward to collect the tokens, totaling 27. Yan Zhixiao whispered, excluding the five families that have already traded their tokens, there should be no hidden ones. Jiang Feng nodded, casually picking up 6 tokens and tossing them to the others. Each of you take one. The 6 received the tokens without hesitation, smiling as they accepted them. The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but stir restlessly. Many gazed longingly at the pile of tokens, but no one dared to speak up. The 5 families of prodigies had them suppressed to the point of not being able to lift their heads. This master was even more extraordinary than the 5 prodigies. Jiang Feng scanned the crowd and spoke indifferently. If others want tokens, they can trade them for spirit herbs. 1 token for 1 third-grade spirit herb, no price increase. And once they're gone, that's it. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent before erupting in suppressed excitement. Really? Just 1 third-grade spirit herb? No price increase? That's fantastic. He'll trade. They had all prepared for Jiang Feng to demand exorbitant prices, but they didn't expect him to be so conscientious. They felt no wrong in Jiang Feng's decision. After all the tokens were seized by Jiang Feng from the 5 families, there was no reason for them to be given away for free. Moreover, considering the price set by the 5 families, Jiang Feng could be seen as redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor. The expressions of the 5 prodigies grew increasingly grim. Why should they be scolded for trading tokens for spirit herbs, while Jiang Feng received thanks? Though frustrated, the 5 prodigies exchanged glances and steeled themselves to approach. We can trade too. Without tokens, they couldn't enter the next round of assessments. This was something Wang Luan and his companions could not accept. Jiang Feng's gaze swept over them, speaking calmly. If the 5 families want to trade, it's 3 third-grade spirit herbs for 1 token, and each family can only exchange for 2 tokens. The 5 prodigies were instantly enraged. Why should it be like this? Jiang Feng replied indifferently, not satisfied. Wang Luan and the others' faces turned red with anger, yet as they caught sight of the cold light in Jiang Feng's eyes, the horrifying image of that previous strike flashed in their minds. Their fury instantly cooled. Mu Qingxian gritted her teeth and said, 3 it is. Let's trade. They couldn't let their emotions interfere with important matters. The others followed suit, voicing their agreement. On the Qin family's side, although Qin Tianba had not awoken, other prodigies from the Qin family had gathered spirit herbs to trade. Within just 15 minutes, all tokens had been divided up. Jiang Feng's storage ring now held over 30 third-grade spirit herbs, most of which were rare items only found within the immortal spirit secret realm. Jiang Feng, this time I admit defeat. But next time, the humiliation you've brought upon us, we will repay double. Let's go. The prodigies of the 5 families exchanged their spirit herbs, spat a few harsh words, and then hurriedly left. Jiang Feng remained calm, not making another move. If he killed all these guys, it would surely bring him trouble when leaving the secret realm. Although he was not afraid, he didn't want to bring trouble to his family. Unless he possessed the strength to directly annihilate the 5 families right now. We should leave as well. Jiang Feng turned and called to Yan Jixia and the others. The group arrived at an empty side hall. I need to sort through the spoils. You can act freely, and if there are any troubles, just come find me directly. Jiang Feng gave his instructions. There were still a few days until the immortal spirit secret realm closed. As long as the 5 families weren't completely out of their minds, they wouldn't seek trouble with them again. The group moved separately. Unless they encountered dangers within the secret realm, it was unlikely anything would happen. Jiang Chen hesitated and spoke. Brother, can we sell these tokens? Zhao Wuji also looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was not surprised by this. With their strength struggling in the second round of assessments held no meaning in entering the third round. They might even lose their lives. It was better to trade for something practical. Jiang Feng nodded. I've given you the items. How you deal with them is up to you. No need to ask me. Understood. Jiang Chun exchanged excited glances with Zhao Wuji and left joyfully. I plan to check out other places. Mu Huijin spoke up. Jiang Feng's changes made her envious. With such a vast Xianyuan city, there might be other restrictions, but she wanted to try her luck. Beside them, Qin Hao's eyes brightened. I'll go too. Mu Huijin initially wanted to refuse, but then heard Jiang Feng say, you can all go together. If something happens, there's someone to look out for each other. At least there would be a chance for some of them to return and report back. Chen Fei quickly followed suit, saying, then I'll go too. Only then did Mu Huijin relent, leading Qin Hao and Chen Fei away. Jiang Feng turned to the side. Yin, classmate, what about you? Yan Jixia smiled. Don't mind me, I'll guard the door for you. With that, she walked towards the entrance of the side hall. Jiang Feng thanked her. Thank you for your trouble. Jiang Feng looked around and finally found a quiet corner to sit cross-legged, beginning to close his eyes and introspect. Within his Dantian blood, an energy surged. In his sea of consciousness, Jiang Feng's mental strength now rivaled that of an ordinary peak 4th-grade martial artist. With just his energy and mental strength, Jiang Feng was already capable of contending against ordinary 4th-grade 2nd or 3rd-level martial artists. Wang Luan and his companions indeed lost without injustice. Jiang Feng calmed his mind and began to organize the information in his head. First was the Xuanwu Town World Art, Turtle Breathing chapter. The 3 core abilities were as follows. First, the turtle breathing technique. When activated, the breathing frequency drops to an extremely low level, but the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy increases dramatically. Moreover, in the turtle-breathing state, one's aura can be maximally concealed. Even if facing an opponent 2 major realms higher, it would be difficult for them to detect. Second, Xuanwu armor. With energy and blood condensing on the body's surface, its defensive power is influenced by the strength of the energy and blood, allowing it to withstand attacks from opponents at least 1 major realm higher, without sustaining damage. If combined with the effects of horizontal training techniques, Jiang Feng felt that even if he stood still and let Wang Luan and his companions attack, they might not be able to break through his defense. Lastly, the Town World Seal. This is the only offensive technique in the turtle-breathing chapter. It condenses all one's energy and blood into a phantom of the Xuanwu, transformed into a great seal that descends, its power also influenced by energy and blood, but it will not be less than that of a profound-level martial art. As expected of a sacred beast inheritance, Jiang Feng marveled inwardly. Each of these 3 abilities in the outside world would be enough to make countless martial artists fight for them. Jiang Feng shifted his attention to another inheritance. White Tiger Devastation Art. He could only receive information on the introductory chapter as well. The overarching theme of the introductory chapter is called White Tiger Transformation. Practicing this technique allows one to draw in the bloodline of the white tiger, temporarily transforming into a half-human, half-tiger form. Strength, speed, and reflexes would be significantly enhanced, and the power of the Tiger Slayer talent would also be multiplied. However, the White Tiger transformation imposes a heavy burden on the body. Even with Jiang Feng's current physique, he could only maintain it for about 15 minutes. Moreover, after using it, Jiang Feng would enter a brief period of weakness, severely reducing his combat ability. Xuanwu is for defense while White Tiger is for offense. They complement each other. Jiang Feng focused his mind and began to operate the turtle-breathing technique. As the energy circulated, his breathing gradually lengthened, and his heartbeat slowed, with a layer of dark blue lines faintly appearing on his skin. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him, its speed more than tripled compared to before. Yan Jixia, guarding the entrance, felt something and turned to look, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Though Jiang Feng was clearly present in her perception, it seemed as if he were simply not there. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Deep within the side hall, Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light flickered in his gaze. The White Tiger transformation has been mastered. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, clearly sensing the raging power surging within him. Once he activated the White Tiger transformation, his physical strength, explosive power, and speed would surge more than 3-fold in an instant. Coupled with the talent of the Tiger Slayer god, the lethality would surely rise to another level. However, amidst the excitement, Jiang Feng also sensed the bottleneck. Whether it was the Xuanwu world-settling technique or the White Tiger Slayer technique, the requirements for physical vitality and blood were outrageously high. It was like 2 towering skyscrapers, with his body serving as the foundation. Now the foundation was not solid enough, adding more on top would only lead to collapse. To continue advancing the 2 great beast legacies, he would have to wait until he stepped into the 4th rank of martial arts. Jiang Feng. Yan Zixia's voice came from outside the hall. Jiang Feng stood up and walked out of the side hall. Behind, Yan Jixia, Mu Huaijin, and others were present. Before Jiang Feng could speak, Chen Fei excitedly said, "Brother Jiang, a scripture pavilion has been discovered in the north of the city. It is said to contain many ancient techniques and martial arts, and many people have already rushed there." Jiang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. "Let's go take a look." Though the beast legacies were powerful, they ultimately differed from the human martial arts system. There were many restrictions in the cultivation process. If they could find some high-level human techniques to bridge the gap, that would be even better. Half an hour later, the group had traversed nearly half of the ancient city and finally spotted a quaint pavilion. The pavilion had flying eaves and was entirely constructed from dark stones. The walls were covered with the marks of time's erosion, yet it still stood tall and proud. The copper bell hanging from the eaves was already rusted silent in the wind, exuding a heavy sense of tranquility. The pavilion's door was wide open, with many candidates gathered at the entrance. The 5 prodigies were also at the door. Upon seeing Jiang Feng and his group, Mu Qingxian and the others' expressions darkened, revealing a hint of apprehension in their eyes. Days passed, and their injuries had healed. Yet the humiliation of being struck away by a single blow still lingered vividly. "Let's go." Wang Lun lowered his voice, his face grim, and led the way into the pavilion, followed closely by the other 4. The surrounding candidates couldn't help but glance over. Had the 5 prodigies become so fearful of Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng paid no heed to these gazes. Just as he was about to enter, a figure stumbled out from within the pavilion. It was a young man in gray martial attire. As he crossed the threshold, a flash of confusion crossed his face, quickly replaced by a look of distress. "Damn it! How could this happen?" the young man muttered angrily, his brows tightly knitted. Someone nearby curiously asked, "What's wrong, brother?" What's the situation inside? The young man did not conceal anything. Inside there are only floating jade slips. As long as you break the restrictions on the slips and touch them, you can read them. I tried to take a jade slip with me, but as soon as it left this scripture pavilion, it returned automatically. I thought of memorizing the content first and practicing it slowly after exiting the secret realm, but just as I stepped out of that door, all the techniques and formulas I remembered vanished from my mind. It was as if they had been forcibly erased from my memory. What? Forgotten? A commotion erupted among the surrounding talents. Just as his words fell, several others stumbled out from the pavilion, all with grim expressions. Damn it. I clearly memorized it perfectly just now. How could I forget as soon as I step out? Me too. I can't remember anything. Someone speculated gravely. It seems this is the rule of the scripture pavilion. Techniques can only be comprehended inside, and once learned they count as yours, but cannot be remembered and taken away. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. This is quite intriguing. Let's go in and take a look first. With that, Jiang Feng and his group stepped into the pavilion. The scene before them changed abruptly. It was an extremely spacious area, much larger than it appeared from the outside. The ceiling stood several tens of feet high, embedded with countless fist-sized luminous stones, casting a soft milky light. A faint sandalwood fragrance filled the air, calming the mind and spirit. Countless jade slips floated in midair like fireflies in a summer night, gently swaying. Each jade slip was enveloped in a faint halo. Jiang Feng reached out to grasp a floating jade slip nearby. The restriction did not impede him in the slightest, shattering easily. As soon as he touched the jade slip, Jiang Feng felt a surge of information flood into his mind. A yellow-grade high-level palm technique, shattered stone palm. He released his grip and grabbed another jade slip. A yellow-grade top-level sword technique, howling wind blade. Jiang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. All of these were suitable for human cultivation. It seems that there were once human powerhouses who established sects in Xuanwu City. Jiang Feng speculated silently. The attitude of the Xuanwu towards him had already made this evident. The relationship between the Xuanwu clan and the human race should be quite good. Everyone split up, don't be greedy. Find what suits you, what you can hold in hand is what counts. Jiang Feng turned back to give a reminder. Then he walked straight toward the depths of the scripture pavilion. Yan Zhixia and the others also dispersed. The further they went in, the fewer floating jade slips there were. However, the restrictions enveloping the jade slips grew stronger. In the innermost area, only 5 jade slips floated in midair. Each jade slip was wrapped in a rich golden halo, radiating an intimidating energy fluctuation. The 5 prodigies stood before the 5 jade slips. Wang Lun's face was dark as he struck one of the jade slips' restrictions with punches, but the golden halo remained completely unyielding. The other 4 were trying as well, but to no avail. Hearing footsteps, the 5 turned simultaneously. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, their expressions grew somewhat unsightly. Wang Luan sneered. You really are a persistent ghost. Jiang Feng glanced at the 5, his tone flat. No need to be nervous, everyone, just rely on your own ability. Qin Tianba's gaze was fixed on the jade slip within reach, filled with unwillingness. The strength of this restriction is such that below the 5th rank, one likely doesn't even have the qualification to move it. Wang Luan sneered, looking at Jiang Feng. Did you hear that? Accept your fate. Don't waste your effort. The expressions of the others gradually calmed. While it was indeed frustrating not to obtain the jade slips for techniques, if no one could get them, it was much more comfortable. Especially to see Jiang Feng suffer was a source of joy for them. Jiang Feng ignored the 5, walking straight towards the closest jade slip. Since you all can't do it, then step aside. The 5 flashed anger in their eyes, but took a step back. They wanted to see just how far this kid could go. Jiang Feng grasped the handle of the thunder-patterned sword. Clang! The long sword was drawn, and purple arcs of electricity began to spread along the blade. Break the limits. Thunder slash. The purple sword light slashed down with a thunderous roar. Ding! The blade struck the golden halo, which merely trembled slightly before returning to its original state. Ha ha ha! Wang Luan couldn't help but laugh. Looks like you're nothing special. Li Moyan shook his head. A 5th rank restriction cannot be shaken by mere Xian-level martial arts combined with your brute strength. Jiang Feng, this time you're probably going home empty-handed. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he said nothing. He raised the thunder-patterned sword once more. This time the electric arcs on the blade began to change color. Scarlet blood light spread from the handle, dyeing the entire long sword a dark red. Jiang Feng's eyes transformed into cold, golden vertical pupils in an instant. Tiger Slayer, God of Slaughter. A sharp aura erupted from Jiang Feng. The 5 prodigies felt their hair stand on end, involuntarily retreating 2 steps. Slash! Jiang Feng shouted. The scarlet sword light, like blood-red thunder, violently struck the golden halo. Crack! A slight fissure appeared on the surface of the halo. The 5 prodigies' pupils constricted. How is this possible? Jiang Feng did not stop, and the second strike followed closely. Crack! The fissure widened, spreading like a spider web across the entire golden halo. The third strike. Boom. The golden halo shattered, transforming into countless golden specks. The legacy jade slip lost the binding of the restriction and slowly floated into Jiang Feng's palm under the astonished gazes of the five. The moment the jade slip fell into his palm, a torrent of information surged directly into Jiang Feng's mind. 9 Heaven's mystic art. After a brief glance, an uncontrollable delight erupted in his eyes. He could clearly sense the profundity of this technique. Heavenly rank. This technique is at least of heavenly rank. But soon Jiang Feng's brow furrowed slightly, because he discovered that this 9 Heaven's mystic art seemed to be incomplete. It was as if the complete technique had been fragmented into remnants. Though it did not affect his cultivation, he felt that something was missing. Damn it, that brat has benefited again. How is that fair? Behind Jiang Feng, Wang Luan and the others were staring at the jade slip in his hand, their jealousy nearly spilling over. Jiang Feng ignored them, casting his gaze toward the other 4 floating jade slips. What does he want to do? Li Moyan couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. In the next moment, Jiang Feng had already drawn his sword. The innate talent of the Tiger Slayer unfolded, and a crimson blade light slashed down in succession. Crack. For golden halos shattered one after another. The 4 jade slips lost their restraints, and were all taken into Jiang Feng's hands. A torrent of information surged into his mind. Crimson Emperor Fire Art. White Emperor Gold Art. Black Emperor Water Art. Yellow Emperor Earth Art. Each of these techniques, when taken alone, was of heavenly rank. As the information of the 5 techniques intertwined in Jiang Feng's mind, new changes emerged. The outlines of the 5 techniques began to be mixed and reshuffled in Jiang Feng's sea of consciousness. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates gold, gold generates water, water generates wood. The 5 elements generate each other, cycling endlessly. The 5 techniques gradually transformed into a complete diagram of the celestial operation in Jiang Feng's mind. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap erupted in Jiang Feng's sea of consciousness. Finally, a brand new technique outline emerged within his mind. 5 Emperors Heavenly Formula. A colossal wave surged in Jiang Feng's heart. This 5 Emperors Heavenly Formula had evidently surpassed the standards of heavenly rank. To cultivate this method, one must draw the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth into their body, refining the internal organs, ultimately forging the physical body into the 5 elements celestial body. All laws are invincible. All evils are dispelled. Behind Jiang Feng, the 5 stared at each other in disbelief. Wang Luan gritted his teeth and couldn't help but speak up. Jiang Feng, you can't cultivate all 5 techniques by yourself. Why not give one up? I can pay a reward. The other 4's eyes lit up, and they spoke in succession. They speculated that the technique Jiang Feng held was likely of heavenly rank. That was a foundation that only truly top martial aristocratic families could possess. If they could take one heavenly rank technique out, it would be a qualitative leap for the entire family. For this, they were willing to pay a price. Moreover, they believed that Jiang Feng had no reason to refuse. Could it be that this brat could comprehend 5 heavenly rank techniques all at once? Jiang Feng put away the 5 jade slips. Without turning around, his tone was indifferent. Sorry, I can't give them up. If any one of these 5 jade slips were to be lost, the 5 Emperor's heavenly formula in his mind would vanish. The faces of the 5 stiffened, anger flashing in their eyes. Mu Qingxian said solemnly, Jiang Feng, you've already gained so many benefits, why must you be so ruthless? Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to respond. Just then, several young talents from the Wang family rushed over. Even if you forcibly memorize, once you step out of the scripture pavilion, all related memories will be erased. Upon hearing this, the 5 of Wang Luan were first taken aback. Even if you forcibly memorize, once you step out of the scripture pavilion, all related memories will be erased. Upon hearing this, the 5 of Wang Luan were first taken aback, then expressions of glee appeared on their faces. Ha ha ha. Wang Luan laughed heartily, filled with delight. He turned to Jiang Feng, his eyes full of mockery. Jiang Feng, with less than 4 days remaining until the closure of the immortal spirit's secret realm, dreaming of mastering a heavenly ranked technique is futile. Moreover, you have taken 5. Lu Feng sneered. Kid, it seems you're destined to draw water with a bamboo basket. An empty endeavor. Delightful. Mu Qingxian sarcastically added, holding a mountain of gold and silver, but unable to carry away even a brick, must feel terrible, right? Qin Tianba scoffed, you deserve it. Li Moyan sighed and feigned a look of regret. What a pity heavenly ranked techniques can only rot in this scripture pavilion. The 5 continued their mocking, relieving the pent-up frustration in their hearts. Let's go. They turned around and left without hesitation. Though the heavenly ranked technique was out of reach, being able to take away a ground ranked technique would not be a loss. Jiang Feng remained silent throughout. It was not until the figures of the 5 vanished that he turned to take a glance. Drawing water with a bamboo basket. Jiang Feng shook his head slightly. Normally it would indeed be so, but unfortunately, I have a cheat. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend the five emperors' heavenly formula. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng opened his eyes, red veins filling his eyes, feeling a splitting headache. The content of the five elements celestial formula was obscure and profound, appearing to him as if it were written in a celestial script. Half an hour passed, and he not only gained nothing, but also consumed a considerable amount of his mental energy. Those guys weren't wrong. With my current realm, trying to comprehend a divine-level technique is akin to asking an infant to learn advanced mathematics. Yet there was no dejection in Jiang Feng's eyes. This was something he had anticipated, he merely wanted to try it for himself. After adjusting his state, he focused his mind. System. Use. Divine Level Comprehension Experience Card. In the next moment, a card glowing with rainbow colors appeared in his mind, then exploded with a bang. In an instant, the world appeared different to Jiang Feng. The originally obscure and difficult technique outlines were now as if they had been broken down into the simplest characters. Jiang Feng felt as if he were standing beneath an infinite starry sky. Countless stars twinkled above him, each corresponding to a crucial point within the five elements celestial formula. All he had to do was look up, and the answers would naturally appear. It was an indescribable sense of clarity. It was not simply accelerated thinking. Rather, the entire world became transparent in his eyes. Jiang Feng did not directly cultivate. Instead, he relied on the effects of enlightenment to begin deducing the five emperors' heavenly formula in his sea of consciousness. The divine level comprehension card had a time limit of only 24 hours. He had to fully comprehend this technique within these 24 hours. A day later, Jiang Feng opened his eyes again. The effects of the divine level comprehension experience card had already faded. He felt as if he had turned into a fool. The enormous sense of loss made him feel extremely uncomfortable. But fortunately, the complete understanding of the five emperors' heavenly formula still lingered in his mind. Next, he only needed to follow the steps to cultivate. As long as the resources and realm were in place, the speed of improvement for the five emperors' heavenly formula would be extraordinarily terrifying. It can begin now. Jiang Feng adjusted his state and took out all the spirit herbs from his storage ring. More than 40 spirit herbs were piled around Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng closed his eyes, forming seals with his hands. The five emperors' heavenly formula began. Boom. The spiritual herbs surrounding Jiang Feng erupted simultaneously. Dense spiritual energy transformed into visible mist. 5 vortices of spiritual energy appeared before Jiang Feng. Pure spiritual energy surged into Jiang Feng's organs through the vortices. Immediately, 5-colored light burst forth from his body, intertwining around him, before gradually solidifying, enveloping him entirely. From the outside, it looked like a gigantic 5-colored cocoon. 3 days swiftly passed. In the middle level of the scripture repository, 5 figures sat cross-legged, surrounded by auras of varying strengths. Wang Luan was the first to open his eyes, a flash of brilliance fleetingly appearing in his gaze. He formed a hand seal, instantly conjuring a faint golden palm imprint in front of him, radiating a majestic and profound aura. It's done. The Earth-grade low-level martial art, Vajra Great Palm Technique, has been mastered. A look of uncontrollable joy surfaced on Wang Lun's face. Beside him, the other 4 also woke from their meditative states one after another. Liemo Yin exhaled a breath of turbid air, his blood and qi surging, revealing a layer of pale yellow patterns on his skin that quickly faded away. I've also mastered the Huang Tian Xian Jia Gong. Mu Qing Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, a sharp sword energy appearing at his fingertips. This divine wind sword technique truly deserves to be an Earth-grade martial art. I am now capable of defeating my former self from days ago. Opposite him, Qin Tian Ba clenched his fist, the joints of his body cracking, a violent force erupting from within. A smile appeared on his face. With this Jiaoshan force, I feel like I can destroy everything now. At the outermost, Lu Feng smiled, his figure flickering in place, creating 2 indistinguishable afterimages. I've also mastered the ghost shadow step. The 5 exchanged glances, seeing luck and pride reflected in each other's eyes. Wang Luan sighed. If it weren't for the Ming Xian Dan granted by our family with our current cultivation levels, it would be impossible to master an Earth-grade low-level martial art in such a short time. Hearing this, a trace of pain flashed across their faces. The Ming Xian Dan is a rare pill that can temporarily enhance comprehension, hard to come by even for a fortune. Each of their families had only one in stock. Liemo Yin breathed out a turbid breath and smiled. Fortunately, our family elders anticipated this situation and had us bring the Ming Xian Dan in advance. Trading 1 Ming Xian Dan for an Earth-grade martial art is ultimately a good deal. Mu Qing Xian's tone shifted. If this is the case for us, then that kid took 5 heavenly-grade jade slips in one go. As soon as these words were spoken, all 5 showed expressions of delight. Wang Lun's lips curled into a sneer, seeing the meat, but not being able to eat it, just staring helplessly. This feeling must be worse than killing him. Lu Feng turned to look at a Lu family genius standing at a distance. Is that kid still in the innermost part? The Lu family genius quickly replied. Yes, he hasn't come out at all. The smiles on the five grew even more radiant. Mu Qingxian shook his head and chuckled. It seems this kid has lost his mind thinking he can comprehend heavenly grade techniques in just 4 days. It's simply laughable. This is fine too. Wang Lun stood with his hands behind his back, a proud look returning to his eyes. Previously, he merely relied on luck to obtain the secret inheritance, barely managing to surpass us. Now that we have all mastered Earth-grade martial arts and significantly increased our strengths, he has wasted 4 days of time, a clear shift in advantage. Before he finished speaking, Qin Tianba interjected with a cold smile. It seems it's time for another match. Just as the five were speaking comfortably, they suddenly felt a violent tremor beneath their feet. Boom. No, it wasn't beneath their feet. The entire scripture repository was shaking. What's happening? Damn. Is it an earthquake? The intense noise attracted other geniuses who were comprehending martial arts. Numerous elites gathered. A genius from the Li family looked towards the depths of the scripture repository. It seems like the noise is coming from inside. The smiles of Wang Lun and the others froze as they simultaneously turned to look deeper into the repository. Qin Tianba's pupil shrank. Could it be that kid? Impossible. Mu Qingxian interrupted coldly, his tone revealing a sense of urgency. In just 4 days, how could that be possible? Lu Feng's expression darkened. Let's go check it out. The five moved simultaneously, their figures darting like lightning towards the innermost part of the scripture repository. The further they went, the more intense the tremors became. An unsettling energy wave filled the air. It felt as if an ancient ferocious beast was awakening. At the deepest part of the scripture repository, the five-colored cocoon radiated a dazzling glow. Countless strands of spiritual energy drilled in and out of the cocoon's surface, emitting a humming sound. Jiang Feng sat at the center of the cocoon, the power of the 5 elements circulating endlessly around him. The 5 Emperor Huang Tian technique, built upon a perfect foundation of divine-level enlightenment, operated without obstruction. A vast amount of spiritual herbs and energy were broken down into the purest essence of the 5 elements, surging into Jiang Feng's organs through his meridians. The blood and chi barrier that had stalled at the peak of the pulse realm shattered instantly under the wash of the 5 elemental force. Boom. Jiang Feng seemed to hear a muffled explosion erupting within his body. 4th rank inner strength achieved. The breakthrough in cultivation did not stop there. The power of over 40 spiritual herbs combined with the 5 Emperor Huang Tian technique's remarkable efficiency in converting spiritual energy transformed into an unending source of power, propelling Jiang Feng's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Inner strength, 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, until reaching the peak of the 4th rank inner strength. Only when the power of the spiritual herbs was completely expended did the momentum finally come to a halt. In the next moment, the 5-colored cocoon enveloping Jiang Feng receded, drawn back into his body through his pores. The residual waves of spiritual energy that filled the sky also dissipated. The scripture repository gradually returned to calm, as if the earlier phenomenon had never occurred. Jiang Feng's eyes remained tightly shut, his aura retracted. If not for a careful inspection, one might think he was just an ordinary person with no cultivation. This was the effect of the Xuanwu Zhen Shiju. At this moment, several figures rushed in with the force of the wind. Wang Lun and the others landed one after another, immediately looking towards the center of the scene, where Jiang Feng sat. Behind the 5, a large number of geniuses who came to investigate filled the space, their faces filled with curiosity and scrutiny. The 5 observed Jiang Feng for a moment, their brows furrowing tighter. This kid looks like he hasn't changed much from before. Lu Feng whispered, could it be that the earlier commotion had nothing to do with him? Li Mo Yin pondered, perhaps there are other restrictions deep within the scripture repository that have loosened, causing the phenomenon. That should be it. Mu Qingxian spoke lightly. How profound is a heavenly grade technique? For days. Even if he is a prodigy, there is no way he could comprehend it. The tense expressions on their faces relaxed considerably. However, to be cautious, Wang Lun still spoke solemnly. Jiang Feng, have you mastered the heavenly grade martial arts? As soon as these words fell, the entire place fell silent. Many people's pupils trembled. There are actually heavenly grade martial arts in this scripture repository. All eyes were focused on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes. He raised his gaze to Wang Lun and the others, his tone flat. No. He was speaking the truth. What he had mastered was a divine-level technique. I knew it. Joy erupted in the eyes of the 5, the tension in their hearts finally settling back down. They exchanged glances, their expressions gradually turning unfriendly. If that's the case, then some accounts need to be settled. Wang Lun was the first to speak. Jiang Feng, we admit our defeat from before. He paused, and then changed his tone. However, the secret realm is about to close, and I want to fight you once more. Beside him Liamo Yen wore a facade of righteousness saying, "In fact, we have long wanted to fight you again, but the time spent comprehending martial arts is precious, and we haven't had the chance." The remaining three also fixed their gaze on Jiang Feng, their eyes filled with eagerness. Jiang Feng remained indifferent, scanning the five of them. "Was it that you didn't want to fight before, or that you were afraid?" The five of them froze in place. Jiang Feng did not give them a chance to retort, and continued, "It seems you have gained quite a bit these past few days." A wave of suppressed laughter spread around. The expressions of Wang Luan and his group turned particularly grim. "What are you wasting words on him for?" Mu Qingxian spoke coldly. "I said before, the humiliation we suffered at his hands must be repaid doubly." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted around him. A terrifying pressure far beyond the Tongmai realm swept out. Countless sword chi surged from his body, cutting deep gashes into the ground. Fourth rank. Mu Qingxian has broken through to the fourth rank of the inner strength realm. What a terrifying aura. Getting closer, I feel like I might be torn apart by that sword chi. Could it be earth-tier martial arts? I've heard from the Wang family's prodigy that the five family's geniuses have indeed been comprehending earth-tier martial arts. It seems they have succeeded. The surrounding candidates retreated one after another, their faces filled with horror. Mu Qingxian was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Wang Luan and his three companions no longer concealed their auras. Boom, 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 boom. Four equally formidable auras erupted in succession. The five auras intertwined, forming a terrifying pressure that left all candidates present gasping for breath. Damn! All five prodigies from the five families have broken through to the fourth rank. As expected of the five great families. How can we fight like this? It's over. Jiang Feng is done for this time. In an instant, no one had any hope left for Jiang Feng. Fourth rank plus earth-tier martial arts. The strength of the five prodigies has multiplied, not just doubled. Jiang Feng remained calm, as if he did not feel the overwhelming pressure. At that moment, two graceful figures flickered in and stood before him. It was Mu Huaijin and Yin Jixia. Mu Huaijin held the hilt of her sword, her delicate brows furrowed. Jiang Feng has already shown mercy before, don't go too far. Yin Jixia stood beside her, her usually gentle expression now turned cold. Her palm quietly clenched around an orange flame pearl, the surface of the pearl glowing with a faint scorching red light. At almost the same time, Jiang Chun and his three companions also rushed out from the crowd unhesitatingly, standing in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to lay a hand on my brother, you have to get through me first." Zhao Wuji clenched his fists. Although he was afraid, he did not retreat. Qin Hao stood with his hands behind his back, still wearing that invincible posture, though the fine sweat beading on his forehead revealed his inner tension. Chun Fei silently tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand, his gaze resolute. Looking at the six figures in front of him, Jiang Feng felt a warmth flash in his eyes. Wang Lun's group could not help but scoff. Mu Qingxian taunted, "Don't worry, we'll be merciful too." Qin Tian Bas gaze turned cold, "Get lost. Otherwise we will take you down together." The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a collective slap in the face from the antagonists. A classic scene of a useless character's counterattack has appeared. Antagonist information: the five prodigies from the eastern province have all broken through to the fourth rank of the inner strength realm, each mastering an earth-tier, low-grade martial art. Their strength is unfathomable. Task triggered: five families besiege. Task content: survive under the hands of the five fourth-rank prodigies. Task difficulty: A level. Task hint: it is recommended that the host hides behind companions and act like a turtle. Surviving is considered a success. Task reward distributed according to completion degree DS level. A familiar stupid hint flashed through Jiang Feng's mind. His heart remained calm. Before him, Mu Huaijin had already produced a palm-sized wooden carving. She exchanged a glance with Yin Jixia. The two were about to activate their life-saving measures when two hands suddenly rested on their shoulders. They turned around to see Jiang Feng's calm eyes. "Don't worry, just leave it to me." Jiang Feng's voice was steady and calm, carrying a reassuring strength. Mu Huaijin fell silent for a moment before putting away the wooden carving. Yin Jixia smiled, faintly stowing away the pearl and obediently stepping aside. Although Jiang Chun and the others were worried, they obediently made way. Wang Lun let out a sneer, finally daring to step up. "I thought you would only hide behind a woman." Mu Qingxian drew his long sword. "Get ready to face your defeat." The auras of the five became even more violent. They planned to crush Jiang Feng with overwhelming force. Jiang Feng looked at the five, his expression calm throughout. "Are you done speaking?" The five were taken aback. Jiang Feng took a step forward. "If you are done, then let's go all out together." As his words fell, the entire arena fell silent. Wang Luan and the others' expressions first froze, then turned to fury. Arrogant. Seeking death. The five struck simultaneously. Mu Qing Xian's long sword tore through the air, the blue sword, Qi, transforming into a blade of over a foot long, slashing towards Jiang Feng with a tearing force. Wang Lun's palm struck out, the diamond palm condensed into a faint golden giant palm shadow carrying a weighty aura that suppressed all things, pressing down towards Jiang Feng. Qin Tianba let out a furious roar, activating the Jiaoshan fist, his whole body akin to an enraged dragon, striking out with a punch, the wind from his punch carrying a faint dragon's roar. Li Mo Yin operated the Huang Tian Xian Jia technique, faint yellow patterns appearing around him, making him look as if he were clad in indestructible armor, charging towards Jiang Feng. Lu Feng's figure flickered, employing the ghost shadow step, transforming into indistinguishable afterimages, attacking Jiang Feng from various directions. The combined might of the five was too ferocious. The surrounding candidates went pale, retreating in panic. So strong. Just one of their attacks could easily annihilate someone at the peak of the Tongmai realm. Why isn't Jiang Feng dodging? Has he been scared into stupidity? It's over. This time Jiang Feng is truly done for. Hearing the gasps from around them, Wang Luan and the others grinned wickedly. What they had lost days ago, they would surely reclaim it double now. Jiang Feng's voice, tinged with disappointment, rang out. Is this all you can do? The five felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. In the next moment, Jiang Feng slowly raised his hand. The five emperors Huang Tianzhu activated. Boom. A terrifying aura far beyond what Wang Luan and the others had imagined exploded from Jiang Feng's body. In an instant, Wang Luan and his group felt as if they were being crushed by an invisible mountain. Their bodies froze, their assaults instantly turning to nothingness. This is impossible. Wang Lun's eyes widened in disbelief. The other four were equally horrified. They desperately urged their qi and blood, but their bodies felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move even an inch no matter how hard they struggled. Jiang Feng took a step towards them. With each step closer, Wang Luan and the others felt the pressure on them grow heavy. That terrifying pressure seemed like it would crush them entirely. Peak of the fourth rank. A gasp arose from the crowd. Jiang Feng has also broken through. Moreover, he has reached the peak of the fourth rank. How did he do it? He truly is a monster. His momentum is terrifying. Even if he wasn't targeting me, I feel an urge to kneel. The onlooking prodigies inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Wang Luan and his group were even more furious and terrified. Impossible. Even if we are both at the fourth rank, how can I not even manage to strike? Jiang Feng did not respond. As he drew nearer, the five felt their legs begin to tremble uncontrollably. Their knees bent slowly. Their dignity crumbled under the weight of that irresistible pressure. Finally, boom. Wang Luan could no longer bear it, his knees crashing heavily to the ground. Following him, Li Mo Yin and the others successively knelt on the ground. Five figures knelt neatly before Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng stopped in front of them, looking down from above, calm and indifferent. You've all had your chance to attack. Why aren't you moving? The faces of Wang Luan and the others flushed, their foreheads bulging with veins, their eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. But no matter how hard they struggled, their bodies remained firmly restrained by that invisible force, making it difficult to even lift a finger. Jiang Feng's calm tone was laced with mockery. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Wang Luan and the others knelt on the ground, their expressions twisted. It was utterly humiliating. Yet beyond the humiliation and anger, what filled their hearts more was shock and fear. They thought that after breaking through to the fourth rank and mastering Earth-level martial arts, they could reclaim their dignity and stand over Jiang Feng. Little did they expect the gap had widened even further, so vast that it brought them despair. This time Jiang Feng didn't even lift a finger. Merely with his imposing aura, he forced them to kneel, leaving them no room for resistance. Wang Luan struggled to lift his head, his throat constricting as a hoarse voice squeezed out, "Did you really master it?" Jiang Feng glanced at him, offering no reply. But silence was the answer. Wang Lun's gaze trembled, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in his heart. This kid had truly mastered the celestial-level martial arts. The other four kept their heads down, uncertain if it was from shock or fear, their shoulders trembling continuously. Suddenly, the entire scripture repository began to tremble violently. Soft halos of light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping everyone. It seems the time has come. The immortal spirit secret realm is about to close. Fortunately, I have already entered a door of mystic-level martial arts. This trip has been worth it. Damn. If I had known, I would have lowered my expectations. Now I can't take anything with me. Discussions erupted among the crowd. Some felt relieved, others regretted. But more than anything, there was joy in having survived the ordeal. Wang Luan and the others, representing 5 great families, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The teleportation came just at the right moment. If they had stayed any longer, they truly wouldn't know how to conclude. In the next instant, everything went dark and they felt as if the world was spinning. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves back at the entrance of the stone tablet. The examiners had been waiting for quite some time. Soon all the examiners' gazes were drawn to Wang Luan and his group. One examiner couldn't help but ask, "What are you kneeling for?" Wang Luan and the others froze. During the teleportation, the pressure Jiang Feng had imposed on them had already vanished. But due to the suddenness of the teleportation, they hadn't even had time to stand up. A gentle female voice rang out from behind Jiang Feng. "Perhaps it's because they like it." Yin Zhixia blinked innocently, her tone naive. For a moment the surroundings fell silent before erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Huh, because they like it. That's one hell of a reason. The faces of Wang Luan and the others instantly flushed beet red. Wang Luan shot his head up, his gaze sharp as he turned to look at Yin Zhixia. But before his eyes landed on her, he collided with a pair of icy cold eyes. Jiang Feng was staring at him, his expression indifferent, yet exuding an aura that sent chills down Wang Luan's spine. His heart trembled, and the harsh words he was about to say were swallowed back. He quickly averted his gaze, and together with the other they helped each other to stand. Then with their heads hung low they retreated into the group of the 5 great families. The examiners looked at this scene, exchanging glances. When did the prodigies of the 5 families become so well-behaved? At that moment an examiner responsible for counting the numbers spoke solemnly, "There are still 153 who haven't come out." As soon as the words fell, the previously noisy camp suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere became tense. They all understood what it meant to not have come out. Duan Yu flew in from the air, his face expressionless, his voice cold. "There's no time for sorrow. This was their own choice. Continue with the official business." He scanned the candidates present. Those without tokens return to the province immediately. Those with tokens return to the base with the vehicles. Prepare to head to Dajiang for the final round of assessments. At this point many candidates showed surprise. "So hurried. Just coming out of the secret realm, and we have to rush to the next stage. Going to Dajiang. That's quite far. And I've heard that wild beasts are rampant there. Extremely dangerous." Duan Yu offered no explanation, merely replied calmly, "The situation has changed. Oh, once we reach Dajiang you will understand." After saying that he flickered and flew away. The examiners began organizing the candidates to board the vehicles. A slightly plump examiner held a list checking each candidate with tokens. His expression gradually turned astonished. "What's going on?" From the 5 great families, each family only had 2 pass the assessment. According to their calculations, the 5 prodigies should have occupied a large portion of the passing list. Liamo leaned in to take a look. The scene of the 5 prodigies kneeling on the ground flashed through his mind. Instinctively his gaze fell upon Jiang Feng's name on the list. An absurd, yet reasonable guess surfaced in his heart. Could it be that kid made the prodigies of the 5 families from the east suffer? Meanwhile Jiang Feng was bidding farewell to Jiang Chun and Zhao Wuji. "Brother, we're heading back now." Jiang Chun scratched his head, his tone a bit reluctant, but more so relieved. To safely pass the second round of assessments had far exceeded his initial expectations. Not to mention, they had gained numerous benefits in the immortal spirit secret realm. Zhao Wuji grinned. "Jiang Guio, you won this time." Jiang Feng smiled and shook his head. "We're friends, there's no need for formality." However, he paused, his expression turning serious after returning. "Don't slack off in your training. With the official making such big moves, I estimate the future won't be peaceful." Jiang Chun exchanged a glance with Zhao Wuji, both nodding earnestly. "Rest assured we will." Jiang Chun seemed to remember something, his smile brightening once more. "By the way, brother, I'm planning to bring your family and Uncle San's family to the East Province for a visit before going to Wuda. I promised Xiao Xue and Xiao Yu last time, and I must keep my word." Jiang Feng nodded with a smile, patting Jiang Chun on the shoulder. "All right, let's go." After sending off Jiang Chun and the others, Jiang Feng and the others boarded the vehicle back to the base. Upon arriving at the base, everyone saw 2 silver-gray military transport planes already parked on the tarmac. The engines were already running, the propellers stirring the air, emitting a low rumble. They really don't let anyone rest for a moment, Qin Hao couldn't help but lament. Next to the gangway, examiners were once again verifying the candidates' tokens. Only after confirming everything was in order did they permit boarding. The cabin was quite spacious with significantly fewer seats than an ordinary passenger plane, leaving ample room for movement. Jiang Feng and the others found a window seat, with Yin Zhixia naturally sitting next to Jiang Feng. Mu Huijing glanced at the two, then silently sat down on the other side of the aisle. Qin Hao and Chun Fei sat in the back row. After waiting a while, the other candidates gradually boarded as well. Wang Luan and his group were among them. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, the 5 had slightly unnatural expressions. However, they didn't say much, merely escorting their prodigy, keeping their heads down as they hurried past to sit in the corner at the back of the cabin. Once everyone was aboard, the plane began to taxi. Moments later it took off, flying westward. At this moment the cockpit ahead of Duan Yu opened, and he stood in the aisle. Kunlun Wonderland. What kind of place is that? I know. The Kunlun mountain range is one of the earliest areas in Blue Star to experience the revival of spiritual energy. It is said that deep within the mountains there exists an ancient immortal's cave. That's right, I've heard my elders mention it too. Kunlun Wonderland is different from the immortal spirit secret realm. It is not a fragment that merged into Blue Star, but rather a mystical land that has always existed in our blue star. It is said that there are blessed lands left behind by immortals, as well as legacies from the ancient sages of the human race. I've also heard that deep in Kunlun Wonderland there are living immortal beasts. Not ferocious beasts, but true immortal beasts with intelligence, capable of communicating with humans. The crowd discussed animatedly, their eyes filled with longing. Duan Yu stood in the center of the aisle, letting the candidates chatter for a moment before raising a hand to silence them. The cabin gradually quieted down. It seems many of you are somewhat familiar with Kunlun Wonderland. Duan Yu scanned the room, his tone turning serious. However, there is one thing I must tell you in advance. In this final assessment, there will only be 100 spots available. As his words fell, the cabin erupted in uproar once more. 100 spots. What kind of joke is this? There are over 1,000 people combined from more than 30 provinces across the country. Only 1 out of 10 can qualify. This competition is too fierce. Duan Yu shook his head. It's not calculated that way. The crowd was taken aback and looked up at him. Duan Yu spoke softly. Out of the 100 spots, only 30 are up for grabs by you. What? Then what about the remaining 70? Duan Yu displayed a smile for the first time with a profound meaning. Don't worry, when you arrive you will understand. With that he turned and walked towards the cockpit. The cabin fell into a brief silence followed by a resurgence of discussion. Only 30 spots. This is too difficult. 30 spots over 1,000 people competing, that ratio. We're just here to be the fillers. Shun Fei, sitting in the back row, couldn't help but lean forward. Brother Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Feng leaned against his seat, eyes closed, speaking in a flat tone. Overthinking is futile. Face the soldiers when they come, and let the water cover the earth when it arrives. The 5 prodigies gathered together, their expressions not looking too good. Wang Lun lowered his voice. Only 30 spots. What do you all think? Li Moyan frowned tightly. Our East Province can only rank in the middle among all provinces. In past martial arts assessments, very few made it into the national top 50, and the top prodigies from other major provinces are likely stronger than us. Mu Qingxian spoke in a low voice. With just the 5 of us, it's tough to compete for those 30 spots. Qin Tianba's face darkened, remaining silent. Lu Feng suddenly turned to glance at Jiang Feng's position, whispering, "Do you think Jiang Feng has a chance to secure a spot?" The 4 fell silent. After a moment, Wang Lun gritted his teeth. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. They had personally experienced that guy's strength. Peak of the 4th rank heavenly stage martial arts. Even on a national level, that is absolutely top tier. So, Lu Feng took a deep breath as if making a certain resolution. We need to team up with him. What? Qin Tianba's expression changed. You want me to plead with him? Absolutely not. Qin Tianba. Lu Feng interrupted coldly. Do you feel ashamed? Then tell me, do you have a better plan? Qin Tianba opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Li Moyan sighed. Lu Feng is right. The issue between us and Jiang Feng is fundamentally of our own making. Now with the situation in their favor, we must lower our heads when necessary. Mu Qingxian also nodded. Moreover, among the prodigies in our East Province, apart from Jiang Feng, we are the only unique ones. As long as he isn't foolish, there is no reason for him to refuse teaming up with us. Wang Lun remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right, let's give it a try. Mu Qingxian stood up first. Together, as heirs cultivated by a prominent family, they had been instilled with a principle since childhood. There are only eternal interests, not eternal enemies. The 5 figures stood up from the back row and made their way directly to Jiang Feng's position. This movement immediately attracted the attention of other prodigies in the cabin. What are the 5 prodigies up to? They wouldn't want to trouble Jiang Feng again, would they? From their expressions, it doesn't seem like it. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Mu Qingxian and the others approached Jiang Feng. Can we talk? Mu Qingxian began, then glanced at Yin Zhixia, suggesting that she step aside temporarily. Yin Zhixia maintained a calm demeanor, ignoring them, and closing her eyes to feign sleep. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, his gaze indifferent. Speak directly. This attitude made Mu Qingxian and the others somewhat annoyed. However, thinking of the purpose of their visit, Mu Qingxian suppressed his temper and spoke sincerely. What happened before was our fault. If you need, we can make amends. We hope the previous matters can be swept under the rug. After a pause, he continued, moreover, the final assessment is approaching, and I think we can cooperate. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment rippled through the surroundings. The 5 prodigies actually took the initiative to lower their heads. Looks like they were beaten into submission. Will Jiang Feng agree? If it were me, I would definitely agree. The 5 prodigies may not be as strong as him, but they are also a unique force in East Province. A strong alliance, no matter how you look at it, is a win-win. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Jiang Feng spoke calmly. I accept the apology if compensation is unnecessary. As long as you don't provoke me in the future, I won't bother you either. As for cooperation, it's impossible. The expressions of the 5 changed instantly. Wang Lun couldn't help but speak up. Why? He pointed toward Chun Fei and Qin Hao who were sitting behind Jiang Feng. You'd rather keep these burdens than join us. As soon as this was said, a hint of awkwardness flashed across Chun Fei and Qin Hao's faces. Even Mu Huaijin, sitting on the other side, secretly clenched his fists. Only Yin Jixiao remained calm. She opened her eyes and gazed at Jiang Feng's profile. Jiang Feng spoke steadily. They are not burdens. At a critical moment, I believe they would be willing to sacrifice their lives for me. As for you, you are more likely to choose to stab me in the back. I trust them. Oh, I don't trust you. Yin Jixiao's lips curled up slightly. Chun Fei's eyes turned a bit red. Qin Hao's throat moved as he silently turned his face toward the window, hiding his expression. Mu Huaijin relaxed his fist, his gaze filled with complex emotions. Qin Tianba couldn't help but sneer. Naive. Survival of the fittest. Strength is everything. Don't you understand this principle? Jiang Feng looked up at him. Do you know the biggest difference between humans and beasts? Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Jiang Feng's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. This is the foundation of being human. Survival of the fittest is not wrong. But humans must have a bottom line. Qin Tianba's face turned pale with anger. Enough. Mu Qingxian blocked Qin Tianba, who was about to speak again, and glanced at Jiang Feng. Since you insist He turned around, his tone cold. But Jiang Feng, you will definitely regret this. The five left in anger. Jiang Feng closed his eyes once more. The cabin gradually quieted down. The surrounding prodigies exchanged glances. Although most felt that the five prodigies were right, there was clearly more respect in their gazes toward Jiang Feng. A person who can uphold their principles in the face of interests. Regardless of stance, they deserve respect. At that moment, a system notification flashed in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You survived under the siege of the five prodigies, and by employing cunning methods you made them turn on each other and retreat. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, 5 Families Blockade. Task completion levels rank. Reward 1. Current cultivation level 8-2. Talent attribute heart, like still water effect, all negative emotions will not affect your state of mind. A torrent of warm energy erupted from Jiang Feng's dantian, surging into his limbs and bones. The 5 Emperors' Heavenly Gang technique operated autonomously, swiftly refining this energy. The bottleneck of the 4th tier internal strength effortlessly shattered under the impact of this energy. 5th tier condensed gang achieved. The gang chi surged, solidifying and not dissipating. Jiang Feng could clearly sense that the vital energy within his body was beginning to transform into a more advanced form. Gang chi. This was the hallmark of a martial artist stepping into the 5th tier. If the 4th tier internal strength was still about tempering the physical body, then the 5th tier condensed gang was about refining all one's vital energy into a more concentrated gang chi. The power of gang chi far surpassed that of vital energy. In the same realm, a single blast of gang chi from a condensed gang martial artist could easily crush a full-force strike from the peak of internal strength. Moreover, the 5 Emperors' Heavenly Gang technique was a divine-level technique of the 5 elemental attributes, and the gang chi cultivated from it was of a quality far beyond ordinary gang chi. With my current strength, if I encounter a 6th tier opponent, Jiang Feng silently estimated, it may not be impossible to battle them. All these fluctuations in aura were perfectly concealed by the turtle breathing technique of the Xuanwu suppression technique. To outsiders, Jiang Feng still exuded the aura of a peak 4th tier martial artist with no discernible change. Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing briefly in his gaze. He felt the refreshing aura that had appeared in his sea of consciousness. The heart, like still water, talent had already activated. His thoughts were clear, and his mind was as calm as a mirror. This talent is quite practical. 10 hours later, the plane began to descend. Outside the window, the snow-capped mountains stretched endlessly. The mountains were majestic, their snow peaks towering, shrouded in clouds and mist, with some ancient architectural ruins faintly visible scattered among the ridges. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was comparable to that of the celestial spirit's secret realm. This is the Kunlun Mountains. Chun Fei leaned against the window, his eyes filled with awe. The plane gradually landed in a spacious valley. The valley was already filled with military transport planes, all from different provinces. Figures moved about on the tarmac, with many exuding strong auras. We've arrived. Duan Yu stepped out of the cockpit, his voice echoing through the cabin. Everyone disembark and gather. The crowd gradually descended the gangway. A biting cold wind rushed and mixed with the scent of ice and snow. However, all present were martial artists, so this chill was hardly a concern. Jiang Feng stood at the bottom of the gangway, surveying his surroundings. A temporary camp had already been set up in the center of the valley, with candidates dressed in various martial uniforms gathering in groups. Some people had their auras restrained, making it difficult to gauge their depths. Others, however, unabashedly released their imposing presence, including several 4th tier, and even some 5th tier pressures. No wonder this is the gathering place of national prodigies. Qin Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, next to the eastern province's plane, the door of another aircraft opened. A figure jumped down first. It was a boy with short hair, a bright smile, and a vibrant demeanor. He held a basketball, spinning it on his fingertips. The boy's gaze swept across the crowd, finally locking onto the team from the eastern province. His smile widened. "Hello everyone. My name is Wang Meng." Suddenly the boy looked at a prodigy from the Qin family, standing on the edge of the group, his smile radiant. "Wang of the Overlord." "Fierce Meng." The Qin family prodigy was taken aback, not yet processing it. Wang Meng grinned and asked, "Bro, wanna play ball?" "What?" The Qin family prodigy looked confused. But Wang Meng didn't give him time to think. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball was already sent flying. Boom. At the moment the basketball left his hand, the air emitted a piercing explosion. The Qin family prodigy's pupils constricted, unable to react in time. Bang! The basketball struck solidly against his chest. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The Qin family prodigy was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, and he fainted on the spot. The entire scene fell silent, all eyes converging. Wang Meng scratched his head, still wearing that brilliant smile. Sorry. He shrugged, sounding innocent. "Looks like you're not suited for playing ball." Then he scanned the crowd from the eastern province, cheerfully asking, "Can someone help me retrieve the ball?" A wave of suppressed laughter rose around. The prodigies from other provinces looked on with mockery. It was clear to everyone that this guy was deliberately causing trouble. Qin Tianba's face darkened. He strode forward and bent down to pick up the basketball. The moment he grasped it, Qin Tianba's expression changed slightly. The weight of the ball was heavier than an iron ball. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tianba looked up at Wang Meng. "You want the ball, right? I'll give it to you." As his voice fell, the dragon god energy within him surged, his arms' veins bulging, and he suddenly threw the ball. The basketball tore through the air with a low roar, hurtling towards Wang Meng. This throw, Qin Tianba held nothing back. A full-force strike from a fourth-tier internal strength martial artist combined with earthly-tier martial arts could easily shatter a small building. However, facing this strike, Wang Meng simply smiled and reached out his hand. Bang! The basketball landed in his palm with a muffled thud. Wang Meng's arm remained perfectly still. "Thanks." He weighed the basketball in his hand, speaking nonchalantly. Qin Tianba's pupils constricted. The other four prodigies also changed their expressions simultaneously. They were well aware of the power behind Qin Tianba's throw. Even an ordinary peak fourth-tier martial artist couldn't handle it so easily. Who on earth is this guy? Wang Meng, however, was no longer looking at Qin Tianba. His gaze swept over the eastern province team and finally landed on a figure. Qin Hao stood in the center of the team, hands clasped behind him, chin slightly raised, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was his meticulously designed show-off pose. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. "Hey." He pointed at Qin Hao, "You look pretty cool. Come play with me." Before his words finished, he flicked his wrist, and the basketball was sent flying again. This time the basketball's speed was more than double that of before. The air was torn apart, emitting sharp explosions. Wherever the basketball passed, the ground was carved into a ravine by the fierce wind. Gasps erupted around. That throw. Even an ordinary martial artist who has just entered the fifth tier wouldn't be able to catch it. That guy is done for. Where did this Wang Meng come from, this monster? Wang Meng's lips curled into a wickedly playful grin. Qin Hao stood still, appearing calm on the surface, but in reality, he was already petrified with fear. He could only watch as the basketball rapidly enlarged in his sight, yet he couldn't even move a muscle. "I'm done for." This was the only thought remaining in Qin Hao's mind. At the critical moment, a hand reached out from the side. With fingers spread wide, it firmly grasped the specially made basketball. Bang! A muffled sound exploded. A shockwave centered on that hand swept outward, creating a fierce wind. Yet that hand remained completely undisturbed. Jiang Feng retracted his hand that had caught the ball. Opposite him, Wang Meng's smile froze for a moment. As Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, he subconsciously spoke. "Want to play with me? You don't have that qualification yet. Jiang Feng, why don't you go play with him for a bit?" Jiang Feng's eyelids twitched. He could clearly see that Qin Hao's pupils had nearly dilated in shock just now. Even now, he couldn't forget to show off. He was genuinely a bit impressed. Jiang Feng didn't expose Qin Hao, but looked at Wang Meng. "You like playing ball, huh?" Wang Meng's smile faded, and his gaze turned serious. He could sense that this guy in front of him was different from the others he had encountered. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Feng tossed the ball back. The ball moved slowly, its trajectory ordinary, resembling a typical pass. Wang Meng was taken aback. Watching the basketball lazily drift towards him, he instinctively reached out to catch it, his smile returning. "Just this." Before he could finish, a stern voice came from within the cabin. "Wang Meng, don't catch it. Get away." Wang Meng's pupils constricted. He wanted to pull back, but it was too late. The originally slow basketball suddenly vanished at the moment he was about to touch it. The once leisurely basketball transformed into an explosive cannonball carrying destructive power and smashed into his chest. Bang! Wang Ming along with the ball flew out crashing into the fuselage behind him. Boom! A massive dent was created in the fuselage. Wang Ming was embedded in the center of the dent, blood gushing from his mouth, his face still displaying disbelief. The entire scene was deathly silent. Jiang Feng retracted his hand, speaking flatly. Your skills are lacking, you might as well not play anymore. I thought Wang Ming was formidable enough, but it turns out there is someone even more powerful. Who is this guy? It seems that this year the Eastern Province has produced a monstrous talent as well. The discussions around them are... The man at the forefront was dressed in a brocade blue martial outfit, his handsome face exuding an innate nobility. He squinted at Jiang Feng and said, I am Nangong Wang from the Nangong family in Yanjing. What do you call your brother? The one who had just reminded Wang Ming was this person. Nangong family of Yanjing. A murmur rose from the crowd. The Nangong family is one of the top martial arts families in the Dragon Country. Jiang Feng remained calm, replying, I am Jiang Feng. Nangong Wang's gaze sharpened slightly. Very well, I will remember you. At that moment a talent from Yanjing stepped forward quickly and whispered, Wang Ming's chest is completely shattered and his internal organs have also been shaken. He will need at least 2 days of rest before he can move. Nangong Wang's expression turned slightly somber. Wang Ming was one of his most capable subordinates. The assessment hadn't even officially started, and he had already suffered a setback. Nangong Wang looked at Jiang Feng again, but before he could speak a mocking voice came from the other side. What's wrong? When you can't match up, do you want to rely on your family background to threaten others? Your Nangong family is only capable of this much. Nangong Wang's eyes turned cold as he turned to look who. The crowd parted, revealing a young man with a rebellious demeanor stepping forward. He wore a casual smile, yet his eyes were extremely sharp. Yi Ling Tian from the Yi family of Modu. Another wave of commotion spread through the crowd. The Yi family of Modu is also one of the top martial arts families in the Dragon Country, their reputation rivaling that of the Nangong family. Huh, this is interesting. Another laugh rang out, and the crowd turned to see a young man dressed in a moon-white martial outfit, suspended on a large rock, grinning at them. Nangong Wang and Yi Ling Tian squinted at him simultaneously. They sensed a threatening aura from this person. Before they could ask, the young man in white introduced himself, Lu Shun from the Lu family of Tianguang province. The surrounding talents gasped. Another prodigy from a top martial arts family. If there's going to be a fight, count. As soon as Lu Shun finished speaking, a battle-ready female voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a petite girl striding forward. The girl had bright eyes, yet slung over her back was a heavy black sword taller than herself. Following her was a tall boy. He had broad shoulders and a muscular build exuding a fierce and aggressive aura. The girl spoke first, Long Ling Xian from the Long family of Tianjin province. The boy followed up with a deep voice, Sima Han from the Sima family of Beiyang province. The 5 of them stood firm, their auras clashing. An invisible aura collided among the 5. The onlooking candidates couldn't help but hold their breath, stepping back repeatedly. Wow. The top prodigies of the 5 major families in the Dragon Country are all here. The top 5 in this final assessment should be them, right? So strong. Just looking at them makes me feel like I can't get close. Amidst the murmurs, Jiang Feng, who had just been the center of attention, was suddenly forgotten by everyone. Jiang Feng was pleased with this. Qin Hao leaned in and whispered, Jiang Feng, thank you. He paused for a moment before adding, they'll transfer the money to you later. Is 1 million enough? Jiang Feng glanced at him and shook his head, no need. Qin Hao was taken aback. Jiang Feng continued, aren't we friends? Although Qin Hao had some flaws, he was fundamentally a good person. He had learned some things from Jiang Chun. During their time in the secret realm of immortals, Qin Hao had once faced life-threatening dangers with Jiang Chun and Zhao Wuji, and even in critical moments Qin Hao had actively remained behind to cover for them, never abandoning them. Such a friend Jiang Feng recognized. Hearing this, Qin Hao was stunned. He looked at Jiang Feng's face, trying to find a hint of politeness or perfunctoriness in his expression. But there was nothing. Jiang Feng's eyes held only calmness. Qin Hao opened his mouth, suddenly unsure of what to say. Throughout his life, he had never lacked friends. Those people surrounded him, flattered him, and praised him. Yet Qin Hao knew in his heart that those people were not interested in him as an individual, but rather in the money he spent. Until now, for the first time he made a friend without having to spend money. Qin Hao turned his face away, his voice somewhat unnatural. TCH, you must think it's too little. Well, I don't care, more won't hurt. Jiang Feng smiled and ignored him. At that moment Qin Tianba approached. He first glanced at Qin Hao, his expression complex, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately turned to Jiang Feng. Thank you for what happened earlier. Jiang Feng shook his head. No need, I didn't act because of you. Qin Tianba nodded, but couldn't help glancing at Qin Hao again. This cousin who was treated as a joke by everyone in the family had actually made a friend like Jiang Feng. This kid really is lucky. Qin Tianba suppressed the complex emotions in his heart, his expression turning serious. You need to be careful of Nangong Wang. I heard that this person is very protective and holds grudges. If you hurt someone of his, he will not let you off easily. Jiang Feng's expression remained indifferent, then let him come. Qin Tianba said no more and turned to leave. On the other side, the atmosphere among the 5 prodigies became increasingly tense. Long Lingxian gripped the handle of her giant sword behind her, her eyes filled with battle intent. How about we have a fight now? Lu Xun chuckled, stroking the long sword at his waist. I don't mind, we will fight sooner or later. Yi Ling Tian's lips curled into a smile. I have no objections. Sima Han remained silent, but the aura around him grew heavier. Nangong Wang squinted, about to speak. At that moment, a figure suddenly soared into the air. Duan Yu stood in midair, a 9th grade pressure emanating from him, forcibly suppressing the collision of the 5's auras. Don't rush. Duan Yu looked at the 5, his tone indifferent. If you want to fight, there are plenty of opportunities. The 5 immediately reined in their auras. Following that, a series of figures ascended into the sky. More than 30 of them. All were powerful 9th grade cultivators. The talents below were shocked. More than 30 9th grade cultivators. This is outrageous. In any province, 9th grade cultivators are top-tier combat power. You seldom see so many of them outside of the starry battlefield. It seems that the standards for this assessment are even higher than we imagined. The 30-plus 9th grade cultivators did not pay attention to the talents below. They all looked up at the higher skies, their expressions solemn, as if waiting for something. In the next moment, the sky above suddenly tore apart, without warning. A pitch-black rift appeared. An old man dressed in a dark robe stepped through the rift. His hair was frosty white, his face gaunt, and he carried an ancient-style long sword on his back. The moment the old man appeared, the wind and snow in the entire valley abruptly stopped, and even the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to halt. The old man's mere presence made him the master of this realm. The more than 30 9th grade cultivators who were previously intimidating suddenly dimmed in comparison to him. We welcome the king of the underworld sword. The 30-plus 9th grade cultivators bowed simultaneously, their voices echoing through the valley. The candidates below were in shock. He is actually a king-level powerhouse. The Underworld Sword King, Zhou Jiuyu. According to legend, he once single-handedly killed 3 foreign king-level powerhouses with one sword. How could such a legendary figure appear here? I am Zhou Jiuyu. Zhou Jiuyu lowered his gaze, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's minds. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked up at the figure standing against the sky, their eyes filled with awe and fervor. The King Realm, it is the pinnacle pursued by all martial artists throughout their lives. It is the existence at the apex of humanity. Zhou Jiuyu wasted no time and went straight to the point. You should have a rough understanding of the situation. I will not elaborate further. He raised his hand, pointing to a winding mountain path disappearing into the clouds in the distance. Follow this path up the mountain, where the Kunlun 7 pavilions are set along the way. The 7th pavilion has 100 seats. The 6th pavilion has 70 seats. The 5th pavilion has 30 seats. With each higher pavilion, the concentration of spiritual energy and the cultivation environment are worlds apart. You have 1 month. After 1 month, those below the 5 pavilions will be eliminated. During this month, anyone who does not enter the 7 pavilions can only cultivate at the foot of the mountain. The expressions of the young talents suddenly became serious. Over 1,000 people are competing for 200 cultivation seats, and in the end, only 30 can stay in the 5th pavilion and obtain the final qualifying spots. Competition will surely be brutal. Zhou Jiuyu continued, the conflicts arising from the competition for seats will have no restrictions. Life and death are at your own risk. So if you lack confidence, do not attempt it lightly. The atmosphere below became increasingly oppressive. Life and death are at your own risk. These 4 words signify that the upcoming month will truly be a survival of the fittest. Wait. Yi Ling Tian suddenly raised his voice. Elder, you mentioned there are 7 pavilions, but why only refer to the 5th pavilion? What about the 4th pavilion above? Others also showed curiosity. Zhou Jiuyu did not answer. Duan Yu glanced at Yi Ling Tian and said flatly, the pavilions above the 5 are not prepared for you. He paused and added, however, if you truly possess that ability and can break into the pavilions above the 5, for each additional person that enters the upper 4 pavilions, your final quota will increase by 1. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chatter. Not prepared for us. Then who are they for? Who cares who they're for? As long as those top geniuses can push up, don't we have a chance? That's true, but it's likely not easy to break through above the 5 pavilions. Zhou Jiuyu raised his hand to silence the crowd again. All right, you may begin your ascent up the mountain. After his words, he casually tore through the space and stepped into it. The spatial rift slowly closed. More than 30 9th grade powerhouses also dispersed. It was only then that the overwhelming pressure that had enveloped the venue completely dissipated. However, everyone's mood was somewhat heavy. After a brief silence, the crowd began to flow towards the mountain path. The 5 from the Nangong family disappeared first at the entrance of the path. Jiang Feng did not rush to leave, turning to look back at Yanji Xia and the others. Just as he was about to speak, Yin Jixia beat him to it. The girl had gentle eyes, but spoke firmly. Jiang Feng, you go ahead. We will take our own path from here. This is not just my opinion, it is a consensus we reached among the four of us. Chen Fei scratched his head grinning. Yeah, brother Jiang. Making it to the national final assessment is already a huge win for me. I can't hold you back anymore. You just focus on climbing higher without worrying about us. Qin Hao placed his hands behind his back. Go ahead. Don't progress too slowly, otherwise I might catch up to you. Mu Huaijin nodded slightly at Jiang Feng, saying coldly, we plan to cultivate at the foot of the mountain for a few days to digest the gains from the immortal spirit's secret realm, then decide whether to move up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was also not pretentious and did not say any more. All right, take care of yourselves. He did not mind providing protection for the four and respected their choice. Jiang Feng turned and merged into the flow of people ascending the mountain. Behind him, Yin Jixia watched his back, a gentle smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Let's go too. Yin Jixia withdrew her gaze. Quickly find a place to cultivate, and don't let him leave us too far behind. The four of them scattered. At the entrance of the mountain path, the snow was deep with steep cliffs on both sides. As soon as Jiang Feng reached the mountain entrance, two figures suddenly dashed out from the side, blocking his way. A man and a woman, the two geniuses who had just followed Nangong Wang. The male was named Nangong Yu, and the female was named Nangong Qian. Jiang Feng looked at the two. Nangong Yu spoke harshly. Wang Gu ordered it, you cannot ascend the mountain. Nangong Qian's eyes flickered with cold light. You injured Wang Ming, Wang Gu has ordered us to cripple your arm. If I were you, I would obediently stand still to avoid more pain. Jiang Feng frowned slightly, but before he could respond, a sarcastic voice came from nearby. Oh, what a big tone. Nangong Yu and the others turned to see three figures walking over slowly. The leading boy wore a mocking smile on his face. Nangong Yu frowned. The person in the lead was someone he recognized. It was Yi Ling Tian's cousin Yi Xiao. His strength was on par with Nangong Qian. Yi Xiao ignored the two from the Nangong family and looked directly at Jiang Feng, smiling. Brother, I am Yi Xiao. Brother Tian appreciates you greatly. I guarantee you, as long as you are willing to work with Brother Tian, no one will bother you anymore. How about it? Nangong Yes expression darkened. Yi Xiao? This is a matter between my Nangong family and this kid. Oh, does your Yi family also want to interfere? Yi Xiao chuckled, spreading his hands. So what if we do? Both sides stood off, their gazes fixed on Jiang Feng, waiting for him to make a choice. Jiang Feng spoke calmly. They cannot yet be considered a nuisance. The scene fell silent. Yi Xiao's smile faded. Are you rejecting Brother Tian's goodwill? The two from the Nangong family were left laughing in anger. Nangong Qian's gaze sharpened. Very well. It seems you regard us as no different from that waste Wang Ming. As soon as her words fell, the two erupted with their aura. Their condensed qi burst forth, forming a faint halo around their bodies. It was indeed the first layer of qi condensation. Without further ado, the two figures moved simultaneously, one to the left and one to the right, launching an attack on Jiang Feng. From behind, the boy following Yi Xiao whispered, Xiao Gu, Brother Tian seems to have high hopes for this kid. Are we really not going to intervene? Yi Xiao sneered. A disobedient dog must first be taught a lesson. But just as Yi Xiao's words fell, an unexpected change occurred. Jiang Feng's figure blurred. He moved so fast that only a vague afterimage remained arriving before them. The crowd barely saw how he struck before hearing two crisp slaps. Clap, clap. Nangong Yu and the others felt as if a truck had run over their faces. Both were sent flying, crashing onto the snowy slope, creating large splashes of powdery snow. They lay in the snow, half of their faces swollen, blood oozing from their mouths, struggling for a long time, yet unable to get up. Both were filled with shock and humiliation. They had actually lost. And in such a pitiful manner. Jiang Feng's indifferent voice came. You are not much different from that basketball kid. Jiang Feng shook his head. He no longer paid attention to them, and turned to head towards the mountain path. Stop right there. Nangong Qian lay in the snow, her eyes filled with resentment. The four people who were just beside you. Are your friends right? If you can leave, can they? She stared at Jiang Feng's back, her voice laced with threats and malice. I assure you their fate will be very tragic. Beside her, Yi Xiao's eyelids twitched. This stupid woman. In the distance, Jiang Feng paused. The next moment, a fierce wind swept through. Snowflakes exploded everywhere. Jiang Feng's figure suddenly reappeared in front of the two, extending his hands to grip their necks, lifting them from the snow. Jiang Feng's expression remained calm. Only his eyes churned with a chilling dead silence. His voice was soft, carried by the wind and snow into their ears. I see. Thank you for the reminder. Nangong Qian and Nangong, you could clearly feel the fingers gripping their necks tightening. A palpable intent to kill made both of them aware. The other party wasn't just making threats, they truly intended to kill. Wait. Nangong Yes' face had turned a deep shade of purple as he struggled to voice, Brother, we were just joking. Nangong Qian hurriedly chimed in, her voice hoarse. Yes? I was just joking. I swear. I would never harm your friends. Jiang Feng frowned. Is that so? Nan Gongxian felt a surge of hope in her heart, and quickly replied, exactly. You can trust me. Rest assured, the Nan Gong family has always kept their promises. Despite saying this, a hint of disdain arose within Nan Gongxian. It seems this guy still feared the reputation of the Nan Gong family. Just as Nan Gongxian's thoughts settled, Jiang Feng's cold voice rang out once more. Unfortunately, I don't wish to gamble. He didn't give the two any chance to speak further. Jiang Feng exerted force with his 10 fingers. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed. Nan Gongyu and Nan Gongxian's necks were brutally snapped, their heads tilted at a grotesque angle. Before the joy in their eyes could fade, vitality had completely vanished. Jiang Feng released his hands, allowing the two corpses to fall onto the snow, soon covered by the falling snowflakes. The wind howled and silence enveloped the entrance of the mountain path. In the distance, Yi Xiao and the others stood frozen, their expressions as if they had been turned to ice. Yi Xiao instinctively touched his own neck. That's ruthless. The scions of the Nan Gong family could kill without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Feng's gaze swept over. Yi Xiao and the others instinctively took a step back, a completely instinctive reaction. Yi Xiao forced a smile, waving his hand. Brother, don't misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. Jiang Feng's expression remained calm. That is why you are still alive. Yi Xiao's lips twitched, not daring to retort. Though it sounded arrogant, he indeed had the capability to back it up. Jiang Feng continued, how about making a deal? Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Jiang Feng spoke in a flat tone. You help me ensure the safety of my 4 friends down the mountain, preventing anyone from causing them trouble. In exchange, at a critical moment, I can assist your Tiangu once. Yi Xiao nodded without hesitation. Deal. Jiang Feng acknowledged. Then he'll trouble you with that. After saying this, Jiang Feng turned and stepped into the mountain path, disappearing into the wind and snow. It wasn't until Jiang Feng's figure disappeared that Yi Xiao and the others finally let out a long breath. A boy behind Yi Xiao whispered, Xiao Gu, didn't you say we should make that kid our dog? Yi Xiao was taken aback, slapping the boy's head in frustration, scolding, you idiot. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Feng is clearly a monster on the same level as Tiangu. Compared to him, we are the dogs. Do you understand? The two nodded repeatedly. Yi Xiao stroked his chin and instructed, you two stay at the foot of the mountain and keep a close watch on Jiang Feng's friends. If anyone causes trouble, you step in to resolve it. If you can't resolve it, you must protect them at all costs. The two quickly replied, understood. Yi Xiao rubbed his hands together and hurriedly made his way to the mountain path, muttering to himself, no, I need to hurry up and get closer. If Tiangu could have such a powerful ally by his side, regardless of what we do, our chances will be much greater. On the side of the mountain path, amidst the snow and wind, 2 figures stood side by side, impervious to the bite. On the left, a tall, rugged man furrowed his brows, looking at the calm Duan Yu beside him with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Duan Yu, why did you stop me just now? The man's name was Zhao Xiong, a 9th grade powerhouse leading the team from Yanjing. He had intended to save Nan Gongqian and the others, but was blocked by Duan Yu. Duan Yu replied indifferently, that question should be directed at you. Zhao Xiong, why do you want to interfere in the conflict between the candidates? Zhao Xiong's brows furrowed tighter. What do you mean by that? I have ties with the Nan Gong family, but I have no selfish motives. Those 2 kids are excellent talents that could easily break into the top 30. Oh, it's a pity for them to die here. Duan Yu glanced at him and replied calmly, I know you have no selfish motives, which is why I was willing to help you once. Zhao Xiong was taken aback. Help me? What do you mean? Duan Yu spoke softly. Do you think that the higher-ups invited the ghostly Sword King here for no reason? Zhao Xiong's expression changed abruptly, as if he realized something. Duan Yu's tone was grave. There are rules to the assessment. The grievances and lives between candidates must be borne by themselves. If we dare to intervene, Senior, Zhou won't show mercy. Zhao Xiong took a deep breath. He had been so focused on saving people that he had forgotten this essential point. He cupped his hands toward Duan Yu, his expression serious. I understand. This time I owe you one. Duan Yu slightly shook his head and fell silent. In fact, there was another reason for stopping Zhao Xiong. He was very clear about what the 100 spots in this selection were meant for. In his view, these 100 individuals were more important than talent. They had to be discerning. Above the clouds, Zhou Jiaoyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark robe immovable in the fierce wind. He withdrew his gaze from Zhao Xiong and Duan Yu, directing it toward the figure steadily ascending the snow path. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Jiaoyu's aged face. Interesting. However, being only at the 5th grade, I cannot see through your true depth. Having lived for nearly 100 years, he had seen countless prodigies. Yet he had never encountered someone like Jiang Feng, whose every aspect seemed extraordinary. On the snow-covered mountain path, Jiang Feng paused, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Gravitational field. The moment he stepped onto the snow path, he sensed an invisible force pressing down on him. Ordinary warriors below the 3rd grade would find it difficult to traverse this snow path. Fortunately, this little pressure was negligible for him. Jiang Feng continued upward, turning around a bend in the mountain. Ahead, several figures appeared hunched over their legs, trembling uncontrollably. With every step they took upward, they had to catch their breath several times. Hold on. The 7th pavilion is almost here. I can already see its outline. Just a little more effort. Damn, it's so tough to get into the 7th pavilion, I can't even imagine what the 6th and 5th pavilions are like. What about the 4 pavilions above? Is that even a place where people can stay? As the few were encouraging each other, they suddenly saw a figure walk past them leisurely. The young man carried a long blade on his back, moving steadily, his garments fluttering in the snow, as if he were taking a casual stroll. He was on an entirely different level. The few of them were left dumbfounded. It wasn't until Jiang Feng's figure disappeared from view that they came to their senses, exchanging glances. Damn, what's going on? Is it only us who can feel the gravity? This isn't fair. One person muttered, do you think it's possible that we are just too weak? That remark left the others in silence. Jiang Feng continued upward for about half an hour when an ancient archway appeared at the end of his sight. The archway was carved from a single block of blue stone with the words Kunlun 7th Pavilion inscribed in ancient seal script. Behind the archway was a spacious bluestone dojo with a few stone pavilions at the edges. They looked simple, yet there was an undercurrent of spiritual energy flowing. At the entrance of the dojo sat 7 or 8 prodigies meditating with their eyes closed. As Jiang Feng approached, the gravitational field suddenly vanished. At that moment, a prodigy who had just arrived was panting and asking, why aren't you going in? What are you doing sitting here? One person opened their eyes, pointing to the entrance of the archway. There are restrictions, we can't enter. Jiang Feng did not stop his steps, directly walking toward the archway. The moment he crossed the threshold, the air in front of him rippled slightly, and he entered calmly. The prodigy who had just asked suddenly brightened his eyes. Isn't this quite simple? Are you trying to trick me? After saying that, he also strode toward the interior of the archway. Just as he got close, bang! A muffled sound echoed. He was directly flung back by an invisible force, landing headfirst in a snowdrift. The prodigy who had just spoken looked at the person struggling in the snow, unable to hold back a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Idiot! The moment Jiang Feng stepped into the 7th pavilion, he felt a strong aura of spiritual energy rushing towards him. The interior of the 7th pavilion was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Overall, it resembled a gigantic circular training plaza. The ground was paved with warm white jade, and 100 meditation mats were arranged neatly. Each mat was engraved with a gathering formation from which spiritual energy overflowed, coalescing into a faint mist above the plaza. Jiang Feng chose a nearby mat to sit down, and closed his eyes to sense the surroundings for a moment. The concentration of spiritual energy here was at least 10 times that of the outside world. Not only that, but the spiritual energy was exceptionally pure, making the process of refining it much more efficient. Jiang Feng opened his eyes and looked into the distance. At the end of the plaza there was a deep passage, and from the other end the faint sound of wind and snow could be heard, seemingly leading to some unknown place. There should be the resources and opportunities spoken of by that king-level powerhouse. However, Jiang Feng had no intention of lingering in the 7th pavilion. If the concentration of spiritual energy in each pavilion increased exponentially, then under the premise of sufficient personal strength, starting from a higher position would maximize the benefits. Jiang Feng turned around and left the 7th pavilion, stepping back onto the snowy path. Just as he returned to the snowy path, he bumped into Yi Xiao, who had hurried over. Seeing Jiang Feng, Yi Xiao's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached him. Brother Jiang. Yi Xiao smiled warmly. I've made arrangements. E2 brothers are watching down the mountain, ensuring no one dares to trouble your friends. Jiang Feng nodded. Thank you. Yi Xiao waved his hand. I also plan to go to the 5th pavilion. Shall we go to? Jiang Feng did not refuse, and the two continued on together. Yi Xiao was quite talkative, asking Jiang Feng about his background all along the way. However, Jiang Feng spoke little, leaving Yi Xiao feeling quite helpless. The higher they climbed, the stronger the gravity domain became. By the time they reached the vicinity of the 6th pavilion, the gravity had already increased 5-fold. The archway of the 6th pavilion stood not far ahead, smaller in scale than the 7th pavilion, yet the fluctuations of spiritual energy were much stronger. Jiang Feng did not stop at the 6th pavilion, passing directly through and continuing upward. Once they passed the 6th pavilion's range, gravity surged again. Yi Xiao was beginning to struggle, waving his hand. I can't keep up with your speed, Brother Jiang. You go ahead. Oh, don't forget our agreement. Jiang Feng slightly nodded, rest assured. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and he accelerated once more, quickly disappearing along the winding snowy path. Yi Xiao couldn't help but be astonished. So you were just holding back your speed, waiting for me. Truly unbelievable. 1 hour later. Outside the 5th pavilion, 5 figures stood apart, their auras sharply contrasting the atmosphere tense. All the top prodigies of the 5 major families had gathered. Behind the 5 top prodigies, 2 or 3 family talents followed, each their expressions cold and severe. Yiling Tian's demeanor was arrogant. Nangong Wang, we arrived together. Why should your Nangong family be the first to enter? Nangong Wang's expression was indifferent. According to family rankings, my Nangong family is first, so naturally, we should enter first. Opposite him, Long Ling Xian raised an eyebrow. That's nonsense. To determine rankings, we should have a match. Our relying only on words is no skill. Sima Han stood silently to the side, his aura beginning to stir. Lucian smiled and said, I think that's reasonable. Otherwise, how long will it take to get in just by talking? Each side held their ground, refusing to back down. What they were arguing about was merely face. Just as it seemed a fight was about to break out, a figure suddenly walked up from the lower mountain path. Jiang Feng disregarded the 5 prodigies and walked straight through the crowd toward the entrance of the 5th pavilion. All gazes were drawn to him. A flicker of surprise flashed in Nangong Wang's eyes. How did this kid come up here? What about Nangong Yu and Nangong Qian? While a crowd of people was taken aback, Jiang Feng had already stood in front of the 5th pavilion's gate. The stone door radiated with a faint golden barrier. It was clearly stronger than the 7th pavilion. Jiang Feng raised his hand, gathering the 5 elemental energies at his fingertips, and gently tapped. Buzz. The barrier's glow shook violently for an instant, then rippled open like water. Jiang Feng stepped inside, his figure vanishing behind the stone door. Before entering, he glanced back at the few people outside, his eyes carrying a peculiar expression. 30 slots more than enough. Wasting time squabbling at the entrance. Are these martial arts aristocrats truly not very bright? Outside there was a silence for a few seconds before it erupted. What the hell? That kid went in. Damn. We've been arguing here for so long, and an outsider actually got ahead of us. What are we fighting for? Let's just go in first. Let's go. The 5 prodigies could no longer afford to confront each other, and urged their movements, rushing toward the stone door. Behind the stone door lay a different world. The interior of the 5th pavilion was an even more exquisite training ground, with the ground paved in dark jade, 30 meditation mats scattered throughout, each corresponding to a small gathering formation. In the center of the training ground there was a small spiritual spring, its water bubbling and steaming, the swirling spiritual energy almost solidifying. Jiang Feng stood by the spring, taking a deep breath, his eyes slightly brightening. Indeed, the concentration of spiritual energy here is at least 10 times that of the 7th pavilion. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to 10 days in the 7th pavilion. Not to mention the comparison with the mountain below. Indeed, going up first was the right choice. Kid, do you understand the rules? A furious shout came from behind Jiang Feng. Turning his head, he saw Nangong Wang glaring at him with icy eyes. Following closely, Lucian also spoke with a smile. Brother, you really did something wrong this time. We 5 families have yet to reach a decision, and you entered without a word. Doesn't that seem inappropriate? Jiang Feng looked at the two, raising an eyebrow slightly. Are you both truly lacking in common sense? At this moment, Yiling Tian also walked in. Hearing this, he clapped and laughed. Well said. I've always thought they were a bit off in the head. Long Ling Xian and Sima Han followed suit. However, they remained silent, standing aside to watch. A flash of anger crossed Nangong Wang's eyes. Lucian's smile also faded. The next moment, 2 powerful auras erupted simultaneously. The martial pressure belonging to the 6th grade void-breaking realm surged outward. Kid, are you really seeking death? Nangong Wang's expression darkened. Lucian also gripped the long sword at his waist, a sharp aura radiating. Nangong Wang and Lucian exchanged glances, then suddenly attacked. However, just as they took half a step, their figures abruptly turned and charged at Yiling Tian, who was about to watch the spectacle. Yiling Tian's smile froze. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Wang and the other had already launched their assault. Their attack was too fast, too sudden. Yiling Tian had no time to react. Their assault had already landed on him. He could only barely avoid the critical points by instinct. Thud. Yiling Tian was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar at the edge of the training plaza before rolling onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to prop himself up, his eyes filled with astonishment and anger. You guys. Lu Shun, holding his long sword, smiled and said, weren't you just laughing happily? Why aren't you laughing now? A hint of cruelty flashed in Nangong Wang's eyes. Yiling Tian, for this assessment, your Yi family is out. From the very beginning, they had never regarded Jiang Feng as a threat. The previous questioning and anger were all staged. Their true target had always been Yiling Tian. 30 slots were simply not enough to divide among the 5 families. With Sima Han the sycophant beside Long Ling Xian, they did not dare to act. The isolated Yiling Tian naturally became the most suitable target. Earlier outside, Yiling Tian had been on guard, making it difficult for them to act freely. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng's appearance attracted Yiling Tian's attention, giving them the opportunity to strike. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Long Ling Xian exchanged glances with Sima Han, ultimately choosing to remain silent and not lend a hand. Without needing to act, they could still gain slots. They had no reason to intervene. The talents of the Yi family hurriedly protected Yi Ling Tian, a serious expression on their faces. Yi Ling Tian suppressed his anger. Fine. I admit defeat. I will take my people and leave. Lu Xun scoffed, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Yi Ling Tian, is your head really not working properly? Since you've already attacked, do you think we will let you leave alive? Yi Ling Tian's complexion grew increasingly pale. The prodigies from the two families had already surrounded the few from the Yi family. Lu Xun and Nan Gongwang were about to strike. A calm voice suddenly rang out, "Wait, he cannot die." The two paused and turned to see Jiang Feng's unperturbed gaze. Nan Gongwang laughed in anger, his tone chilling. "Kid, say that again." Jiang Feng replied calmly, "I said he cannot die." Moreover, Jiang Feng's voice paused slightly as he gripped the hilt of the thunder pattern blade behind him. A heavy and wild aura slowly spread out. Ding! A classic scene of the weak battling the strong has been triggered. Task triggered: battle the strong with the weak. Task content: survive under the command of Nan Gongwang. Task difficulty: S rank. Task hint: the host has gone mad. The end. Celebrate. Task reward distributed based on completion level DS rank. Battling the strong with the weak. Who is really weak and who is strong? The system prompt flashed through Jiang Feng's mind, and he shook his head slightly. Nan Gongwang stared at Jiang Feng and coldly asked, "Are you settling scores? Have you seen Nan Gongyu and the others?" Clang. The thunder pattern blade was drawn with a resounding sound. Purple arcs of electricity danced along the blade, emitting deep and rumbling thunder. "Don't rush." Jiang Feng replied calmly, "There should still be time. I will take you to see them right away." Nan Gongwang sensed the surging aura from Jiang Feng, initially taken aback, then a mocking smile appeared on his face. "A mere foundation establishment dares to strike at me." Boom. Nan Gongwang's aura erupted, his killing intent fully revealed. "Ignorant fool, today, I will show you the gap between the 5th and 6th ranks." But before he finished speaking, Jiang Feng had already moved. The wind step technique was activated. Jiang Feng transformed into a fleeting shadow of a gentle breeze, raising the thunder pattern blade high. Break the limits. Thunderclap slash. The purple blade light fell like heavenly thunder, screaming through the air, striking directly at Nan Gongwang. Wherever the blade passed, it stirred up a flurry of snow. Nan Gongwang's pupils suddenly constricted. The power of this slash far exceeded his expectations. Xingyan palm. A blue palm imprint condensed out of thin air, meeting the blade light with a heavy and imposing momentum. Boom. The blade light and palm imprint collided in midair and violent Xingyan palm. A blue palm imprint condensed out of thin air, meeting the blade light with a heavy and imposing momentum. Boom. The blade light and palm imprint collided in midair and violent shockwaves swept in all directions. Terrifying booming sounds erupted. When the winds finally settled, the two stood facing each other, both unscathed. Hiss. From afar, the geniuses from the Long family and the Sima family couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A 5th rank can actually withstand the 6th rank without losing ground. Not just that. That Nan Gongwang is no ordinary 6th rank. Long Lingxian raised her eyebrows, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Sima Han frowned deeply and said in a low voice, "This guy's physical body and blade technique are extraordinary." In the arena, Nan Gongwang's eyes grew more serious, but a cold smile remained on his face. "Being able to barely take one of my attacks means you have some ability." Jiang Feng stood with his blade sheathed, speaking nonchalantly, "You are a bit weaker than I imagined." He had not yet unleashed the power of the 5 Emperors' Heavenly Gang technique during that previous strike. It seemed he could raise his estimation of his own strength even further. Nan Gongwang's expression suddenly darkened. Seeking death. He could be seen with surging aura, the blue true essence, almost condensing into substance. "I want to see how long you can keep talking tough." Nan Gongwang stepped forward, transforming into a blue shadow. As his palms flew, the palm shadows overlapped like a raging tide, pressing towards Jiang Feng. Now this looks somewhat impressive. Jiang Feng's expression grew serious. In the next moment, the 5 Emperors' Heavenly Gang technique was activated. The 5 elemental true qi surged in his dantian. A far heavier and more imposing aura spread out from Jiang Feng's body. 5-colored spiritual light revolved and intertwined around him as Jiang Feng twisted his wrist, slashing out with the thunder pattern blade. The originally purple blade light was now enveloped in a faint 5-colored halo. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out continuously, sparks flying. With each collision, Nan Gongwang felt his arms grow heavier, the force of his palms weakening with each exchange. After just a few dozen strikes, he was already being pressured back by Jiang Feng's blade momentum, starting to retreat step by step. "This is impossible." Nan Gongwang's face turned red, filled with disbelief. Breaking the void realm, true qi, transforming into true essence, could form a true essence domain around him. Within the domain, all external forces were suppressed. But how could this kid's true qi be more robust and heavy than his own true essence? From a distance, Lu Xun furrowed his brow. If this continued, Nangong Wang was likely to lose. What a waste. He took a deep breath and prepared to step in. Lucian, where do you think you're going? Before Lucian could make a move, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Within the encirclement, Yiling Tian, bearing heavy wounds, charged out like a raging tiger. He first punched away the Long family genius who had surrounded him, then charged straight towards Lucian. Blood still stained the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes were filled with madness. I may be injured, but am not dead. Yiling Tian was well aware that if Jiang Feng hadn't intervened today, he would undoubtedly be dead. He didn't understand why Jiang Feng chose to help him, but he was clear that this was his only opportunity for a comeback. You want to kill me, right? Even if I die, I will definitely drag you down with me. Behind him, two geniuses from the Yi family also began to unleash their fury, recklessly charging towards the Lu family. Although they were outnumbered through their reckless approach, they managed to drag the situation into a stalemate. Lucian was struggling to fend off Yiling Tian's dogged attacks, and his face turned extremely grim. The situation he dreaded the most had finally occurred. Not far away, Sima Han looked down at Long Lingxian. Beside him, should we make a move? Long Lingxian shook her head. Not yet. Even if we do, we must wait until they determine the victor. She did not like such convoluted tactics, nor did she enjoy taking advantage of others' misfortunes. But her family had repeatedly reminded her that this assessment was of great importance. Therefore, even though she was reluctant, she still prioritized her family's interests. In the battle circle, the situation gradually became clear. Jiang Feng's blade momentum grew stronger. The 5 elemental true qi surged, suffocating Nangong Wang. Nangong Wang's face turned pale, filled with rage and unwillingness. Impossible. How could I, Nangong Wang, lose to an unremarkable nobody? He roared as he attempted to counterattack, but Jiang Feng seized the opening, sheathed his blade, and threw a punch. This punch carried the weight of the earth elemental true qi, striking like a mountain. Bang! Nangong Wang took the punch, heat in, flying out horizontally. On the other side, Lucian was still entangled by Yiling Tian, unable to break free. The two geniuses from the Yi family had long exhausted themselves and collapsed, losing their fighting capacity. Yiling Tian bore several new sword wounds, blood soaking into his martial attire, yet he still laughed maniacally. Lucian, do you see this? You are all doomed. Lucian's eyes darkened. Forget about them for now. Go help Nangong Wang. Upon hearing this, the 5 geniuses from the Lu family and the Nangong family immediately abandoned the Yi family geniuses and turned to charge towards Jiang Feng. At this moment, Nangong Wang struggled to rise from the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his hair disheveled, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, resembling a madman. How can I lose to a 5th rank? In the next moment, Nangong Wang's aura suddenly surged. He was actually using a life-risking technique. Burning life technique. The blue true qi around Nangong Wang was instantly tinged with crimson, its might increased by a factor of 2. Nangong Wang stepped forward, bringing the geniuses from both families to surround Jiang Feng. Facing them, Jiang Feng remained calm, slowly sheathing the thunder pattern blade. Just right. He raised his right hand, dark azure spiritual light gathering in his palm. Let me test the power of this move on you. Nangong Wang and the others had already approached. Jiang Feng flipped his palm downwards and forcefully pressed it down. Xuanwu suppression seal. The spiritual energy in the 5th pavilion's dojo seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, wildly converging towards Jiang Feng's palm. Immediately after, a dark cyan Xuanwu seal materialized above the heads of Nangong Wang and the others. A heavy pressure that suppressed all things descended like a torrential river, crashing down. In that moment, the entire dojo fell into a deadly silence. Nangong Wang at the forefront felt as if a primordial divine mountain was pressing down upon him. The life and death secret technique he desperately urged forth was extinguished like a flickering candle in the wind under this pressure. In the next moment, the great seal fell. The dojo trembled. Nangong Wang and the other 2 direct descendants lay on the ground, unaware of their fate. Jiang Feng withdrew his hand, a satisfied expression flashing in his eyes. With his current realm, invoking the Xuanwu Towning Seal was already comparable to an ordinary earth-tier martial art. Coupled with the power of the 5 Emperors' Heavenly Gang technique, its might doubled. Ahead, Nangong Wang lay on the ground, his bones shattered, unable to move. Yet his consciousness remained clear. In his eyes, besides unwillingness, there was more fear. How could this happen? He murmured, unable to accept the reality of his crushing defeat. Jiang Feng stepped up to Nangong Wang's side. The thunder pattern blade was drawn, its cold blade reflecting Nangong Wang's pale face. You cannot kill me. Nangong Wang's pupils constricted as he screamed in a fierce yet cowardly tone. If you kill me, the Nangong family will never let you go. There will be no place for you in the entire Long Kingdom. Jiang Feng's eyes showed no ripple of emotion. He simply raised the long blade slowly. Bang! In the distance, Yiling Tian was sent flying by Lucian's sword, crashing heavily to the ground. Yiling Tian was already drenched in blood, but he didn't care, instead laughing maniacally at Lucian. Lucian, do you see this? You're next. Lu Shun's expression darkened. With Nangong Wang's crushing defeat and his subordinates nearly wiped out, continuing the fight had no meaning. The most crucial point was, although he did not want to admit it, he might not be a match for Jiang Feng. Lu Shun surveyed the surroundings, already feeling a retreating intent. At this moment, a lazy voice came from the entrance. "Oh, it's quite lively down here." Everyone turned to look. A young man in a blue martial outfit strode in his face, bearing a nonchalant smile. His aura was subdued, appearing quite ordinary. But just standing there, he exuded an inexplicable oppressive feeling to others. Long Lingxuan's pupils shrank. Nangong Beichuan. How could he be here? Nangong Beichuan was the leading figure among the previous generation of talents from the Nangong family. He studied at the Kyoto Martial University and was now a sophomore. How could he appear at the newcomer assessment venue? Her thoughts churned quickly, grasping a glimmer of insight, her pupils constricting. The examiner said that the 5th pavilion is not prepared for us. Could it be? At the entrance, Nangong Beichuan casually scanned the entire scene. When his gaze fell upon the near-dead Nangong Wang, his smile abruptly froze. Nangong Wang. How could you? Nangong Wang also saw Nangong Beichuan at the entrance, and his previously dim eyes burst with a glimmer of excitement. Beichuan brother. As if a drowning person had grasped the last straw of hope, Nangong Wang summoned all his strength to shout towards the entrance. "Save me." Hiss. The light of the blade fell. The voice abruptly stopped. Blood splattered, staining the ground crimson. Nangong Wang's head rolled to the side, his face still bearing a look of surprise. The entire venue fell silent. Nangong Beichuan stood frozen, staring at the headless corpse. His expression shifted from shock to astonishment, then from astonishment to rage. "You bastard." The roar echoed like thunder. Nangong Beichuan's aura erupted violently. A blurred golden body manifested behind him, towering at 2 meters high. Radiating dazzling golden light, it emanated a terrifying oppressive force that was suffocating. 7th grade, golden body realm. The entire 5th Pavilion dojo seemed to tremble under this pressure. In the distance, Yi Lingtian was the first to react, shouting at Jiang Feng, "Jiang Feng, run!" The gap between the 7th grade and 5th grade was an insurmountable chasm. Jiang Feng did not hesitate either, his figure flickered, and he dashed towards the deep passage behind the 5th Pavilion dojo. But the next moment, buzz, the space trembled. Nangong Beichuan's figure appeared, as if teleporting, blocking Jiang Feng's escape route at the entrance. Jiang Feng's pupils constricted. Such speed. Trying to run. Nangong Beichuan's gaze was icy as he struck with anger. His right fist clenched, the power of the golden body converged, and he smashed down towards Jiang Feng. Before the fist wind reached him, the terrifying pressure had already caused Jiang Feng to momentarily struggle to breathe. The opponent's speed was too fast, and Jiang Feng could only catch a blurred cyan afterimage, unable to dodge in time. He instinctively activated his indestructible body to the fullest, and simultaneously urged the Xuanwu armor. In an instant, a faint golden light enveloped Jiang Feng. The dark cyan turtle shell patterns rapidly spread across the surface of his skin. Bang! Nangong Beichuan's fist crashed into Jiang Feng's chest. The golden halo of the indestructible body shattered instantly. Immediately after, the dark cyan light curtain of the Xuanwu armor also shattered. Jiang Feng's body was sent sliding backward for over 10 meters before he barely stabilized himself. Jiang Feng straightened up again, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Pain surged through his chest, and his internal organs were shaken. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. Yet Jiang Feng knew that this was merely a casual strike filled with the opponent's anger. They had not used their full strength. Even so, it had already reached his defensive limit. If there were to be another strike, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The gap between the 5th and 7th grades was indeed too vast. The surrounding talents were already dumbfounded. This kid actually blocked it, receiving a 7th grade golden body realm's enraged strike with a 5th grade body, and all he did was spit out a mouthful of blood. What on earth is his body made of? For a moment, everyone's gaze at Jiang Feng resembled that of a monster. Nangong Beichuan was also taken aback. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up Jiang Feng, and said solemnly, "Which family are you from? Why did you kill Nangong Wang?" Jiang Feng raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his tone flat. "He wanted to kill me, so I killed him." Suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd. "His name is Jiang Feng, and he hails from the eastern province." Sima Han stood beside Long Lingxuan, his expression unchanged. Long Lingxian turned to glare at him. "Sima Han, what are you doing?" Sima Han's expression remained calm, his tone steady. "If he doesn't die, we won't be able to stand out in this assessment." Long Lingxian paused, finally turning away without saying more. Nangong Beichuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Eastern province. He searched his mind, but couldn't recall any prominent martial family with the surname Jiang from the eastern province. It seemed he was just a nobody without a background. In that case, Nangong Beichuan's eyes ignited with killing intent, his tone chilling. "Then I will kill you now, and you can come and kill me if you dare." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to strike again. Jiang Feng's expression remained calm, the talent of heart, like still water, allowing him to maintain absolute clarity even in dire situations. He raised his right palm, dark cyan spiritual light, converging once more. Xuanwu Towning Seal. The massive Xuanwu seal reformed, pressing down towards Nangong Beichuan. Is that all? Nangong Beichuan scoffed, his golden body manifestation enveloping him entirely. Boom. The Towning seal crashed against the golden body, only creating ripples before collapsing. This is the golden body realm. Sima Han squinted, his tone tinged with anticipation. Once the golden body is formed, it is indestructible, allowing one to stand undefeated. In the distance, Yi Lingtian shouted urgently, Nangong Beichuan. This kid is from my Yi family. But before he finished, Nangong Beichuan waved his hand. Boom. An invisible force shot out from afar, striking Yi Lingshan's chest with great force. Annoying. Yi Lingtian was sent flying again, crashing to the ground, spitting out blood, and could no longer get up. Nangong Beichuan's gaze returned to Jiang Feng. He flickered and vanished from his spot. The next moment he appeared right in front of Jiang Feng. Nangong Beichuan raised his palm, wielding the tyrannical power of the 7th grade realm, and struck down heavily towards Jiang Feng's head. In the distance, Sima Han's lips curled into a cold smile. This kid is doomed. Long Lingxian turned her face away, letting out a soft sigh. In the battle circle, the terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. The shadow of death loomed over Jiang Feng's heart. The talent of heart, like still water, suppressed all of Jiang Feng's negative emotions. His thoughts grew increasingly clear. He had not lost yet. The next moment, the white tiger slaughtering god technique activated. A violent and fierce aura surged through Jiang Feng's meridians. White tiger transformation. In an instant, Jiang Feng's eyes transformed into fiery golden vertical pupils. Beneath his clothes, his muscles bulged wildly, fine white tiger fur appearing on his hands and neck, sharp black claws extending from his fingertips, and his body suddenly doubled in size. Jiang Feng was enveloped by a dense scarlet tiger's aura. A fierce and tyrannical world-rending aura erupted from his body. In the moment of transformation, Jiang Feng's eyes brightened. Nangong Beichuan's descending palm seemed to slow down significantly in his sight. He seemed to be able to keep up with the opponent's movements. No, it wasn't that the opponent slowed down. It was that his perception and speed had accelerated. Oh, this is quite interesting. Looking at the sudden change in Jiang Feng, Nangong Beichuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his killing intent intensified. This child managed to block his strike with a 5th grade body. He has already formed a deadly feud with the Nangong family. He must not be spared. Boom. In an instant, Nangong Beichuan's assault became increasingly fierce. Jiang Feng's tiger-like eyes darkened. He clearly understood that a 7th grade golden body realm expert was a true powerhouse that transcended the levels of life. Even if he used all his hidden cards, there was not a shred of chance in a direct confrontation. While the opponent was still not taking him seriously, he had a slim chance. But this opportunity was only once. Indestructible body. Black tortoise armor. A faint golden aura of vital energy intertwined with the dark blue turtle shell patterns on his surface, instantly forming a dual barrier. After completing this, Jiang Feng no longer considered defense. Instead, he swung his claws. The dark claws tore through the air, carrying the sharp aura of the Tiger Slayer, directly clawing towards Nangong Beichuan. Nangong Beichuan watched Jiang Feng's movements, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. You want to trade lives with me? His eyes were filled with disdain, and his tone was arrogant. Can you break my golden body? Nangong Beichuan had absolute confidence in his golden body. Below the 7th grade, everyone was mere ants. Even if this kid used some kind of secret method to forcibly enhance his strength, he could never shake his golden body manifestation. Nangong Beichuan also did not dodge, but his descending palm moved even faster. He intended to crush this ignorant ant into a pulp in the most brutal manner. In the distance, Lu Shun's eyes erupted with wild joy, almost bursting into laughter. This kid is simply seeking his own death, trading lives with a golden body realm expert. Lu Shun seemed to envision Jiang Feng being smashed into pieces by a single palm. On the other side, Yi Lingshan's face turned pale, shouting loudly. Dodge, Jiang Feng. You can't take it. Further away, Long Lingshuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Is this guy insane? After stepping into the golden body realm, the greatest characteristic of a martial artist is that they are hard to kill. The golden body is indestructible, and all methods struggle to invade. To collide with a golden body using a physical body is no different from suicide. On one side, Sima Han furrowed his brow. This seems a bit off. This kid doesn't seem like someone who would act impulsively. From Jiang Feng's previous performance, although he acted ruthlessly, every step was filled with calculation. But Sima Han was puzzled. This time, what are his odds of winning? In the battle circle, watching Nangong Beichuan's arrogant demeanor, Jiang Feng felt a heavy stone lift from his heart. No need to dodge. The next moment within Jiang Feng's eyes the crimson golden light suddenly surged. Tiger Slayer. Slaughter God. A sharp aura that could tear through all things erupted violently from within Jiang Feng. On the claws the scarlet killing aura was almost solidifying, causing the surrounding space to ripple faintly under this sharp force. Suddenly a wave of coldness inexplicably rose in Nangong Beichuan's heart. But at this moment it was already too late to withdraw. Two assaults almost simultaneously struck his opponent. Jiang Feng deliberately shifted to avoid the vital points, allowing Nangong Beichuan's palm to strike his chest. The golden light of the indestructible body instantly shattered. The dark blue patterns of the black tortoise armor also cracked. Crack. The sound of shattered ribs was clearly audible. Jiang Feng's chest caved in significantly, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily against a stone pillar at the edge of the venue. On the other side Nangong Beichuan remained standing in place, still wearing a look of disdain. However, his expression was slightly stiff. Yet no one noticed this slight anomaly. In the distance Sima Han breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. It seems I was overthinking it. Beside him Long Lingxian sighed, what a pity. A prodigy capable of stirring the winds and clouds had fallen. Yi Lingxian's face was pale, his fists clenched tightly. Lu Shun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. But the next moment a sudden change occurred. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering resonated throughout the entire venue. Everyone turned to look, their pupils suddenly contracting. They saw the solid layer of golden manifestation around Nangong Beichuan starting to crack from his forehead, rapidly spreading throughout his body. How is this possible? Lu Shun's smile froze on his face. Before the crowd could react, another loud bang. Nangong Beichuan's entire golden body manifestation shattered with a roar, transforming into countless golden light spots, completely dissipating into the heavens and the earth. And Nangong Beichuan, who had been maintaining a posture, had several fine lines of blood appear on his face. The next moment blood surged forth from these lines. Nangong Beichuan's head was split open like it had been sliced by a sharp blade, dividing into dozens of pieces, scattering on the ground. The towering body without a head swayed, and then crashed to the ground, silent forever. The entire venue fell into silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, rooted to the spot, their minds blank. Nangong Beichuan is dead. One voice trembled, breaking the silence. A 7th grade golden body realm. Just like that died. That kid actually broke Nangong Beichuan's golden body. How did he do it? A group of top talent's pupils shook their faces, filled with disbelief. To reverse skill a 7th grade with a 5th grade, there probably hasn't been a second case in all of history. In a corner unnoticed, a figure slowly stood up. Jiang Feng clutched his chest, his face pale, blood constantly oozing from the corner of his mouth. He did not linger, his figure swaying as he dashed toward the deep passage behind the venue. Jiang Feng also vaguely sensed something. Above the 5 pavilions there were still unknown numbers of Nangong family's top talents hidden. If another one came, he would surely meet his end today. The best strategy was to leave. In the blink of an eye Jiang Feng's figure vanished into the depths of the passage. The remaining top talents exchanged glances, their faces pale. Jiang Feng was not only terrifyingly powerful, but his temperament was also ruthless and decisive. If this person did not die, they would probably face endless troubles. Yi Lingtian was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Lu Shun's gaze was cold and sinister, casting a glance at him, his killing intent fully revealed. Yi Lingtian was unafraid, meeting Lu Shun's gaze with a cold smile. What? You want to continue fighting? Long Lingxian suddenly spoke, let's put an end to this. Everyone turned to look at her. Long Lingxuan's tone deepened. You all should have guessed that above the 5th pavilion, there are probably prodigies from the previous and even earlier generations. Which of the 5 great families does not have someone up there? There's no meaning in us fighting to the death here. Sima Han pondered for a moment and nodded. I agree. Just afraid some people might disagree. Lu Shun's gaze swept over Yi Lingtian as he said coldly. Yi Lingtian scoffed, I haven't suffered any loss, what is there to disagree about? It's just that some people schemed to kill me, and as a result their own nearly died. Failing to steal the chicken and losing the rice, truly laughable. Lu Shun's expression grew increasingly grim, but in the end he did not explode with anger. Yi Lingtian turned away, his eyes becoming fierce as he secretly vowed. Once I recover, the first to die will be you. On the other side Jiang Feng had already crossed through the narrow passage. Before his eyes lay a vast snowfield. Unlike the pure white snow below, the snow here glimmered with a faint pearly sheen, soft underfoot, but not deep. Many strangely shaped, cold, hardy, ancient trees grew on the snowfield. The trunks were deep black with ice crystals hanging from the branches, reflecting fine rays of light under the sunlight. The wind whipped the snowflakes against his cheeks, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Just a few steps out, Jiang Feng's body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a large mouthful of black-red blood. Nangong Beichuan's last palm strike had nearly shattered most of his ribs, and his internal organs had also suffered severe injuries. The state of the white tiger transformation faded, and Jiang Feng returned to his normal form. A strong wave of weakness and dizziness surged over him. At that moment Jiang Feng seemed to sense something, and a hint of joy appeared on his pale face. "Little White, you've awakened." The beast-taming ring flashed with white light. A white figure crashed down. At this moment the awakened white tiger, having awakened its bloodline, has already stepped into the 5th rank. Its size has increased significantly, with golden patterns subtly flowing through its snow-white fur. In the golden tiger's eyes there is no longer mere ferocity, but instead a hint of lively spirit shines through. The white tiger nudges Jiang Feng's arm with its large head, emitting a low whimper from its throat, filled with concern. Jiang Feng reached out to pat its head, smiling weakly as he said, "I'm fine. Just got bitten by a mad dog." He gritted his teeth and climbed onto the tiger's back using both hands and feet. Lying on the warm fur, Jiang Feng gently patted the tiger's back. "Little White, find a safer place." Before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted completely. A hint of anxiety flashed in the golden eyes of the white tiger. It looked around, sniffing the air as if it had caught a familiar scent. "Roar!" The white tiger raised its head and let out a deep roar, then exerted its limbs, charging deep into the snowy plains. On the tiger's back, a system notification flashed through Jiang Feng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unexpectedly encountered internal strife within the Nangong family, where 2 prodigies are fighting each other, and in the end you picked up the spoils. However, for a person of destiny, this is only fitting. Congratulations, host, on completing the task Fighting the Strong with the Weak. Task completion level S rank. Rewards 1. Current realm 12-2. The top-tier body refining technique, Great Sun Golden Body Art, has been fully comprehended. A legal purchase record has been left. An energy appeared in Jiang Feng's dantian, slowly flowing through his meridians. The 5 Emperors Royal Heaven technique began to operate autonomously. The dissipated vital energy recoagulated, starting to repair the damaged internal organs and bones. Jiang Feng's chaotic breath gradually stabilized. In the sky above, amidst the sea of clouds, Zhou Jiaoyu looked down at the rushing man and tiger on the snowy plains, his brows furrowing in deep concern. Killing a 7th rank with a 5th rank. This is probably unprecedented in history. Such a rare talent, if they were to die here, it would be too much of a waste. But if I were to intervene, wouldn't that undermine the rules of the assessment? As Zhou Jiaoyu muttered to himself, he kept a close watch in the sky. Although he kept saying he couldn't intervene, his eyes never left Jiang Feng, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to disaster. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. Something's wrong. The direction they're heading is. The white tiger galloped, leaving a white shadow across the snowy plains. As they ventured deeper, the falling snow became thinner. The coldness in the air gradually receded, replaced by an increasingly noticeable heat. The snow beneath their feet slowly melted, revealing the dark red rock beneath. Steam was rising from the rock crevices due to the high temperature. The white tiger came to a halt. Ahead stood a massive volcano, entirely crimson, towering between heaven and earth. The volcano soared into the clouds, its slopes covered with ravines from flowing lava, displaying varying shades of dark red. The summit was shrouded in clouds, where a faint red light could be seen flickering beneath the cloud layer, occasionally sprinkled with fine volcanic ash. Strangely, outside the volcano, the snowy plains remained frozen for miles, where the cold air clashed and intertwined with waves of heat at the mountain's foot, forming a layer of hazy mist, as if 2 worlds were stitched together. The volcano existed in its own realm, incongruous with its surroundings. In the sky, Zhou Jiaoyu's expression darkened. Damn it, they really came to this place. He looked at the crimson volcano with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. This volcano is one of the most peculiar forbidden areas in the Kunlun immortal realm. Ancient prohibitions are laid out around it. Even a king-level being stepping in would be burned to ashes by the terrifying flames within the prohibitions. Many strong individuals once attempted to challenge it, disbelieving in its power. However, anyone who entered without exception has turned to bones. Thus, to this day, no one knows what lies within this volcano. Some speculate that within the volcano's prohibitions there may be terrifying existences that surpass king-level beings. Fortunately, as long as one does not cross the boundary, there will be no danger. Zhou Jiaoyu observed the white tiger stopping at the foot of the mountain, feeling somewhat relieved. Fortunately, this beast still possesses some intelligence. But the next moment, roar! The white tiger let out a low roar towards the sky. Then with all its might it carried Jiang Feng, charging straight towards the volcano. Damn beast! Zhou Jiaoyu's face changed drastically. Forget it. Rules are dead, but people are alive. For such a talent, what harm is there in breaking the rules to save him this once? After all, I have the final say in this assessment. He moved to dive down to block them. But in the next moment his actions abruptly froze, disbelief written all over his face. He saw the white tiger carrying Jiang Feng effortlessly passing through the visible layer of heatwave prohibitions without stirring a ripple. The white tiger leaped among the charred rocks. Yet neither the white tiger nor Jiang Feng on its back bore any traces of flames. The terrifying divine flames that could burn heaven and earth did not appear. What is going on? Zhou Jiuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the prohibitions have disappeared? He hesitated for a moment, tentatively extending his hand. What is going on? Zhou Jiuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the prohibitions have disappeared? He hesitated for a moment, tentatively extending his hand. The appearance of those flames was without warning, yet they carried a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all. Zhou Jiuyu's expression changed drastically, his internal power surging madly as he retracted his arm like lightning. Yet the flames like maggots clinging to bones continued to burn at his fingertip. Zhou Jiuyu's eyes flashed with horror, and with no hesitation, he slashed down with his other hand, forming it into a sword. Sizzle! The finger that had touched the flames was severed at once. The severed finger plummeted into the snowy plains below, where it was consumed by the flames, turning to ashes and leaving a deep black pit in the snow. Zhou Jiuyu retracted his hand, staring at the bare fingertip, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. In just a breath's time, his finger had turned to charcoal. Had he not reacted quickly enough and severed his own finger, he might have lost his entire arm. The power of a king-level being was surprisingly fragile in the face of such terrifying flames. But what shocked him even more was not the terror of the prohibitions. Rather, how come those two aren't harmed? Zhou Jiuyu fixed his gaze on the white figure still leaping and racing above the volcano, filled with suspicion. Yet due to the volcano's prohibitions, he could no longer discern the figures of the man and tiger. Halfway up the volcano, the white tiger climbed along a winding rocky path, finally stopping before a naturally formed cave. At the entrance of the cave grew several clusters of fiery red exotic flowers and grasses. As the breeze blew, the leaves danced like flames, exuding warm, spiritual energy. The cave entrance was enveloped in a faint red light, not scorching, but rather emanating a gentle warmth. Carved into the rock wall above the cave were three ancient characters. With a graceful flourish, they seemed as if they were about to leap off the stone wall. Zhuke Mansion. The white tiger gazed at the large characters above the cave, tilting its head slightly. It could not recognize a single word. Yet the warm and gentle aura lingering within the cave made it feel a sense of closeness and trust. It turned its head to glance at its master on its back, then let out a low rumbling roar towards the cave entrance. Buzz. It seemed to be responding. The faint red light membrane at the cave entrance trembled, then slowly rippled open like water. Without hesitation, the white tiger pushed off with its legs, carrying Jiang Feng straight into the cave. In stark contrast to the heat outside, a gentle warmth emanated from the cave's entrance. The rock walls on both sides sparkled with tiny bits of crimson gold light, forming natural patterns that flowed independently, ultimately creating fire-shaped traces. The deeper it went, the more spacious the area became. The white tiger moved through effortlessly, arriving directly at the deepest part of the cave. This was a natural stone chamber spanning several dozens of feet, with a half-human tall crimson stone platform standing in the center. The platform was empty, yet exuded an ancient aura. The walls of the chamber were engraved with various flame totems flickering with orange-red light, swaying as if they were erupting volcanoes. As soon as the white tiger approached the stone platform, a soft crimson flame surged upwards. Startled, the white tiger took a step back, but its eyes remained fixed on the crimson flame. It sensed that this flame was the source of its feeling of closeness. In just an instant, the crimson flame expanded in the air and morphed into a massive bird-like illusion radiating divine light. The giant bird's wings were forged of crimson gold, its tail trailing long flames, emanating a sense of holiness that looked down upon all beings. As its golden red eyes opened and closed, it seemed to contain the cycles of the sun and moon. It was one of the four sacred beasts, the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird lowered its head, its golden red eyes landing on the white tiger, carrying a hint of scrutiny. A little one from the white tiger clan. A gentle voice echoed in the stone chamber, like jade striking against each other, clear and melodious. Your bloodline isn't pure. It seems you've only recently awakened from your ancestral return. The white tiger took half a step forward, tilting its large head towards Jiang Feng behind it, letting out a low whimper, its tail anxiously sweeping the ground. Seeing this, the vermilion bird let out a light chuckle. You want me to save him? The vermilion bird's gaze then turned to Jiang Feng. A hint of surprise flickered in its golden red pupils. Interesting. A human possessing both the aura of the Xuanwu clan and the murderous spirit of the White Tiger clan is quite rare. The White Tiger understood her words. Seeing her hesitate to help, it took another 2 steps forward, whimpering continuously, its paws lightly scratching at the ground. Don't be anxious. The giant bird extended its wings, gently pressing down on the White Tiger's head. A gentle force spread down from the top of the White Tiger's head, enveloping Jiang Feng. He won't die, he'll wake up soon. Just as the vermilion bird's words fell, Jiang Feng, who was on the white tiger's back, felt his eyelids flutter. In his hazy consciousness, he distinctly sensed a warm power wrapping around him, rapidly alleviating the pain in his chest. His consciousness gradually returned, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Jiang Feng opened his eyes, what greeted him was the sight of the crimson giant bird's illusion suspended in midair. A terrifying pressure instantly bore down on Jiang Feng like an invisible mountain. Jiang Feng, who had previously felt somewhat dazed, suddenly became alert, every hair on his body standing on end. This aura was no weaker than that of the Xuan Wu he encountered in the immortal spirit secret realm. Jiang Feng instinctively rolled onto the ground, his feet faltering as he assumed a defensive posture. The little one is quite sharp. A hint of amusement flickered in the vermilion bird's eyes, and the pressure subtly lessened. Jiang Feng sensed that there was no malice and quickly bowed respectfully towards the illusion. Junior Jiang Feng, may I ask who the senior is? As he spoke, he communicated with the white tiger in his mind. Little Bai, where have you brought me? The white tiger's response came swiftly, carrying a hint of innocence. This place is safe. It has a familiar scent. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's taut nerves relaxed slightly. His gaze swept over the stone chamber and was soon drawn to a mural. The mural depicted a vividly lifelike image of a giant bird poised to fly, engulfed in flames identical to the illusion before him. However, compared to the illusion in front of him, this mural appeared more three-dimensional. Jiang Feng's pupils constricted, and he began to have a guess. It seems you recognized me. The vermilion bird's voice came. Jiang Feng quickly collected his thoughts and bowed again. Junior Jiang Feng, I have met the vermilion bird senior. The term vermilion bird is merely a collective name for my clan. You may refer to me as the Divine Phoenix. Yes, Divine Phoenix Senior. Jiang Feng complied readily. The moment he finished speaking, he felt a chill at his brow as a gentle thought quietly entered his sea of consciousness. Jiang Feng's heart stirred, and he did not resist. This feeling was identical to when the Xuanwu had read his memory, and this thought, like the Xuanwu, skillfully avoided the deepest secrets of his heart that he wished to keep hidden. After a moment, the Divine Phoenix's thought slowly withdrew. I see. The Divine Phoenix let out a sigh, its voice filled with regret and melancholy. That old fellow Xianyue ultimately left before me. Jiang Feng maintained a respectful posture, remaining silent. However, he could roughly guess that the Xianyue mentioned by the Divine Phoenix was the very Xuanwu who had bestowed upon him the legacies of both the Xuanwu and the White Tiger. The Divine Phoenix self-deprecated with a smile, the luster on its gilded wings dimming slightly. But I will not last much longer. Jiang Feng furrowed his brows, unable to help but ask, Senior, what do you mean by that? The Divine Phoenix shook its head, its golden red eyes revealing no emotion. Some things you will naturally know when the time is right, otherwise knowing too much can lead to more danger. However, to meet the inheritors of the Xuanwu and White Tiger before I completely dissipate is also a twist of fate. Before Jiang Feng could speak again, the Divine Phoenix suddenly flapped its wings, and a surge of crimson light shot into Jiang Feng's brow. Buzz! A vast torrent of information instantly surged into Jiang Feng's mind. Countless scriptures, techniques, and secret methods flowed within his sea of consciousness, ultimately condensing into a comprehensive outline. This was the sacred beast legacy of the Vermilion Bird clan. However, like the legacies of the Xuanwu and White Tiger, what Jiang Feng could see at this moment was merely the introductory content. Once the inheritance was fully imparted, the Divine Phoenix looked at Jiang Feng, but couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Feng, puzzled, asked, Divine Phoenix Senior, what is wrong? The Divine Phoenix lamented, It's just a pity that your physical body is too weak to withstand my last trace of South, brightly fire. Jiang Feng was taken aback. His physical strength was considered invincible among those of the same rank, and this was the first time he had been called weak. The Divine Phoenix continued, The legacy of the Vermilion Bird clan differs from that of the Xuanwu and White Tiger. Its foundation is entirely based on this trace of South, brightly fire. Without the leaf fire, the Vermilion Bird legacy cannot be considered complete. Senior, may I ask what kind of physique is needed to inherit the South, brightly fire? Jiang Feng furrowed his brows and asked. The Divine Phoenix slowly replied, First, you must reach a realm at least equivalent to the 6th grade in your memory. Secondly, you need a horizontal practice technique of at least heaven grade low tier, and it must be cultivated to perfection to withstand the burning pain of my trace of South, brightly fire. The Divine Phoenix paused, its eyes filled with deeper regret. And this last trace of South, brightly fire will extinguish in no more than 3 days. There will be no time left. Before the Divine Phoenix could finish its sentence, Jiang Feng suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with determination. No, Senior. There's a hint of surprise flickered in the eyes of the Divine Phoenix. It wondered where this little ghost found such Jiang Feng's face flushed slightly as he clasped his hands and said, But I have one humble request. The Divine Phoenix curiously replied, Speak freely. Jiang Feng continued, I believe I can meet the realm and technique requirements you mentioned. However, I am lacking a few items. He spoke directly, his tone slightly awkward. I am in need of a batch of spirit herbs that can quickly transform into spiritual energy to assist in body refinement. His confidence stemmed from that foolproof system. Ding. Detecting host's consciousness recovery. Do you wish to receive the reward perfect level body refinement technique, Great Sun Golden Body Method Comprehension? The Divine Phoenix was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, its wings gently tapping the void. Little one, do you really think cultivation is so simple? Jiang Feng's expression was serious as he bowed. I never speak boastfully. The Divine Phoenix fell silent for a moment, shaking its head. Fine, if you wish to try, then go ahead. With a flap of its wings, the flames on the stone chamber's walls ignited. In the next moment, countless streams of light shot out from the rock walls, landing in front of Jiang Feng and forming a small mountain. All were spirit herbs. Each one was suffused with spiritual energy, the lowest being of the 4th rank. Jiang Feng's breath caught. He hadn't expected the Divine Phoenix to be so generous. Is this enough? The Divine Phoenix spoke indifferently, with no hint of joy or anger in its tone. These spirit herbs were merely leftovers from the years it had consumed. To it, their low rank was inconsequential. It's enough. More than enough. Jiang Feng suppressed his excitement, nodding quickly. Thank you, senior. Then let's begin. The Divine Phoenix folded its wings, its phantom hovering above the stone platform, quietly observing. Jiang Feng wasted no time and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing his mind. The 5 Emperor Royal Heaven technique began to operate at full speed, and 5-colored spiritual light enveloped the small mountain of spirit herbs in front of him. The herbs visibly withered at an astonishing pace, transforming into a torrent of medicinal power that surged into Jiang Feng's limbs and bones. If it had been an ordinary warrior, they would have likely exploded from the influx. However, with the perfected 5 Emperor Royal Heaven technique, Jiang Feng's refining speed was remarkable, completely keeping pace with the influx of medicinal power. Buzz. The overwhelming medicinal power transformed into 5 elements of spiritual energy, forming a massive vortex of energy above Jiang Feng's head, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy of the stone chamber, which howled in response. He had originally advanced to the 2nd layer of the condensation realm due to the system's rewards, and now he began to surge forward. 2nd layer of condensation. 3rd layer. 4th layer. Peak of the condensation realm. In less than half an hour. Boom. 6th rank of the void-breaking realm achieved. But this was not the end. Jiang Feng's aura continued to rise, showing no signs of stopping. 2nd layer. 3rd layer. 5th layer. With each breath, Jiang Feng's momentum grew stronger. The spiritual light surrounding him became increasingly radiant. The Divine Phoenix watched this scene with little surprise. It had read Jiang Feng's memories and naturally understood the extraordinary nature of the 5 Emperor Royal Heaven technique. Such a cultivation speed, while astonishing, was also within reason. Another hour passed. Boom. Jiang Feng successfully reached the peak of the void-breaking realm. Just as he was about to press on and condense his golden body, the Divine Phoenix's voice suddenly came through. If you truly have confidence in bearing the Southern Brightly Fire, I advise you not to rush into breaking through to the 7th rank just yet. According to your memories, for human warriors, condensing the golden body at the 7th rank is a vital milestone. The higher the quality of the golden body, the easier the path ahead will be. I can point you towards a perfect path for your golden body. Jiang Feng's heart tightened, and he forcibly suppressed the momentum of his breakthrough, allowing the surging spiritual energy within him to gradually calm down. He looked up at the Divine Phoenix. Then I will heed your advice, senior. The Divine Phoenix was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jiang Feng to truly stop. It sighed. Of course, all of this is predicated on your ability to truly bear the Southern Brightly Fire. This is where the real difficulty lies. The Divine Phoenix secretly shook its head. Since ancient times, even the most talented individuals could not take shortcuts on the path of body refinement. Different body types require different training methods for the same body refinement technique. Body cultivation is a process of constant exploration and progress. One part of sweat can yield one part of reward. Unless this kid possesses a physique that is not inferior to heavenly rank techniques. Otherwise, wanting to master a heavenly rank body refinement technique within 3 days is utterly impossible. It had already prepared itself to watch Jiang Feng fail. At that moment, Jiang Feng had already immersed his attention into his sea of consciousness. Receive reward. Boom. A flood of comprehension surged into his mind. In an instant, Jiang Feng had fully grasped the essence of the Great Sun Golden Body method. It was as if he had painstakingly cultivated for 100 years, embedding this technique deep within his bones. In the next moment, Jiang Feng felt every fiber of his being roaring with thirst. He hesitated no longer and immediately activated the Great Sun Golden Body method. Buzz. A golden blazing sun phantom appeared behind him. Its scorching and domineering aura instantly enveloped the entire stone chamber. The remaining spirit herbs in front of him began to be consumed at an astonishing rate. Jiang Feng's flesh too began to undergo a visible transformation. Beneath his skin, golden light flowed like water. His skin and bones gradually became coated with a layer of golden sheen. His internal organs were rapidly reinforced under the nurturing of the golden light. On the stone platform, the divine phoenix's previously indifferent expression froze. How is this possible? It could clearly sense that Jiang Feng's physical strength was surging at an unreasonably rapid pace. This kid seemed to know exactly how to proceed without any trial and error. Was he born with this knowledge? Or was he creating something from nothing? This was simply unheard of. The divine phoenix had lived for endless ages and seen countless prodigies, yet it had never encountered someone like Jiang Feng. It stared intently at the increasingly solid golden sun phantom behind Jiang Feng, feeling as if its understanding accumulated over tens of thousands of years was being completely overturned in that moment. Xinyu, is this why you chose this kid? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the stone chamber, the golden light grew ever more vibrant. Jiang Feng seemed to have transformed into a blazing sun. As the last spirit herb turned to ash, the golden light surrounding Jiang Feng suddenly contracted entirely, merging into his body. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden flame flickering within. Though he still remained at the peak of the 6th rank of the void-breaking realm, his entire aura had undergone a tremendous change. He sat quietly, resembling an ancient blazing sun, making it hard for others to look directly at him. Jiang Feng stood up, feeling the vigorous power surging within him. At this moment, he felt as if he had truly become a blazing sun. If he were to fall, he could obliterate everything. If he were to face Nangong Beichuan again now, with just his physical strength, he could easily crush him with a single punch. Jiang Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, looking at the still astonished divine phoenix with a radiant smile. Senior, I have succeeded. P.S. I see some friends worry that my realm is progressing too quickly. Let me explain, it was set up this way from the beginning. Blue Star is just the starting map, becoming a king is merely the beginning. The protagonist's battlefield is in the vast sea of stars, so there's no need to worry. Love you all. A look of astonishment flashed in the phoenix's eyes. Impressive. This time I truly underestimated you. As the words left her mouth, the phoenix spread her wings and took flight. The crimson golden divine light spread like a tidal wave, illuminating the flame totems within the stone chamber. Since you have achieved this, take this strand of South Ming fire. Jiang Feng's heart jolted. Before he could even react, the flame shot towards him and surged into his body. Buzz. The South Ming fire flowed along his meridians, eventually settling into Jiang Feng's heart jolted. Before he could even react, the flame shot towards him and surged into his body. Buzz. The South Ming fire flowed along his meridians, eventually settling into Jiang Feng's dantian. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying burning sensation engulfed Jiang Feng's entire body. He felt as if he had been thrown into a blazing furnace, with every inch of his flesh being repeatedly scorched and refined. If it were an ordinary 6th-grade martial artist, they would likely be turned to ashes in an instant. Even Jiang Feng, despite the full operation of the Great Sun Golden Body technique, felt his physical body nearing the brink of collapse. Fortunately, this sensation did not last long. From adversity comes prosperity. The damaged meridians and flesh were quickly enveloped by a warm vitality, visibly repairing and strengthening at an astonishing speed, even becoming more resilient than before. This is the characteristic of the South Ming fire. Externally, it incinerates all things. Internally, it fosters life endlessly, creating boundless transformations. Between destruction and rebirth, Jiang Feng's body underwent another transformation. Is this the South Ming fire? Jiang Feng was taken aback. He had not expected that within the South Ming fire there was such terrifying vitality and transformative power. The cycle of destruction and creation is undoubtedly the most perfect origin of fire in the world. After an unknown amount of time, the burning sensation finally faded away. Jiang Feng looked into his dantian and saw that strand of South Ming fire quietly suspended at the center of his qi. Like a small sun, it rotated endlessly, emitting fiery spiritual energy that nourished the meridians throughout his body. The introductory technique of the Zhuke inheritance also began to flow through him at this moment. When Jiang Feng opened his eyes again, the phoenix's phantom had become exceedingly faint. Yet within her eyes there was a hint of relief, as if she had unburdened herself. My task has come to an end. The phoenix's voice had lightened somewhat. If you wish to condense a perfect golden body, go to the highest peak of this mountain. As long as you gain that guy's recognition, you will naturally understand. Jiang Feng was taken aback and quickly asked, Senior, are you referring to? The phoenix flashed a hint of disdain in her eyes, her wings fluttering lightly. I don't want to mention that guy's name. However, with that guy's character, as long as you dare to go up, he will definitely meet you. Before Jiang Feng could ask further, the phoenix suddenly chuckled lightly, her tone slightly mischievous. All right, run now. Jiang Feng looked bewildered. Senior, what do you mean by run? Boom. In an instant, the phoenix's phantom transformed into countless crimson golden specks of light and completely vanished. Rumble. Almost simultaneously, the Zhuke cave began to shake violently. The ceiling of the cave cracked, first large boulders crashing down accompanied by scalding magma. Following that, the ground began to collapse, and the originally flowing rock walls lost their luster, rapidly crumbling into pieces. This place is going to collapse. Seeing the approaching torrents of lava and flames, Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Xiao Bai!" Whoa! The white tiger let out a low roar and dashed in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng climbed onto the white tiger's back. Charge out! The white tiger transformed into a streak of white lightning and dashed toward the cave entrance. Outside the volcano, above the sky, Zhou Juyo watched below, his brow furrowed. It has been 3 days. Is that kid still alive? Before he could finish, Zhou Juyu's expression suddenly changed. Rumble! A loud noise echoed from deep within the volcano. That terrifying volcano, which even the strongest kings dared not intrude upon, began to collapse and sink at a visible speed, as if its backbone had been drawn out. Torrents of lava surged into the sky and then crashed back down to the ground. Fragments of stone flew everywhere, and dust obscured the sun. The terrifying shockwave swept outward, evaporating even the swirling snow. This? Zhou Jiyu's pupils constricted, disbelief written all over his face. The restriction has dispersed. At that moment, a white figure shot out from the collapsing mountain, traversing through the torrents of lava and rushing down the mountain. Jiang Feng was sitting on the back of the white figure. Zhou Juyo was initially delighted. That kid is still alive. But soon his smile froze on his face and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. No way. This volcano's catastrophe, could it be that this kid caused it to collapse? Otherwise, how could it have been fine for so long? Did this kid really blow it up after only 3 days inside? Below, Jiang Feng had already realized that he had been played by the phoenix. Neither the surging magma around him nor the splashing flames posed any threat to him. Jiang Feng's thoughts moved, and a strand of crimson golden flame shot out from his fingertip. The flame was feeble, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Jiang Feng flicked his finger. Whoosh! The flame landed on a massive stone that was crashing down towards him. Hiss! That hard rock, which was the size of a calf, instantly melted away, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. What a powerful incineration force! Jiang Feng secretly praised. His thoughts shifted, and he activated one of the 2 secret techniques from the Zhuke entry inheritance. Body of Fire Protection. Buzz. A layer of crimson golden light enveloped him and the white tiger. Under this protective force, the scorching flames around them not only failed to harm them, but were slowly devoured by the light shield, transforming into energy for the protective barrier. Let's try the other one. Jiang Feng's thoughts moved again. Zhuke Escape Technique. This was not a movement technique, but a spell. In an instant, flames spread across Jiang Feng's body, quickly wrapping around the white tiger. In the next moment, bang! The flames exploded. The figures of Jiang Feng and the white tiger had already vanished. At the foot of the mountain, a wave of firelight rushed forth. As the flames receded, the figures of Jiang Feng and the white tiger became visible. This Zhuke escape technique is simply divine. When activated, it allows one to transform into flames, becoming formless and directly immune to physical attacks. Jiang Feng couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, behind him and the white tiger, the entire volcano had completely collapsed, transforming into a chaotic basin. Having lost the divine power of the Zhuqiue, the roaring winds and snow rushed in quickly, covering the scorching lava and debris. In just a moment, the volcanic ruins merged with the vast expanse of snow. Not a trace was left to be found. Jiang Feng's expression turned solemn as he deeply bowed towards the direction of the collapse. The grace of the senior I will remember in my heart. The white tiger beneath him also slightly lowered its head, letting out a low whimper, as if bidding farewell. Jiang Feng patted the white tiger's head. Let's go, Xiao Bai, it's time to go back. Above the sky, Zhou Juyo watched Jiang Feng, his expression filled with amazement. Though I still can't see through this kid, I can clearly feel that he is stronger than before he went in. Zhou Juyo quietly followed in the air. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Immortal Realm at the 7th Pavilion's dojo, 2 groups of people were in a standoff, the atmosphere tense. Yan Zhixia and the others stood in the back, while Yi Lingtian and Yi Xiao stood in front of them, their true essence surging as they fixed their gazes on the young man opposite them. The young man wore a moon-white martial outfit, his features handsome, and his brows carried an air of natural arrogance. He stood with his hands behind his back, and just the aura emanating from him made it hard for the 6 people opposite to lift their heads. The young man's name was Nangong Yun, a peaked 7th grade, the number 1 among the younger generation of the Nangong family. Yi Lingshan's expression darkened. Nangong Yun. How dare he personally come down to trouble a few newcomers? Nangong Yun's expression was calm. I just want to find that guy named Jiang Feng. Then go find him. Yi Lingtian spat, sneering. Nangong Yun frowned slightly, his surrounding spiritual energy slowly rising. I'll say it one last time. Nangong Yun's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable pressure. Tell me the whereabouts of that kid, and I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, bear the consequences. There were still many onlookers among the surrounding talents. By now they all knew who the people above the 5 pavilions were. Whispers arose. What is the upper management trying to do by sending so many seniors into the new student assessment? They are older, and their foundations must be thicker than ours. Once the restrictions are lifted, their speed of advancement will definitely be several times ours. Are we supposed to risk our lives to compete with them? Is there no one left in the Nangong family? The number one among the younger generation of the Nangong family actually came down personally to trouble a few small fries. Among the crowd, a young man with a broken brow lowered his voice, speaking to his companion. I have heard some inside news. This generation of the Nangong family, along with the leaders of the previous generation, have all been killed. The younger generation has almost been wiped out, so Nangong Yun must step in himself. Really? Who is so ferocious? The short-haired young man widened his eyes in shock. The young man with the broken brow laughed. I heard it seems to be. Just as he was about to finish, a gentle voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Excuse me, could you make way? Hearing that he was interrupted at such a critical moment, the short-haired young man immediately got angry and turned back displeased. Who are you? The young man raised his eyes to look at him, speaking calmly. Jiang Feng. The short-haired genius frowned. I don't care about you. Beside him, the one with broken eyebrows recognized Jiang Feng's face and suddenly changed his expression. He lifted his leg and kicked his companion away. The short-haired genius fell face first. The one with broken eyebrows ignored him and hurriedly stepped aside. Brother, please. Jiang Feng clasped his hands in greeting. Thank you. After saying this, he walked through the crowd, heading straight to the center of the dojo. The short-haired genius got up and rushed in front of the one with broken eyebrows, raising his middle finger. Did a donkey kick your brain? Why did you kick me? You're the one whose brain was kicked by a donkey. The one with broken eyebrows slapped him backhanded, lowering his voice. I'm saving you. Hurry up and thank your adoptive father. Get lost. The short-haired genius rolled his eyes as if recalling something, suddenly becoming excited. Right. Jiang Feng. I just remembered. Isn't Jiang Feng the one Nangong Yun is looking for? The one with broken eyebrows looked at him as if he were an idiot, sighed faintly. Have you considered why Nangong Yun is looking for him? The short-haired genius was stunned, finally reacting, his face turning pale. You mean? The one with broken eyebrows nodded. Exactly. The younger generation of the Nangong family has been nearly wiped out by someone named Jiang Feng. The short-haired genius gulped his back, instantly drenched in cold sweat. Just now he had actually been cursing at such a terrifying figure. I bow to my adoptive father. The atmosphere in the center of the dojo grew increasingly tense. Yan Jixia suddenly stepped forward, her eyes losing their usual gentleness, replaced by a cold glare. She looked at Nangong Yun. What do you want with Jiang Feng? Nangong Yun replied coldly. Naturally, blood for blood. Yan Jixia frowned slightly. There are rules in the examination area that prohibit seniors from attacking freshmen without reason. Are you not afraid of consequences? Rules? Nangong Yun scoffed, his gaze disdainful. I have my own way. The dead cannot file Yan Jixia looked at him, her expression gradually calming. I see. Her fingertips quietly tightened. The oranger gem in her palm shattered with a sound. Buzz. In an instant, a scarlet blade intent shot up to the sky. The terrifying sharpness instantly engulfed the 7th Pavilion dojo. A blade of fiery light, several zhang long, condensed out of thin air, with crimson flames swirling on its blade, slashing straight down towards Nangong Yun. Nangong Yun's pupils shrank suddenly. He actually sensed the breath of death from this strike. He dared not be careless, activating his golden body law image with all his strength, protecting himself behind it. Boom. The blade light struck the golden body, and the shockwaves rippled outwards. The surrounding examinees felt an overwhelming pressure rush towards them, causing them to retreat repeatedly, their faces filled with horror. In the next moment, Nangong Yun was engulfed by the blade light. However, the flame-like blade light only lasted less than a second before it suddenly expanded. Pooh! Yan Jixia spat out a mouthful of blood, an unusual look of unwillingness showing in her eyes. Just a little more. With her current strength, she couldn't fully unleash the remnant blade intent left by her mother to save her life. The fiery blade light dissipated. Nangong Yun stood in place, his clothes tattered, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, his posture indescribably wretched. Yet he ultimately withstood it. Bitched. Nangong Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning sinister. What a pity. If all the power of that blade had landed, I would already be dead by now. Nangong Yun's lips curled upwards, and then the curve gradually became hideous. He almost died at the hands of a 3rd-grade ant. Bitch. Suddenly Nangong Yun seemed to go mad, his demeanor drastically changing, resembling a rabid dog. His aura surged violently, releasing the pressure of a peak 7th-grade cultivator. Yi Lingshan's expression changed dramatically. Run. He was very familiar with Nangong Yun. This guy usually pretended to be a gentleman, but at heart, he was a twisted pervert. Run. Nangong Yun laughed furiously. Can you escape? Just as he finished speaking. Boom. A wave of scorching air swept in from the side, carrying an aura that could incinerate everything, stopping in front of Nan Gongyun. Amidst the rolling flames, a figure slowly solidified. Jiang Feng looked at Nan Gongyun, his expression unreadable. Who is the bitch cursing? Yi Lingshan's expression changed drastically upon seeing Jiang Feng. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Hurry and get lost. He purposely didn't call Jiang Feng by name, trying to muddle through. Jiang Feng had almost died against Nan Gongbei. Facing Nan Gongyun, there was no chance of victory at all. While speaking, Yi Lingtian also made eye contact with those behind him, worried that Yan Zhixia and the others would be exposed. But to his surprise, there was not a hint of panic on Yan Zhixia and the others' faces. Qin Hao even crossed his arms behind his back, striking a signature show-off pose. Yi Lingtian was dumbfounded. He looked at Yan Zhixia, his face full of astonishment. Aren't you worried? Yan Zhixia shook her head. If he dares to make a move, he will definitely not lose. Yi Lingtian opened his mouth, feeling it was absurd. He chuckled bitterly. You may not understand Nan Gongyun's strength. Qin Hao raised his chin slightly, his tone calm. A dead man is nothing to understand. Yi Lingtian and Yi Xiao exchanged glances, both reading a line in each other's eyes. This group of guys has gone mad. In the arena, Nan Gongyun narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Jiang Feng did not answer, his peak 6th grade aura bursting forth. He raised his right hand, reaching towards Nan Gongyun. Seeking death. Nan Gongyun's fury erupted. How many years had it been? No one had ever dared to act so arrogantly before him. Let alone he was just a 6th grade. Boom. The golden body law image behind him reformed, shining brilliantly, its might even more terrifying than before. A terrifying pressure engulfed the scene, causing the onlooking geniuses to change color. Jiang Feng remained calm, his palm moving continuously. The Great Sun Golden Body technique was in motion. Buzz. A golden sun phantom suddenly appeared behind Jiang Feng. Nan Gongyun's pupils contracted. He felt it clearly. That golden sun phantom was not a law image. It was a manifestation of vital energy that would only appear when a body-refining warrior's blood and chi reached a certain level, without giving Nan Gongyun a chance to react. Boom. A domineering and blazing golden light erupted from Jiang Feng's body. Crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out. Jiang Feng's palm easily pierced through Nan Gongyun's golden body law image as if it had penetrated thin paper. Smack. In Nan Gongyun's astonished gaze, Jiang Feng's hand grasped his neck. His fingers tightened, applying a slight force. Nan Gongyun uncontrollably lifted off the ground. Jiang Feng pulled him close. His gaze remained calm, yet it exuded a chilling aura of death. Answer me. Who is the bitch cursing? Nan Gongyun struggled desperately, yet his true energy remained utterly suppressed by Jiang Feng's terrifyingly overwhelming Qiblood force, utterly immobile. Who are you? The words forced themselves from Nan Gongyun's throat as he stared fixedly at Jiang Feng, straining to overlay this face onto those monstrous figures he remembered from the 7th Pavilion. But not a single feature matched. Jiang Feng's voice was cold and detached. You've been searching for me, and now you ask who I am. Nan Gongyun's pupils trembled. You're Jiang Feng. Impossible. His face darkened visibly with cyanosis, fueled by shock and oxygen deprivation. The Liu family had assured him that Jiang Feng had merely slain Nangong Beichuan through a life-risking secret art and an anomalous artifact capable of shattering a 7th-rank golden body manifestation. In terms of genuine combat prowess, Nangong Beichuan could have crushed him effortlessly. Yet this man before him had shattered his golden body manifestation with sheer physical might, and even sealed his entire reservoir of true energy. Such a being, could he truly have been overpowered by Nangong Beichuan? Nearby, Yi Lingtian and Yi Xiao stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. Yi Lingtian turned toward Qin Hao, who stood nearby, posing nonchalantly. Is that really Jiang Feng? Am I hallucinating? Qin Hao offered no reply. Only a sidelong glance sharp with silent condescension. Beside them, Yi Xiao swallowed hard, voice taut. Damn it all. I'm glad I played it smart back then. I actually thought this monster would serve Brother Tian as a dog. Brother Tian would be lucky to serve him as a dog. Only when Yi Lingtian's gaze swept over him did Yi Xiao cut himself off, grinning excitedly. Brother Tian. Looks like our bet paid off. Yi Lingtian nodded woodenly, still reeling from astonishment. 3 days ago, this youth had barely eked out victory over Nangong Beichuan by the skin of his teeth. Now facing the far stronger Nan Gongyun, he handled him as though lifting a chick. What in those 3 days could the gulf between mortals truly widen to such an unfathomable chasm? Elsewhere, Qin Fei clenched his fists, awestruck. No wonder he's Brother Jiang. Absolutely extraordinary. Yan Zhixia scanned Jiang Feng from head to toe, finding no visible injury, before her gentle smile returned serene and warm. Mu Huaijin stood slightly behind and to the side of Yan Zhixia. Her icy, elegant features bore not only shock, but also something more complex. She too had nearly intervened moments earlier, yet hesitation cost her the chance. Yan Zhixia had already acted. Her gaze drifted across Yin Jixua's profile ahead. Her fingers resting at her sides curled faintly inward. A quiet unease settled within her, a sense that something vital was slipping further and further beyond her reach. At the center of the training ground, Jiang Feng regarded Nan Gongyun impassively. Apologize. Nan Gongyun clenched his jaw, silent. He, Nan Gongyun, the foremost among Nan Gong's younger generation, had never bowed his head to anyone. Jiang Feng continued, tone unshaken, then die. His 5 fingers began to tighten. Nan Gongyun's cervical bones groaned under unbearable strain. His eyeballs bulged, blood vessels rupturing, his eardrums shrieked, darkness swam before his vision. At last he understood. This man would truly snap his neck. Wait, I apologize. The words emerged ragged and strained. Jiang Feng released his grip. Speak, he commanded, voice flat and hollow. The instant Nan Gongyun touched ground, his true energy surged back. His eyes flickered with cunning. Dream on. Before the final syllable faded, his aura exploded outward. He lunged to flee. Yet the moment he moved, a hand settled upon his shoulder, immovable as Mount Tai, pinning him rigid to the spot. Then a ruthless torrent of force poured from that palm. Nan Gongyun's knees buckled. They struck the snow-covered earth with thunderous impact. Boom. Snow erupted, revealing the unyielding bluestone beneath. Speak. Jiang Feng's voice echoed once more, calm yet laced with glacial dread. Humiliation seethed in Nan Gongyun's heart, but fear left no room for defiance. He lifted his gaze toward that white-robed figure and forced out a trembling whisper. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you scum. Insufficient. Jiang Feng's hand slid from Nan Gongyun's shoulder to the nape of his neck and slammed downward. Thud. Nan Gongyun's skull crashed against the bluestone. The stone, harder than any cultivator's golden body, cracked open his forehead. Blood oozed through fissures like crimson veins. Jiang Feng seized his hair, yanking his head upward. Repeated. Nan Gongyun's temples throbbed violently, but he dared not resist. Instead, he raised his voice. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Still insufficient. Jiang Feng pressed down again, harder. Thud. Nan Gongyun's face crumpled, his nasal bone snapped with a crisp, sickening crack. Blood and foam spurted from his nostrils. Jiang Feng hauled him upright once more, voice unchanged, repeated. Nan Gongyun's voice began to quaver. I'm sorry. Before he could finish, Jiang Feng's voice, cold as a demon's breath, rippled beside his ear. Insufficient. Thud. Blood burst outward. Insufficient. Insufficient. Thud. Still insufficient. Thud. Thud. Again and again. Across the 7th Pavilion's training ground, only Jiang Feng's placid voice and the dull rhythmic thud of Nan Gongyun's skull striking stone remained. Nan Gongyun's emotions twisted. Rage to humiliation, humiliation to numbness, to raw primal terror. I'm sorry. I deserve death. I am the scum. Please, spare me. Stop. If you strike again, I'll die. His voice broke into sobs, his body convulsed uncontrollably. On that ruined, blood-smeared face, not a trace remained of the pride that once marked Nan Gong's peerless young prodigy. Around them, the assembled geniuses held their breath, too terrified even to inhale. This is too brutal. Death is swift, but this is soul annihilation. We must never cross this. Whispers brimmed with dread and wariness. At the center of the arena, Jiang Feng finally ceased. His tone as unruffled as ever. Dying is precisely the point. I intended for you to die from the start. This charade served only one purpose: to stage a spectacle, for everyone to witness. He meant to make one truth undeniable: whoever dared harm those close to him would suffer consequences beyond death. Now, the lesson had reached its zenith. The performance was over. Jiang Feng placed his palm once more upon Nan Gongyun's nape, ready to press down, when suddenly a tall, gaunt figure materialized mid-air, voice frigid as winter steel. Enough. The man wore gray martial robes, his aura dense and mountainous. His gaze swept over Nan Gongyun's near-lifeless form, brows furrowed in grim disapproval. Then his eyes locked onto Jiang Feng, sharpening with severity. Boy, I am Meng Yong, chief examiner of this martial examination. Mercy has its place. This ends here. Jiang Feng glanced up, once. Oh. The word hung in the air. Then without pause his palm descended with lethal finality. Thud. Nan Gongyun's skull shattered against the ground like a watermelon, exploding violently. Crimson and ivory splattered across the frost-laced stone. Jiang Feng retracted his hand. The blood on his palm evaporated as his vital energy circulated. The entire area fell into silence. Meng Yong's expression shifted from shock to rage. You are seeking death. Boom. The terrifying pressure of a 9th-grade powerhouse descended upon Jiang Feng like a tangible force. Under this pressure, Jiang Feng's gaze darkened, and he couldn't help but take a half-step back, his shoulders slightly drooping. The sturdy bluestone floor beneath his feet creaked under the burden, showing signs of cracking. Jiang Feng furrowed his brows and looked at Meng Yong. As an examiner, can you attack a candidate without reason? Meng Yong narrowed his eyes. Do you think you can intimidate me with rules? He slowly walked towards Jiang Feng, a cold smile on his face. An examiner certainly cannot attack a candidate without reason. But what if? I merely wanted to cultivate here and accidentally let my power go out of control, killing you. As these words fell, a stir arose around. The young talents furrowed their brows, feeling outraged yet unable to voice it. Someone sighed softly. In this world, ultimately it's all about who has the stronger fist that can speak reason. Meng Yong approached Jiang Feng, wearing a mocking smile, his tone casual. Don't worry. When I cultivate, I will try my best to control my power. I will try my best not to kill anyone. At that moment, two figures quietly appeared outside the venue. Zhao Xiong observed the situation in the arena, his brows furrowed. I heard that Meng Yong accepted something from the Nangong family, and once this assessment is over he will become an external offering of the Nangong family. It seems true. He looked at the person beside him. Aren't you going to stop him this time? Duan Yushuang, however, answered without addressing the question. The Yomi Sword King has disappeared for 3 days, which is why Meng Yong dares to be so arrogant. Zhao Xiong rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Duan Yu smiled. Then let me share some things you don't know. 3 days ago that kid entered the Kunlun snowfield from the 5th Pavilion's venue, and the aura of Senior Zhou disappeared. Now that this kid has reappeared, I sense that Senior Zhou's aura has returned. Don't you think that's a coincidence? Zhao Xiong's pupils slightly constricted. Are you implying? In the arena, Meng Yong's aura began to rise. A fierce wind swept through, and the swirling snow turned into a towering white pillar. Above the venue the clouds roiled, and the sound of thunder faintly rolled. Is this the might of a 9th grade powerhouse? So terrifying. Jiang Feng is doomed this time. The surrounding young talents turned pale, hastily retreating. Meng Yong looked at Jiang Feng, a playful smile on his lips like a cat playing with a mouse. Kid, are you ready? I'm about to start cultivating. You'd better. Be careful. He slowly raised his palm. In the center of his palm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, frantically coalescing into a visible pale green vortex. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to tremble. Jiang Feng remained silent, standing his ground, not retreating. For the examiner's aura not only locked onto him, but also onto several companions behind him. Seeing Jiang Feng's calm face, a trace of surprise flashed in Meng Yong's eyes. This kid is really unafraid. Amidst the astonishment, Meng Yong also felt a surge of anger. Just a 6th grade. Why is he not afraid? He snorted coldly, and the green light in his palm surged dramatically, about to make a move. Buzz. A piercing buzzing sound rang out. Suddenly the sky darkened. What is that? Someone looked up and exclaimed. The crowd gazed upwards. Above the clouds a sword shadow tore through the heavens, rapidly descending towards the ground. Where the sword shadow passed, the space twisted as if sliced by a sharp blade. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth shook. The wind and snow within 1,000 meters were completely evaporated. The terrifying aura locked onto Meng Yong. Before the sword shadow even descended, the green vortex gathering around Meng Yong had already shattered. His raised right arm froze in midair, his face draining of color. No. Meng Yong growled, wanting to dodge, but his body was firmly suppressed by an invisible force. Swish! The sword shadow slanted down, piercing through Meng Yong's chest and pinning him to the bluestone floor. Puff! Fresh blood gushed from Meng Yong's mouth as his body twitched uncontrollably. All his power evaporated in an instant, consumed by the sword intent flooding his body. Oh dear! I accidentally became engrossed in sword practice and didn't control my strength well. It's truly too careless of me. All his power evaporated in an instant, consumed by the sword intent flooding his body. Oh dear! I accidentally became engrossed in sword practice and didn't control my strength well. Zhou Jiuyu landed in front of the middle-aged man, his face adorned with a warm smile. I was careless, you must understand, right? Meng Yong had long lost the arrogant demeanor he once had. His pale face was now filled with fear and pleading. Senior Zhou, spare my life. I just intended to scare him. I didn't truly want to take his life. Zhou Jiuyu's smile grew even more radiant. Is that so? He paused, his tone becoming gentler. It's alright. Anyway, I truly want to kill you now. Meng Yong's pupils constricted, still wanting to say something. The sword shadow embedded in his chest suddenly exploded. Endless sword intent surged. Meng Yong burst forth like fireworks, disintegrating into countless black particles, ultimately dissipating along with the overwhelming dark sword intent. The venue once again fell into silence. No one knew who spoke first, their voice trembling uncontrollably. A 9th grade powerhouse didn't even have the chance to resist. Just like that, he died. This is a king-level powerhouse. Crushing a 9th grade is as simple as squashing an ant. Jiang Feng retracted his aura and stepped forward. He cupped his hands in salute. Thank you, senior. Zhou Jiuyu waved his hand. No need to thank me, this is simply my duty. An examiner attacking a candidate without reason, daring to assess according to the rules, must be punished. He cast a sweeping gaze around. Rules are rules. Whoever breaks the rules I will kill. With that, Zhou Jiuyu withdrew his gaze and looked at Jiang Feng again. With your strength, don't waste time in the lower 5 pavilions. Hurry to the 7th pavilion. There are opportunities waiting for you there. Jiang Feng smiled and said, the junior indeed has this intention. Zhou Jiuyu looked at him for a moment, then suddenly frowned. Kid, let me say one more thing. When necessary, learning to bow is not a bad thing. Only by living can there be more possibilities. Jiang Feng was silent for a moment, then sincerely said, but before my bottom line, I would rather be a dead person than a living ghost. Zhou Jiuyu's brow suddenly relaxed, a look of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Jiang Feng suddenly changed his tone, becoming a bit more relaxed. Of course, just now I also felt that the examiner didn't have the ability to kill me. Zhou Jiuyu was taken aback for a moment, then clapped and laughed. Good kid. So bold. I appreciate you. As his laughter gradually subsided, what if I were to take action? P.S. Thank you all for your blessings and gifts. I wish and firmly believe that you filled with kindness and love will certainly be filled with kindness and love in the days to come. Love you all. Additionally, once I finish this busy period, I will consider adding more updates. Whether I can manage it depends on my schedule. Jiang Feng said seriously. The senior wouldn't do that. Zhou Jiuyu flicked his sleeve. Tisk, you're really boring. Seemingly losing interest in the conversation, Zhou Jiuyu waved his hand, and the space beside him tore apart. Zhou Jiuyu stepped inside and the rift closed behind him, ultimately disappearing along with his figure. The onlookers, still reeling from the shock of Zhou Jiuyu's decisive kill of Meng Yong, remained in a daze. By the time they came to their senses, their gazes instinctively fell on Jiang Feng. Who on earth is this guy? Daring to confront a 9th-grade powerhouse, and able to chat freely with a king-level powerhouse. Could he be a descendant of some king-level expert? It's possible. Remember him and the people around him. Oh, we must not provoke them. Amidst the whispers, the crowd gradually dispersed. Everyone instinctively kept their distance from Jiang Feng, as if avoiding a flood or a fierce beast. Jiang Feng didn't mind and turned to approach Yan Zhixia and the others. He first looked at Yi Lingtian and Yi Xiao, saying, thank you. Yi Lingtian waved his hand, saying, you saved me. Naturally, I cannot sit idly by regarding your matters. That's how I am. I repay kindness. Yi Lingxian's tone changed, his gaze intense. You want to venture beyond the 5th floor? Count me in, okay? Jiang Feng nodded. Sure, but I need to wait a bit. I have some things I want to say to my friends. No problem. They'll go wait for you at the 5th pavilion. Yi Lingtian grinned, his smile carrying a hint of coldness. Some guys must be feeling quite pleased right now. I need to go slap his face hard. As he finished speaking, Yi Lingtian directly took Yi Xiao and left a fierce, killing intent swirling around him. Jiang Feng looked at Yan Zhixia, who was also gazing at him, her eyes gentle and her brows curved. Mu Huijin, expressionless, reached out to grab Chen Fei and Qin Hao by the back of their collars. Still watching, Chen Fei, momentarily stunned, asked, what's happening? Qin Hao, however, was perceptive enough and didn't forget to give Jiang Feng a thumbs up. Only the two of them remained in the arena. Jiang Feng spoke first. That knife intent seed you used was too casual. The fierce blade light that Yan Zhixiao activated was a knife intent seed refined using the original heart's energy by a knife-down master. It costs years of painstaking cultivation in one go. Usually it can be kept nearby for comprehending knife intent. At a critical moment, it can also be used for saving one's life. The one in Yan Zixia's hand should be a life-saving trump card left for her by Lu Hanyan. Jiang Feng shook his head. In any case, he won't find me. Why must you stick your neck out? Not casually, Yan Zhixia smiled gently. I want to protect you. Jiang Feng frowned. I don't. Yan Zhixia shook her head. Then I must protect you. Jiang Feng sighed. How had he not noticed before that this girl was so stubborn? But looking at the young girl's lovely face so close, Jiang Feng suddenly felt a bit dazed. It seemed a bit more beautiful than before. What unsettled him even more was the overwhelming rage that surged within him when he heard Nangong Yun curse bitch and saw Yan Zhixia spit blood from the backlash of the knife intent. He nearly couldn't suppress the talent of heart, like still water. That feeling was very strange, also very unfamiliar. Just as he was lost in thought, Yan Zhixia suddenly leaned her face closer. The distance between them suddenly closed. Yan Zhixia smiled brightly. Are you feeling sorry for me? Jiang Feng's pupils trembled and his heart raced. He stepped back calmly, without answering. But Yan Zhixia didn't give him a chance to breathe, stepping forward again. That person insulted me just now. You seemed very angry. Jiang Feng scratched his nose and stepped back again. Still no answer. Yan Zhixia leaned in again, her smile growing deeper. Are you? Before she could finish, Jiang Feng abruptly turned around. Using the wind step technique, Jiang Feng's figure transformed into an afterimage, instantly disappearing at the end of the 7th pavilion's gate. Only a hurried sentence drifted back with the wind. I'm leaving first, take care of yourself. Watching Jiang Feng's retreating figure as he fled in a hurry, Yan Zhixia finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mu Huijin and the others approached again. Shen Fei scratched the back of his head, looking confused as he gazed towards the snowy path. Is Jiang Ge leaving just like this? He then curiously looked at Yan Zhixiao. What did Jiang Ge say to you? You look so happy. Yan Zhixiao retracted her gaze, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. He didn't deny it. The fifth pavilion of Kunlun. The 30 slots had already been filled, mostly occupied by the talents from the Sima family, Long family, and Lu family. At this moment, they had just finished a round of cultivation. Lu Shen, Sima Han, and Long Lingxian gathered together. Lu Shun broke the silence first. That fool Yi Lingtian, for a few unrelated people, even offended his own family. A person like that is destined to accomplish nothing. His tone was filled with contempt and disdain. Long Lingxian frowned, but I don't dislike a guy like him. At least he's better than some who only know how to scheme. Sima Han pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. I don't think he's foolish, he might be gambling. Gambling? Lu Shen scoffed, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. What is there to gamble on? Nangong Yun has already descended the mountain, and I've told him everything about that Jiang. Even if that kid can come back alive, it's only a dead end. Gambling? Lu Shen scoffed, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. What is there to gamble on? Nangong Yun has already descended the mountain, and I've told him everything about that Jiang. Lu Shen shook his head. There's no possibility of that. Even if Jiang Feng is extraordinary, he cannot grow to the point of contending with Nangong Yun in just 3 days. As soon as his words fell, the barrier at the entrance of the fifth pavilion suddenly shimmered. All eyes were drawn to it. The next moment, they saw Yi Lingtian and Yi Xiao step through the barrier and stride into the arena. Lu Shen come out and face death. Yi Lingtian's roar reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the entire arena. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Shen's eyes. How did this guy come? But he quickly revealed a look of He coldly smiled at Yi Lingtian, full of disdain, acting so grateful, yet when faced with that freak Nangong Yun, he shrank back in fear. This was the only reasonable explanation. Idiot. Yi Lingtian spat. In a flicker, he was enveloped by a violent killing intent. With all his 6th grade true essence bursting forth, he smashed his iron fists down upon Lu Shen's head. Lu Shen's gaze sharpened, and the sword energy around him circulated, the killing intent equally fierce. Are you afraid? Clang. Lu Shen drew his long sword from his waist, a sharp sword aura slicing through the air, colliding fiercely with Yi Lingtian's fist aura. Boom. Amidst the surging air waves, the two retreated several steps, neither gaining the upper hand. Yi Lingtian's fighting spirit surged even more. Lu Shen, however, suddenly let out a cold laugh, taking a half-step back. Fool, do you really think he'll fight you, Onion? He waved his hand, and several talents from the Lu family immediately surrounded him. Their auras erupted one after another, forming an encirclement. Yi Lingtian stopped in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding talents from the Lu family, yet there was not a trace of fear on his face, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as expected of a swordsman, truly a shameless person. He paused, then changed his tone, adding a hint of mockery. But you don't think we are only 2 people, do you? Upon hearing this, Lu Shen couldn't help but scoff. Even the talents from your own Yi family won't help you. Who else can help you? This remark seemed to touch on Yi Lingtian's sore spot, causing his expression to darken. I don't need them. I can still take you down. In the 4th and 3rd pavilions, there are talents from previous generations of the Yi family. After learning that Nangong Yun was looking for trouble with Jiang Feng, he had once sought their help. But those guys not only refused to help, but also scolded him for not acting in the best interest. Nonsense about the greater good. They clearly just didn't want to provoke that lunatic Nangong Yun. They were being cowards. After seeing Yi Lingtian's determination to go it alone, the talents from the 4th and 3rd pavilions of the Yi family directly stated. What Yi Lingtian wanted to do had nothing to do with the Yi family. Even if Yi Lingtian were to die, they would not stand up for him. Even the new generation of the Yi family was intimidated by the pressure from a few individuals and dared not follow Yi Lingtian. Now Yi Lingtian, besides a Yi Xiao by his side, could be considered a lone wolf. Looking at Yi Lingtian's grim expression, Lu Shen grew even more smug. Your arrogance is quite something. Then do tell me, who else can help you? Just as Yi Lingtian was about to speak, a distant, indifferent voice pierced through the barrier of the 5th pavilion. Me. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. They saw the barrier glow, and in the next moment a figure carrying a knife pierced through the light curtain. It was Jiang Feng. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Lu Shen's smile froze. How is this brat still alive? But he quickly regained his composure, a mocking smirk reappearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems you are quite lucky to have avoided Nangong Yun. However, it's a pity that you shouldn't be here. A lucky rat should hide in the gutter and survive. Coming here is like walking into a trap. Jiang Feng ignored him and turned to Yi Lingtian. Brother Yi, how about I take care of this person? Yi Lingtian was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, retreating without hesitation. All right. His face was full of disdain. A worthless person can't even stir my fighting spirit. As the two ignored him, Lu Shen's expression suddenly darkened. Forget it. He took a deep breath, there's no need to get angry with a dying man. While speaking, he turned to a talented member of the Liu family beside him and instructed in a deep voice, "Go to the 4th pavilion and inform the people from the Nangong family that Jiang Feng is in the 5th pavilion, and I will do my best to hold him off for them." The Liu family talent nodded and swiftly headed toward the restricted entrance. Jiang Feng glanced at him, but did not stop him. Lu Shan looked at Jiang Feng again, his murderous intent growing stronger. He admitted that he was not Jiang Feng's opponent. However, stalling for a moment should not be a problem. As long as Nangong Yun arrives, this brat will undoubtedly die. At the edge of the dojo, Long Lingxian frowned and couldn't help but speak. "Jiang Feng, the people from the Nangong family are looking for you. If you don't want to die, hurry up and exit this assessment while they haven't arrived." Jiang Feng glanced at her, his tone calm. "Just in time, I was looking for them too." "You?" Long Lingxian was about to continue, but was stopped by Sima Han beside her. "Don't say anything. It's hard to persuade someone who is asking for death." Sima Han's expression was emotionless. Long Lingxian sighed and turned her head away, no longer speaking. In the battle circle, Lu Shan's aura suddenly surged. A pressure far beyond that of an ordinary peak 6th rank swept over like a storm. Strange blue-purple patterns appeared on his skin, and a hint of blood color stained the depths of his eyes. "Jiang Feng." Lu Shan's voice turned low and hoarse, but it was filled with undisguised pride. "I won't underestimate you like the idiot Nangong Beichuan." In front of him, several talented members of the Liu family simultaneously activated secret techniques. As their auras surged, their combined might wove an invisible giant net descending upon Jiang Feng. Feeling the surging power within him, Lu Shan's smile grew increasingly confident. Stalling for a moment. No, perhaps he could directly subdue this brat. Now, apart from not having condensed a golden body in terms of true essence, he should be no less than the first stage of the golden body. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Lu Shan suddenly felt a flash of fire in front of him. Immediately after, a series of dense muffled sounds echoed in his ears. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Shan instinctively lowered his head. He saw that the Liu family talents who had been standing behind him were now all collapsed on the ground. One by one, their eyes rolled back, limbs limp, and blood foamed at their mouths. This. Lu Shan's pupils shrank suddenly. At the edge of the dojo, Long Lingxian and Sima Han looked as if they had seen a ghost. Long Lingxian's red lips parted slightly, her eyes full of disbelief. Sima Han frowned tightly, his clenched fist trembling slightly. They hadn't actually seen clearly. They only saw a burst of fire sweeping, and those Liu family talents had already lost their ability to resist. In the battle circle, Lu Shan looked around, a trace of panic rising in his heart. Where is he? He looked around, but could not see Jiang Feng's figure. Sima Han's voice suddenly rang out, "Behind you." Lu Shan's pupils widened, and his body hair stood on end. He hurriedly urged all his true essence to escape forward. But a hand had already gripped the top of his head. "Where do you think you're going?" Jiang Feng's voice sounded behind Lu Shan. Lu Shan's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he felt a terrifying surge of blood power pour down from that hand, violently flooding into his body, instantly suppressing the true essence he was trying to unleash. Ugh! Lu Shan let out a muffled groan, his aura rapidly wilting. "Wait!" Realizing the situation was dire, Lu Shan quickly backtracked. "Don't kill me. Nangong Yun is about to arrive. He is a peak 7th rank warrior. You still have time to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, in the distance, Yi Lingtian and Yi Xiao exchanged glances and snickered simultaneously. Nangong Yun. Lu Shan heard the laughter and thought the two were mocking him, feeling an immense sense of humiliation. But before he could think further, the hand gripping his head suddenly loosened. Lu Shan fell to the ground, his eyes filled with excitement. Did I actually scare him? Feeling the power within him gradually recovering, Lu Shan felt secretly pleased. This guy is still wary of Nangong Yun. Is there anyone else? Jiang Feng's indifferent voice sounded again. Lu Shan was taken aback and instinctively looked up. He met Jiang Feng's calm eyes. "What did you say?" Jiang Feng asked flatly. "Are there others? They can come together." Lu Shan's pupils trembled. "This guy, has he gone mad?" Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed from a distance. Everyone looked up and saw the entrance to the 5th pavilion flashing with light. 5 figures penetrated the light curtain, entering in single file. The leading young man was tall and had a cold demeanor with narrow eyes and a heavy aura. He was actually a 5th stage golden body powerhouse. The 5 of them wore clothes embroidered with the Nangong family crest. Upon seeing the 5, Lu Shan's eyes instantly flashed with wild joy. The Nangong family has arrived. He suddenly sprang up from the ground, a sinister smile reappearing on his face. This brat is dead for sure. He looked up at the 5 golden body talents of the Nangong family, his eyes filled with anticipation. But soon the smile on his face froze again. The leading Nangong family talent displayed unexpected courtesy when facing Jiang Feng. "I am Nangong Hao." Nangong Hao took a deep breath and slightly cupped his hands towards Jiang Feng. What Nangong Yun and Nangong Beichuan did was their own decision and not the intention of the Nangong family. He paused and lowered his stance further. This matter. Can we let it end here? As his words fell, the entire 5th Pavilion Dojo fell into silence. Lu Xun stood frozen in place. What did he just hear? The Nangong family is backing down. How is this possible? Behind him, Long Lingxian and Sima Han also had shocked pupils. What on earth is— Nangong Hao ignored the astonished gazes around him, focusing intently on Jiang Feng, appearing somewhat nervous. They had already received news that Nangong Yun was killed by Jiang Feng. They also knew that Meng Yong, the examiner secretly bought by the Nangong family, was killed by the Sword King of the Underworld with a single strike. Now in this Kunlun immortal realm, the Nangong family's top combat power had been almost entirely wiped out by Jiang Feng. Compared to the other 4 families, they were in an absolutely weak position. Jiang Feng could kill Nangong Yun and naturally could kill them. Now to survive, there are only 2 paths left. Either directly withdraw from the assessment, or just like now, bow down. For this assessment, they had actually exhausted their potential, just like these newcomers. They had consumed a large amount of secret medicine to barely reach their current level. The upper echelons promised that as long as they passed the final assessment, the overdrawn potential would not only be fully restored, but there would also be tremendous opportunities waiting for them. But once they withdrew, their martial path would be severed for life. So they unhesitatingly chose the latter. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes, then he calmly said, ending it here is fine too. Nangong Hao and the other's eyes flashed with joy. Jiang Feng continued, but you must first show me your sincerity. Nangong Hao hurriedly replied, you can propose any conditions. As long as we can do it, we will never refuse. Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon Lu Xun and several other Lu family talents who had already lost their ability to resist his tone calm. Only one can live between them and you. Choose. Will you live, or will they die? Nangong Hao's eye twitched. They clearly had no intention of letting any of the Lu clan members live. Yet, what did it matter to him? His gaze grew steadily colder as he fixed it upon Lu Xun, standing nearby. Under such circumstances, it was far better for a fellow cultivator to perish than for oneself to suffer. Lu Xun's face paled. Never in his wildest thoughts had he imagined the situation would deteriorate into this. The Nangong clan not only refrained from holding Jiang Feng accountable, they now sought to sacrifice his life as restitution. Had the minds of these Nangong clan members truly been kicked by donkeys? But sensing Nangong Hao's killing intent, tangible suffocating, Lu Xun hesitated not. Run! He abandoned even the other Lu clan prodigies lying motionless on the ground. Lu Xun's true energy erupted violently around him, his body blurred into a streak of afterimage hurtling straight toward the entrance. Jiang Feng remained rooted where he stood, making no move to intervene. Opposite him, Nangong Hao stirred. Think you can flee? The moment the cold command fell from his lips, golden light flared explosively around his form. A Tuazhangtal golden dermic avatar solidified behind him, radiant resplendent, its immense pressure crashing down upon Lu Xun like an avalanche. Lu Xun felt as though struck in the back by an invisible mountain. His momentum shattered, his body pinned, immobile mid-stride. Nangong Hao flickered, then reappeared directly before him. You cannot kill me. Lu Xun's pupils trembled, his voice rang shrill and hollow. I am of the Lu clan's direct bloodline. Slay me and the prodigies from the upper pavilions of my clan will never let you be. Humph. Nangong Hao sneered, lowering his voice. Nangong Yun is already dead. Even if I spared you, do you truly believe the Lu clan would pass up the chance to kick a drowning dog? As for you. He seized Lu Xun's throat with one hand, fingers tightening slowly. When you used my Nangong clan as your pawn, you should have foreseen this fate. Lu Xun's eyes widened in shock. Nangong Yun dead. Overwhelmed by Nangong Hao's murderous aura, Lu Xun dared not hesitate, not even for a breath. He screamed hoarsely, I withdraw. Once he voluntarily withdrew from the trial, none could lawfully harm him further. To do so would violate the sacred rules. To Lu Xun's survival outweighed the trial itself. Wish to withdraw. Nangong Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Not so easily. A sharp slap echoed, the sound of Nangong Hao's other palm clamping over Lu Xun's mouth. Simultaneously, the fingers gripping his throat tightened with terrifying speed. A crisp snap, bone fractured. Lu Xun's neck twisted clean off, terror still frozen in his eyes as life fled his body. Nangong Hao exhaled a thick breath of turbid qi, then tossed the corpse carelessly onto the ground. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 Nangong clan prodigies had already moved. The few Lu clan prodigies sprawled helplessly on the floor met their ends without resistance. 5 hands, now stained with the blood of Lu clan heirs. Having completed this, Nangong Hao turned to Jiang Feng. This suffices then. Jiang Feng nodded. You may leave. Justice demanded its due. Grudges were personal debts precise. These 5 had never raised a hand against him. He saw no need to pursue annihilation. Yet Nangong Hao did not depart. He drew a deep breath. as if steeling himself, and lifted his gaze to Jiang Feng, jaw clenched. Now that our enmity is settled, I wish to discuss an alliance. An alliance? Jiang Feng's brow arched faintly. Indeed, Nangong affirmed, tone uncharacteristically earnest. You seek ascension, we shall aid you. We shall reveal every stratagem above, every sealed formation, every secret strength of rival clans' prodigies, and personally clear your path of obstacles. In exchange, you need only ensure our position remains secure within the 4th pavilion. He paused, then added, You've slain so many of our clan's elite. Retribution from their kin is inevitable. Yet should we bind ourselves deeply, entwined by mutual interest, our own kinsmen will act to restrain those seeking vengeance. Jiang Feng's eyes turned glacial. Is that a threat? No threat, merely truth laid bare. Nangong's expression turned grave. Those you slew were no minor figures. Many elders invested decades of cultivation and devotion into them. Now all is lost. Desperation breeds recklessness. You may fear nothing, but those beside you. Perhaps not. An alliance offers at least one layer of... Jiang Feng remained silent for a long moment. I've slaughtered so many of your Nangong clan. I ask again, can you truly ally with me? Nangong met his gaze, sincerity undimmed. That depends solely on whether profit lies therein. The 5 great clans of Longwa vie fiercely for supremacy, each secretly testing the other's limits. We, the younger generation, compete just as fiercely. With Nangong Yungan, the other 4 clans' prodigies will soon move against us, stripping us of our trial quota entirely. Yet our clan has poured immeasurable resources into us for this trial. Should all be forfeit, the damage would run deep, shaking our very foundations. Jiang Feng gave a slight nod. He believed it. Only desperation could compel such proud science to kneel before him. And yet, it was plain why these martial aristocratic houses endured unshaken across centuries. Even before mortal enemies, they severed hatred with surgical precision, choosing always the path most advantageous to survival. Like a flawless instrument, when a component failed, it was excised instantly, never allowed to compromise the whole. Seeing Jiang Feng withhold outright refusal, Nangong pressed forward urgently. Jiang Feng, ally with us. Above the 5 pavilions, none need you more than we do. Jiang Feng weighed the offer, then nodded. Alliance is possible, but I demand proof of sincerity first. A flash of elation lit Nangong's eyes. Agreed. You shall see it soon. We await you in the 4th pavilion. Without another word, he led his 4 companions swiftly through the entrance and vanished. The training hall fell silent once more. Prodigy's presence stood dazed, stunned. None had foreseen such. Lu Shun, the mastermind who believed himself in full control, was dead. And Jiang Feng, expected to wage war to the death with the Nangong clan, had instead forged an alliance with them. Yi Lingtian approached Jiang Feng and whistled low, Brother Jiang, this pact with the Nangong clan, is it to divide attention away from you? Jiang Feng nodded. To ascend further meant inevitably provoking more foes. His uncompromising nature left no room for tolerance. He feared no one, but reckless fanatics willing to die for vengeance might target Yan Jixia and the others. By placing the Nangong clan at the forefront, his own exposure diminished significantly. Yi Lingtian's expression darkened with complexity. This man moved with calm deliberation calculated to perfection, utterly unlike someone raised in obscurity. In combat prowess, temperament, and discernment alike he surpassed even those scions groomed since birth as heirs to noble houses. Yi Lingtian asked, then when do we depart? Jiang Feng replied coolly, one matter remains unresolved. His gaze swept past the crowd and settled unwavering upon Sima Han, who had already slunk deep into the throng. Sima Han's face stiffened. There was no escape now. Suddenly Long Lingxian, small delicate, stepped squarely before him, frowning. We never lifted a hand against you. Jiang Feng's expression remained impassive. You did not strike, but twice he sought to wield others' hands to end me. His gaze locked once more upon Sima Han. I shall deliver only 2 strikes. Life or death. Afterward our accounts are settled. Sima Han's face was grim. Even the golden body of Nangong Beichuan could not withstand Jiang Feng's attack. What could he use to defend himself? Long Lingxian frowned and said, 2 moves are acceptable, but you cannot use the method that broke Nangong Beichuan's golden body before. Sima Han's eyes brightened. If that were the case, he would have some confidence. Jiang Feng nodded. Considering your earlier reminder, it's acceptable. Behind him, Yi Lingtian and Yi Xiao had strange expressions. The versions of these people were clearly outdated. Sima Han took a deep breath, his confidence rekindled. Then let's do it. He stepped forward, his true essence beginning to surge. Man-God technique. Boom. Sima Han's already robust body surged again, his muscles inflating like they were inflated, and a powerful wave of vitality erupted around him. He then took out a dark brown pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Crackle. Crackling sounds echoed from within Sima Han's body. In an instant his entire body grew taller by half a foot. His skin hardened, and his aura became increasingly strong. Long Ling Xian smiled, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Sima Han is a physical cultivator, and with the stone body secret medicine, he can gather defense power comparable to the golden body law form in a short time. Sima Han looked at Jiang Feng, smiled confidently, his voice like thunder. Come on. We agreed on just 2 moves. Jiang Feng replied indifferently. If this is all you can do, you won't need 2 moves. Sima Han's expression hardened. In the next moment, Jiang Feng raised his right hand. At his fingertip, a tiny flame the size of a needle quietly gathered. It was the southern brightly fire. Sima Han was stunned. The flame was merely the size of a bean, flickering at Jiang Feng's fingertip as if a gust of wind could extinguish it. Behind him, several proud members of the Sima family were initially taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy really has a big mouth. With such a small flame, it would be a hassle to light a cigarette. It seems he knows he can't break through Han Guest's defense and just wants to go through the motions. Beside them, Long Ling Xian also felt surprised. But looking at Jiang Feng's calm face, a sense of unease inexplicably arose in her heart. She warned solemnly, Sima Han, don't be careless. Sima Han's expression was serious. Based on his observations of Jiang Feng, the more abnormal this person acted, the more dangerous he was. In the distance, even Yiling Tian and Yi Xiao were puzzled. They had seen Jiang Feng crush Nangong Yun's golden body law form with a single palm. So they understood very clearly that once Jiang Feng made a move, Sima Han would undoubtedly die. But with just this tiny flame, what could it do? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Feng flicked his finger. The tiny flame floated gently, drifting towards Sima Han. After doing all this, Jiang Feng turned directly and walked towards the entrance of the 5th pavilion. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Yiling Tian was taken aback for a moment, then instinctively followed. Yi Xiao, looking puzzled, pointed at Sima Han. What about him? Before he could finish, Yi Xiao's pupils suddenly dilated. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Yiling Tian was taken aback for a moment, then instinctively followed. Yi Xiao, looking puzzled, pointed at Sima Han. What about him? There were no screams, no struggles. When the flames subsided, not even ashes were left behind. As if Sima Han had never existed from the beginning. The entire venue fell into silence. Long Ling Xian's red lips parted slightly, her face horrified, and she instinctively took a step back. Yi Xiao opened his mouth, struggling for a long time, finally managing to squeeze out 2 words from his throat. Impressive. He turned around and saw that Jiang Feng and Yiling Tian had already disappeared beyond the gate's barrier. Wait for me. Yi Xiao hurriedly activated his movement technique and chased after them. In the dojo, the remaining proud members of the Sima family finally came to their senses. Han Ge! An anguished roar broke out. A Sima family prodigy with red eyes was about to rush towards the entrance. The others also erupted with their aura, following closely behind. In the next moment, a petite figure suddenly flashed and blocked their way. Bang! The giant sword fell to the ground. A heavy sword wind swept through, forcing several Sima family prodigies to a halt. Long Ling Xian's expression was ice cold. Where do you think you're going? The leading Sima family prodigy, filled with grief and anger, said, Of course we are going to take revenge for Han Ge. Long Ling Xian laughed coldly. Revenge? With your capabilities? A group of people stood frozen in place. The anger in their eyes gradually replaced by powerlessness. Long Ling Xian looked at them and sighed. Let this matter end here. From the previous behavior of the Nangong family's prodigies, to Jiang Feng's continuous display of terrifying techniques, and Yiling Tian's unusual attitude, she had already vaguely guessed something. Long Ling Xian turned and looked at the nearest Long family prodigy. Go tell everyone in the Long family's upper 4 pavilions not to provoke Jiang Feng. Remember, under any circumstances, do not. On the other side, Jiang Feng and the others had already stepped onto the snowy path towards the 4th pavilion. Yi Xiao understood the order left by Yiling Tian to keep an eye on things, and did not follow. The mountain path became increasingly steep, but the wind and snow had lessened somewhat. The gravitational field was once again rising. Even with Yiling Tian's peak 6th grade void-breaking realm cultivation, his steps were noticeably heavier than before. Yiling Tian suddenly spoke. Looking at the attitude of those from the Nangong family, your killing of Nangong Yun should have already been known by the people above. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. It's fine. Yiling Tian frowned slightly. What I'm afraid of is that your reputation is too great, and someone will unite against you. Jiang Feng nodded. It's fine. Looking at Jiang Feng's calm face and thinking of this guy's overwhelming and strange abilities, Yiling Tian shook his head and smiled. True. What you should be worried about is not you. The two no longer spoke much and quickened their pace to climb up. About half an hour later, the mountain path suddenly narrowed. 2 steep rock walls stood like giant gates, leaving only a narrow passage in between. No remnants of wind and snow remained on the rock walls. The exposed black rocks were etched with incomprehensible ancient runes. After passing through the passage, a gigantic archway loomed at the end of the mountain path. It was at least 2 circles larger than the 5th pavilion. The surface of the archway shimmered with a dark golden light flowing like liquid metal emanating a heavy and intimidating pressure. Yiling Tian suddenly squinted. He saw several figures guarding the entrance of the barrier beneath the archway. The leader was dressed in a blue martial outfit with a grim expression. Seeing Jiang Feng and the others approach along the mountain path, the young man furrowed his brow and waved his hand. He saw several figures guarding the entrance of the barrier beneath the archway. The leader was dressed in a blue martial outfit with a grim expression. Seeing Jiang Feng and the others approach along the Upon hearing this, the grim young man's gaze passed over Yiling Tian and landed on Jiang Feng. And you? State your name. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, and then replied seriously, Qin family from Dong province Qinhao. Beside him, Yiling Tian twitched his mouth. The grim young man murmured, Qin family from Dong province. I haven't heard of it. He first pointed at Yiling Tian. Your Yi family prodigies have spoken. You are not allowed to go up to the 5 pavilions again. Then he pointed at Jiang Feng. You may enter, but you'd best behave yourself. Yiling Tian's eyes twitched. These guys really know how to choose. Jiang Feng's expression remained calm. All right. Qin, how is it? Follow me in. A sullen young man beckoned to Jiang Feng and strode ahead toward the gate's restrictive barrier. Jiang Feng turned his gaze to Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian shrugged lightly. I'll wait for you outside. He believed, firmly, that Jiang Feng would not stop here. Jiang Feng nodded and stepped forward following the sullen youth. The moment they passed through the shimmering barrier, a dense surge of spiritual energy washed over them. The interior space of the 4th pavilion far surpassed that of the 5th. At the center of the cultivation arena stood a towering white jade pagoda several zhang high. Its body was intricately hollow-carved, spiritual mist gushed from its spire, condensing into a fine ethereal rain that drifted downward. With every breath, Jiang Feng felt his true energy grow markedly stronger. The sullen youth had been observing Jiang Feng closely. Seeing him pass through the barrier with such unruffled composure, astonishment flickered across his eyes. He broke the silence first. My name is Li Yan, several years your senior. If you don't mind, just call me Brotherly. Jiang Feng nodded. Understood, Brotherly. A warmer smile spread across Li Yan's face, and his tone grew more affable. Since you've called me brother, I ought to offer you some timely counsel. He lowered his voice. Keep your distance from that Yiling Tian waiting outside. Jiang Feng frowned slightly. Why, oi? Li Yan glanced left and right before whispering even softer. Have you heard of a newcomer named Jiang Feng? Jiang Feng remained impassive. I've heard the name vaguely. Vaguely? Li Yan clicked his tongue. Then your intelligence network is truly abysmal. That Jiang Feng is ruthless. Born of common stock, utterly without backing, yet within the Kunlun immortal realm, he's nearly wiped out an entire generation of Nangong family prodigies. You know Nangongyan, don't you? A peerless master at the pinnacle of the golden body realm. Even he, the pride of the 3rd pavilion, was slain by Jiang Feng. At this, Li Yan himself involuntarily swallowed hard. Now the elite heirs of the great clans up here all regard Jiang Feng as a thorn in their side, and have secretly coordinated to suppress him jointly. We're stationed outside precisely to relay word the instant he appears. Jiang Feng asked curiously, and what does this have to do with Yiling Tian? Li Yan sighed. Truth be told, Yiling Tian is loyal to a fault. On Jiang Feng's behalf, he's severed ties with the elite heirs of the upper pavilions of his own Yi clan. Draw too near to him, and you'll inevitably suffer collateral damage. Jiang Feng's brows knit faintly. He swept his gaze across the arena and noticed numerous vacant cultivation seats, more than he'd expected. So many empty spots up here. Even if he'd eliminated a few, it shouldn't be this desolate. Li Yan sighed helplessly. That's precisely why we're posted outside, to guard the entrance. Above the 4th pavilion, any prodigy not affiliated with one of the 5 great clans, and lacking powerful backing, must swear allegiance to one of them. Those who refuse, either perish, or are driven to withdraw themselves. These vacant seats, they're reserved for the 5 clans' heirs still ascending in strength. Once they break through and arrive, the pavilion will fill again. Li Yan fixed Jiang Feng with a solemn look. Brother won't beat around the bush. I've never heard of any Qin clan from Dong province. At best, yours is a regional power. That you've reached this point on your own merit speaks volumes. From now on, stay close to me. Act more, observe less, and survive this trial intact. Jiang Feng was mildly surprised. This man appeared grim and aloof, yet proved forthright and earnest. Indeed, appearances deceive. Suddenly, a violent clash of true energy erupted ahead. Boom. A shockwave hurled spiritual rain outward in all directions. A furious roar split the air. Nangong Hao. Have you lost your mind, daring to strike us? They both looked up. To the east of the arena, Nangong Hao and 4 others had encircled 4 Lu clan prodigies clad in white martial robes. One Lu clan heir lay motionless on the ground, pierced through the chest by a blade, eyes wide open, life long extinguished. Nangong Hao gripped his long saber, expression icy. I kill only Lu clan scum. They planned this upon returning, to present these Lu clan heads as a pledge of fealty to Jiang Feng. Around them heirs from the other 3 great clans watched from afar, faces twisted with cruel amusement. Huh. The Lu clan brought this on themselves, scheming Nangong Yun to his death. No wonder the remaining Nangong heirs have gone feral. Fight! Fight! The more who die the better. Then all the quotas go to my Sima clan. Still Nangong Hao and his lot struck viciously. No warning, no provocation. Just pure ambush. We can't afford to provoke them, but we can avoid them. His words hadn't yet faded when an irritated voice cut in from the side. Li Yin, didn't I order you to remain outside? We can't afford to provoke them, but we can avoid them. His words hadn't yet faded when an irritated voice cut in from the side. Li Yin, didn't I order you to remain outside? Who gave you permission to enter? Jiang Feng looked up to see a broad-shouldered youth striding forward, clad in dark crimson martial robes embroidered with the Sima clan insignia, his face thick, with muscle, eyes sharp with menace. Li Yan's face stiffened, he forced a smile. Young Master Nian, you yourself said we may enter for 1 hour of cultivation after guarding outside for 2 hours. My time's up, so Time's up, Sima Nian sneered. If I told you to eat excrement, would you obey? Enough talk, get back outside now. Don't disgrace this place. Li Yin flushed crimson, but dared not protest, bowing low. Yes. I'll go immediately. Yet Sima Yin's gaze locked onto Jiang Feng. Who are you? Who granted you entry? Jiang Feng replied calmly. Qin Hao of the Qin clan of Dong Province. The Qin clan of Dong Province. Sima Yin searched his memory, then curled his lip in contemptuous mockery. So a nobody then. His expression hardened. All non-clan heirs, get out of the upper 5 pavilions. Beside him Li Yin clenched his jaw, then stepped forward with forced deference. Young Master Nian, there are still plenty of seats above. One more person won't. Get out. Sima Yin swung his hand back and struck. Hard. Boom. His palm cleaved the air, merciless and brutal. Li Yan's pupils contracted, but he dared not flinch, bracing himself to endure the blow. To offend Sima Yin meant exile from the Kunlun immortal realm. His clan had staked everything, every resource, on this opportunity. Even death. He would die here. But the blow never landed. A hand shot out from the side, fingers like iron clamps seizing Sima Yin's wrist mid-swing. Sima Yin froze. Then fury blazed in his eyes as he glared at Jiang Feng. Boy, do you wish to die, eh? Li Yin paled, shouting urgently, Brother Qin. Release him, don't act rashly. At that very moment the system activated. Ding. Detected host under bullying by a tyrant. Classic, cultivation prodigy, humiliated, trope triggered. Quest activated, endure, humiliation. Objective, survive under the oppressor's tyranny. Difficulty rating S-class. Hint, as a cultivator of negligible talent, facing a golden body realm master, resistance is tantamount to suicide. Recommendation, immediate surrender. Kneel, beg, and preserve your life. Survival ensures future opportunity. Reward tiered, based on completion grade DS. Jiang Feng's lips twitched faintly. Endure, humiliation. Kneel, and plead. He glanced at Sima Yin, stunned, wrist locked in his grip. Jiang Feng exhaled softly, refusing to release his hold. His other hand rose slowly, fingers closing around the hilt of his thunder-patterned sword. You all know Jiang Feng's name. But my blade, Qin House, has never dulled. Sima Yin, filled with rage, suddenly laughed, his facial muscles twitching, still a typical middle schooler. His expression abruptly turned fierce. The aura of his golden body realm's second level erupted, golden light surrounding him as his arm muscles bulged, fiercely pulling back. A mere 6th rank dares to compete with me. Yet in the next moment Sima Yin's expression froze. Jiang Feng's palm remained unmoved under the force he exerted. Not only that, a heavy surge of qi and blood far beyond his own flowed back through his arm, forcing the true essence within his body to start contracting. You? Sima Yin looked at Jiang Feng in shock. Li Yin beside them also widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. The Sima family is a family of physical cultivators. Purely in terms of brute strength, this Qin Hao actually subdued him with just one hand. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. Clang. The thunder pattern blade was drawn with a resounding sound. Purple arcs of electricity danced along the blade, emitting a deep rumbling thunder. Break the limits. Thunderous slash. With a light shake of his wrist, the blade light descended like a thunderbolt. Sima Yin's pupils constricted as the chill of death enveloped him instantly. He opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Wait. No. On the other side of the dojo, the battle between the outstanding members of the Nangong family and the Lu family had reached a boiling point. Outnumbered 4-5, the 4 from the Lu family were retreating step by step. The leading genius from the Lu family fought, while retreating, a look of resentment flashing in his eyes, yet his tone was extremely arrogant. Nangong Hao. Don't get too proud. The genius from our Lu family's 3rd pavilion will be coming down soon. By then you won't even have a chance to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression sinister. I was planning to deal with you slowly later. I didn't expect you to strike first. Nangong Hao's gaze darkened, the momentum of his blade growing sharper. Then I will take you down first. The attack intensified, gradually overwhelming the four from the Liu family. At that moment, boom, a sound of breaking air was heard. Both sides immediately became alert, retreating back. Bang! A figure fell into the center of the two groups, creating a small pit in the snow. Everyone stared in shock. They saw that the person's left arm was severed at the shoulder, his chest caved in, his eyes wide open, continuously spitting out blood. Finally, he twitched a few times, and then fell completely still. Isn't this Sima Yin? The leading genius from the Liu family showed an expression of surprise. Not far away, the previously carefree Sima family geniuses suddenly changed their expressions. They flickered and quickly surrounded. Upon seeing Sima Yin's tragic state, Sima Fei, the leader, suddenly looked up, his aura of the Golden Body Realm's 7th level erupting like a storm. His fierce gaze swept across the crowd as he roared, "Who did this?" A calm voice responded, "It was me." Everyone turned to look, seeing a figure approaching with a blade. Jiang Feng held the blade in his right hand and carried a severed arm in his left, followed by the bewildered Li Yan. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, the five from the Nangong family immediately showed delight in their eyes. Nangong Hao's long knife dropped, no longer attacking. On the opposite side, the geniuses from the Liu family exchanged glances, also taking a moment to catch their breath and watch the unfolding situation. After all, once their Liu family's third pavilion genius arrives, these last few from the Nangong family will all die. Sima Fei looked at Jiang Feng, his tone cold. "Who are you?" "Qin Hao from the Qin family of the East Province." Jiang Feng's voice was not loud, but under the resonance of qi and blood it sounded like a bell ringing, causing many in attendance to feel their eardrums throb, revealing expressions of horror. "A physical cultivator." Sima Fei narrowed his eyes, then sneered. "You dare to compare qi and blood with my Sima family? Truly ignorant." He stepped forward, his qi and blood exploding, instantly expanding his body. His skin took on a rocky gray-brown hue, transforming him into a towering stone giant. "Remember, the one who will kill you is Sima Fei." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sima Fei stomped forward, charging at Jiang Feng with immense force. Wherever he passed, even space rippled with dark waves, emitting a tearing, shrill explosion. A series of low gasps echoed around. Sima Fei's brutal divine skill is almost at the level of mastery, right? After some time, he should be able to challenge for the position of the third pavilion. That guy named Qin Hao is doomed. Among the crowd, only Nangong Hao and his five companions wore mocking expressions, a bunch of idiots. Behind Jiang Feng, Li Yan couldn't help but whisper, "Be careful. This Sima Fei is basically the strongest in the fourth pavilion, definitely not someone like Sima Yin can compare to." "Thank you for the reminder." Jiang Feng nodded. Nevertheless, there was still no ripple in his eyes. Watching the rapidly approaching Sima Fei, he activated the Five Emperors Royal Heaven technique. At full speed, the five elemental auras surging and converging. At the same time, he unleashed the Great Sun Golden Body technique. Buzz. A golden blazing sun's phantom appeared behind him, the scorching and domineering aura of qi and blood sweeping across the area, even evaporating the surrounding spiritual rain instantly. Jiang Feng raised his hand and threw the severed arm away. "I'm returning your belongings." The moment the severed arm flew out, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. It roared like a ferocious beast. The might of it was even more terrifying than the force of Sima Fei. "What?" The crowd displayed expressions of shock. Sima Fei, who was at the forefront, sensed the impending danger, his pupils constricting as alarm bells rang in his mind. But at this moment it was too late to dodge. Bang! The severed arm struck Sima Fei's face directly. The violent force erupted instantly. The severed arm exploded into a cloud of blood mist upon impact, and Sima Fei was sent flying backward, as if he had been hit by a rampaging ancient beast, blood spurting from his mouth. Bang! He heavily fell beside Sima Yin's corpse, his head tilting as he directly lost consciousness. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they gazed at the youth in the center of the dojo, filled with fear. Even someone as strong as Sima Fei was defeated by a throne's severed arm. This is impossible. The remaining three Sima family geniuses looked pale and found it hard to accept. Yet at the moment Jiang Feng's gaze swept over, they couldn't help but retreat repeatedly. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered with them. His gaze scanned the entire arena, his blade grounded, his tone calm, yet domineering. "From now on I will take over here." He surveyed the crowd again. Who is in favor? Who is against? The crowd exchanged glances, no one spoke. At that moment a system notification suddenly flashed in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding. Wonderful. The host actually angered the bully with shameless means, causing him to lose his rationality, leading to chaos within his ranks, ultimately losing control of his qi and blood, resulting in his explosion and death. It also thoroughly intimidated the others. Congratulations to the host for once again using his own powerful wisdom to defeat an invincible enemy. Task completion S rank. Rewards 1. Current level 15. 2. Dragon Slaying Blade. At the moment the system prompt flashed, Jiang Feng felt a power subtly beginning to manifest in his dantian. Jiang Feng's expression changed slightly. Not good. The method for condensing the perfect golden body had not yet been acquired. As soon as Jiang Feng's thoughts settled, that power suddenly vanished. The system prompt flashed in his mind once more. Detected the host strong resistance progress in cultivation temporarily sealed can be retrieved when needed. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled slightly. This foolish system actually has such intelligence. Immediately after information regarding Dragon Slaying Blade intent surged into his consciousness. Dragon Slaying Blade intent, a special soul blade intent that inflicts damage on both soul and body, killing invisibly. Effect directly slays the opponent's soul with the blade intent, transferring the damage to the physical body, doubling damage to dragon-type creatures. Note this strike will be very cool. Special note: before attacking silently recite, he is a dragon twice. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Judging from the introduction, this Dragon Slaying Blade intent is undoubtedly very powerful. However, Jiang Feng did not quite understand the last special note. Just then the barrier at the entrance once again shimmered. A tall figure penetrated the light curtain and stepped boldly into the arena. The newcomer wore moon-white martial attire, his face stern and his aura heavy as a mountain, clearly a peak golden body realm powerhouse. It's Jiang Feng, the prodigy of the Liu family from the third pavilion. Now we have a good show to watch. Seeing the newcomer, the once silent prodigies stirred restlessly. The four prodigies of the Liu family exchanged glances filled with delight. The leading prodigy hurried forward, his tone excited. Brother Jiang Feng, you've finally arrived. Jiang Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the scene and his brow furrowed involuntarily. This atmosphere was clearly off. Soon Jiang Feng spotted the body of a Liu family prodigy lying on the ground. His expression darkened. Who did this? The leading Liu family prodigy quickly explained the situation. Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon Nangong Hao and his 5 companions, his eyes seething with killing intent. Are you all so eager to seek death? Nangong Hao's expression remained calm. Whether we live or die is not up to you. Oh. Jiang Feng was taken aback by Nangong Hao's calm demeanor, and his killing intent grew stronger. Then who decides? I do. The calm voice came from the center of the arena. Jiang Feng turned to look, his gaze landing on Jiang Feng. 6th rank. Jiang Feng frowned. What do you think you are? He turned to the Liu family prodigies from the 4th pavilion and waved his hand. Go and take care of him. The 4 Liu family members exchanged glances, none of them daring to move. Jiang Feng flashed a hint of anger. What are you waiting for? The leading Liu family prodigy steeled himself and leaned closer, speaking in a low voice. Brother Jiang Feng, that kid is very strong. Even Sima Fei was taken down by him in one move. Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned, then he scoffed. That just means he's trash. He swept his gaze over the 4 of them, his tone increasingly dissatisfied. You too. As the direct descendants of the Liu family, how can you be frightened into inaction by a mere 6th rank? Before his words had faded, his figure flickered, and he appeared right in front of Jiang Feng. The pressure of a peak golden body realm erupted like Mount Tai pressing down. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Feng, his expression icy. They may fear you, but I do not. Boom. Golden light surged. The golden body Dharma form slowly solidified behind Jiang Feng, transforming into a blurred shadow, holding a giant sword. The sharp sword intent spread from the Dharma form, annihilating the spiritual rain that floated down from the sky into nothingness. The surrounding prodigies hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would be caught in this overwhelming sword intent. So strong. Jiang Feng truly deserves to be the one with the most potent sword intent among the younger generation of the Liu family. Facing such terrifying sword intent, can that kid even withstand it? The surrounding prodigies murmured among themselves. Even Nangong Hao and his 5 companions began to feel nervous. Success or failure hinged on this moment. However, to everyone's surprise, in the face of Jiang Feng, the one called Qin Hao remained completely unflustered. He stood in place, his lips moving slightly, as if reciting something. Jiang Feng frowned, focusing to listen. He is a dragon, he is a dragon. Jiang Feng's voice was very low. It was as if he was talking to himself, or performing some strange ritual. Jiang Feng looked puzzled. What dragon? Could this kid be scared silly? He couldn't be bothered to think further, his 5 fingers curled, and the golden body Dharma form behind him trembled. His palms pressed together, and then pulled apart, a golden sword shadow slowly emerging between his palms. The surrounding sword intent grew stronger. Even the space began to ripple with waves. Though Jiang Feng spoke grandly, he did not let his guard down when he made his move. But in the next moment, boom, a blade intent erupted from Jiang Feng, soaring into the sky. The void trembled, and the spiritual rain was shattered by the blade intent, transforming into fine mist that rolled upward. The barrier at the dome of the arena flickered violently, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. The sound of blade chants resonated like the roar of a divine dragon echoing throughout the fourth pavilion arena. Everyone present felt as if their souls were gripped by something in that moment, their bodies stiffening, even their breaths halting for several beats. Jiang Feng at the forefront had his pupils suddenly constrict. The scene before him spun wildly. When he regained his senses, he discovered he was no longer in the fourth pavilion arena, but instead at the foot of a towering execution platform. He found himself firmly bound to the guillotine by iron chains, unable to move. Above him, a giant guillotine blade gleamed coldly. The blade reflected his face, revealing his current appearance. He had horns on his head, and was draped in scales resembling a serpentine dragon with azure scales. No, this isn't me. Jiang Feng struggled frantically, but the chains binding him did not budge. In the air, the guillotine blade descended with a whistling sound. At the moment the cold blade pressed against his neck, Jiang Feng finally reacted. The dragon chant he had heard earlier was not a roar at all, but rather a lament. It was the despairing cry of a dragon just before its head was severed. Crack! The guillotine blade fell completely. In the fourth pavilion arena, everyone was in a daze. From their perspective, Jiang Feng suddenly deflated at the height of his momentum. The golden body dissipated, and he suddenly froze in place. The Liu family prodigies frowned, unease creeping into their hearts. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Brother Jiang Feng, are you okay? There was no response. Jiang Feng remained standing motionless. The atmosphere gradually grew eerie. The Liu family prodigies were about to approach to check the situation. Swoosh! Jiang Feng's head suddenly slid off his neck without warning. The head fell to the ground, rolling twice before coming to a stop. His cold, stern face betrayed no emotion, only a lingering bone-deep fear remained in his eyes. In the next moment, blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain. Jiang Feng's headless corpse swayed, and then crashed to the ground. The entire place fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at Jiang Feng's headless body, their minds a blank slate. Previously, when Jiang Feng knocked Sima Fei unconscious with a severed arm, they at least witnessed the process. But Jiang Feng's death was filled with an eerie strangeness from start to finish. The one called Qin Hao hadn't even made a move. Yet Jiang Feng's head had fallen. A peak golden body realm powerhouse had died just like that. What kind of technique is this? It was unclear who spoke first. Their voice trembled visibly. But no one could answer him. Everyone looked at Jiang Feng with growing fear in their eyes. Jiang Feng could silently slay a peak golden body. Killing them would only be easier. Jiang Feng stood still, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. He is a dragon, so that's what it means. As long as he forcibly assigned the identity of dragon to the opponent, the dragon-slaying blade intense double damage could be triggered. What a sinister trick. But he quite liked it. Jiang Feng scanned the entire area with his gaze. Is there anyone else who wishes to try? A group of prodigies fell silent, not daring to respond. Wherever Jiang Feng's eyes fell, the crowd instinctively took a half-step back. The memory of Jiang Feng's tragic death was still fresh in their minds. Who would dare to step forward and invite misfortune upon themselves? Jiang Feng slightly nodded. Then it seems no one is left. Still no one dared to speak. Jiang Feng looked towards the pale-faced prodigies of the Liu family. You four step back now. The expressions of the four changed slightly, and the leading prodigy of the Liu family gritted his teeth and spoke up. On what grounds? Jiang Feng pointed at Jiang Feng's corpse, his tone indifferent. If you don't want to leave, I can send you to accompany him right now. The moment Jiang Feng's words fell, a faint sound of a blade echoed in the air. An invisible sharpness enveloped the four. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. I withdraw. I also withdraw. The four spoke, almost in unison. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was the examiner Zhao Xiong. He said no more than necessary, and addressed the four from the Liu family in a deep voice. Since you've chosen to withdraw, come with me down the mountain. The four lowered their heads and hurriedly followed Zhao Xiong, leaving the fourth pavilion in a state of disarray. Jiang Feng watched Zhao Xiong's disappearing figure, his brows slightly furrowed. These examiners had clearly been watching them all along, yet they chose to turn a blind eye and allowed the candidates to slaughter one another. And the extremely unfair examination rules. What exactly were they trying to achieve? Unable to comprehend, Jiang Feng shook his head temporarily, suppressing his confusion. After all, as long as his strength was sufficient, the answers would naturally present themselves. He withdrew his gaze and looked towards the prodigies of the Yi family on the other side. And you all? Several Yi family prodigies changed their expression slightly, and the leader hastily spoke up. We have not offended you. Jiang Feng's tone was calm. Whether you can stay or not does not depend on me, but on Yi Lingtian. He is currently outside the fourth pavilion. If he says you can stay, then you may remain. The expressions of the Yi family prodigies suddenly turned sour, as if they had eaten something bitter. Previously, to protect themselves, they had distanced themselves from Yi Lingtian, even subtly targeting him. Now to ask them to plead with Yi Lingtian. One Yi family prodigy with a distressed face tentatively asked, "Can we change the conditions?" Jiang Feng nodded, "Sure, you have two options. Withdraw or die." The smiles on their faces instantly froze. They exchanged glances, and ultimately still walked towards the forbidden entrance. Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the remaining prodigies. The crowd tensed up. However, Jiang Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Li Yin, who was standing behind him. Li Yin stiffened, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. He had just boasted that others should call him brotherly and had adopted a mentor-like demeanor to teach others. Now Li Yin truly wished he could slap himself twice. He forced an ugly smile on his face, his voice trembling. "Qin. Brother Qin. Jiang Feng interrupted him with a smile. "You know these people better than I do, so the decision on the remaining people's fate is yours to make." Li Yin was taken aback. "Huh? Me, eh?" Not only him, but the other prodigies in the crowd were also shocked. Such power was surprisingly given to Li Yin. Surprise aside, no one dared to stand up and oppose. Some reacted quickly, immediately nodding towards Li Yin with flattering smiles, while only a few had unsightly expressions. Jiang Feng continued, "You can choose your cultivation spots in the dojo first." As he spoke, Jiang Feng pointed to Nan Gonghao and the other 5. "Don't worry about the others, these 5 will stay to assist you." The 5 of Nan Gonghao looked serious. Understood. Li Yan's heart raced, his face full of disbelief. Previously, he could only use the worst cultivation spots in the 4th pavilion, and even his time for stable cultivation was pitifully short. Now, he could actually choose his position first. He could even instruct the prodigies of great clans to serve him. Li Yan swallowed hard, opening his mouth, but was so excited he couldn't speak. Jiang Feng looked at Nan Gonghao, passed the message to the other pavilions. "From now on, everything will follow the rules. Prodigies of great clans shall no longer bully the weak. Everything shall depend on one's own abilities. You 5 will take turns descending the mountain for inspections. Those who do not abide by the rules shall be persuaded to leave. If they do not leave, they shall be killed." He had never liked chaotic and disorderly environments. Since the examiners had been too lazy to set rules, he would set them himself. The 5 of Nan Gonghao exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Understood." Just as the words fell, a dissatisfied murmur suddenly arose from the crowd. Controlling heaven and earth, really thinking of oneself as a savior. The voice was very low, almost inaudible amidst the crowd. The surrounding prodigies' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated to the sides. They isolated the speaker. It was a young man dressed in a gray martial uniform with a dragon family emblem embroidered on his chest. Upon realizing the sudden emptiness around him, he was momentarily stunned, then his expression changed drastically. He looked at Jiang Feng about to speak. Swoosh. No blade was seen. Only the intent of the blade flashed and vanished. The gray-clad youth's left arm was severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground. Blood gushed out. The surrounding prodigies turned pale and retreated once more. The gray-clad youth with a pained expression clutched his severed arm and looked at Jiang Feng in terror. Jiang Feng's tone was indifferent. "You should be thankful that I want to be a savior, otherwise you would all be dead." The gray-clad youth did not dare to retort. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and bent down to pick up his severed arm from the ground. In that moment of bending, a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. He remembered the grudge of the severed arm. Just as that thought settled, the gray-clad youth's body stiffened. In the next moment, his head rolled off his neck and rolled away, his face still carrying a look of resentment. The headless corpse crashed to the ground. Blood gushed from the severed neck, staining the white ground vividly. Jiang Feng looked at the resentful eyes that had lost their luster, shaking his head. "Isn't it better to be alive?" The gaze of the surrounding prodigies towards Jiang Feng intensified with fear. What a joke of a savior. This guy was a harbinger of doom. He spoke of killing with no hesitation, not even blinking. Jiang Feng ignored the gazes of the crowd, sheathed his sword, and turned to walk towards the grand entrance of the 4 pavilions. Having finished his business, he intended to continue upward. "Qin. Brother Qin." Li Yin called out to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng paused and turned to look. Li Yin clenched his fist, his face flushed. "Is there anything I can do for you?" He knew he had little power and wouldn't be of much help. But since the other party had given him such great benefits, he felt he should do something in return. Jiang Feng smiled gently. "I only hope Brother Li does not forget his original intention. This world has never been easy. I only wish for kindness to persist a little longer." Outside the main gate of the 4th pavilion, Yi Lingtian leaned against the stone wall of the archway, his arms crossed, a broad smile on his face as he gazed at the snow path outside. On the snow path, several proud descendants of the Yi family stood in a line. Each of them had flushed faces with veins bulging on their foreheads, hopping back and forth like frogs. The gravity domain was secondary. It was the psychological humiliation that made these normally proud direct descendants of the Yi family feel particularly uncomfortable. "Haven't you eaten? Jump higher," Yi Lingtian said lazily, his tone laced with mockery. The few of them gritted their teeth, daring to be angry but unable to speak. A flash of light from the prohibition. Jiang Feng walked out from the main gate of the fourth pavilion and couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Yi Lingtian noticed the movement, turned his head, smiled broadly, and gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Everything was unspoken. Yi Lingtian retracted his hand, his gaze returning to the several proud descendants of the Yi family, and his tone became much calmer. All right, that's enough. The few of them felt as if a great amnesty had been granted and quickly stopped their actions. Yi Lingtian's gaze swept over them. I can let you go. But first you must tell me from now on who has the final say in this Kunlun wonderland. The few of them exchanged glances with Jiang Feng, and after a moment of silence the leading proud descendant of the Yi family forced a smile first. Naturally, it is you, cousin, who has the final say. The others also voiced their agreement, lowering their postures significantly. Since they had already bowed their heads, going a little lower didn't matter. Seeing this, Yi Lingtian no longer paid them any mind, and turned to Jiang Feng. Shall we continue? Jiang Feng nodded. The two walked side by side along the snow path leading to the third pavilion, their figures disappearing into the wind and snow. Shortly after they left, a figure rushed up the mountain path below, panting heavily. It was the proud descendant sent by Long Lingxian to deliver a message. After straining to break through the prohibition of the fourth pavilion, he hurriedly found several proud descendants of the Long family. Where is Jiang Feng? Has Jiang Feng been here? The leading proud descendant of the Long family shook his head. Jiang Feng. I haven't seen him. The messenger proud descendant let out a sigh of relief and conveyed Long Lingxuan's orders. The young lady instructed that you must not provoke the new student named Jiang Feng. No matter what the other party does, you must endure. The few proud descendants of the Long family exchanged glances. The messenger proud descendant's gaze swept around, quickly spotting a corpse placed at the edge of the training ground. It was indeed the proud descendant of the Long family who had been slain by Jiang Feng. The messenger proud descendant's face turned pale. Did you provoke him? The several proud descendants of the Long family looked bewildered. No, we haven't seen Jiang Feng at all. The messenger proud descendant was taken aback. Haven't seen him. Then how did Long Lin die? The leading proud descendant of the Long family sighed. It's also his own fault for being reckless. There is a guy named Qin Hao whose swordsmanship is extraordinary, able to kill invisibly. Not to mention Long Lin. Even Lu Changfeng from the Lu family, a peak golden body realm powerhouse, couldn't withstand a single strike from him and mysteriously lost his head. The messenger proud descendant's pupils trembled. Qin Hao. He racked his brain, but had no impression. Wait. He suddenly realized and asked urgently, where did Jiang Feng go? Everyone shook their heads. The messenger proud descendant felt a sinking feeling in his heart, and quickly turned to run outside, muttering, I must hurry back to inform the young lady. Another terrifying prodigy named Qin Hao has emerged from above the 5 pavilions. On the mountain path, Jiang Feng and Yi Lingtian walked side by side. The further they walked up, the more terrifying the intensity of the gravity domain became. Even Yi Lingtian felt immense pressure. Yi Lingtian suddenly spoke. Brother Jiang, if you plan to reach the top, there is something you must know. The situation in the 3 upper pavilions is different from that of the 4th pavilion. Jiang Feng turned his head to look. How is it different? Yi Lingtian took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. In the 4th pavilion, the 5 great families are like gods. But in the upper 3 pavilions, the 5 great families don't count for much anymore. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yi Lingtian continued, because above the 3 pavilions most are the descendants of king-level powerhouses. Descendants of king-level powerhouses. A look of contemplation crossed Jiang Feng's eyes. Yi Lingtian nodded, his tone weighing heavier. The so-called descendants of king-level powerhouses are not merely the offspring of king-level strong, but rather those born after the king-level strong enter the king realm. As you know, the stronger a warrior's power, the higher the level of life, and the lower the probability of leaving a bloodline. However, correspondingly, once a descendant is successfully born, they inherit part of the talent and physique of the king-level strong. These individuals start their cultivation far ahead of their peers. Regardless of physical body meridians or affinity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they are not something ordinary proud descendants can compare to. It can be said that these descendants of king-level powerhouses are the true existences standing at the pinnacle of the proud descendants pyramid. Jiang Feng nodded deep in thought. Yi Lingtian paused, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Although the 5 great families each have king-level powerhouses in charge, there are no descendants of king-level powerhouses present. Although the family is large and prosperous, there are many people, so resources are naturally dispersed. While there are many top proud descendants, it is very difficult to cultivate truly outstanding prodigies. As they spoke, the mountain path ahead turned sharply. A towering archway made entirely of black stone stood majestically in the wind and snow. The archway was even taller than the 4th pavilion, with a dark purple glow of prohibition flowing on its surface. Just standing outside, one could feel the rich spiritual energy rushing towards them. We have arrived. Yi Lingtian took a deep breath. The 3rd pavilion. The two stepped through the prohibition, and the view opened up before them. The training ground of the third pavilion was several times larger than that of the fourth pavilion, with the center no longer occupied by the spirit tower, but by a spiritual pool steaming with mist. The water in the pool shimmered with a jade-like luster, and the spiritual energy was almost tangible. Surrounding the training ground were only a dozen figures scattered about, each exuding solid energy, all at the peak of the golden body realm. Hearing the commotion, everyone raised their eyes. Their gazes fell on Jiang Feng and Yi Lingtian, filled with a mix of scrutiny and indifference. Among the crowd, a young man dressed in a brocade white martial outfit frowned. He looked at Yi Lingtian, his tone harsh. Yi Lingtian, who allowed you to come up here? Yi Lingtian paused his steps, looked at the person, and replied indifferently. Yi Feiyu, my affairs are not for you to meddle in. Yi Feiyu was indeed the strongest among the proud descendants of the Yi family in this Kunlun secret realm assessment. Yi Feiyu snorted coldly, striding over with a stern tone. I have said everything must prioritize family interests. You offended the Nangong family for an outsider, and I can't help you. Yi Lingtian laughed derisively. Don't be so self-important, I'm not here to look for you. Next to him, a mocking voice rang out. Yi Feiyu, you can't even control your own family, how ridiculous. The speaker was a burly figure sitting on a black training platform, his blood energy surging. It was indeed the strongest prodigy of this generation from the Sima family, Sima Lai. Yi Feiyu's face grew even darker as he turned to Yi Lingtian, his expression grim. Get out of here. Yi Lingtian frowned. Are you Sima Lai's dog? He calls and you react this strongly. Looking for a beat. Yi Feiyu's eyes flashed with cold light, his body glowing with golden light, as the golden body manifestation instantly appeared, raising his hand to strike at Yi Lingtian. However, before his palm could land, a streak of crimson fire suddenly surged forth. As the heat wave swept in, Jiang Feng's figure appeared out of thin air before Yi Feiyu. He reached out with his hand, fingers spread, directly grasping towards Yi Feiyu's neck. Bold. Yi Feiyu was startled and enraged, fully unleashing his golden body power, the golden light on his surface surging. How dare you? Boom. Jiang Feng's expression remained calm, a golden sun phantom slowly rising behind him, and the scorching, domineering blood energy erupted with a thunderous crash. Crack. After the crisp sound, Yi Feiyu's proud golden body manifestation suddenly shattered between Jiang Feng's fingers. The entire area fell silent. Several proud descendants from the third pavilion instinctively stood up, their eyes flashing with apprehension. Jiang Feng tightened his grip, lifting Yi Feiyu's neck, half dangling him in the air before looking around. I'm in a hurry, so we'll be direct. I am here to set the rules. Anyone who is dissatisfied can step forward. Silence enveloped the arena for a few seconds. A deep voice broke the stillness. Establishing rules. Sima Lai frowned and stood up. Kid, your tone is a bit too arrogant. Jiang Feng glanced over, his tone indifferent. Are you unconvinced? Sima Lai instinctively looked at the struggling Yi Feiyu, and Jiang Feng's grasped the harsh words he was about to utter swallowed back. He asked himself though he could outmatch Yi Feiyu in skill. It was still limited. He was indeed unhappy, but he wasn't foolish. Under Jiang Feng's gaze, Sima Lai turned his head away and fell silent. Jiang Feng also withdrew his gaze, too lazy to respond. I will handle this. A clear and cold female voice sounded. Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw a woman in a dark red martial outfit, slowly walking out from the depths of the dojo. The woman appeared to be only 23 or 24 years old. She was slender with an exquisite face and features hinting at an exotic charm. Most striking were her pair of eyes. Her pupils were a translucent light gold, like molten fragments of gold, cold and clear, as if they could see straight into one's heart. As her golden eyes opened and closed, peculiar glimmers of light flickered within. It's Jiangli. It seems we won't need to intervene. The Jiang family's bloodline eye technique has few rivals among those of the same realm. Several descendants of kings whispered among themselves. Jiang Feng looked at the woman and then glanced at the others. Is there anyone else? You can come together. From the crowd, a young man spoke with a smile. Jiang Li can represent us. If she loses, whatever you say. The others did not speak, tacitly agreeing. All right. Jiang Feng nodded, loosening his fingers and casually tossing Yi Feiyu aside. Yi Feiyu rolled in the air twice and landed solidly at Yi Lingtian's feet, face first in the snow, looking. Yi Lingtian looked down at him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Young Master Yi, that landing pose deserves 100 points. Yi Feiyu struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression grim. He stared at Jiang Feng. Is he the Jiang Feng you mentioned? Yi Lingtian paused for a moment, raised an eyebrow, and shook his head with a smile. No, he's called Qin Hao. Yi Feiyu was taken aback. Yi Lingtian continued with a serious expression, but his strength should be on par with Jiang Feng's. Yi Feiyu's pupils contracted. A monstrous presence like this. There are actually two. In the center of the dojo, Jiang Li had already stepped forward. Buzz. A faint golden halo rose from her body, and a towering golden dharma form solidified behind her. Unlike ordinary golden forms, hers was adorned with two golden patterns at the position of the eyes, exuding a peculiar spiritual fluctuation. As the golden form appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be tinged with a light golden hue, the pressure far surpassing that of Jiang Feng and others. Is this the foundation of the descendants of kings? Jiang Feng's gaze lingered on Jiang Li's golden form for a few seconds. With innate bloodline talents, enhanced spirits, and a level of golden form refinement that far exceeds others of the same tier. No wonder Yi Lingtian said these individuals are at the pinnacle of the talent pyramid. However, a hint of battle intent rose in Jiang Feng's eyes, yet he did not initiate an attack. Make your move. Jiang Li frowned slightly. The attitude of the opponent clearly indicated that he looked down on her. Then you better be careful. Jiang Li called out sharply, her fingertips condensing several golden rays that transformed into sharp golden feathers, shooting towards Jiang Feng. The golden feathers moved with incredible speed, leaving behind ripples in space, their power far exceeding that of ordinary Earth-level martial arts. Jiang Feng activated the wind step technique, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he gracefully weaved through the dense golden feathers. With her palm shining with golden light, she struck toward Jiang Feng's heart. Before the palm wind arrived, the pressure on the level of spirit already bore down on him. For an ordinary warrior, just faced with her palm shining with golden light, she struck toward Jiang Feng's heart. Before the palm wind arrived, the pressure on the level of spirit already bore down on him. For an ordinary warrior, just facing this kind of pressure would cause their mind to falter. But Jiang Feng's expression remained calm, as if he felt nothing. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he also struck out with a palm. Bang! The two palms collided, releasing a shockwave. Jiang Li felt an overwhelming force of blood and energy surge from the palm. Her arms went numb, and she was sent flying back to Jiang before stabilizing herself. When Jiang Li looked at Jiang Feng again, her eyes held a hint of gravity. The opponent had only defended without attacking, yet he had easily nullified all her attempts. A peak 6th grade. It was simply unfathomable. The surrounding descendants of kings also ceased their nonchalant expressions, each with furrowed brows. What on earth is this guy's background? His physical strength is absurd, and his spirit is terrifyingly stable. Jiang Li's spirit suppression has no effect on him at all. I haven't heard of any royal family with the surname Qin. In the arena, Jiang Feng had roughly grasped Jiang Li's level and decided not to waste any more time. It's time to end this. As Jiang Feng's voice fell, his figure flickered and appeared before Jiang Li. His right fist raised high, the blood energy roaring, crashing down suddenly. For a moment, Jiang Li felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. However, there was no panic on her face. She was well aware that ordinary methods would probably be ineffective against him. Golden Eye Illusion Realm. Jiang Li's golden eyes suddenly lit up. Two brilliant golden rays burst forth from her eyes. Buzz. An invisible force of spirit spread out instantly, enveloping Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng felt his vision blur, and the Jiang Li before him vanished, replaced by Yen Zixia's figure. The girl looked pale, her eyes filled with terror, gazing at him helplessly, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Jiang Feng's actions paused slightly. A flicker of joy flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. As expected, her golden eye illusion technique had no rivals among those of the same realm. Once ensnared, the lightest consequence would be a loss of focus, while the heaviest would result in damage to the spirit. No matter how strong the opponent was, they only possessed 6th grade cultivation. How could they possibly withstand it? The surrounding descendants of kings also revealed smiles once more. It's over. Once trapped in Jiang Li's golden eye illusion realm, even the strongest physical body will be useless. But being able to force Jiang Li to this extent, this kid, is quite impressive. Jiang Li did not get overly arrogant, as seeing that she had Jiang Feng under control, she summoned more golden light in her palm, gathering all her strength to strike at his heart. As Jiang Li's palm was about to land, heart like still water quietly operated. Jiang Feng's previously blank eyes suddenly became clear. All illusions instantly dissolved. The figure before him reverted back to Jiang Li. That confident smiling face was now just inches away. Jiang Feng flipped his wrist, transforming his fist into a palm. Slap. A crisp sound echoed throughout the 3rd Pavilion Dojo. Jiang Li was sent flying sideways, crashing heavily to the ground. She covered her face and flipped over to sit up, half of her cheek already swollen and red, disbelief filling her light golden eyes. The smiles on the faces of the other talents had yet to fade when they turned to shock. She covered her face and flipped over to sit up, half of her cheek already swollen and red, disbelief filling her light golden eyes. The smiles on the faces of the other talents had yet to fade when they turned to shock. You aren't as good looking as her. Jiang Li stood frozen, completely unaware of whom Jiang Feng was referring to. P.S. I see many people are confused. So, I'll give a slight spoiler. The reason for the official selection rules is that after the selection they will face an even harsher situation which concerns the fate of the entire Blue Star. Friends who have time, could you help me with some free gifts? Love you all. If you don't have time to give, that's fine too, still love you. The dojo fell silent for a moment. The young man who had just spoken for everyone opened his mouth again. We keep our promises. You won against Jiang Li. Feel free to state your conditions. Jiang Feng's expression was calm. The condition is quite simple. Those from the upper 3 pavilions are not allowed to bully the weaker candidates from the lower pavilions without reason. As his words fell, the entire venue was momentarily engulfed in silence. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces filled with astonishment. Was that it? They had thought the other party would demand training resources or the best positions. They never expected such a useless condition to be proposed. Jiang Li covered her still swollen cheek and stood up, gritting her teeth. We still feel that our training time is insufficient. How could we have the leisure to care about those below us? She glared at Jiang Feng, her tone filled with frustration. If I had known this was just the rule, I would never have fought you. I took a slap for no reason, and in the end what the other party wanted was this kind of thing. Jiang Li felt utterly bewildered by that slap. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting towards Sima Lai in the crowd. There are always some fellows who are bored out of their minds. Sima Lai's face instantly stiffened. What are you looking at me for? Sima Lai stiffened his neck, but there was a hint of guilt in his voice. Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze and paid him no mind. Jiang Li took a deep breath, suppressing her frustration, and said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, I can afford to lose." Her gaze swept over the young talents from the 3 pavilions, her tone cold. From now on, anyone who breaks the rules and bullies the weak, I will personally take action against them. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Fei, Sima Lai, and the young talents from the Long family all changed their expressions. With Jiang Li's words, it was basically impossible for them to directly occupy the quotas of the lower pavilions. Jiang Feng nodded and no longer paid attention to these people. He turned to Yiling Tian and asked, "Are you continuing to move up?" Yiling Tian shook his head with a wry smile. "No, I will settle here in the 3rd pavilion, striving to break through to the Golden Body realm as soon as possible." He is self-aware. Being in the 3rd pavilion is already his current limit. Jiang Feng nodded, saying, "Take care." Yiling Tian cupped his hands and replied, "Take care." Jiang Feng turned and walked towards the exit of the 1st pavilion, his steps calm and without the slightest hint of reluctance. Watching Jiang Feng's disappearing figure, Yiling Tian murmured softly, "This guy. He doesn't intend to fight his way to the 1st pavilion, does he?" Beside him, Yi Fei rubbed his neck, which bore bruises from being grabbed, his tone full of sarcasm. "If that's the case, then he's dead for sure." Yiling Tian frowned and turned to look at him. Yi Fei raised a hand, pointing upwards. "The people from the 2nd pavilion are all at the 8th rank. No matter how strong a 6th rank is, it ultimately remains just a 6th rank." He withdrew his hand, his eyes flickering with a cold light. Now that the 3rd pavilion has opened up a position, everyone can still keep their composure. But the higher you go, the fewer positions there are, and those lunatics have long gambled their entire fortunes and lives for the promised opportunities from the officials. He'll have to fight others for positions when he goes up. No one will give way. Unless he can become strong enough to sweep everything aside, otherwise he will ultimately face a dead end. Yiling Tian fell silent. He knew that Yi Fei was right. But Yiling Tian shook his head, saying, "I still believe the one who stands at the highest point in the end will be him." On the other side of the dojo, Jiang Li suddenly turned her head and looked at the young man beside her. "Do I look bad?" The young man was caught off guard by her question and soon replied with certainty, "You look great. There's no one more beautiful than you." Jiang Li frowned and turned away. If that's the case, how beautiful must that she and that guy's mouth be, Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had already stepped onto the snow path leading to the 2nd pavilion. The cliffs on both sides grew increasingly steep. The thick ice layer on the black rocks refracted a cold blue light under the thin daylight. One side of the snow path was a bottomless abyss with fierce winds swirling the flying snow, and under the terrifying gravitational interference, a slight misstep could lead to being sucked in. Fortunately, with Jiang Feng's physique, he could still manage it calmly. After about an hour, the mountain ahead suddenly soared. He had arrived at the 2nd pavilion. A pitch-black archway stood amidst the wind and snow, its surface radiating a deep purple barrier glow, and a heavy oppressive aura rushed towards him, far stronger than that of the 3rd pavilion. Behind the archway, the outline of a hall could be vaguely seen, yet it was horrifyingly quiet with not a single sound to be heard. Jiang Feng did not linger. Without the trivial matters of the 5 great families entangling him, and without needing to be distracted by others, he could finally plan entirely for himself. He needed to obtain the perfect golden body method mentioned by the Divine Phoenix as soon as possible. Jiang Feng continued upward. The snow path leading to the 1st pavilion had reached an astonishing level of gravitational force. Even with Jiang Feng's current powerful physique, he could still feel the heavy pressure on his shoulders. The stone steps beneath his feet were engraved with intricate patterns resembling an array's foundation. With each step he took, the array patterns would light up, then respond, with even greater oppressive force. Jiang Feng slightly narrowed his eyes. Interesting. He took a deep breath, golden light faintly appearing around him, and his blood surged like a tide. Jiang Feng began to accelerate. He did not know how long he had walked when the wind and snow suddenly vanished. Jiang Feng looked up and found that he had unknowingly passed through the layer of snow and wind enveloping Kunlun Mountain Road. Above him was a clear dark blue sky. At the peak of the massive snow peak, the blinding daylight refracted like a sword piercing the heavens. And beneath that sword's peak an archway stood tall. Rather than an archway, it was more like a stone door. The stone door was no taller than 3 zhang, appearing extremely plain compared to the towering archways of the lower pavilions. The door frame was carved from a complete uncut green stone with no decorative carvings on the surface and no trace of barrier glow flowing. Only 3 large characters were present. First pavilion. Jiang Feng arrived in front of the stone door. Just outside the door, the concentration of spiritual energy had already surpassed that of the 3rd pavilion's dojo. He reached out his hand and pushed the stone door. There was no barrier to obstruct him, and the stone door opened with a sound. The scene behind the door was entirely different from what he had imagined. The first pavilion's dojo was very small, only about 10 zhang in circumference. In the center of the dojo stood a towering heavenly ladder with each step suspended in midair, winding upwards and piercing through the clouds of the dome, leading to an unknown destination. Surrounding the dojo were only 4 mats. On each mat sat a figure. All 4 appeared very young, seemingly just in their 20s, yet they emanated an extremely bizarre aura. Decay. Withering. The fire of life seemed as if it could extinguish at any moment. Their skin was shriveled, their eye sockets deep set, and their hair was dry and yellow like grass. On the skin exposed outside their clothing were dense fine cracks. Only their eyes remained bright, burning with a near-mad obsession. Jiang Feng locked eyes with the 4. He also felt an intense sense of pressure from them. The 4 before him were all at the 9th rank. 9th rank in their 20s, it was shocking. But all of this came at a cost. These heirs of the kings had exhausted all of their potential to rapidly increase their strength, even burning out their life force. Their bodies were now on the brink of collapse. If they could not obtain the opportunity spoken of by the officials after this assessment, their martial arts path, and even their lives would end here. A hint of seriousness flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. These guys are all lunatics. The dojo fell silent for a moment. The young man sitting on the far left mat spoke first. Choose. Which position do you want? The young man's tone was very flat, but there was a terrifying, killing intent swirling in his eyes. The other 3 remained silent, only staring at Jiang Feng with the same gaze. They had gambled everything for the promises of the officials for that elusive future. Either die, or win. There was no third option. Jiang Feng shook his head. I choose no one. The murderous light in the eyes of the 4 momentarily froze. The young man on the left frowned. Then why did you come up? Jiang Feng raised his hand, pointing to the heavenly ladder in the center of the dojo. I have to go up there. The moment he stepped into the first pavilion, a repetitive voice had been echoing in his mind. Hey, I am the Azure Dragon. Please respond when you hear this. The highest point spoken of by the Divine Phoenix was not the first pavilion, but the top of this heavenly ladder. The 4 descendants of the 9th rank kings fixed their gaze firmly on Jiang Feng. Did their hard-won positions mean nothing in the eyes of this brat? In the end, the young man on the left was the first to close his eyes. Then let's go, he said, his tone revealing no emotion, yet the killing intent that pervaded the arena had quietly dissipated. The other 3 also closed their eyes again, choosing to ignore him. As for the heavenly ladder, they had all tried it, but the results best left unmentioned. Jiang Feng wasted no time and walked straight to the heavenly ladder. He could clearly sense that each step was shrouded in an invisible domain. The voice in his mind continued to repeat. Hey, I am the Azure Dragon. Please respond if you hear me. Jiang Feng took a deep breath. Boom. The aura of peak 6th rank erupted. The 5 elements' true essence surged through his meridians. A pale golden sun-like phantom formed behind him with a loud bang. Moreover, the powers inherited from the 3 great sacred beasts wove and circulated within him. He knew very well that the 4 9th rank kings' descendants would not overlook this heavenly ladder. Yet they still remained below. This alone spoke volumes. He had to give it his all. 6th rank. The young man at the far left opened his eyes once more. He stared at Jiang Feng, and for the first time a noticeable emotional fluctuation appeared on his gaunt face. How did someone with just 6th rank make it this far? The other 3 also opened their eyes simultaneously, surprise flickering in their gazes. The mountain path leading to the first pavilion had a gravitational domain strong enough to make ordinary 8th rank martial artists struggle. Even for the 4 of them, it took expending their vitality to forcefully elevate their realms to 9th rank just to secure a place here. A 6th rank. On what grounds? Jiang Feng ignored the commotion behind him. After preparing himself, he stepped forward without hesitation, placing his foot on the first step. Buzz. The runes on the surface of the steps suddenly lit up, and a terrifying pressure surged from all directions. It wasn't just simple gravity. It was an all-encompassing suppression. Vitality, true essence, mental power, and even the soul all bore the brunt of this overwhelming pressure at that moment. Jiang Feng's figure sank, but he quickly stabilized himself. He continued to take a second step. The runes on the stone steps lit up one by one. With each level he ascended, the pressure increased. Jiang Feng's pace remained steady, maintaining a consistent rhythm. 10 steps. 20 steps. 50 steps. At the edge of the arena, the four watched the figure steadily rising, their brows furrowing tighter. "He's already at 50 steps, and hasn't slowed down at all," said the young man, sitting on the second cushion, his voice. The third genius on the cushion frowned. "When I first ascended the heavenly ladder, I had to slow down by the 40. The last young man in the blue robe remained silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. "The true test of the heavenly ladder begins only after the 100th level. When we first climbed, who among us didn't reach over 100 levels? But what was the result?" Upon this statement, the other three fell silent simultaneously. "After the 100th level, every step is a hurdle." The blue-robed youth closed his eyes, his tone indifferent. "That kid reaching here with a 6th-rank body is indeed impressive. But to reach the top, that's just a dream." Upon the heavenly ladder, Jiang Feng had already surpassed the 80th step. The pressure was still rising, but for him it remained within a bearable range. With the operation of the Great Sun Golden Body technique, his vitality surged like a tide, golden light faintly emanating from within. The Five Emperors' Heavenly Gang technique was activated, causing the five elements' true essence to circulate endlessly within his meridians. The power of the Black Tortoise protected his physical body. The power of the Vermilion Bird made his strength endure longer. The power of the White Tiger helped him break through obstacles. Just the powers inherited from the three sacred beasts had already reduced the pressure of the heavenly ladder by more than half. 90 steps. 100 steps. The moment Jiang Feng stepped onto the 100th step, the scene before him suddenly changed. The heavenly ladder disappeared. Jiang Feng found himself standing in a desolate wilderness with a lead gray sky above and cracked earth beneath his feet. In the distance, a vague figure was rushing towards him. With each step it took, the ground trembled. As it approached, Jiang Feng could finally see clearly. It was a giant ape, entirely pitch black, standing 100 feet tall. Its muscles were like stacked mountains, and a pair of blood-red eyes fixed intensely on him, filled with brutal killing intent. Roar! The giant ape let out a thunderous roar, swinging a fist as large as a mountain down towards Jiang Feng. Before the fist arrived, the ground had already cracked open with countless fissures. The terrifying pressure made Jiang Feng feel as if his heart was about to stop. This was not about courage. It stemmed from a crushing of life levels. This was definitely a power he could not withstand. In the next moment, heart like still water activated. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened. The scene before him did not dissipate, but the instinctive dread he felt vanished. He then discovered that he too was as towering as the giant ape. His body was brimming with what felt like with fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. The great sun hung high behind him, his vitality surging like mountains and seas, all channeled into his fist. Come! Boom! His fist, like a mountain range, collided in midair. Within 100 feet, the ground was overturned by the waves generated from the collision. The giant ape let out a pained howl, exploding into blood mist. At the moment the giant ape was defeated, the scene before Jiang Feng changed again. The wilderness vanished. He found himself above a vast ocean. Beneath him was only a block of floating ice surrounded by boundless black sea water. Under the water, a huge shadow was rapidly approaching. Splash! The water surface erupted, and a silvery white flood dragon broke through the water's surface. The dragon was dozens of feet long, its scales reflecting a cold light beneath the dark clouds. The sense of oppression was significantly greater than that of the giant ape. Yet with the experience from the first encounter, Jiang Feng remained calm. He had already grasped something. No matter how powerful the opponent, he himself possessed an equivalent strength. But human consciousness would be suppressed by the power of this illusion. He couldn't exert his full strength. Fortunately, Jiang Feng had a trump card. Facing the terrifying silver flood dragon, he extended his right hand, fingers curled as if grasping. Dragon slashing blade intent. Buzz. A clear blade sound suddenly echoed in the void. The body of the silver flood dragon froze midair. In the next moment, the dragon's head slipped from its neck. Boom. The massive dragon body, along with the fallen dragon head, plunged into the ocean, causing a tremendous wave. The scene shifted again. This time Jiang Feng stood on an ancient arena. Opposite him stood three figures, each emanating an aura capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Without waiting for the three to act, Jiang Feng stepped forward first. White Tiger transformation. The crimson gold vertical pupils lit up, and the scarlet tiger ferocity surged into the sky. The first person had yet to approach when Jiang Feng's claws tore him apart. Following that, Jiang Feng raised his hand. Black tortoise suppression seal. The dark blue seal descended from the sky, crushing the second person into dust. Southern brightly fire. The crimson gold flames surged forth, instantly reducing the third person to ashes. The scene transformed once more. The number of enemies began to multiply, and their strength grew increasingly formidable. Yet Jiang Feng's speed in killing enemies only increased. In this illusion, Jiang Feng could unleash the full power he had mastered without any reservations. Especially the powers of the three sacred beasts. With Jiang Feng's current strength, he could only exert a fraction. But within the illusion, the white tiger transformation could tear the heavens and the earth. The black tortoise suppression seal could shatter the starry river. The southern bright leaf fire could burn the myriad realms. The powers of the three sacred beasts clashed and blended within him, gradually producing a subtle resonance. Amidst the continuous battles, the three powers of the sacred beasts within him subtly began to merge. Jiang Feng could clearly sense that the bottleneck at his 7th rank was starting to loosen again. With an almost instinctual pull, the golden body began to condense uncontrollably. But it always failed at the last moment. As if something crucial was missing. Gradually, Jiang Feng began to speculate. The perfect golden body mentioned by the divine phoenix is likely to gather the powers of the four sacred beasts, using the essence of the four sacred beasts as the foundation to forge a golden body form that transcends the mundane. If that is true, then Jiang Feng's golden body will surely be unimaginably powerful. Boom. With the last wave of enemies obliterated, the illusion before Jiang Feng completely faded. As the illusion dissipated, Jiang Feng found himself standing on the 300th step. Below, the four descendants of the 9th rank kings had already stood up, staring intently at the figure in the sky. The 300th level. The young man in the blue robe spoke hoarsely. He actually passed all the trials of the illusion. Only by truly experiencing it could one understand the despair within the illusion. Faced with the monsters in the illusion, even their 9th rank realm felt like mere ants. The other three fell silent. They suddenly realized how ridiculous they had been. This person was never here to vie for positions. The first pavilion might not even be in his sights. At this moment, the four were left with a single question in their hearts. Where on earth did this monster come from? Upon the heavenly ladder, after stepping past 300 levels, Jiang Feng felt the pressure on him lighten. But he quickly realized it wasn't that the pressure had lightened. Rather, with the fusion of the powers of the three sacred beasts, the restraining force of the heavenly ladder was gradually being suppressed. With the pressure gone, Jiang Feng began to accelerate his figure, leaving a trail on the heavenly ladder. 400 steps. 500 steps. 600 steps. The higher he climbed, the more bizarre the surroundings became. Clouds began to appear on both sides of the heavenly ladder, and amidst the rolling clouds, enormous phantoms could occasionally be seen swimming within. There were enormous fish with wings and dragon heads. There was also a terrifying giant serpent stretching thousands of feet long, capable of swallowing mountains and seas. There were enormous fish with wings and dragon heads. There was also a terrifying giant serpent stretching thousands of feet long, capable of swallowing mountains and seas. Focus. His gaze remained locked on the end of the heavenly ladder. 700 steps. 800 steps. 900 steps. When Jiang Feng stepped onto the final level, the clouds above suddenly parted, engulfing his figure. At the end of the heavenly ladder was a platform floating above the sea of clouds. In the center of the platform coiled a giant dragon. It was azure with scales like jade, horns resembling coral, and long whiskers drifting endlessly in the mist. The azure dragon had its eyes closed, its massive body curled into a circle, its tail hanging over the edge of the platform, swaying gently with the clouds. Strangely, however, this dragon was severed into two parts. Below the dragon's head, the body that should have stretched for thousands of feet was cut in half. At the waist, the surface smooth with dark golden light swirling at the wound, preventing flesh and blood from regenerating. Only a few thin bloodlines connected the dragon's head to its body. It looked like a broken doll that had been stitched up, yet was coming apart. The moment Jiang Feng stepped onto the platform, the azure dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Within its azure vertical pupils, an endless river of stars seemed to flow. The azure dragon stared at Jiang Feng for a moment, its whiskers twitching. A slightly frivolous ancient voice echoed across the sea of clouds. "Oh, you finally arrived.